Chapter 1 The National Fortune Survival Game. Mo Qilin Javier Ulos Diamond, knowing full well that bows you is such per health, you steer locket here in Thibar through Mandows it here with us water, you are really heartless. As Mo Qilin o Penad Heries, she find herself staring into furious gazy of her handsome Emin Claydin Argrum's attire, cradling a completely drenched woman in his arms. The woman's complexion was pale, her lips stinged with blue, and she appeared to have fainted. What on earth is happening? Mo Qilin waited a lie bewildered, hadn't been stabbed to death Biraber, how is he still alive? Moreover, where was and whose wedding was this? Glancing down, she noticed ha pristine new high to wedding gown shoe swearing, and her lips twitched in realization o it washers. Seeing Mo Qilin lurking around in 8 days, the man's fury intensified. Mo Qilin, athas burnt, you still Shernramos. It is truly disappointing, Isa Noriason for a wedding to continue you should take karaoke ourself. With that, Heta Nedden he shiel carrying Thune conscious women away. Wait. Mo Qilin instinctively reached out to follow them. Suddenly, a group of flagrantly dressed individuals, men, women, and of iron children blocked her path, all regarding her with expressions of anger and disdain. Themidderly jed women at forefronters at her hand on slapped Mo Qilin across the face. Wretched girl, how hast bows you runged you? If I had known you were so malicious, I would never have ever brought you back. I always said, worry through a poor mountain waters, the reary cunning people, screw in such an environment, her nature is inherent like will you'll refuse it all ostentum, and know it as being proven right, eversens shereturned the has been ops in the household. Indeed, Shabuli's bows you to me on again, at this rate, but you might even lose her life. This is soon acceptable. Dad, Mom, what are I waiting for? Hurry and send her away. Enough. Let's no trush into things. Well, visit Bowsy at the hospital first. HMPH, Mo Qilin, you had better pray that Bowsy is unharmed, otherwise you will pay a terrible price. After leaving these hash words, the group hurried after their Marnan Thuman. Mo Qilin touched her stinging cheek, coldly watching for treating figures. She had near dia highway, but would remember this lapse would repay it in due time. Miss Mo, suddenly, another pyro mid-alleged individual approached her. Mo Qilin felt her surge of irritation whilst his never-ending. Miss Mo, while I note about the family background of my daughter-in-law, I do value a character. You heard what Hank wants a dealer. A daughter-in-law like ya use not welcome in few family. Thoughty middle-aged woman smiley was polite, who is were affiliated with indifferency and disdain. The man beside her echoed her sentiment. Miss Mo considereth I's wedding between ye and Hanquanatanand. I will explain this situation to the odd master. Very well, I understand. Mo Qilin agreed readily, then, lifting her wedding gown, she strode towards the exit of the church, under the stony shegazes of the kerplentha mocking whispers of the guests. Old Haifsha did not comprehend we shoes alive, still getting married, and with a grom haydob and donut her for Arno the women, this turn of Fevans felt fortuitous. Shadier ta grass for her current situation and certainly did not wish to burden her with the noon-wanted husband. Upon exiting Thirchuk, Mo Qilin instinctively located the stream, just a shetterny donth fauset a splash of face, a sheer pain poursed her heart, followed by a torrent of memories that did no belong to her. A tunny dude should cross dover into Perlo world. The original owner of his body Wazels named Mo Qilin, her doppelganger, and the daughter of the fluent go family, however, shabin maliciously swapped at birth bienany. Thus, Thunani's daughter Berkameth gu family shares, while the original owner Wazar Bander Nedden Thuds to fend for herself. Fortunately, deep in the forest, the Wazars molt and plurinal Taoist priest rescued her. When the original owner turned 18, the old priest passed away, just when she had lost all herkin, the gu family came looking for her, claiming she was their biological daughter. Overjoyed at the prospect of having family again, she urgently agreed to return with team. However, thys unhesitating acceptance earned her the disdain of gu family, her further view it here as vain and materialistic, while her mother hight her vulgar and unrefined, bringing shame upon the family, that 3 elder brothers sang toy and your siblings treated her with scorn, lavishing affection upon the falsias, Jiu Baoju. Jiu Baoju, ascom individual, feared los in everything and resorted to all sorts of machinations, even harming herself to discredit the original owner. Noten Lythe gu family bot heen Tyree light circle, event the online community, harbor di pani mossa tighter wards the original owner. Only thilde le master of the prestigious Fu Familito a Caliking Tower, personally proposing Thach Mariusgrin's son, Fu Hanchuan. Theo regional an arid, noto uto flover Fu Hanchuan, butin her pacer fescaping thestifling gu family. Little did Shek know Jiu Baju wasan fatuer Ted with Fu Hanchuan. Seeing the originalona become as fian drove Jiu Baju into a jealous frenzy. On the day of the wedding, Jiu Baju doused herself with a bucket of water, appearing at the ceremony just before the originalona and Fu Hanchuan exchange drinks, successfully interrupting the wedding. Realizing that their escape from the Gu family had been thwarted, the originalona succumbed to despair indeed on the spot. It was at that moment of death that Mo Qilin to cover the original owner's body. Gazing into the mirror rath faceth that mirror deron from her pie's life, Mo Qilin clenched her fist sangvard, rest assured I will seek vengeance for you while not altering of though so ha have wrong gidio again punished. No Juna heard she spoken than a luminar screen suddenly appeared before her, startling Mo Qilin. Good afternoon, Pio Plea of the old. On your round of National Fortune Survival Game is about to commence. We will now begin selecting participants. Please prepare yourselves with a countdown of 9 minutes and 59 seconds. What is this? Asagaza doth a screen memories about National Fortune Survival Game inherited from the original owners urged forth. This parallel world was an ordinary one 3 months prior. The National Fortune Survival Game had abruptly descended. This gamer claimed that humanity's excessive exploitation of resources and rampant pollution had preshed Blue Star to the brink of collapse. To survey Blue Star, the game selected participants from around the old to 6 resource barrel capable of purifying the environment and regenerating resources. Chapter 2 Playing as Zhang Qilin. However, people around the old fervently wished to avoid being chosen fourth National Fortune Survival Game, as it was a literal survival game fraught with peril and teeming with ferocious beasts. 3 months prior, first butcher over 1,000 selected participants shadel perished within the confines of the game, their corpses unibly to return to the real world. Thus, citizens globally pleaded for divine mercy, hoping desperately not to be chosen. Mo Qilin clasped her hands together, repeatedly murmuring, Dunnot select me, Shadden just been vivinace gone charn seat life and did not wish to me there and sojourn. Yet, the mo riona first meeting, the more likelier tisto comma to pass. Countdown complete, the selection of participants from various countries is finished. We will now announce the list of participants wargwo contestants Mo Qilin, Li Qiang, Zhu Yinyan. Staring at the screen displaying her name in bold letters, Mo Qilin nearly spatu tamath full of blood. How called thisp? Waste universe ain't onto ensuring that the previous life had not been miserablener, forcing her to transmigration litofation even worse fate. Woo, original host, sorcery. It might not be Beethoven geo I can barely save myself. Mo Qilin lamented her physimus of despair. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly read in her mind. Ding, system detection in progress, host meets binding conditions. Please confirm with her Toband. What? Did just watched how heard? A system. Mo Qilin sheared sword with joy Zurli, novels never deceive. Transmigrational worse game with a golden finger and her right was. Bind, I must bind, Mo Qilin noted vigorously, a moment citation de meta responsible. Host confirms binding system, please wait. Ding, system binding complete. Greetings, host, the role-playing system is at your service. Role-playing system, Mo Qilin inquired, somewhat perplexed. The system explained the role-playing system compiles all the powerful characters from the host's previous two-dimensional world. The host may randomize lectoni's characters or portray the higher the similarity, the more abilities the host will acquire from that character. Understanding Donadin Mo Qilin, who is gleaming with excitement. So, this means my chances of surviving the National Fortune Survival Game have just increased. The rest the host wished to begin selecting Garaletto play? Without a hint of hesitation, Mo Qilin replied, select. Initiating Grole selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have drawn rank roll Zhang Qilin. R. Mo Qilin inhaled sheer plea. It was actually the legendary Seer GE. Siarg waste the pinar cli off mashal pro asinthuold of deobi, a figure of near divine status, with ruma shugasting they tif god strulikisted, they will undoubted libel like Sirgi Zhang Qilin. Hui aspar cled with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. But soon a thought struck her, and she gained her composure. Wait a moment, Siarg Ismail, and I am for male. How can I portray him? Do I have a time to go agent a transformation? Please arrest Ashard, host. Thotharoff deo by initially conceived Zhang Qilin asaf Marley character before later changing her to mal, therefore portraying Zhang Qilin I'm site the author's original conception, and no gender transformation is necessary. Mo Qilin breathe de I hope relief. That's good highlired my asir g, I wouldn't want ojaden libe kamiaman. Ding, character integration complete. The hostisto immediately begin portraying Zhang Qilin plesber cautious not to break character failure totter soul result in deduction safrol similarity quieter words. Upon hearing this, Mo Qilin quickly a cold theatre scriptions of Sir Jane Dio by and take her deep breath, closing her eyes. The next moment, when she penetrasa again, her expression had transformed at the clarichandiness and seen her gaze vanished, replaced by another worldly Qilin dan indifference to everything around her. Second ethereal quality, devoid of world-like concerns, combined with hero-ready stunning features, perfectly captured his and soft thefraji abi out I beyond compare use it to describe Sir Jane Deobi. Ding, current role playing similarity 5. Reward Zhang Qilin's physical attributes, please sheep and the attribute painel. Host Mo Qilin. Portrayed character Zhang Qilin. Role similarity 5. Every in Creatio 5 Willy Ildri words. Physiques rank ordinary person crank, athlete rank, special forces a rank. Acquired reward Zhang Qilin's physical attributes. Weapon none. Mo Qilin was surprised to discover other first reward was Sirga's physical prowess. Instinctively, Sheklin Chedifist feeling Gazajov powerful energy coursing through her body. Shethan touched her arm, which still appeared slender and delicate in the surface, showing night ward changes. Yet, beneath a exterior lazulid muscle, with fibre so densely packed hey were beyond imagination capable of unleashing to refine explosive power. For instance, assing la punch cowd zend thavera rober ho hard killed here in her previous life flying. Mo Qilin felt an exhilarating rush nearly impingent place to express relation, had she not remembered the importance of maintaining her character. However, she quickly composed herself, realizing that the immediate priority was to enhance her role similarity and acquire more of Xiaoji's abilities to survive longer in the national fortune. Exiting the restroom, Mo Qilin made her way to the dressing room, intending to conjure her wedding gown and purchase new clothes. Sir Jessie Nutcher Dirk blue hoodie where she lie iconic and would surely boost their role similarity. As Mo Qilin focused on enhancing her role similarity, many in line are asli brating her selection fourth national fortune survival game. Great news! Today's headlines Mo Qilin has been selected. Leader swarmly congratulate her on joining the list. Applause, applause. I'm so happy I wasn't co-send my joys at 100. Seeing that while Mo Qilin selecty brings me happiness to 1000. Honestly, I feel sympathy for the selected fourth national fortune survival game, but for Mo Qilin I can only say it. Exactly, her acting is atrocious, and she can't even play her pattersates and person playing tethered wheel trying to scam Elise celebrities. I've never encountered some answer disgusting. Now it seems seventh national fortune survival game can't tolerate you. According to rumors, today were supposed to Mo Qilin's wedding day with Emperor Fu. However, fearing that Bowser would jeopardize her wedding after, here do esn't know that Emperor Fu espouse her schildhed friend whom Shestel Shellect Bowji in the bar through mandoused her with his water, thinking these would secure her marriage, but Kermer caught up with her, and her malicious deeds were re-exposed, leading Emperor Fu token self Hui ding on the spit. Har har. So, Mo Qilin's efforts were in vain. She neither got married nor escaped national fortune survival game, and no faces imminent teeth. Schmist beatty refeed right now. Truly, a cause of for celebration. Hey, enough already. Regardless of Mo Qilin's past actions, she now represents our country and is bound to the fat of the nation and its people. Shouldn't we wish her well? Don't listen to the comments above it there ildi houdfans of Gu Bao Chuan Fuhan Chuan. Watch out for the backlash. Chapter 3, Gu Baozhu is also selected on the other side. In a private hospital, Gu Baozhu had awakened, propped up in her hospital bed, listening to her family's tirade against Mo Qilin, her heart swelling with pride. Yet, Her exterior betrayed none of this. Head bowed, she feigned guilt and sobbed, "If father, mother, elder brother, second brother, third brother, fifth younger brother, sixth younger sister, please cease your reproaches against sister. This is not her fault. Had I not insisted on appearing at sister's wedding with Han Chuan to extend my blessings, she would not have misconstrued my intentions as an attempt to steal her fianc, nor would she have confined me to the restroom and drenched me in icy water. Thus, all this misfortune lies squarely on my shoulders, not only causing sister undue distress, but also resulting in the cancellation of her wedding to Han Chuan. No, Baizhu." Ji Mu, gazing at her beloved daughter weeping, felt her heart shatter. "This is not your fault. It is that wretched girl's own malicious thoughts that have brought this upon us. Mother speaks wisely, Baizhu, this bears no relation to you. Even if you had not shown up today, she would still regard you as a thorn in her side, for her conscience is troubled. Han Chuan was meant to be with you. She has usurped him from your side. Who knows what kind of sorcery she has cast upon old Master Fu, compelling her to wed Han Chuan? Otherwise, it would have been you standing at the altar today, not her." It chimed in Jiu Lao Jiu Jue. Jiu Lao San, Jiu Jing, did not lag behind, adding, Indeed, Baozhu, you have already been more than fair to her. She is the one who cannot tolerate your presence, returning only to harass and bully you. You have tolerated her for the sake of a mere misunderstanding, and even considered her lack of education, fearing her future prospects might be dim, thus bringing her into the entertainment industry. What more could she possibly desire? HMPH, she is nothing but an ingrate. Jiu Lao Liu, Jiu Bao Yu, spat vehemently. Farther, we must deliberate on how to deal with Mo Qilin. She is becoming increasingly deranged, and if she continues to reside under the same roof as Baozhu, it is likely that Baozhu may indeed suffer at her hands, proposed Jiu Lao Da, Jiu Chen, adjusting his spectacles as he regarded Jiu Fu with an unwavering gaze. Darling, let us send her away. After all, when we took her in, we did not declare her to be our biological daughter, merely stating she was an adopted child. Given the malevolent acts she has committed, even if we were to send her away, society would not blame us, suggested Ji Mu, her eyes filled with disdain and devoid of any maternal affection for her biological daughter, Mo Qilin. Ji Fu nodded in agreement, about to acquiesce, when Ji Lao Wu, Ji Ju, who had been following the National Fortune survival game, suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Father, mother, elder brother, there is no need to send Mo Qilin away. She has been selected by the National Fortune survival game and won't last long. Har har. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the Jiu family turned their gazes towards their luminous screens, and indeed, they spotted Mo Qilin's name, erupting into cheers, unabashedly proclaiming that even the National Fortune survival game could not tolerate her malignity, utterly indifferent to whether she might perish within it, cold-hearted to the extreme, verging on the terrifying. Jiu Baozhu too was transfixed by the screen, her smile widening beyond concealment. Mo Qilin, oh Mo Qilin, I told you that you could not surpass me. Look, even the National Fortune survival game is on my side. You must be feeling utterly despondent now, aren't you? However, before Jiu Baozhu could revel in her triumph for long, the next moment, the names of the contestants on the screen multiplied. Chinese contestants. Mo Qilin, Li Qiang, Zhu Yangyang, Wang Defer, Zhang Xuebing, Jiu Baozhu. What? The smile on Jiu Baozhu's face instantly froze, her blood running cold as she fixated on the 3 characters of her name on the screen, unwilling to believe her own eyes. Only when she heard the Jiu family exclaiming, "How come Baozhu's name is up there too?" did she reluctantly accept the harrowing truth that she had also been selected by the National Fortune survival game. Then, unable to withstand the blow and the terror of impending death, Jiu Baozhu fainted once more. Yet, the Jiu family had no time to attend to her, as Jiu Jing's name subsequently appeared on the screen. Now, the entire Jiu family was thrown into disarray, simultaneously. In an upstairs hospital room, old Master Fu trembled with rage upon hearing of the wedding's cancellation. Who ordered the cancellation? Who ordered the cancellation? It was I who cancelled it. I apologize, grandfather, but I cannot marry such a venomous and malevolent woman, replied Fu Hanchuan, his lips pressed thin. Fu family's second Miss, Fooling You, chimed in. Yes, grandfather, you have no idea what she did today. Silence. Old Master Fu bellowed, cutting her off sharply. Fooling you was immediately quelled into silence. Old Master Fu then turned his gaze back to Fu Hanchuan. You insolent boy, I warn you, regardless of what Mo Qilin has done, even if she has committed murder, you must coax her back to me and reinstate the wedding, or do not expect me to acknowledge you as my grandson. Upon hearing this, the Fu family believed the old man had lost his wits. Fu father was perplexed. Father, I do not comprehend why you are so fond of Mo Qilin, insisting that Hanchuan marry her, and now even going so far as to disregard Hanchuan for her sake. That is because Master Yun Cheng has proclaimed her to be the Qilin girl, destined to ensure the prosperity of the Fu family for centuries, declared Old Master Fu. Grandfather, that is all nonsense. It is feudal superstition. Just because her name sounds like a Qilin, does that make her one? There are many people with immortal in their names, does that mean they are all divine beings? Scoffed Fu Sanxiaye, Fu Hancheng. You insolent brat, what do you know? This is a decree from Master Yun Cheng himself, a truly enlightened man whose predictions have never faltered. It was only through his guidance that I was able to establish the Fu family as it stands today. Establishing the Fu family was due to your own capabilities in business, not because of fortune-telling. Fu Hancheng rolled his eyes. The Fu family nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Witnessing this, Old Master Fu felt a profound sense of despair. It is over. The Fu family is doomed. The Fu family, alas, the old master is indeed severely afflicted by feudal superstition. Fu Hancheng, shaking his head in disbelief, found it futile to reason with the old man, and thus turned to his National Fortune survival game screen, intending to see which unfortunate souls had been selected. To his surprise, a broad smile broke across his face. Elder brother, look, Mo Qilin has been chosen by the National Fortune survival game. Now you need not marry her, for she is destined to die soon. Just as the Fu family began to rejoice, they were suddenly met with Fu Hancheng's frantic cries. But how come elder brother and second sister are also on the list? What? I am on the list too? Fooling you gasped in disbelief. Fu Hanchuan's expression shifted as well. Fu father, Fu mother, and Old Master Fu hurriedly turned to the screen, and indeed, they saw the names of Fu Hanchuan and Fu Lingyu. Chinese contestants: Mo Qilin, Li Qiong, Zhu Yangyang, Wang Defer, Zhang Xuebing, Jiu Baozhu, Jiu Jing, Lin Shuheng, Fu Hanchuan, Fu Lingyu. All 10 contestants are advised to prepare themselves. In 72 hours, they will enter the National Fortune survival game. The countdown begins now, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Thus, chaos ensued within the Fu household. Chapter 4, The Black Gold Ancient Blade. Even online, the selection of Jiu Baozhu, Jiu Jing, Fu Hanchuan, and Fu Lingyu has incited a tumultuous mix of shock and outrage, particularly among the fans of Jiu Baozhu and Fu Hanchuan, who are fervently expressing their discontent. However, no amount of uproar can reverse the decision. They are powerless to rescind the two's places in the National Fortune survival game, leaving them to rage impotently. Once their anger subsides, they begin to pour their grievances and farewells into the comment sections of the two social media accounts, with several media outlets even preemptively publishing obituaries for them. Some collaborators from the entertainment industry are also unilaterally terminating contracts with the two. After all, with impending mortality, failing to seek new partners would undoubtedly invite ire from the fans, who are notoriously zealous, as exemplified by Mo Qilin. Thus, it is prudent to cut losses while they still can, infuriating Jiu Baozhu and Fu Hanchuan in the process. As for Mo Qilin, although she too is a celebrity, she is a mere C-list figure, virtually unknown, with no collaborations to sever. Simultaneously, the government is mobilizing, urging all selected contestants of the National Fortune survival game to swiftly converge upon the capital for rigorous training to bolster their survival odds. For the chosen contestants and the ordinary citizens who were not selected, the National Fortune survival game may merely represent a stark fight for survival. Yet, for the nation, it signifies a struggle for resources, a gambling table where the global hierarchy of power is reshuffled. The rewards and penalties incurred by contestants in the game will reverberate in reality. For instance, if a contestant from a certain country discovers a gold mine within the game, that nation will be rewarded with a comparable gold mine or an equivalent boost to its economic growth. Conversely, should an entire team be eliminated, that country will face economic regression and a setback in technological advancements. Consequently, the shifting balance of power among nations becomes evident. Thus, not only is Huogwo rallying its contestants for training, but nations worldwide are doing the same, hoping that their representatives will endure longer in the national fortune survival game, if not to earn rewards, at least to avoid penalties. The 9 contestants who received the national call to action wasted no time and promptly made their way to the capital. Mo Qilin chose not to attend, knowing that her brother would never engage with the authorities. As anticipated, no sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a notification sounded in her head. Similarity in roleplay increased, current similarity 15, reward, Black Gold Ancient Blade. Black Gold Ancient Blade. Mo Qilin gazed at the knife that had materialized in her hand. Her expression remained composed, though her eyes widened slightly, betraying her inner exhilaration. Finally, she possessed a weapon, her brother's exclusive Black Gold Ancient Blade. With a swift motion, Mo Qilin unsheathed the Black Gold Ancient Blade, its edge glinting ominously in the sunlight. Indeed, it was a remarkable weapon, renowned for its exceptional sharpness and versatility. Mo Qilin caressed the blade, filled with admiration and awe. The Black Gold Ancient Blade resembled a tang sword, measuring over a meter in length, crafted from meteorite iron, with an integrated dragon spine. The latter half of the blade bore intricate carvings reminiscent of a swirling pattern, giving it an ancient yet formidable appearance. Additionally, it weighed approximately 160 pounds, too heavy for an ordinary person to wield. Even an elite soldier would struggle to maneuver it with ease, let alone dance with it, yet at this moment, the Black Gold Ancient Blade felt as light as a feather in Mo Qilin's hands. Without hesitation, she discarded the scabbard and began to perform her brother's ancestral Qilin blade technique in the living room. Although she had previously been unfamiliar with this technique, an hour prior, she had altered her hairstyle and appearance, increasing her roleplay similarity to 10, which rewarded her with 25 of her brother's combat prowess. This encompassed agility, combat skills, martial arts, and weapon handling. In short, she was now terrifyingly powerful. After completing her dance with the blade, Mo Qilin returned it to its scabbard and tightly bound it with a bundle of cloth strips. She then grabbed her already prepared backpack, ready to depart. The nation was calling its contestants for training, and if she delayed, they would undoubtedly come searching for her, so she needed to find a secluded place to hide. After all, her brother was a professional at disappearing. Unless he chose to be found, no one would succeed in locating him. By assuming his identity, she was determined to uphold this esteemed tradition. Mo Qilin lowered her hat's brim and stepped outside. Notification, roleplay similarity increased, current similarity 20, reward, Qilin bloodline. Just as Mo Qilin anticipated, mere hours after her departure from her residence, law enforcement received orders to locate her. However, some netizens displayed far less patience than the government, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon Mo Qilin. Their insults centered around her familial ties and personal integrity. How despicable, Mo Qilin, I can't believe your audacity. I knew you were disgusting, but never to this extent, dragging down other contestants and the nation. How could our country harbor such a loathsome individual? Exactly, Mo Qilin, if you're so eager to meet your demise, why not do it now? Perhaps if you perish, the national fortune survival game could select someone who won't be a liability. Some people are akin to maggots in a cesspool, utterly foul. With no princess's fortune, she still possesses a princess's mentality. Perhaps she is merely hoping for Emperor Fu and his ilk to protect her. Oh, I feel nauseated. Enough? Will you ever cease? Didn't you all claim that Mo Qilin deserved to be chosen, wishing for her swift demise? Now that she refuses to participate in training, surely she won't last long in the game. Doesn't that align with your wishes? Why continue this incessant barking? They are hypocritical, calling for Mo Qilin's demise while simultaneously fearing the repercussions of her actual death. What a stench of double standards. In the capital, at the training grounds, Jiyu Baozhu approached Fu Hanchuan, both clad in camouflage uniforms, panting heavily. Brother Hanchuan, is sister still refusing to answer the phone? Indeed. Fu Hanchuan's lips were pressed tightly together, his expression one of discontent. Tears welled in Jiyu Baozhu's eyes. Sister must be furious with you for carrying me away from the wedding. It's all my fault. Baozhu, I have already stated that this is not your fault. Why do you continue to blame yourself? Ji Yujing interjected, approaching with a visibly exhausted Fu Lingyu in TOW. Ji Baozhu bit her lip. But there are no buts. You are simply too kind-hearted. Ji Yujing gently ruffled her hair, then turned to Fu Hanchuan. Hanchuan, do not concern yourself with Mo Qilin. If she wishes to court disaster, let her be. His tone suggested a desire for Mo Qilin's swift demise, sending chills down the spines of those who heard him, as if she were an adversary rather than his sister. Indeed, brother, do not worry about her. She is merely seeking attention. The more you indulge her, the more she will manipulate you. Fu Lingyu scoffed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Fu Hanchuan felt that Mo Qilin was deliberately playing a game of hard to get, and his distaste grew, leading him to abandon any intention of contacting her. He tucked his phone away. Chapter 5, the game begins in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed, and the luminous screen of the National Fate Survival game once again graced the eyes of people across the globe. The 72-hour countdown has concluded. Contestants from various nations prepare to enter the National Fate Survival game. As Mo Qilin awoke from a light slumber, she was greeted by a surge of white light emanating from the screen, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she found herself not in the forest where she had been concealed, but rather in an endless expanse of desert. Welcome to the National Fate Survival game. This round's setting remains the desert, and the objective for all contestants is to seek out one of the sources of primordial power, the Fire Source Orb. The duration of this game is once again set for 90 days, during which contestants may choose to act independently or form teams at their discretion. Throughout this period, all contestants will be unable to communicate with the outside world, permitted only to share clues and information among themselves. Of course, the game is fraught with peril. Aside from the harsh environment, various dangerous creatures lurk within. Slaying these creatures will earn points that can be exchanged for food, tools, medicine, and weapons, albeit at a steep price. Finally, we wish all contestants good luck and hope they can survive longer in this game. As the screen faded away, the National Fate Survival game officially commenced. Mo Qilin surveyed the vast desert, grappling with the direction she should take, when suddenly, she heard the sound of despairing sobs from behind her. War, I want to go home. I refuse to stay in this cursed game. I want to go home. I want to go back too. I'm just an ordinary office worker with no skills. Why was I chosen? Me too, I just graduated from university. I haven't even had the chance to enjoy life, and now I'm supposed to die here. This is unacceptable. Exactly, we are all just ordinary people. What good are we for? If they had to choose, they should have picked special forces or even criminals. At least they could redeem themselves. Following the sound, Mo Qilin realized that the other 9 selected individuals were present. However, she did not see any contestants from other nations, likely transported to different locations. At that moment, half of these 9 contestants were crying out in anguish about their impending fates, while the other half remained silent, consumed by fear and despair regarding the path ahead. As Ji Baozhu wiped her tears, she inadvertently caught sight of Mo Qilin standing a short distance away. Initially puzzled, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Sister, why are you dressed like that? Hearing her exclamation, Ji Yujing and the siblings Fu Hanchuan and Fu Lingyu also turned to gaze at Mo Qilin. She was clad in a deep navy hoodie, paired with black cargo pants, and sturdy black combat boots. A backpack rested on her back, along with a stick wrapped in black cloth, giving her an appearance more akin to a mountaineer than a participant in the National Fate Survival game. Furthermore, her long hair, which used to cascade down to her waist, had been cut into a crisp, short style, lending her a demeanor that was both aloof and unapproachable, accentuated by her cold, expressionless face. This was why Ji Baozhu had failed to recognize her at first. Mo Qilin, what sort of attire is this? You look neither male nor female. You are utterly bringing shame to the Ji family. Ji Yujing scolded, adopting a condescending tone. Mo Qilin did not even spare him a glance, turning her attention back to the desert, setting aside her disdain for every member of the Ji family. Her portrayal of a young man rendered her indifferent to the opinions of others. Seeing Mo Qilin ignore him entirely, Ji Yujing's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Mo Qilin, are you deaf? I am speaking to you. Mo Qilin continued to focus on the compass in her hand, remaining unresponsive. Damn it! Ji Yujing exploded in fury. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast on the luminous screen began voicing their opinions. How dare she, a girl adopted by the kind-hearted Ji family, act so arrogantly toward Bao Zhu and the third brother? Truly malicious and unrefined. What is the deal with this girl? Everyone else is armed and donned in the state-issued special forces gear, yet she appears unprepared. She didn't even attend the national training. How could she wear the uniform? What, she skipped training? Why? Why else? She is afraid of hardship and exhaustion. She truly is a troublemaker. Though, if her face is deemed unattractive, then I might as well be a monster. What is that on her back? Surely it's not a wooden stick. Har har har, going to battle with a stick against otherworldly beasts, is she courting death? Hey, you're overestimating her. At this rate, she probably won tea last a day. Not necessarily. I find her demeanor calm, showing no fear, which is far better than the others. For this alone, she deserves commendation, and I hope she survives longer. In the Ji household, Ji mother's face twisted in fury as she glared at Mo Qilin on the luminous screen. That wretch is up to no good again. If she dares drag Bao Zhu and the third brother down with her, I will make her pay. She will undoubtedly burden the third brother and fourth sister. She has schemed from the start, intentionally avoiding training. Without any skills or equipment, she can hide behind others and survive while they charge into danger. Ji Bao seed, casting hateful glances at Mo Qilin. Ji Ju was frantic. Father, elder brother, second brother, is there any way to alert the third brother and fourth sister? They must not fall prey to that woman's manipulation. Ji Chen shook his head, his expression grim. While they are in the National Fate Survival game, we cannot reach them, they cannot see our comments. Ji father sighed. Only the state can send visual comments to assist the contestants in avoiding danger, but they can only send 3 messages to each participant. Setting aside whether the state will even heed us, they certainly won't waste their valuable opportunities on this. Ji Ju slammed his fist on the table. Then Bao Zhu and the third brother are doomed to be harmed by Mo Qilin. On the other side, the Fu family shared similar concerns, hoping that Fu Hanchuan and Fu Lingyu would not fall into Mo Qilin's clutches. Even the National Observation Team felt some dissatisfaction towards Mo Qilin. This team, as the name suggests, was composed of experts appointed by the state, including biologists, geomorphologists, wilderness explorers, military commanders, and the captain of the Special Forces squad who had trained the contestants for 3 days, all tasked with observing the contestants' performance in the National Fate Survival game. The host furrowed his brow as he inquired of the Special Forces captain, Captain Chu, is it true that this contestant, Mo Qilin, did not attend training? Chu Yunyang nodded slightly. I have been dispatching personnel to locate her, yet I have yet to find her. The wilderness explorer scoffed disdainfully. Perhaps she is indeed hiding, afraid of hardship and fatigue, just as the audience speculated. Chapter 6. Solo endeavor. Perhaps she has encountered some unforeseen circumstance. The biologist, a kind-hearted elder, was reluctant to entertain negative thoughts. Regardless of the situation, her absence from training and neglecting to equip herself with weapons is a blatant disregard for her own life. The military commander, also an elder but with a more irritable disposition, retorted. Enough, enough, let us cease this bickering. The geomorphologist raised a hand, signaling the military commander to calm down. At this juncture, further discussion is futile. Our only recourse is to hope she can survive a little longer without becoming a burden to the other competitors. In the desert, Mo Qilin stowed her compass, only to be confronted by a tall figure. Where have you been these past few days? Why did you skip training and ignore my calls? Fu Hanchuan glared at her, his expression filled with ire. Mo Qilin remained impassive. That is of no concern to you. What did you say? Fu Hanchuan questioned, incredulous. The coldness of her tone was unprecedented. While he was taken aback, he also felt a sense of discomfort, an unfamiliarity that gnawed at him. Mo Qilin noticed this and smirked inwardly. The original owner of her body would always comply with his wishes, yet now that she had taken her place and treated him with indifference, he was visibly unsettled. Was that not rather pathetic? Mo Qilin. Behind them, fooling you, witnessing her idol being treated so disdainfully by someone she loathed, rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Qilin's face. My brother was merely inquiring out of kindness. What is with your attitude? Surely, sister is still angry at brother Han Chuan, Jiyu Baozhu chimed in, approaching. I apologize, sister, it is all my fault. Had my body not betrayed me and succumbed to a splash of cold water, brother Han Chuan would not have had to abandon you to take me to the hospital. Her words feigned remorse but were laced with a sense of self-aggrandizement. Baozhu, why do you always shoulder the blame? It has nothing to do with you. It is her own malice. Had she not confined you and doused you with water, Han Chuan would not have left her side. She even has the audacity to be angry with us. Ji Yujing shot Mo Qilin a disdainful glance. Exactly, fooling you, echoed. Fu Hanchuan too deemed Mo Qilin to be both wicked and unreasonable, utterly lacking in understanding. Regardless, the wedding between sister and brother Han Chuan was ultimately derailed due to the necessity of taking me to the hospital. I owe you an apology, sister. If you are to be angry, let it be directed at me, not at brother Han Chuan. You have not participated in training nor equipped yourself with weapons. If you and brother Han Chuan fall out, who will protect you? What will you do then? Jiyu Baozhu's expression was one of genuine concern. Indeed, my precious moonlight, you are simply too kind, someone in the audience exclaimed. Indeed, Bao Mai, Mo Qilin has been so cruel to you, yet you still think of her. She is unworthy of your kindness, another added. Woo, Bao Mai, she truly. I am heartbroken. The audience members, fans of Jiyu Baozhu, praised her beauty and kind heart. Only Mo Qilin, uninterested in her theatrics, turned and walked away. Fu Hanchuan's cold voice pierced the air. Stop right there, where do you think you are going? Mo Qilin ignored him, not even glancing back. Jiyu Baozhu's eyes flickered with speculation. Sister wouldn't dare to go off on her own, would she? Go off on her own? Are you out of your mind? Fu Hanchuan was both astonished and furious, shouting at Mo Qilin's retreating figure. Do you have any idea where you are? Can you not behave yourself? Yes, sister, it is far too dangerous for you to be alone. Come back. Jiyu Baozhu cried out, her face a mask of urgency while inwardly reveling in her success, knowing Mo Qilin would not heed her call. The more she urged Mo Qilin to return, the more resolute Mo Qilin would be to continue forward, just as her earlier attempts to reconcile Mo Qilin and Fu Hanchuan had proven futile. As expected, Mo Qilin pressed on, her pace unrelenting. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened further. Mo Qilin, how long do you intend to make a scene? I shall grant you one last chance, come back at once, or do not expect us to search for you. Mo Qilin feigned ignorance, her silhouette growing ever distant. The audience was left in stunned silence. Goodness, she truly is leaving. She is like a beetle climbing onto a scale, unaware of her own weight. I think this is for the best. Without gear or weapons, her presence among Fu Hanchuan and the others would only hinder them. Indeed, without her, they will no longer need to worry about her safety. Thus, she has inadvertently done them a favor. She has finally shown some sense. At this point, I can hardly find words to defend her. All I can say is that she is indeed too impulsive. In the National Observation Group, the military commander slammed his fist on the table in frustration. What is she thinking, wandering off alone in such a perilous place? Is she courting death? An ordinary person, stripped of all means, would find it impossible to survive in the harsh realities of the desert, let alone in the treacherous terrain of the national survival game. The wilderness explorer shook his head. That Mo Qilin is as good as dead. The biologist sighed. Now we can only pin our hopes on the other 9 competitors, praying that they survive to the top 20. That way, we can avoid national retribution. The geomorphologist nodded in agreement. Only Chu Yunyang observed Mo Qilin on the screen, a contemplative look crossing his face. For reasons unknown, he felt something was amiss about her. In the desert, Mo Chilin's figure had completely vanished from Fu Hanchuan and his companion's sight. Fu Hanchuan frowned in disbelief. Despite his clear ultimatum, she had not returned. Was she truly unconcerned about the possibility of him not coming after her? Noticing Fu Hanchuan lost in thought, staring in the direction Mo Qilin had departed, Jiyu Baozhu felt a surge of resentment, yet, she feigned confusion and asked, "Brother Hanchuan, sister has gone missing. Should we not search for her?" "Search for what? She is undoubtedly hiding somewhere, watching us, waiting for us to look for her. If we go, we would only inflate her ego," Fu Lingyu scoffed. Ji Yujing concurred. "Lingyu is right. If we were to seek her out, it would confirm to her that we would never abandon her. Consequently, her behavior would only become more reckless. We should ignore her. Once she sees us leaving, she will inevitably follow. Indeed, she must learn a lesson, understanding that one must exercise restraint when playing hard to get." Fu Hanchuan clenched his fists in annoyance. Subsequently, the group walked in the opposite direction of Mo Qilin. As they departed, Jiyu Baozhu cast a glance back at the direction Mo Qilin had taken, a slight smile gracing her lips. Although selected for the national survival game, which posed a significant risk of death, she was determined that if death were to come, it would be Mo Qilin who met her demise first, and in the most tragic manner possible. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Jiyu Baozhu and her companions, Mo Qilin felt a refreshing sense of clarity in the air. Since they held to stain for her, she had no desire to walk alongside them. Moreover, in the original narrative, the protagonist was also a lone wolf before encountering Wuxia and Fatty, thus, embarking on her own path felt entirely justified. Notification: similarity in role-playing has increased. Current similarity percentage, 25. Reward, half of the secret art of Yin Yang Feng Shui, 16 characters. Chapter 7, A Glimpse of Talent, the secret art of the 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui. Mo Qilin paused momentarily, her heart unable to conceal her astonishment. System: isn't the 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui from their Blowing Lantern series? I am playing the role of Xiao Ji, and it seems you have made an error in your reward. The system replied with utmost seriousness. Smiley, please do not doubt the rigor of this system. It is infallible. Daobi is indeed a derivative work of Blowing Lantern, and the two share a parental relationship, thus it is entirely reasonable for the offspring to utilize the resources of the progenitor. Mo Qilin subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth. When it comes to shamelessness, you truly excel. However, this is beneficial for me, nonetheless. System, please open the attribute panel. Beep, the attribute panel is now open. Host. Mo Qilin role being played, Zhang Qilin similarity to role, 25, every increase of 5 in similarity will yield rewards. Physique hesitant smiley level, ordinary people C level, athletes B level, special forces kings A level, acquired rewards. Zhang Qilin's physical constitution, 25 of Zhang Qilin's combat prowess, black gold ancient blade, Qilin bloodline, 16 characters of Yin and Yang Feng Shui, half volume, weapon, black gold ancient blade. The attribute panel underwent significant changes, with an increase in rewards, and the weapon section was no longer blank. Even her physique had transformed from S level to S level. System, what is the meaning of this? Mo Qilin inquired, perplexed. The system elucidated. Smiley, previously, the host only acquired Zhang Qilin's physical constitution, without obtaining his combat prowess. Now, the host has gained 25 of Zhang Qilin's combat capability, along with the Qilin bloodline. This bloodline not only grants the host longevity and immunity against various toxins and evil entities but also enhances combat strength. Thus, the host effectively possesses 50 of Zhang Qilin's combat prowess. Moreover, as combat capability increases, physical constitution will also improve, otherwise, it would not be able to support the corresponding combat strength. Mo Qilin's understanding dawned. I see. However, I have one more question for the system. A few days ago, I forgot to ask, does Xiao Ji's Qilin bloodline come with soul loss syndrome? I hope I don't have that too. Rest assured, host. Zhang Qilin's Qilin bloodline is afflicted with soul loss syndrome due to intermarriage within the family and divine bestowal. However, the Qilin bloodline granted to the host by this system bears no adverse effects. That is a relief. Mo Qilin exhaled, then stowed away the attribute panel and continued onward. Before I lay an endless expanse of desert, surrounded by undulating sand dunes. The sand was loose and fluid, making it exceedingly arduous to traverse, yet Mo Qilin moved as if on solid ground, showing no signs of fatigue, which only reinforced Zhu Yunyan's suspicions about her true nature. We were mistaken. She is not the self-serving celebrity we imagined, one who shies away from hardship and disregards the lives of herself and others. On the contrary, she is remarkably strong. Zhu Yunyang squinted as he spoke. Who? The other members of the observation group turned their gazes toward him, and the audience was left bewildered by his proclamation. Indeed, who is this handsome lieutenant colonel referring to? Could it be that venomous Mo Qilin? Impossible. But she is the only one who has been avoiding training. Before long, Zhu Yunyang confirmed their suspicions, pointing at Mo Qilin on the screen. I'm referring to her. Her? The members of the observation group were taken aback. Following their surprise, the audience erupted in mockery. Breaking news, the biggest joke of the year has emerged. Someone claims Mo Qilin is strong. Har har har, this is too funny. Mo Qilin strong, what a ridiculous boast without any basis. If she were strong, I would livestream eating dung from every corner of the nation. Is this another scheme to deceive and feed off others? Who is this man anyway? A lieutenant colonel, no less, spouting nonsense with his eyes wide open. Exactly. I thought he was more handsome than actor Fu, yet here he is trying to clear Mo Qilin's name. I wonder how he even became a lieutenant colonel. Perhaps he had some special connections. Do you even know who he is? He is the captain of our nation's most formidable special forces team and is recognized as the strongest special forces king in our country. On what grounds do you claim he has connections? That's typical. It's not surprising for a delusional fan to utter such absurdities. Previously, when a certain fan was apprehended, their fanatic supporters attempted a prison break and even discussed mass immigration, causing our nation to lose talent. They despise Mo Qilin, so in their twisted logic, anyone who speaks in her favor becomes their enemy, deserving of scorn. Zhu Yunyang disregarded the chaotic barrage of comments. Engaging with them was futile. This was the survival game's display screen, where the state had no jurisdiction to manage viewer conduct. He simply responded to the members of the observation group. Yes, it is indeed her. I sensed something unusual about her earlier. She is not as simple as she appears now. I am 100% certain. How so? The host inquired. Quite simply, walking in the desert is immensely taxing, akin to bearing an invisible burden. After a while, one would feel utterly drained, a fact well known to Mr. Liu, a seasoned wilderness explorer. Their highlighted explorer nodded. Indeed. However, observe her, she has been walking for 2 hours without pausing for a moment, not even breaking a sweat. Moreover, maintaining balance in the desert is quite challenging, as the uneven terrain and shifting sands cause individuals to sway, yet she exhibits no such instability, indicating her incredible steadiness. Furthermore, her strides remain consistently measured, devoid of any disarray, suggesting she has ample stamina, something unattainable without extensive long-distance training. The comments section erupted in a frenzy. Wow, it is indeed true. I stayed away from actor Fu and Baimai to see how long Mo Qilin could last, and the soldier's words hold merit. Mo Qilin has not rested at all. I can attest to that. My best friend is watching Baimai and actor Fu, and they have taken no fewer than 20 breaks. Forget about Fu Hanchuan and Jiyu Baozhu, I just checked the neighboring Bear country, and one of their competitors is an active special forces soldier, currently lying down in exhaustion, while Mo Qilin appears utterly unperturbed. How terrifying is that? No wonder she seemed so composed earlier. It turns out she possesses genuine skill. Har har, it seems my hopes are coming true. She can indeed last longer. Go for it. So she really is formidable. I suddenly have a change of heart about her. 666, just like that. Your principles are as fickle as your face, gone without a trace. Indeed, she is merely walking in the desert better than others. When faced with a beast, she would still be doomed. The audience's perceptions of Mo Qilin began to polarize, and the observation group started to regard her with newfound attention. Most notably, the military commander ordered an investigation into whether Zhang Qilin had undergone any wilderness training. In the desert, Zhang Qilin remained oblivious to the fact that she had astonished a multitude. She retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and drank a few sips, finishing it off. However, only a few hours into the game, she had already depleted a bottle of water. Continuing like this was unsustainable. Her water supply was limited, and once it was gone, she would be left with nothing. By then, she might not encounter any fire source pearls, but rather perish of thirst. Thus, the immediate priority was to locate water. Once the issue of hydration was resolved, she could ponder how to find the fire source pearls. After all, the survival game had provided no clues regarding the whereabouts of the fire source pearls. Everything relied solely on the competitors themselves. Chapter 8: The Desert Locust. Finding water in the desert is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhang Qilin halted, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she shifted her focus point. 2 hours prior, hadn't the system rewarded her with the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret technique? This could be utilized to locate water. The 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret technique was originally employed by the renowned tomb robbers, the Mojin Jiawei, to identify dragon veins and burial sites. Similarly, seeking water can be achieved through this method, as water is an indispensable element in the practice of feng shui. Zhang Qilin crouched down, tracing something in the sand with her finger. The audience in Huiguo watched in bewilderment. What is she doing? It seems she's drawing. Is she out of her mind, drawing in the sand? Then how do you think sand art came to be? This, unlike the audience's light-hearted banter, the members of the observation team were evidently more serious. As Zhang Qilin's drawing became increasingly discernible, the geomorphology and climate experts' eyes widened in astonishment. What she has drawn is the yin-yang bagua diagram. Just as geomorphology and architecture require an understanding of feng shui, this practice is not merely superstition. Feng shui, also known as yangdi, encompasses a philosophy that involves the natural environment and universal laws, hence he recognized it immediately. Among the audience were also many who studied geomorphology and architecture, and upon hearing the experts' words, they ceased their frivolous chatter and turned their attention to Zhang Qilin's drawing, confirming that it indeed was the yin-yang bagua diagram. "This young lady is quite remarkable," the expert remarked with a smile. Many young people today are unaware of what the yin-yang bagua is, let alone capable of drawing it. Yet, this young woman has not only depicted it but has done so with remarkable accuracy, which is truly rare. "Professor Zhang, can you discern her intention behind this drawing?" the host inquired. The geomorphology expert shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot ascertain her purpose at this moment. We shall have to wait for her to reveal it herself." The other members of the observation team nodded in agreement. Soon, the yin-yang bagua diagram was complete. Zhang Qilin picked up 3 slightly smooth stones and, extracting a dagger from her leg, inscribed a number on one side of each stone. Lacking copper coins, she had to make do with this. Zhang Qilin cupped the 3 stones in her palm, shaking them gently before casting them onto the yin-yang bagua diagram. The inscriptions on the stones represented yin and yang, just as the coins would. She tossed the stones in a diagonal line onto the diagram, with 2 numbers facing up and 1 without a number nestled in between. This arrangement represented the Kan hexagram. Kan symbolizes the north and water, and coincidentally, it landed precisely on the Kan position of the bagua diagram. Where 2 waters converge, rivers, lakes, and seas will follow. In essence, heading north would lead her to water. Zhang Qilin rose, confirming the northern direction with her compass, and without a moment's hesitation, she set off towards the north. The audience wore peculiar expressions. Did she just perform divination? It appears so. I thought she could merely draw a bagua diagram, but then she resorted to this kind of superstition. Exactly, those who dabble in superstition deserve to perish. Stop your nonsense. This is called Daoist theology, or mysticism, with dedicated schools and disciplines. If you don't understand, it's better to remain silent, lest you expose your ignorance. At that moment, seemingly to validate the audience's comments, Professor Zhao, a biologist, turned to Professor Zhang and asked, Old Zhang, you are the only one among us who comprehends feng shui and the bagua. Can you discern what she is calculating?" Professor Zhang answered somewhat uncertainly. From the hexagram and its orientation, it seems she is indeed seeking water. However, her method of divination differs from any I have encountered, so I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my assessment. Upon hearing this, the audience was left dumbfounded. Wait, is divination for real? It seems to be the case. Otherwise, these two professors wouldn't be having such a conversation, as it could jeopardize their reputations. But isn't this superstition? Superstition, you say? The previous audience member mentioned it was called mysticism. Indeed, why should the wisdom passed down by our ancestors be dismissed as superstition? Yet, those skilled in divination are typically elderly. How could someone as young as Mo Qilin truly possess this ability? What good is arguing about this now? We will know the truth once we see if she finds water. Who knows if she'll even survive until then? The Hoagua audience, who believed Mo Qilin could divine and find water, was almost non-existent. However, several hours later, they noticed the environment around Mo Qilin had transformed. The endless expanse of yellow sand was now dotted with cacti and unfamiliar plants, igniting a fervor among the spectators. The presence of vegetation signified that water was near. She was genuinely on the verge of discovering water. As the audience grappled with their disbelief, they marveled at the wonders of divination. Of course, there remained a few obstinate skeptics, insisting she was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, attributing her success solely to luck. In the desert, Mo Qilin approached a colossal cactus laden with ripe fruit. She intended to pluck a few, ensuring that once her supply of water ran out and before she found more, she wouldn't perish from thirst. Just as she gathered about 4 or 5 cactus fruits, she suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings behind her. Russell, sensing danger, Mo Qilin swiftly turned around. A swarm of enormous yellow-green insects was hurtling towards her at an alarming speed, dense and uncountable, resembling a vast cloud of yellow-green, both magnificent and daunting. By the heavens, desert locusts! What a calamity! Mo Qilin is doomed. She won't even be able to escape. In the previous round, several contestants from various countries encountered these creatures, and within mere seconds, they were all reduced to bones. It's terrifying. I never expected that after such a long time since the game began, Mo Qilin would be the first contestant from Hoagua to confront a beast. Not just Hoagua, but the first from all nations. It signifies her bad fortune, as if the survival game wishes for her early demise. That would be quite splendid. Damn, I can't stand this any longer. Can't you people be less malicious? Indeed, this is a matter of life and death. While some audience members reveled in her misfortune, others deemed it excessive. Regardless of their feelings towards Mo Qilin, she was still fighting for her country, and such treatment was unwarranted. However, those who defended her were quickly silenced by the malicious spectators, who were predominantly die-hard fans of Jiu Baizhu and Fu Hanchuan, capable of any cruelty. The members of the observation team were also growing anxious. This is troubling. She has encountered desert locusts, Professor Zhao sighed. I warned you. From the moment she strayed from her team, she was as good as dead, Mr. Liu remarked. Professor Zhang nodded in agreement, saying, Mr. Liu is right. Even if she hadn't encountered the desert locusts, she would have faced other beasts. Without equipment or weapons, her fate was sealed. However, Zhu Yunyang held a different opinion. His intuition had always been remarkably accurate, which was why he had survived numerous perilous missions. At this moment, his instincts told him that this female contestant must possess some means of dealing with the situation, for her calm demeanor bordered on the extraordinary. Chapter 9, The Might of Qilin Blood. Zhu Yunyang stroked his chin, unable to suppress his anticipation. The swarm of desert locusts soon approached Mo Qilin. These locusts were of considerable size, far surpassing ordinary locusts by several folds. As they flew, they created a rustling sound and stirred up a fierce wind, raising clouds of yellow sand. Not only that, their mandibles incessantly clicked and clacked, revealing dark brown saliva and razor-sharp, scythe-like teeth, as if they could crush anything in their path, a truly terrifying sight. Apart from Zhu Yunyang and Commander Li, the other members of the observation team had closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Only the audience's barrage of comments continued to scroll frantically. What the hell? Why is she still standing there? Why isn't she running? What good would that do? She'd just get caught anyway. Still, it's better than being eaten while standing still, right? Exactly, hurry and run. I think she's so scared she's gone dumb, not knowing how to react. I can't bear to watch anymore. The next scene is bound to be bloody and horrifying. Same here, the images of the competitors from the last round being devoured by the desert locusts left me with a month's worth of nightmares. I can't watch this, I'm switching to see what Fuingdi and the others are doing. TSK, a bunch of cowards. It's just eating a person, what's there to fear? Besides, it's that vile Mo Qilin being eaten, so there's even less reason to be afraid. Exactly, I want to see her get devoured in full view, then go out and celebrate. At this moment, the duality of human nature was vividly displayed. In the desert, Mo Qilin recognized these as desert locusts, of low rank, with an individual level of merely 1. However, they were among the apex predators of this desolate expanse, as they traveled in swarms, devouring everything in their path, leaving nothing behind. Just moments ago, she had witnessed several cacti vanish after being swept over by this horde of desert locusts, and now, they had set their sights on her, however, to think they could feast upon her. Not a chance. Mo Qilin squinted, removed her left glove, and with her right hand grasped a dagger, slicing into her left palm, she forcefully flung the blood that welled up towards the swarm of desert locusts, her movements clean and decisive. The audience, bewildered by her actions, was on the verge of mocking her for hastening her demise by attracting these locusts with her own blood, when an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The locusts seemed to encounter something terrifying, abruptly halting midair, with the foremost ones plummeting to the ground like raindrops, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. They were clearly dead. The remaining locusts in the air exhibited an unusual behavior, trembling violently as if gripped by fear. This was the power of Qilin blood, a natural and lethal counter to spiritual entities, insects, and toxins. Upon witnessing this incredible spectacle, the live broadcast of Mo Qilin's national fortune fell into a stunned silence, which soon erupted into chaos. What the hell? What is going on? She, stop with the she, it's making me anxious. Let me put it plainly, Mo Qilin just used her own blood to make those desert locusts stop. Not only did they stop, but those hit by her blood are dead, and the rest are clearly terrified. No way, whose blood could do that? Am I dreaming, or is this a hallucination? I was just about to say, how could such fantastical events occur in reality? Whether it's fantastical or not, I don't know, but she is incredible. What she just did was breathtaking. In the GU family, the members were initially focused on the national fortune broadcast featuring GU Baozhu, while only GUG paid attention to Mo Qilin, eager to see her demise. To his astonishment, not only did he not witness her death, but he also saw her display extraordinary prowess, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. GU mother stared at GUG screen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is there truly such a use for this beast's blood?" The GU family members shook their heads. "This is our first time learning about it." The Fu family shared similar sentiments, gazing at Mo Qilin on the screen, exchanging bewildered glances. Those in the elite circles and the entertainment industry who despised Mo Qilin were also lost in a daze, feeling as if the situation was surreal. The members of the observation team were equally unable to maintain their composure. A miracle. A miracle, so it turns out human blood is the nemesis of these desert locusts. If that is the case, other competitors need not fear the locusts. Commander Li of the military exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Not quite, Professor Zhao shook his head. If human blood were the nemesis of these locusts, the competitors from the first round wouldn't have been completely devoured. Old Zhao is correct. In the previous round, we clearly observed that the desert locusts were highly excited by human blood, so the notion that they would fear it doesn't hold. Professor Zhang added. The answer is evident. These desert locusts fear only her blood. Zhu Yunyang's eye sparkled with insight. His intuition had been spot on. She indeed had a way to contend with these locusts, though he hadn't anticipated that her method involved her own blood. But how did she know her blood could counter these locusts? Wait, if they are all human, why does only her blood have this effect? Mr. Liu questioned, perplexed. Perhaps her blood possesses some unique properties. Professor Zhao, being a biologist, was naturally intrigued by Mo Qilin's blood. if only we could collect a sample, but alas, she's in the game. As the audience listened to the observations from the team, their imaginations ran wild. Could it be that Mo Chilin's blood is toxic? Otherwise, how could those desert locusts die just from contact? Very likely, animals have a stronger sense of perception than humans, and those desert locusts are mutated beasts, so their perception must be even sharper. They likely sensed that Mo Chilin's blood was toxic, which is why they are afraid. Oh my god, is Mo Chilin essentially a toxic person, but how come she hasn't died herself? Have you ever seen a venomous snake poison itself? Mo Chilin's actions had indeed left everyone astonished, even attracting attention from other nations. After all, every nation's national fortune broadcast had viewers from other countries, as well as spies sent by foreign governments to gather intelligence. In an instant, millions of viewers flooded into the live broadcast from Huagua, with comments in various languages flying across the screen. Even the governments of other nations were busy making calls to Huagua, clandestinely probing into the nature of Mo Chilin's blood. Of course, Mo Chilin remained oblivious to all this. She gazed at the still trembling swarm of locusts in the air and coldly uttered a single word: leave. Whoosh, the swarm of desert locusts instantly seemed to receive a pardon, veering away in flight. If not for the carcasses of locusts littering the ground, one might have thought that everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Wow, that command was so damn cool. It made those locusts scurry away with their wings tucked. I agree, it was truly impressive. How come I never noticed before that she is actually quite beautiful, possessing divine beauty? Chapter 10 Game Announcement. It must be something to do with her makeup. Her face has an ethereal quality, yet she has always donned heavy makeup in her appearances, which utterly clashes with her natural features, rendering her appearance rather peculiar. Indeed, I found some of her promotional photos, and the makeup is quite subpar. What is her management team thinking? If they had properly styled her, I might not harbor such disdain for her. Exactly, though I must admit her current masculine attire is quite striking. It is explosive, and coupled with her unsmiling demeanor, it exudes an air of aloofness and mystery that captivates me, a group of individuals whose perspectives are dictated by their superficial judgments. Just because that wretched Mo can drive away desert locusts with her blood, have you all forgotten the repugnant deeds she has committed in the past? I concur. Aloofness, no, that is clearly just gloominess. The two factions of spectators were engaged in a heated debate. However, following this incident, the number of people who despised Mo Chilin had significantly diminished. Even Mom, Dad, Mo Chilin is just like us. She is your child. Does that mean our blood can also do what hers does? Ji looked at his parents, his face flushed with excitement, trembling all over. His words left the Jiu family momentarily stunned, before they erupted with enthusiasm as if struck by enlightenment. Exactly. Mo Chilin shares the same blood as us. There is no reason her blood can accomplish feats ours cannot. Jiu slammed his palm down. So, it seems Mo Chilin has indeed benefited from our parents' lineage. Jiu Baoyu scoffed. That wretch, if she had known our family's blood could Instead, she chose to keep it a secret, clearly hoping for their demise. Jiu mother glared at Mo Chilin, who was bandaging her wounds on the national broadcast, her eyes seemingly poisoned with fury. How can she be so malicious? Dad, we must relay this information to Lao-san. This way, when he and Baoju encounter desert locusts or other monsters, their chances of survival will be significantly increased. Jiu Chen turned to his father. His father nodded. I will reach out to the National Observation Group immediately. They will recognize that Lao-san can lead the other contestants to safety and will surely not refuse to grant him visual commentary. Wait. Jiu halted his father's hand mid-reach for his phone. If we do that, won't it expose Mo Chilin and Baoju's identities? Jiu Chen replied coolly. If it gets exposed, so be it. Regardless, Baoju is family, and that fact will not change due to her identity being revealed. What matters most now is ensuring Lao-san and Baoju return alive. National Observation Group. Wait, how did she? Mr. Liu exclaimed, rising in agitation as he watched the locusts take flight on the national broadcast. Shoal and Tishi have killed them all. That horde of locusts numbers in the hundreds of thousands. How could she possibly kill them all? Zhu Yunyang shot him a glance, finding his reasoning lacking. Why not? Aren't those locusts frightened of her blood? They were frozen in place. If she had killed them, she would have gained hundreds of thousands of points, which could be exchanged for substantial rewards for our nation. Have you considered that she only possesses a stick and a dagger? How long would it take to kill them all? Zhu Yunyang frowned. Commander Li chimed in. Xiao Chu is right. With so many locusts, it would take days to finish them off. The most critical factor is whether the food and water she brought can sustain her for that long. Mr. Liu was left speechless. In truth, Mo Qilin had contemplated exterminating all the locusts, but she soon realized that the efficacy of her Qilin blood was limited and would be depleted once used. Unless she continuously bled, the moment her Qilin blood ran out, the locusts would devour her entirely. However, to maintain such a state of continuous bleeding would require exhausting all her blood. Hence, she had no choice but to let these desert locusts go. After bandaging her wounds, Mo Qilin donned her gloves once more, adjusted her hat's brim, and prepared to move forward. At that moment, an announcement from the national survival game appeared. Announcement: Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has killed level 1 desert locust X1, earning 1 point. Announcement: Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has killed level 1 desert locust X2, earning 2 points. Announcement: Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has killed level 1 desert locust X3, earning 3 points. A flurry of announcements scrolled incessantly, dazzling to behold. This announcement was akin to a global broadcast within the game, visible not only to the audience in China. In a desolate section of the desert, Ji Baoyu and her companions were taking a respite. They were fortunate to have left the sandy terrain behind and arrived at this stony expanse. The gravel here was scant, with numerous rocky cliffs that could shield them from the wind and sandstorms, making it an excellent campsite. Brother Hanchuan, what is troubling you? You've seemed preoccupied since earlier. Ji Baoyu approached Fu Hanchuan, offering him a bottle of water. Fu Hanchuan accepted the water, setting it aside, his face betraying his simmering anger and irritation. It's still about Mo Qilin. It's been so long, and she hasn't caught up with us. Ji Baoyu's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Yes, I didn't expect my sister to be so stubborn, but thankfully she is still alive. However, we cannot continue like this. Brother Hanchuan, why don't we head back to find her? Her fans began to chime in again. War, Baomai is so sweet, still thinking of going back for that drama queen Mo Qilin. Baomai, don't go back, Mo Qilin is fine on her own. Indeed, Baomai, Mo Qilin can traverse and slay insects without needing your help. Focus on protecting yourself. We're all waiting for you to emerge from the game unscathed. No need to go back. Fu Hanchuan also rejected Ji Baoyu's suggestion. The desert is vast. Even if we retrace our steps, we might not find her. That is true. We'll just have to see if my sister can reunite with us later. Ji Baoyu sighed outwardly, but internally she loathed Mo Qilin, thinking how fortunate she was to still be alive after all this time. However, she was eager to see just how long Mo Qilin could endure. As she was lost in thought, the announcement from the national survival game appeared again. Announcement: Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has killed level 1 desert locust X86, earning 86 points. Fu Hanchuan was taken aback. Fu Lingyu could hardly believe her eyes. Ji Yujing rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he must have misread. The mouths of the other 5 contestants were agape, as if they could fit a duck egg inside. Only Ji Baoyu stood up, unable to accept the reality, her expression twisted in a scream. Impossible, this cannot be. How could that wretched Mo Qilin possess the ability to slay monsters? As soon as her words left her mouth, Fu Hanchuan and the other 8 turned to her, their expression stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 11, Internal Conflicts. What did she just say? Wretched woman, whether it was Fu Hanchuan, Ji Yujing, or Fu Lingyu, the impact at this moment was profound. All along, Ji Baoyu had been a gentle, gracious, and understanding girl. Even when she was constantly targeted and bullied by Mo Qilin, she could still smile and forgive. Thus, they felt a deep sense of protectiveness towards her, caring for her and striving to do their utmost for her well-being. Yet now, she was cursing with a twisted expression, uttering the words, wretched woman, leaving them feeling utterly alienated. The audience was equally taken aback, especially Jiyu Baoju's fans, who were left in a state of confusion. Bao Mai, what she just said, it must be fake, an illusion, it has to be an illusion. Indeed, I must have misheard. Bao Mai is so wonderful, she could never curse like a shrew. You might have misheard, but it's hard to mistake her expression. Jiyu Baoju was baring her teeth. How do you explain that? Har, I always thought Jiyu Baoju was a bit fake. A normal person wouldn't remain so composed after being bullied repeatedly, yet, she seemed unperturbed, always treating Mo Qilin with kindness. Clearly, something was amiss, and it has finally been revealed. Exactly. I used to casually mention this and was mercilessly criticized, afraid to show my face. But now, I fear nothing. Rumor has it, some questioned Mo Qilin's management team for not providing her with suitable makeup. However, the truth is, Mo Qilin has no management team at all. She uses Jiyu Baoju's makeup artist for every shoot and event. So, who is truly bullying whom remains to be seen. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Baoju ever bully that wretched Mo Qilin? Right? Are you fans of Mo Qilin? That 18-line nobody actually has fans. The comments section erupted into chaos once again. Jiyu Baoju remained oblivious to the cracks forming in the perfect image she had carefully cultivated, still biting her fingernails and repeatedly murmuring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible." Fooling you felt a shiver run down her spine. Brother, why does she seem a bit neurotic? Fu Hanchuan said nothing, his thin lips pressed together, his gaze dark as he stared at Jiyu Baoju, lost in thought. Seeing their reactions, Jiyu Jing understood that if this continued, Baoju might become just like Mo Qilin in their eyes. He hurried over, saying, "Baoju, stop talking." Jiyu Baoju regained her composure, realizing what she had just done. Her face paled as she tentatively asked, "Third brother, what did I say?" "You called Mo Qilin a wretched woman." Fooling you replied candidly. Jiyu Baoju's pupils contracted, they truly had heard her. What would Fu Hanchuan think of her now? In a panic, she turned to Fu Hanchuan, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, I didn't mean it. I just heard people say that about my sister so often that it slipped out. Hanchuan, you believe me, don't you? Third brother, you believe me. I believe you, Jiyu Jing reassured her. She was his beloved younger sister for 20 years, if he didn't trust her, who would? Jiyu Baoju felt deeply moved. Thank you, third brother, and Hanchuan, I believe you too. Fu Hanchuan offered her a faint smile. Perhaps he was overthinking, everyone makes mistakes in their speech. He couldn't dismiss her entirely for a single statement that contradicted her usual demeanor, that would be unfair to her. Moreover, she had grown up before his eyes. Jiyu Baoju's fans began to rally once more. Har, I knew Bao Mai didn't mean it, she just spoke too quickly. Exactly, with Jiyu Sanshao and Fu Yingdi believing her, doesn't that say something? Let's all be more cautious in the future. If we want to criticize Mo Qilin, let's do it in private, in fan groups. We shouldn't lead Bao Mai astray. Understood. TSK, Jiyu Baoju's fans are truly something, whatever the master says is gospel, self-deception at its finest. Equally unconvinced was Fooling You. She looked at Fu Hanchuan, finding the situation absurd. Brother, you really believe her? A woman's perspective on another woman differs from that of a man. Jiyu Baoju's recent behavior had shattered her illusion completely. With the filter shattered, when she looked at Jiyu Baoju again, everything appeared false. Jiyu Baoju narrowed her eyes. That wretched woman dared to sow discord between her and Hanchuan, lowering her eyelids to conceal the darkness in her eyes. Jiyu Baoju suddenly burst into tears. I'm sorry, Ling Yu. I've disappointed you. I think I should leave, just like my sister, and act alone. I won't be a bother to you. With that, she pretended to walk away. Baoju. Jiyu Jing urgently grasped her arm, angrily shouting at Fooling You, you are truly malicious to want to drive Baoju away, putting her in danger. The Jiyu family was equally furious. Had the Fu family not held more power than they did, they would have demanded an explanation from them. Are you out of your mind? When did I force her to leave? She wants to leave on her own, I never said anything. Fu Lingyu was so enraged she almost laughed. However, her frustration was compounded by Fu Hanquan's response. Lingyu, no matter what, Baozhu is leaving because of you. Apologize to her immediately. Brother. Fu Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to apologize to her for what? I did nothing wrong. Hanquan, it's fine, just let it be as Lingyu said. I wanted to leave on my own, Jiyu Baozhu interjected, holding Fu Hanquan's arm with a bitter expression. Fu Lingyu felt nauseated. Lingyu, I will say this once more, apologize. Fu Hanquan's authoritative tone brooked no argument. No way, I will not apologize to her, not in a million years. Fu Lingyu stormed off in tears. She had been blind not to see Jiyu Baozhu's true nature and had even hoped for her to become her sister-in-law. Watching Fu Lingyu's retreating figure, Fu Hanquan felt his authority as an elder brother was being challenged, and his expression darkened. I'm sorry, Baozhu. Lingyu is being unreasonable. I apologize on her behalf. It's all right, Lingyu is still young. I won't hold it against her, Jiyu Baozhu replied graciously, feigning nonchalance while secretly reveling in her success. Her fans began to boast about her once again in the comments, eager to shower her with every beautiful word imaginable, while simultaneously attacking Fu Lingyu, much like they did with Mo Qilin. The other 5 contestants had not been involved in the personal conflicts among the group. Although they referred to themselves as a team, they were essentially 2 separate groups. Fu Hanquan and his 3 companions formed one, while the other 5 contestants constituted another, merely walking together. Thus, while Fu Hanquan's group was embroiled in conflict, the remaining 5 contestants sat together, watching the announcements. Wow, this young lady is incredible. She managed to slay over 100 desert locusts. Apart from Jiyu Baozhu and Fu Lingyu, another female contestant, Zhu Yangyang, stared at the screen with admiration. Yes, and she had no equipment or weapons. How did she do it? The other 4 contestants marveled in astonishment. Chapter 12, The Emergence of Eliminators. Upon hearing the announcement, Fu Hanquan and his companions recalled the pressing matters at hand, redirecting their gazes to the luminous screen before them. Announcement. Contestant Mo Qilin from Huigua has successfully exterminated 105 desert locusts, earning a total of 105 points. Jiyu Baozhu, consumed by jealousy, nearly ground her molars to dust, yet wore a facade of happiness for Mo Qilin, exclaiming, Sister Yang Yang is absolutely right. My sister is truly remarkable, having slain such a multitude of desert locusts. However, as Li and the others pointed out, she did so without any equipment or weapons. How could she possibly achieve that? Fu Lingyu scoffed, having just condemned someone for their lowly nature, now she was lavishing praise. How hypocritical! Fu Hanquan and Ji Yujing regarded the screen with a whirlwind of emotions. They were equally baffled by how Mo Qilin had accomplished such a feat initially. They had assumed that her departure would render her powerless, destined only to return in tears, begging for their aid. Yet, to their astonishment, she had silently dispatched so many desert locusts. Those were otherworldly beasts. After a brief moment, Fu Hanquan tentatively voiced a speculation. Perhaps she encountered contestants from other nations who assisted her. I shall inquire, Ji Yujing declared, tapping the screen before him, causing another display to materialize beside the National Survival Game interface. The contestants could not summon the National Survival Game screen. It would only manifest to announce the results upon the slaying of otherworldly beasts or in the event of death. The sole interface they could summon was the chat screen provided by the National Survival Game. The chat screen was abuzz with activity, as contestants from around the globe engaged in discussions centered around Mo Qilin's extermination of the desert locusts. Beautiful country Smith, when defer, oh heavens, this must be a hoax. I refuse to believe it. Frank Country Frankfurt, precisely. In the previous round, our contestants encountered desert locusts and only managed to incinerate a portion using the latest flamethrowers, but they were soon consumed by the remaining locusts. There's no way that Huigua woman could have survived their onslaught. Woku Country Sato Dero, hence, it must be false. Huigua individuals are only skilled at boasting. Kimkai Country Li Dashuan. Indeed, only our galactic empire can slay otherworldly beasts. The National Survival Game must have erred in nationality. Mo Qilin should rightfully belong to our galactic empire. I strongly demand that the National Survival Game rectify her nationality. 3 Country Saipan. Is there any contestant from another nation willing to form a team? The greater the number, the higher the chances of survival. Kangaroo Country Wilson, get lost, who would cooperate with you when your weaponry is so outdated? Monkey Country Wan Huang Wei. Oh help us, Huagua, we are also besieged by desert locusts, please share your methods for exterminating them. Luxury Country Ramoner, we are in the same predicament, Huagua, hurry. At this moment, numerous nations were grappling with desert locusts, urgently tagging Huagua contestants in search of extermination techniques. Fu Hanchuan and his companions remained in the dark regarding how Mo Qilin had dispatched the locusts, thus refraining from contributing to the conversation. Mo Qilin, even less inclined to respond, was about to close the chat screen when she noticed a sudden change in the number of participants. It had decreased from 2333 to 2221, a loss of 112 individuals. Simultaneously, the National Survival Game interface presented yet another announcement. Contestants from Monkey Country, Luxury Country, and Maori Country have been attacked by desert locusts and have all perished. The chat screen fell into an immediate hush, and the global audience fell silent. Even though they were aware that fatalities would occur, the reality of death rendered them unable to remain composed. Moreover, this was not the end. The National Survival Game issued another announcement. Due to the complete elimination of contestants from the aforementioned countries, they will face the repercussions of the locust disaster. Oh. No? Exactly, they are the ones who perished, why must our entire nation suffer? It's all the fault of Huagua. If they possessed a method to slay otherworldly beasts, they should have disclosed it sooner. The audiences from these nations were nearly driven to madness, incessantly protesting in the comments. Yet regardless of their outcries, the locust disaster in their countries could not be averted. Soon, the global audience witnessed on television news as crops, flora, and trees in these nations were entirely devoured by locusts. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary locusts. Had they been desert locusts, it would have likely led to human casualties as well. While the world watched in terror, they simultaneously felt relief that their own contestants had not encountered desert locusts. Otherwise, their nations would have suffered the same fate as those afflicted. This is the National Survival Game. Commander Lee's expression was grave, further deepening his understanding of the game's brutality. Professor Zhao sighed, these nations will soon confront a significant food crisis. Strange, in the previous round, contestants from the nations that faced desert locusts also perished, yet they did not incur such severe penalties. Why is this time different? Professor Zhang furrowed his brow deeply. Indeed, have the rules changed? Mr. Liu questioned in confusion. It is likely due to the blue star. Do not forget, the National Survival Game exists because our blue star is on the brink of destruction. Therefore, the game must impose increasingly severe penalties to compel us to discover the source of power to restore blue star. Zhu Yinyang speculated, her voice heavy. The members of the observation team felt a weight in their hearts upon hearing. In the desert, Mo Qilin disregarded the contestants from various nations tagging her in the chat screen and directly accessed her personal profile to review her information. The information was straightforward, comprising her name and points, with a leaderboard and exchange shop accompanying the points. Upon entering the leaderboard, she found herself at the pinnacle with 105 points, a striking contrast to the remaining contestants, all of whom had 0 points. Soon losing interest, Mo Qilin exited the leaderboard and entered the exchange shop. The shop was replete with an array of items, from food and water to aircraft and artillery. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, with a single bottle of water costing 100 points. In essence, the points she had painstakingly earned were only sufficient to exchange for a mere bottle of water. Feeling perturbed, Mo Qilin exited the shop, her previously expressionless visage now even more devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a private message popped up. Huagua Jiu Jing, where are you now? Which nation's contestants are you with? What was that announcement about? Did you truly slay those desert locusts, or did you engage in some unspeakable act that compelled those contestants to assist you? What a lunatic! Mo Qilin silently cursed, too disinterested to respond, and promptly closed the chat screen. Chapter 13, The True and False Heirs. Some viewers found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Jiu Jing's remarks. Wait, what does the third young master Jiu mean by that? What does he mean by committing unspeakable acts? Is he implying that he is slandering Huang Yao? It's evident that he is spreading baseless rumors, suggesting that Mo Qilin has resorted to selling her body to exterminate those desert locusts. Good heavens, I suddenly find him utterly despicable. Even if I don't like Mo Qilin, I would never stoop to slandering her, yet he, who treats Mo Qilin like a sister, shamelessly engages in such slander that I can't help but wonder if this is his usual behavior. Exactly. He cannot achieve what others have done, so he accuses them of doing it through shameful means. How can he be so shameless? Am I the only one who thinks Jiyu Sanchao's suspicions are valid? Mo Qilin was once a mistress who snatched actor Fu away from Bao Mai, not to mention her entanglements with male celebrities. Is it so strange for her to exploit her body for profit? Have you actually seen her do that? In the desolate Gobi, Jiyu Jing, frustrated by the lack of responses to his messages, slammed his fist against the nearby rock pillar. Jiyu Baozhu, ever eager to escalate the situation, added fuel to the fire. Third brother, what should we do if sister isn't he replying? If she chooses not to respond, then so be it. I shall see how long she can curry favor with competitors from other nations. Jiyu Jing glared furiously. Fu Hanchuan's brow was tightly furrowed, filled with ire and agitation. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Mo Qilin being with other men, or potentially having been with them, ignited a murderous rage within him. Our sister is being excessively temperamental this time. Not only is she ignoring our messages, but she also neglects to share methods to eliminate the desert locusts with the competitors from other nations, Jiyu Baozhu lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. If it were me, I would have certainly shared. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to survive together? Jiyu Baozhu, are you out of your mind? Zhu Yangyang could no longer contain herself, springing to her feet. Why should our sister inform competitors from other nations? Let us not forget that we are rivals. Sharing that information would only aid them in strengthening their country against ours. Exactly, Miss Jiyu, you may be a celebrated star with wealth to spare, thriving in any country, but we are merely ordinary citizens. The only support we have is from our nation, and I absolutely will not allow any factors that could threaten our country to emerge. Precisely. The other four competitors stood in solidarity with Zhu Yangyang. Fu Lingyu watched with delight as the drama unfolded. I didn't mean it like that. Jiyu Baozhu panicked. Initially, she aimed to label Mo Qilin as selfish and cold-hearted, hoping to incite greater disdain from these five and the audience. Instead, her attempt backfired, drawing their ire instead. These five were merely common folk. How dared they confront her? She was the esteemed daughter of the Jiyu family. Have you all said enough? Baozhu is simply kind-hearted. She hasn't committed any heinous acts. Who do you think you are to chastise my sister? If you're dissatisfied, then leave. Jiyu Jing protectively shielded Jiyu Baozhu, glaring fiercely at Zhu Yangyang and her companions. Third brother, Jiyu Baozhu whimpered, feeling aggrieved. Fu Lingyu rolled her eyes. This wretched girl could switch from calm to tears in an instant. Zhu Yangyang and her group's faces fluctuated between red and white, yet they remained steadfast. They understood the strength in numbers. The audience, too, expressed discontent with Jiyu Baozhu's remarks. After all, they were ordinary people reliant on their nation for survival. Jiyu Baozhu's recent comments showed a blatant disregard for their plight, despite their unwavering support for her. The observation team and the host shook their heads in disapproval. This female competitor is kind, but her kindness is blind and overly presumptuous. Kindness? Zhu Yunyang could not restrain a scoff. Kindness isn't merely lip service. It requires tangible action. Thus far, this Jiyu Baozhu has only been kind in words, failing to perform any genuine acts of kindness. Therefore, whether her kindness is true or false remains to be seen. The Jiyu family was incensed. What does this Zhu fellow know? Exactly, Baozhu has grown up under our watchful eyes. How could we not know her character? I'm filing a complaint. I'll ensure he can no longer serve as a soldier. By the way, dear, have you made contact with the observation team? I just saw a comment stating that the contestants from Jurian country, who passed through the area where Baozhu and the third young master were attacked by desert locusts and perished. Now those locusts are heading their way. Jiyu mother exclaimed in distress. Jiyu father nodded. Rest assured, I've made contact, we should receive news shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a soldier approached Commander Li and whispered a few words. Commander Li's expression brightened. Really? The soldier nodded. Good, I understand. After the soldier departed, Zhu Yunyang inquired, Commander, what is the news? Excellent news, the Jiyu family from Haisha just contacted us, confirming that the blood of contestant Jiyu Jing and contestant Mo Qilin is identical, both capable of repelling desert locusts. We hope to send a visual message to contestant Jiyu Jing. Identical. The other members of the observation team were taken aback. How can they be certain? They stated that Jiyu Jing and Mo Qilin are full-blood siblings. Commander Li replied. The audience erupted in chaos. Wendefer, what is this? Full siblings, aren't they supposed to be foster brother and sister? Exactly, 2 years ago, the GU Group's official website explicitly stated that Mo Qilin was their adopted daughter. How has this suddenly changed to being biological? Wait a moment, hasn't anyone noticed a significant discrepancy? The Jiyu family claims that Jiyu Sanxiao's blood is the same as Mo Qilin's but has not mentioned that Jiyu Baoju's blood is the same. Oh wow, that is true. Both are children of the family. It makes no sense for only Jiyu Jing to donate blood to combat the locusts. After all, no one can predict how many locust swarms they will encounter. Forcing Jiyu Jing to give blood alone is insufficient, thus, the truth is undeniable, Jiyu Baoju is not the biological child of the Jiyu family. Oh. This is a lot to process. Let me wrap my head around this. One biological child is labeled an adopted daughter, while one who is not biological is claimed as such. This is a classic case of true and false heirs. Good heavens, I suddenly feel sympathy for Mo Qilin. She is, after all, the biological child yet has been branded an adopted daughter. No wonder she bullies Jiyu Baoju. I wouldn't be able to endure it either. What are the Jiyu family thinking? Chapter 14, The True Face of Jiyu Baoju. I cannot fathom the thought process of the Jiyu family. All I know is that they certainly harbor disdain for Mo Qilin. Otherwise, they would not have taken her in as a foster daughter. Furthermore, I now suspect that Jiyu Baoju's kindness is merely a facade. If she were genuinely benevolent, why would she not restore Mo Qilin's rightful identity and instead continually appear before her to provoke her? I'm sorry, but I cannot accept the notion of a false heiress. The mere thought of my biological parents choosing to love someone who has usurped my identity, while denying my own, fills me with a murderous rage. Therefore, I must sever my ties with Jiyu Baoju. In an instant, Jiyu Baoju's fanbase began to dwindle, while Mo Qilin's supporters surged. Witnessing this unfolding drama, the Jiyu family was seething with fury. Jiyu mother solemnly declared, it is truly an injustice towards Baoju. Once she survives the national survival game, we shall make amends to her. The members of the Jiyu family nodded in agreement. Although the observation team was equally astonished and perplexed by the matter of the Jiyu family's true and false heiresses, they felt it was inappropriate to intervene, as this was ultimately a family affair. After a brief discussion, they decided to send a visual message to Jiyu Jing. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiyu Jing's blood could counter the desert locusts, which was beneficial for the other competitors and the nation alike. In the desert wasteland, Jiyu Jing cradled Jiyu Baoju in his arms, gently soothing her. There, Baoju, do not cry, third brother has already taught them a lesson. Thank you, third brother, Jiyu Baoju replied, her face brimming with gratitude as she emerged from his embrace. Jiyu Jing handed her a piece of paper, and suddenly, a line of golden text appeared before her. Sad smiley, desert locusts are about to attack. Please prepare yourself. Your blood can repel the desert locusts, preventing them from advancing. Jiyu Jing was taken aback. What is this? Fu Hanchuan and the others also approached swiftly. It's a visual message from the government, Fu Hanchuan explained. Jiyu Baoju, filled with excitement, shook Jiyu Jing's arm. This is wonderful, third brother, it means your blood can combat the desert locusts. Is that so? Jiyu Jing was suddenly taken aback, astonished that his blood possessed such a property. The others, initially concerned about the impending locust attack, felt a wave of relief wash over them and began to lavish praise upon Jiyu Jing. Only Fooling You raised a skeptical eyebrow. Why is it that only his blood works? What makes him so special compared to us? The others fell silent, realizing the lack of logic in that assertion. Little Ling Yu, I understand you may have grievances against me and third brother, but this is a message from the nation. It cannot be erroneous, can it? Jiyu Baozhu turned to Fu Lingyu, smirking with a sense of triumph hidden from others. Just as Fu Lingyu was about to retort, Fu Hanchuan interjected, Baozhu is right. The government would not jest about such matters, regardless of why only Jiyu Jing's blood is effective. If we wish to survive the locust onslaught, we must rely on him. Fu Lingyu fell silent. Look! The desert locusts are coming. Suddenly, Zhu Yinyan's expression changed drastically as she pointed towards the sky. The others quickly turned to see a vast swarm of desert locusts surging towards them like an unstoppable tide. Run! Fu Hanchuan immediately took charge. Everyone sprinted forward, firing their weapons at the advancing desert locusts as they fled. Jiyu Jing, however, did not shoot. Instead, he took the military dagger issued by the government and made an incision in his palm, deliberately enduring the pain to smear his blood upon each individual. The competitors felt a sense of relief wash over them as they were doused in his blood. The last two runners, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, chose to stop, believing they could fend off the locusts and earn points by defeating them. However, the grim reality was that the desert locusts did not halt their advance. Rather, they became even more fervent in their pursuit, engulfing the two competitors in an instant. The horrified screams of the two victims never escaped their lips as they were devoured, leaving nothing but crimson skeletons in their wake. This harrowing scene shocked not only Fu Hanchuan and his companions but also the audience and the observation team. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back my vomit, that was horrifying. This is it. I am going to have nightmares tonight. Wait, what just happened? Didn't Jiyu Jing just bleed? Why didn't the locusts stop? Don't you get it? It indicates that Jiyu Jing's blood is ineffective. How can that be? Aren't he and Mo Qilin biological siblings? This question resonated even within the observation team. Isn't the Jiyu family always claiming that their bloodlines are identical? Is this what they mean by identical? Commander Li slammed the table in fury. After all, he had trusted the Jiyu family's claims when sending the visual message to the competitors. The deaths of the contestants now meant that he had indirectly caused their demise. How could he bear such a burden? Most importantly, would the competitors continue to trust the government after this? The members of the Jiyu family were equally flabbergasted, repeatedly exclaiming that it was impossible. In the desert wasteland, Fu Hanchuan, displaying some leadership qualities, quickly regained his composure and urged everyone to continue running, searching for a place to hide. The remaining 6 finally snapped back to reality, following his lead without hesitation. There's a cave ahead. Zhu Yanyan exclaimed, pointing at the entrance with a glimmer of hope on her face. Fu Hanchuan also saw a glimmer of possibility. Quick, into the cave. Desert locusts do not consume metal. Once we are inside, we can take out the folding shields to block the entrance. No one disagreed. In no time, Fu Hanchuan was the first to dive into the cave, followed by Zhu Yanyan, Jiyu Jing, Fu Lingyu, and then a male contestant named Lin Shuheng. The cave was small, and with 5 individuals, it was nearly full, leaving barely enough room for one more, but no space for a 7th. Seeing this, Jiyu Baozhu's malevolent thoughts festered within her. She, having average physical endurance, was lagging behind and would likely not make it into the cave. However, she was not willing to die. Jiyu Baozhu fixated on the contestant ahead of her, her eyes narrowing with resolve as she grabbed his backpack. The contestant immediately found himself unable to move, turning around to unleash a torrent of curses, only to be met with Jiyu Baozhu's sinister smile. Realizing the peril he was in, he attempted to shake her off, but it was too late. Jiyu Baozhu pushed him to the ground and swiftly darted into the cave, feigning ignorance of Fu Hanchuan and the others' shocked and incredulous gazes as she hurriedly used the folding shields to seal off the last remaining gap at the entrance. The contestant outside was overtaken by the desert locusts, meeting a tragic end filled with resentment. Announcement: Chinese contestants Li Qiang, Zhang Qilin, and Wen Defer have been attacked by desert locusts and have been eliminated. Mo Qilin halted, gazing at the sudden appearance of the national survival game screen before her. Had Jiyu Baozhu and the others encountered the desert locusts as well? Yet, why had only 3 perished? While the 4 from Jiyu Baiju's group remained unscathed, Mo Qilin clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing that those 4 were simply riding on a wave of luck. Chapter 15, Jiyu Baiju provokes public outrage. At this moment, the audience was on the brink of insanity. What on earth did I just witness? Jiyu Baiju pushed Wendefer out to save herself. I saw it too. She was laughing while she did it. That laughter sent chills down my spine and raised the hairs on my arms. This is impossible, it's a fabrication. Bao Mai is not that kind of person. If that's not true, then enlighten me about what is. Wendefer's skeleton is still lying there. It is an undeniable fact that Jiyu Baiju, in her desperate bid for survival, sacrificed Wendefer to buy herself time. Indeed, this is the gentle and kind-hearted Bao Mai you all speak of. I dare say even Mo Qilin cannot compare. No matter how wicked Mo Qilin is, she has never caused anyone's death, while Jiyu Baiju went straight for murder. Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. Ever since the revelation of the truth about Jiyu Baiju and Mo Qilin being imposters, I have suspected that Jiyu Baiju is no ordinary character. The stench of Mo Qilin's reputation is so foul that I would stand on my head and defecate if it weren't for her involvement. Now, I am utterly convinced of my suspicions. Jiyu Baiju could laugh while sending Wendefer to his demise without any past grievances between them. How could she possibly forgive Mo Qilin, whom she has a vendetta against? War, how could this happen? Jiyu Baiju, I admired you so much, why would you do this? War, I believe Jiyu Baiju did nothing wrong. Come on, this is a survival game for national fortune. If one doesn't look out for themselves, they may face dire consequences. What could possibly be more important than ensuring one's own survival? Self-preservation is one thing, but that should apply to adversaries, not teammates. Her actions raise the question, who would be willing to trust their teammates again after this? Exactly. If you were chosen in the next round of the national survival game and had a teammate treat you like that, would you still think the same way? The audience was indignant. Jiyu Baiju had decisively crossed their threshold of tolerance. Consequently, her fanbase plummeted from tens of millions to mere millions, and the decline showed no signs of abating. Even the Jiyu family found themselves speechless, unable to defend Jiyu Baiju, as the image of her pushing someone was still vivid in their minds, leaving them utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that their beloved daughter-sister would commit such an act. Moreover, Jiyu Baiju's friends were now engulfed in fear. Thankfully, Jiyu Baiju had not betrayed them in secret. Otherwise, they might all be contemplating rebirth by now. In the observation room, Professors Zhang and Zhao, both devoted to academia, had encountered many forms of malice, yet nothing could compare to the direct threat to life that Jiyu Baiju represented. They found themselves momentarily rendered speechless. Only Chu Yunyang, Commander Li, and Mr. Liu, accustomed to darker realities, quickly regained their composure. This contestant, Jiyu Baiju, while appearing to save her own life, has effectively forfeited it. In future encounters, not only will the other contestants refrain from aiding her, but they will also regard her with suspicion, perhaps even abandon her, Mr. Liu stated with disdain. He detested individuals like her above all else. He recalled a time when he and a few colleagues ventured into an uninhabited zone, where one of them, much like Jiyu Baiju, had cast another colleague to their death in a desperate bid for survival. Ultimately, when that colleague faced danger, no one chose to rescue them, as there was no assurance that they wouldn't be betrayed in the process. Commander Li nodded gravely. You are right. At any time, relying on treachery against teammates for survival is a cardinal sin. Xiaoxie, inform the broadcasting authority to permanently ban this female contestant's works, and contact the Haisha police to negotiate compensation for the family of contestant Wendefer, and collect blood samples from the Jiyu family for testing. Understood. A soldier in the arid desert and within a cave, Jiyu Baiju remained oblivious to her impending downfall. She was huddled with 5 others, clutching a folding shield, desperately fending off the onslaught of desert locusts outside. The locusts, clearly aware of the food within, incessantly battered against the shield, attempting to breach it. The arms of Jiyu Baiju and her companions grew numb from the impact, yet they could only grit their teeth and endure to avoid being devoured. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the outside fell silent. Zhu Yangyang cautiously shifted the shield to peer outside. revealing a clear blue sky devoid of locusts. She was instantly filled with elation. We can stop blocking now. The locusts have flown away, realizing they cannot break through. Wonderful. The group rejoiced and lowered the shield. The cave was once again illuminated, allowing everyone to feel the reassuring presence of life. Wow, Fu Lingyu could no longer contain her tears. As the sole daughter of the Fu family, she had been pampered and privileged all her life, never having encountered such peril. Just moments ago, she had nearly lost her life. Lingyu, in the real world, Fu's parents were heartbroken, yet they could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. The only one capable of comforting Fu Lingyu was Fu Hanchuan. He gently stroked her head, permitting her to cry, knowing that once she released her emotions, she would be all right. Zhu Yangyang and Lin Shuheng were busy nursing their sore arms. At this juncture, Ji Baozhu retrieved a bottle of spray from her camouflage bag. I have a muscle relaxing spray here, would anyone like to use some? A heavy silence fell over the group. Fu Hanchuan ceased stroking Fu Lingyu's head, and she stopped crying. Zhu Yangyang and Lin Shuheng halted their massages, while even Ji Yujing was at a loss for how to respond, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension in the cave. Why is everyone so quiet? Ji Baozhu clutched the spray tightly, forcing a smile as she asked. She was fully aware of their silence's cause, yet she could not let on that she knew, as it would undermine her position. Do you really not have any idea why we are silent? After a few minutes, Fu Lingyu suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Ji Baozhu. Ji Baozhu, you are utterly malicious. You actually pushed someone to feed the desert locusts just so you could hide in the cave. I cannot associate with someone like you any longer. I strongly demand that you leave our team. I concur. Lin Shuheng raised his hand in support. I too insist on her expulsion. Otherwise, who knows if we might become the next Wang Defer. Zhu Yangyang added, I also agree. I cannot entrust my back to such a person. At this moment, only Fu Hanchuan and Ji Yujing remained silent. Brother, what do you say? Fu Lingyu turned to Fu Hanchuan. Before he could respond, Ji Baozhu suddenly burst into tears. No, I didn't mean to push Brother Wang. I almost fell and accidentally knocked him over. Brother Hanchuan, you must believe me. Third brother, you must believe me. Chapter 16, The terrifying black storm. Fu Hanchuan and Ji Yujing fell into a profound silence, both refraining from uttering a word. The recent scene had struck them with overwhelming force. They had witnessed it all too clearly. She had intentionally pushed the person, laughing as she did so, completely contradicting her claim of an accidental stumble. Furthermore, after the act, she exhibited no signs of guilt, panic, or remorse, entirely uncharacteristic of someone committing a misdeed for the first time. For reasons unknown, Fu Hanchuan was suddenly reminded of the past when Ji Baozhu had been bullied by Mo Qilin. Each time, Mo Qilin had insisted that she had not bullied Ji Baozhu, but rather that Ji Baozhu had deliberately set her up. He had never believed her, thinking it mere evasive reasoning, but now, perhaps her words held truth. Ji Yujing, however, was not contemplating such depths. He simply could not accept that his kind-hearted sister could resort to such actions. It left him feeling as though the beloved sister he had cherished was a stranger. Witnessing their lack of unreserved trust in her, Ji Baozhu felt a surge of anger and anxiety. Hanchuan Ji, I swear I am telling the truth. We have known each other for 20 years, do you not know what kind of person I am? She then hurriedly turned to Ji Yujing. Third brother, I am your cherished sister since childhood. Everyone else may doubt me, but you must not. Baozhu, could you please allow me a moment to collect my thoughts? Ji Yujing wiped his face in exasperation. Ji Baozhu bit her lip, her expression one of utter despair. Fine, I understand. Regardless of what I say, you will not believe me. Convinced that I intentionally caused Brother Wang's demise, then I shall take my leave from the group, as Lingyu suggested, and should I encounter danger, it will be an appropriate sacrifice for Brother Wang. With that, Ji Baozhu slung her bag over her shoulder and marched towards the cave's exit. Just as she reached the entrance, her body swayed, and she collapsed onto the ground. Baozhu. Ji Yujing rushed over in alarm. Fu Hanchuan also made to follow, but hesitated, a complex expression crossing his face as he sat back down. Nearby, Zhu Yangyang and Lin Shuheng exchanged glances. Only Fu Lingyu scoffed dismissively, feigning The scene left the observation team speechless, and the audience erupted in a chorus of jeers. What the hell, she just fainted. How conveniently timed. Did you not hear fooling you, it's an act. As a medical student, I can confirm she's faking it, her eyes are still moving beneath her eyelids. Jiyu Baozhu is quite cunning. Perhaps she was born from a lotus seed. What an ingenious tactic of retreating to advance, where Jiyu Baozhu's fans, come forth and witness your idol's antics. Thanks for the invitation, I've already unfollowed. If Jiyu Baozhu behaves this way, it seems the rest of the Jiyu family isn't any better. What kind of decent family would treat the true heiress as an adopted daughter and the false heiress as their own? Boycott Jiyu Baozhu, the Jiyu family, and Jiyu Corporation. As the Jiyu family observed the barrage of comments, their faces flushed with indignation. They found themselves harboring grievances against Jiyu Baozhu for the first time. Had it not been for her antics, would they have faced such humiliation? In the end, Jiyu Baozhu remained, not expelled from the group. However, the team had already begun to fracture. Meanwhile, Zhang Qilin pressed forward, surrounded by increasingly abundant cacti and vegetation, indicating that a water source was nearby, yet the exact location remained elusive. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, the previous bright sun obscured, and a fierce wind began to howl behind her, accompanied by a chilling wail. Turning to look, Zhang Qilin saw sand swirling violently, enveloping the entire landscape like a thick fog. Through the haze, she faintly discerned a wall on the horizon, towering and broad, a menacing black-yellow that instilled a profound sense of dread. Those with a fear of colossal objects would likely struggle to breathe at the sight. With the wind forcing her eyes nearly shut, she could barely glimpse the wall, mistaking it for a mirage. However, it soon became clear that it was no illusion, as the wall drew ominously closer. Zhang Qilin hastily donned a pair of windproof goggles, finally revealing the truth: it was not a wall. It was a black storm. Her expression shifted slightly as she covered her mouth and nose, turning to flee, oblivious to the fact that her hood had fallen off. She needed to find shelter immediately. Otherwise, only a dead end awaited her. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with chatter. Goodness, the sandstorm is immense, I can barely see. Indeed, just moments ago it was bright daylight, and now it's dark, with such fierce winds lifting the sand. I can hardly breathe. Me too, I'm holding my breath, fearing the sand will invade my nostrils and mouth. I've even closed my eyes, typing blindly. Wait, are we not getting sidetracked? The most pressing concern is that black wall. Exactly, what is that? It's not just here with Zhang Qilin, it's also near Fuingdi and other contestants from different countries. It looks terrifying, as if it intends to consume everything. I know that is a sandstorm. No, it's not just a sandstorm. Professor Zhang from the observation team shook his head, his expression grave. That is a black storm. Indeed, it is a black storm, Mr. Liu replied, his face taut with tension, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes reflecting deep-seated fear. While a black storm is a form of sandstorm, it is far more perilous. Sandstorms only sweep away fine sand, suffocating those caught within. However, a black storm is different. It engulfs not only fine sand but also many debris. Should a person be swept up in it, they would be torn to shreds by the fragments. Years ago, I experienced a black storm while exploring the desert with a colleague. I witnessed him transform into a mist of blood, an image too horrific to forget. A collective gasp escaped Professor Zhao, Commander Li, and the audience. Then, Mr. Liu, how did you survive? Chu Yunyang inquired. I was fortunate. Upon spotting the black storm, my colleague and I immediately sought refuge, hiding in the abandoned lair of a desert lizard. The cave I found was deeper than the one my colleague chose, which spared me from being swept away as the storm rolled past. As he concluded, Mr. Liu fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Qilin on the screen. Now, we can only hope that she too is as fortunate as I was. I'll send her a visual message to alert her, Commander Li suggested. I believe that's unnecessary, Chu Yunyang countered, shaking her head. The moment she spotted the black storm, she began to run, indicating she recognized the danger. Moreover, she is glancing around as she runs, likely searching for a place to hide. Chapter 17, The Lair of the Strange Beasts. Upon hearing this, Commander Li froze, sharing a worried glance with a few others as they regarded Mo Qilin. The audience, too, was filled with concern for her well-being. Following the series of events surrounding Jiyu Baozhu, many viewers had altered their perceptions of Mo Qilin, resulting in a significant reduction in those wishing for her demise. Is there a hole in front? Suddenly, an astute observer spotted a sizable opening in the ground not far ahead of Mo Qilin. Indeed, there is a hole. I've seen it too, echoed others in the crowd. But wait, how could there be a hole here? I find it rather unusual as well. The entrance appears to have a diameter of at least 1 meter and is remarkably smooth, not resembling a natural formation. Could it be dangerous? That is a possibility. Perhaps it serves as a lair for some strange beast. With such abundant vegetation nearby and close to a water source, it is likely that a creature resides here. Goodness, if the entrance is a meter wide, just how enormous must that beast be? Isn't she caught between a wolf and a tiger? What can we do? Even if there is a beast within that hole, she must take cover. If the creature is absent, she might just escape with her life. However, if she is swept away by the black storm, her fate would be sealed. Mo Qilin shared this sentiment. Regardless of whether the lair contained a beast or not, she was determined to enter. Helpless against the black storm, she felt she had a fighting chance against a creature. Mo Qilin swiftly approached the entrance and without hesitation leapt inside. The tunnel did not descend vertically but slanted downwards to the left, its surface remarkably smooth, indicating that something had frequently traversed it over time. It was thus confirmed, this was indeed the lair of a strange beast. The question remained, was it home to a solitary creature or a pack? As Mo Qilin's body rapidly slid down the passage, the audience collectively winced, their faces contorting with sympathy. Yet, she maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly impervious to the discomfort, calmly drawing a dagger from her leg and forcefully plunging it into the ground of the tunnel. Although the tunnel's floor had been compacted over the years to a formidable hardness, it was still composed of sand, and with her considerable strength, she easily embedded the dagger within. Mo Qilin's descent came to an abrupt halt, and she promptly donned her hood, burying her head into her arm. The passage ahead began to fill with a torrent of quicksand and debris. Without proper concealment, stones would rain upon her head, and the sand would invade her mouth and nose, leading to suffocation. Observation team, that young girl is impressive. She remains composed in the face of danger and knows how to save herself. Very commendable, Commander Li remarked, applauding with a grin. His admiration for the young lady was growing, as she exhibited remarkable poise despite lacking weapons and equipment, surpassing the performance of the other contestants. At the very least, her calmness was unmatched by her peers. Indeed, she possesses survival skills, knowledge of geomancy. An ordinary person may not grasp the significance of this maneuver, but I can assure you, it is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to turn oneself in such a rapid descent. Yet she executed it effortlessly, demonstrating her agility. As he spoke, he turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Xie, how is the investigation into Mo Qilin's background progressing?" Reporting to the squad leader, "It should be nearly complete." "Prompt them," Chu Yunyang instructed, his curiosity about her past intensifying. He was eager to uncover the origins of her remarkable abilities. The audience, too, was filled with astonishment. Wow, Mo Qilin is incredible. In such a critical moment, she managed to stabilize her position with a dagger. If it were me, I would be at a complete loss. Same here, I would be screaming while helplessly sliding down, possibly injuring myself. Who was it that claimed Mo Qilin was overly dramatic, fearful of hardship? Based on her performance thus far, she surpasses the selected special forces from other nations. Where is the drama and fear of difficulty? Indeed, traversing the desert alone in such heat, enduring locust swarms and black storms, any ordinary person would have long since collapsed. Yet she has not uttered a single complaint. I genuinely feel for her. Exactly, in the national survival game, Jiyu Baozhu and her companions have cried countless times. By comparison, the truly dramatic ones are they. Desert. The inflow of quicksand and debris into the passage intensified, obstructing Mo Qilin's path ahead, and the weight of the sand made it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her grip on the dagger, which threatened to slip from her grasp. This cannot continue. Mo Qilin furrowed her brow. She could not remain here. Eventually, the encroaching quicksand and debris would sweep her away. Furthermore, the passage ahead was blocked. Even if fortune smiled upon her and she did not get washed away, once the black storm subsided, her escape would be impossible. Thus, the only option available was to descend further. Given that this was the lair of a strange beast, there must be a considerable space below. Even if she descended, she need not fear being buried alive by the incoming quicksand and debris. Without delay, Qilin acted, withdrawing the dagger. With the dagger's support removed, her body instantly resumed its former speed, sliding downwards as the sand and debris cascaded after her. Brilliant! Professor Zhang exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. By descending herself, the quicksand and debris above cannot catch up. Otherwise, she would be swept away, potentially suffering severe injuries. By going down, she can avoid that, and once she does, the passage above will remain clear, allowing her to escape once the black storm ceases. Yet what troubles me most is the possibility of a beast lurking deep within that passage, Professor Zhao lamented with a furrowed brow. The observation team fell silent. The audience watched with bated breath, fearing that Qilin might inadvertently slide into the jaws of a beast. The passage was long, and it took Qilin nearly 10 seconds to reach its end. Unlike a slide that would have a cushioned landing, she was propelled out of the tunnel by inertia. Qilin soared through the air, at least 4 to 5 meters above the ground. For an ordinary person, a fall from such a height would likely result in broken bones, if not worse. However, Qilin was no ordinary individual. She deftly twisted her waist mid-air, completing a full 720-degree rotation before landing gracefully on one knee, using one hand to steady herself on the ground. Chapter 18. Her skills were impressive. Immediately, she swiftly crouched down without a moment's hesitation as the quicksand and debris began to pour in. This scene unfolded in mere seconds, leaving both the observation team and the audience utterly astounded. Only Chu Yunyang clapped with a smile, exclaiming, "Impressive, my guess was indeed correct. She possesses remarkable skills. No, it's more than just skills, her agility is extraordinary. The way she twisted and rotated in midair to adjust her posture and cushion her descent is something I could never achieve. Oh my goodness, is that Qilin? You retelling me that this is Qilin? I can hardly believe it. Is she truly the venomous character I once knew? How cool, the way she spun in the air was so stylish." Exactly. With her talent, why is she not performing in action films instead of taking on those detestable villainous roles? Didn't I mention she lacks a management team? She is affiliated with Jiyu Baoju's agency. Do you really think that the murderer Jiyu Baoju would assign her likable roles? I've made up my mind. From this moment on, Qilin is my new favorite. So have I. Whatever she did in the past is of no concern to me, especially since we can't be sure if the accusations against her regarding Jiyu Baoju are true. The majority of the audience had become fans of Qilin, while a small number of detractors continued to jump around in disbelief. In the desert, the cascading quicksand and debris pressed heavily upon Qilin. Fortunately, her physical prowess, enhanced to another level, allowed her to endure merely some discomfort and pain. Otherwise, the overwhelming weight of the falling debris could have seriously injured her. After a short while, sensing that no more quicksand or debris was descending upon her, Qilin realized that the blockage of the passage was mostly settled. She then rose from the ground, brushing off the sand from her body and head while surveying the cavern around her. The cave was quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters, filled with excrement and bizarre bones, some of which were fresh. The stench was utterly repugnant. Holding back her nausea, Qilin made her way to a relatively clean corner, leaning against the stone wall while waiting for the black storm to pass. The audience praised her luck, noting that she had entered just as the aberrant beasts were absent. Furthermore, with the ongoing black storm, it was unlikely that the beasts would return anytime soon, alleviating her concerns of encountering one. These bones are quite fascinating. They must belong to some aberrant creatures, right? Professor Zhao, a biologist, gazed at the bones in the cavern with gleaming eyes, promptly pulling out paper and pen to sketch them for reconstruction. Professor Zhang, an expert in geomorphology and climate, also showed great interest in the cave, scribbling notes and sketches to analyze how the cavern was formed. The other members of the observation team found the scene amusing but refrained from interrupting them. Time passed, and when Qilin no longer observed the passageway above being inundated with quicksand and debris, she surmised that the black storm had likely subsided. It was time for her to exit. However, just as she was about to rise, the announcement screen for the national survival game flickered to life. Announcement: participants from Asian country have encountered a black storm and have all been eliminated. Announcement: participants from Kangaroo country have encountered a black storm and have all been eliminated. Announcement: participants from France have encountered a black storm and have all been eliminated. Due to the elimination of participants from the aforementioned 140 countries, the game cannot continue, resulting in these countries facing a random decertification penalty. One announcement after another flashed, overwhelming viewers with information. The audience from the penalized countries lamented, while those from unaffected nations expressed relief and astonishment. Desertification, far more terrifying than a locust plague. The locust plague merely consumes crops and vegetation, which can be replanted. But desertification is irreversible. It renders the land uninhabitable, necessitating relocation. For countries with more substantial land areas, the impact might be manageable, but for smaller nations, it poses a catastrophic blow, leading to a myriad of social issues, including food security, housing, employment, population, and economic crises. Zhang Qilin was astonished, but her surprise stemmed from the staggering death toll. She had thought she was the only one to encounter the black storm. To her disbelief, nearly all countries' participants had faced it. She tapped the chat screen to check the number of surviving contestants, discovering that only a little over 700 remained. In a single black storm, over 1,400 lives had been lost, a truly harrowing mortality rate. It was unfortunate, however, that Zhu Baozhu and her companions were not among the deceased. She couldn't help but wonder how they had managed to evade such a disaster. The answer was rather simple. Due to Zhu Baozhu's fainting, the others had remained in place, and when the black storm struck, they had retreated back into the cave, avoiding any mishap. At that moment, Zhu Baozhu and her companions were equally surprised that Zhang Qilin had survived. Yet, they did not believe she had done so through her own merit. They attributed her survival to the protection offered by contestants from her country. Zhu Baozhu felt a mix of jealousy and resentment, unwilling to accept that Zhang Qilin was still alive and envious that she had been shielded by such treatment was what she believed she deserved. How could someone of Zhang Qilin's lowly status be worthy of it? Fu Hanchuan sighed in relief. Although he harbored no fondness for Zhang Qilin, he did not wish for her demise. Strangely, the thought of her possibly engaging with contestants from other nations ignited an inexplicable anger within him, prompting a desire to find her and bring her away immediately. Zhu Jing was filled with disdain, believing that Zhang Qilin had sullied herself by employing vile means to gain the protection of others for her survival, thus bringing shame upon the Zhu family. She might as well perish. Fu Lingyu shared a similar sentiment to Zhu Jing, thinking Zhang Qilin's actions were a disgrace to women. Unaware of the malicious speculation surrounding her, Zhang Qilin closed the chat screen after reviewing the number of surviving contestants, disinterested in ongoing discussions. She rose and approached the lower end of the passageway. The audience speculated and debated. How will she ascend such a height? Perhaps she will use a rope. Are you foolish? A rope requires an anchor point. The passage is smooth and devoid of any such points. Hey, maybe she will leap up using lightness skills. Do you think this is a martial arts novel? The observation team furrowed their brows in concern. This is quite troublesome, Mr. Liu expressed his worry for Zhang Qilin. Professor Zhao remarked, the only solution now is to stack those aberrant bones together. Perhaps that might allow her to climb. Professor Zhang was less optimistic, but I doubt there are enough. Many of the bones appear severely weathered and might crumble at a mere touch. Just as the observation team was racking their brains for a way to assist Zhang Qilin in exiting, she suddenly performed a jump, executing a knee tuck flip in midair, and effortlessly landed at the mouth of the passageway. Chapter 19, The Colossal Beast. The audience and the observation team were once again left in shock, their mouths agape. Goodness, that was astonishing. She jumped up effortlessly to a height of 4 to 5 meters. I was equally astonished. All I saw was a fleeting shadow, and she was already at the entrance of the passage. My word, I'm utterly dumbfounded. How can she leap so high, 4 to 5 meters? I struggle to jump even 1 meter. The world record for high jumping is merely 2.45 meters, and that requires a pole, yet she ascended directly without any assistance. Is she even human? Wait, who was it that mentioned she used lightness skills to achieve that? It was I, just jokingly, who would have thought she truly possesses such skills. I'm practically ecstatic. Can the esteemed members of the observation team send a visible barrage of comments to inquire where she learned these skills? I am ready to sign up right now. Count me in. The members of the observation team paid no heed to the audience's comments, their gaze fixed in a daze on the screen displaying Mo Qilin. Incredible, Professor Zhang finally managed to speak. Professors Zhao and Mr. Liu nodded in a daze. Commander Li quickly turned to Chu Yunyang. Xiao Chu, is this something you can accomplish? It requires a running start and the aid of a foothold, yet even then, one can merely grasp the edge of the passage and climb in. Achieving what she did, leaping directly into the passage, is beyond my capabilities, showcasing her extraordinary coordination and strength. Chu Yunyang responded earnestly. What, you are the most formidable special forces soldier in our nation. If even you cannot do it, how formidable must she be? Mr. Liu exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Yunyang pressed her lips together. I cannot ascertain the extent of her prowess, but I do know that I am no match for her. Previously, when she landed, he had not thought so, merely attributing it to her superior flexibility and cushioning ability. But now, he was certain her skills surpassed his own. Hiss! Upon hearing his words, the other members of the observation team and the audience collectively inhaled sharply. To think even you are not her equal. Mr. Liu swallowed hard. Chu Yunyang nodded. I, too, am surprised. I began training in combat with my father at the age of 3, underwent rigorous training in the military at 6, and have not ceased for over 2 decades, facing life-threatening situations numerous times. Yet, she, at merely 20 years of age, has already surpassed me, and as a woman, it is well known that females generally possess inferior physical capabilities compared to males, with significantly higher body fat, making muscle development exceed. Thus, I cannot fathom the extent of injuries and hardships she must have endured to reach such a level. Hearing this, the other members of the observation team and the audience felt a pang of sympathy for Mo Qilin. Woo-woo, if it weren't for team leader Chu mentioning it, I would have forgotten that Mo Qilin is only 20. At 20, I was still being pampered by my parents, while she has already faced countless life and death situations like team leader Chu. In comparison, I suddenly feel a wave of shame. I'm just curious as to why the GU family chose to train her in such a manner. It may not necessarily be the GU family's doing. The country has invested over 2 decades of resources into training team leader Chu, and even then, she does not compare to Mo Qilin. How could a wealthy family like the GU family possess such capabilities? I concur. 2 years ago, the GU family claimed Mo Qilin was their newly adopted daughter, yet now they assert she is their biological daughter. Clearly, Mo Qilin was not with the GU family prior to the age of 18, but a fake daughter, GU Baizhu, was present in her stead, indicating that Mo Qilin and GU Baizhu were switched at birth. Thus, it was the individuals who raised Mo Qilin that trained her. Yes, I remember now. A year ago, during an interview, Mo Qilin mentioned that she was taken in and raised by her master, only going to the GU family. I found it odd that the GU family would adopt her at that age. Master, that sounds like someone extraordinary. Perhaps upon finding Mo Qilin, they recognized her as a martial arts prodigy and chose to train her to inherit their legacy. Why haven't I encountered such fortune? Is that fortune? She could have been a beloved heiress, yet instead, she was wronged and endured unimaginable suffering and hardship due to her training. After finally returning to the GU family at 18, she is still not accepted by them, and her identity is denied. How is any of this fortunate? Just hearing about it makes my heart ache. Had I known of her past suffering, I would never have criticized her. While her past is indeed tragic, does that exempt her from scrutiny for her actions over the past 2 years? If GU Baizhu's identity and true nature had not been exposed, I might have agreed with you, but the veracity of those matters remains under investigation. I have already hired a detective to delve into the entertainment industry, and I trust we shall soon have answers. Mo Qilin could not have anticipated that her mere display of prowess would not only evoke sympathy from the majority of the audience but also inspire them to advocate for her innocence. Upon leaping into the passage, Mo Qilin immediately crouched down, using her dagger for support, and swiftly ascended like a serpent. In less than 2 minutes, she emerged from the passage, which was at least 30 to 40 meters long, back onto solid ground. The terrain had undergone a dramatic transformation, strewn with debris of various sizes. Hardened piles of sand had been blown away, and cacti and vegetation had vanished, either swept away by the black storm or reduced to fragments. Mo Qilin lowered her gaze and brushed the sand off her body. Suddenly, her ears twitched beneath her hood, catching a sound. Her movement slowed. It was breathing. Something was behind her. Mo Qilin's expression sharpened, and she swiftly turned, alert. Before her, approximately 20 meters away, a monstrous creature had appeared, though she could not ascertain when. The beast was colossal, approximately 1 meter wide and 4 to 5 meters long, with a tail that alone measured at least 3 meters. Its body was covered in rough, scaly grey-black skin, reminiscent of a lizard from the desert. However, its head was significantly smaller and more pointed than that of a lizard, clad in a snow-white exoskeleton that resembled a skull mask. Moreover, it possessed only 2 long, sturdy legs, with upward curving spikes at the joints, and enormous webbed feet that elevated its massive body as it faced Mo Qilin, letting out a fierce roar, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth, from which thick, yellowish saliva dripped. Even from this distance, the stench was overpowering. Mo Qilin was uncertain of the creature's nature or its classification. However, she had intruded upon its territory and was now caught in its sights. Escape was impossible. The only viable course of action was to eliminate it. Chapter 20. The ancient blade unsheathed. The audience was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the strange beast. What on earth is this thing? It's enormous. Oh my, it's hideous. Its entire body is covered in a slimy texture. I feel nauseous just looking at it. I agree, it's utterly revolting. I can feel goosebumps all over. Goodness, how unfortunate for Mo Qilin. She barely escaped the black storm, and now, upon emerging, she's confronted by this monstrous creature returning to its lair. Her fate is surely grim. What kind of beast is this? The contestants chosen in the previous round of the national survival game seemed not to have encountered such a creature. The observation team was engaged in discussion as well. What? There's a beast of this size. The host exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Mr. Liu responded, the reason these creatures are classified as aberrations is precisely because they have undergone mutations, transcending the bounds of normalcy. Therefore, their size is not surprising. However, I did not anticipate that contestant Mo Qilin would encounter such a colossal beast. Even with her impressive skills, she is likely in serious trouble. Could this beast be a mutated lizard? Professor Zhang inquired, glancing at Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao shook his head. It bears some resemblance, but it is probably not a lizard. Lizards have 4 legs, and no matter how much they mutate, they wouldn't completely lose 2 of them. The most pressing matter at hand is not to debate what this creature has mutated. Team Chu, do you believe Mo Qilin can survive this encounter with the beast? The host posed the question. Chu Yunyang remained silent for a moment before responding. I cannot say, the disparity in size is too great. If I were facing this beast, I would have no means of defense. And no matter how skilled I am, I couldn't engage it in combat if I cannot reach it. My only option would be to flee. However, given the size difference, running 10 meters would not suffice. 1 step from it would close the gap. Unless one possessed a large-scale weapon of destruction, there might be a slim chance of survival, but contestant Mo Qilin has no such weapon at her disposal, so the implication was clear. He too believed she might not survive this ordeal. The other members of the observation team fell silent, joining the audience in mourning for Mo Qilin. Some spectators wept. After all, they had only just begun to support her, and now she faced potential demise. Who could bear such a reality? Only the fans of Jiyu Baozhu and Fu Hanchuan, along with the haters, reveled in the moment, eagerly proclaiming that Mo Qilin was destined to be devoured by the beast. Jiyu Baoyu, along with Fu Hancheng and some wealthy heirs within the elite circles, upon witnessing this, maliciously flocked to Mo Qilin's national survival live stream, eager to witness the historic moment of her demise. In the desert, Mo Qilin and the beast locked eyes, neither initiating an attack, seemingly testing one another. Just as Mo Qilin raised her hand to retrieve the black gold ancient blade from behind her, the beast lunged forward, roaring, Chichi, the sound was piercing, accompanied by a shockwave that disturbed. Instinctively, Mo Qilin closed her eyes for a brief moment, and the beast seized the opportunity to leap towards her. Her eyes narrowed, and she was compelled to abandon her weapon, bending backward to evade. Her torso dipped low, nearly bringing her knees to the ground, her back close to touching the earth, causing both the observation team and the audience to momentarily forget to react. What incredible core strength! Chu Yunyang was once again astonished by Mo Qilin's displayed agility. Some viewers trained in dance remarked that such a degree of flexibility in bending backward was beyond even the capabilities of the most elite dancers, making them marvel at her extraordinary flexibility and bone extension. Mo Qilin's timely evasion allowed her to escape the beast's deadly pounce, which soared over her. The beast, taken aback that this little ant could evade its lethal strike, roared even louder, its saliva, a yellow, viscous substance, splashing everywhere. It then fixed its gaze on the now standing Mo Qilin, suddenly spinning around and using its thick, powerful tail to swipe at her. Mo Qilin quickly crouched down and leapt upward, performing a backflip to land safely on the other side. The beast's tail struck the spot where she had just been standing, creating a deep gash in the hardened sandy terrain. One could easily imagine that if that tail had struck a person, they would surely be reduced to a pulp. Frustrated at failing to catch this little ant, the beast began to thrash its tail wildly. Observing this, Mo Qilin immediately executed a sliding maneuver, rolling to the side to evade. There was no alternative. This creature's size was overwhelming, and its tail could serve as a long-range weapon. Moving with alarming speed, she found it impossible to approach it for an attack, leaving her with no choice but to continue evading. However, mere avoidance was not a sustainable strategy. She had to devise a plan to leap onto its back, as that was the only way to inflict significant damage. As she ran, Mo Qilin drew the black gold ancient blade closer, gripping the frayed end of the black cloth wrapped around it, and forcefully tossed it into the air. The black gold ancient blade began to spin in midair, completing several rotations before revealing its true form, while the black cloth fell to the ground in a small heap. Subsequently, Mo Qilin leaped into the air, catching the descending blade. Clang! The ancient blade was unsheathed, the scorching sunlight reflecting off its edge, casting a cold, silvery glare that illuminated Mo Qilin's face, making her appear even paler and enhancing her aura of coldness and lethal intent. The audience's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, she was actually carrying a blade. I thought all along it was just a wooden stick. I must confess, it wasn't just you. We all assumed it was a wooden stick, and we laughed at her for seemingly rushing to her demise. But now, it seems we were the ones who were foolish. Wow, that blade is so cool. Where can I get one? I want one too. That clearly looks like a genuine weapon, a controlled item that cannot be obtained through regular channels. What kind of blade is that? It resembles a tang sword. No matter what kind of blade it is, it won't be effective against such a large beast. Only firearms can truly make a difference. The observation team shared the same sentiment. Although they were relieved that Mo Qilin had acquired a weapon, in the perilous realm of the national survival game, the practicality of cold weapons was minimal. Thus, the emergence of the At a certain university's history department, a graduate student gazed at the black gold ancient blade in Mo Qilin's hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Professor, could you take a look and see if this is an antique? Oh. The history professor's interest was piqued as he adjusted his glasses to scrutinize the screen, his expression turning serious. Indeed, it is an antique, resembling the form of a tang sword, yet it is not precisely one. I cannot ascertain its specific age or the material from which it was forged. Where did this young lady acquire it? Chapter 21, The Slaying of the Skeleton Crawler. The graduate student shook his head. I don't know. The history professor did not press further, his gaze fixed intently on the black gold ancient blade held by Mo Qilin. Previously, he had shown little interest in the national survival game, even declining the invitation from the national observation team, viewing it merely as a perilous domain where historical knowledge seemed unnecessary. However, the emergence of the black gold ancient blade ignited his curiosity, compelling him to delve into its study. Gu Jiao, upon seeing the black gold ancient blade, was instantly captivated. After all, what man could resist the allure of a weapon? Gu's parents exchanged a glance before returning their attention to the images of Gu Baozhu and Gu Jing on the screen before them. We must be insane to purchase, Jiuju added. It's also possible that it was left to her by that old Taoist she encountered. After all, Taoists often enjoy wielding swords and blades. When she was brought back, she had quite a collection of items with her. Upon hearing this, Jiuju's disdain for Mo Qilin intensified. She clearly does not regard us as family. In the desert, Mo Qilin discarded the scabbard to the side, gripping the blade in her right hand as she gazed at the monstrous creature before her. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from her, the beast grew more ferocious, swinging its tail violently in her direction. Mo Qilin chose not to evade. Instead, she faced the onslaught head-on. Just as the tail was about to strike her, she executed a forward roll, positioning herself beneath the creature's tail. Due to the creature's unusually long legs, its upper body remained upright, unable to touch the ground, allowing ample space for her to stand near its tail. Rising to her feet, Mo Qilin thrust the blade towards the base of the scales on the inner side of the tail were softer than those on the back, and she easily drove the blade in, letting out a fierce cry as she slashed towards its abdomen. Although the creature's abdomen was also covered in scales, they were similarly soft, and with the black gold ancient blade's formidable sharpness, she required minimal effort to slice open its belly, continuing the incision for over a meter before halting. Otherwise, she would have cleaved its entire body. Chirp! The creature let out a pained wail, its belly gaping open, blood, intestines, and undigested remnants of other beasts gushing forth, eliciting disgust among the onlookers. Following this, Mo Qilin leapt onto one of the creature's legs, swinging her blade to sever its ankle, causing another agonized cry as it lost balance and toppled to one side. Immediately, she targeted its other leg, employing the Qilin stance, executing several swift rotations to maneuver behind its remaining limb, and severed that foot as well. With its abdomen grievously wounded and both feet lost, the creature collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The audience was electrified, speculating whether this beast would truly be slain by her singular effort. Observing the severely injured creature, Mo Qilin remained vigilant. After all, any creature's final struggle. Narrowing her eyes, she leapt once more, using the beast's back to propel herself higher, reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters before landing atop it. To deliver a fatal blow, she knew she must target its heart, but she needed a moment to discern its. Yet, Mo Qilin's legs felt as though they were anchored in place, regardless of the creature's movements. She remained steadfast, her body unwavering. As Chu Yinyang had remarked, her core strength and balance had reached an unfathomable level of terror. Thud, 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 as the creature thrashed more violently, its heartbeat grew increasingly distinct. Found it, Mo Qilin's gaze locked onto a specific point on the beast's back. She then settled into a horse stance, gripping the hilt of her blade with both hands, raising the black gold ancient blade high before plunging it down with force, nearly embedding the entire blade, leaving only the hilt protruding. Chirp! The beast emitted an unparalleled, harrowing scream. No, it was not merely a roar, but a shriek, a death cry filled with resentment and despair. This wail persisted for several minutes before subsiding, and with it, the creature ceased its struggles, the light in its eyes dimming until it vanished entirely. Boom! The enormous body of the creature crashed to the ground, silent in death, unable to comprehend why it had perished at the hands of a little and so much smaller than itself. Silence. The observation team fell silent, the audience remained hushed, all eyes fixed on the carcass of the beast, unresponsive, until the National Survival Games screen lit up with the announcement. Notice, Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has slain a level 4 skeleton crawler, earning 400 points and receiving a personal reward of 1/10. The audience erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, she actually killed the beast. And in less than 10 minutes, without sustaining a single injury, is she even human? Indeed, they said she was doomed this time, but the one truly doomed was that beast. I suddenly feel a wave of sympathy for the creature. I assumed it was an eagle and Mo Qilin was the angry little bird. Who would have guessed that Mo Qilin is a slender tiger and the creature is a mere chicken among fighters, completely unable to retaliate throughout the encounter. I still feel as though I'm dreaming. That was a level 4 beast. In the first round of the game, the contestant from the beautiful country survived the longest, lasting half a month, only to meet a level 3 beast, the Xuanhe giant centipede, and had to use bombs to perish together with it. Yet this skeleton crawler, being a level higher and twice its size, was slain by her with such ease. It's utterly absurd. No wonder she doesn't train, it seems she doesn't need to, as the nation's training and the weapons provided are merely burdens, inferior to her blade. Absolutely magnificent, how can she be this striking, this powerful? Indeed, it's settled, from now on, she shall be my goddess, I shall follow her alone. Mogod, that title suits her well. In an instant, the name Mogod flooded the screen with fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 22, The reactions of various nations. The observers erupted into laughter. Oh dear, they are so out of touch with the times, the way the young ones express themselves is truly entertaining, Professor Zhao remarked, his face radiating kindness and amusement. Professor Zhang nodded in agreement. They are also delighted that contestant Mo Qilin is safe and sound. Indeed, Commander Li chimed in with a sense of relief. We initially feared for her safety, yet she managed to turn the tables on a beast many. It is truly remarkable. Mr. Liu praised her further, she is nothing short of divine. Chu Yunyang remained non-committal, stating, once again, we underestimated her and looked down upon her. However, I trust that after this, no one will. Having single-handedly vanquished a level 4 beast, what could she possibly not accomplish? From this point onward, they would never again question her capabilities or undermine her. Their duty was to believe in and support her, for she had become the sole hope of their nation. As for the other contestants, they were merely there to fill the ranks. Even the fans of Jiyu Baozhu and Fu Hanchuan fell silent upon witnessing the barrage of comments, offering no defense for the two. Although they admired Jiyu Baozhu and Fu Hanchuan, they acknowledged that in the realm of national survival games, their talents were inconsequential when compared to Mo Qilin. The Jiyu family was momentarily paralyzed, taking a while to process the shocking revelation. Gu's father shared a similarly bewildered expression. It must be right. I never imagined she possessed such abilities. Jiyu Ju swallowed hard, unable to mask his astonishment. Jiyu Baoyu furrowed her brow. Then why has she kept it a secret? Because she has never regarded us as family. Jiyu Xian clenched his fists, gazing at Mo Qilin on the screen, a mix of excitement and dissatisfaction coursing through him. He was thrilled to discover that his sister was not as inept as he had presumed, but rather quite formidable and impressive, yet, he felt discontented that she had chosen silence. Had she spoken up sooner, his disdain for her would not have been so profound. Isn't this a good thing? Jiyu Chen's glasses glinted in the light. The more capable she is, the greater the chances for our third brother and Baozhu to survive. Indeed. Gu's mother exclaimed with newfound joy. Dear, you, otherwise, we shall disown her. Understood, Gu's father promptly agreed. The Fu family was equally taken aback by Mo Qilin's prowess, even regretting not heeding their patriarch's advice to arrange a marriage. Had they done so, she would now be their daughter-in-law, ensuring the safety of both their son and daughter, alleviating their constant anxiety. Fu Hancheng harbored similar thoughts. Had Mo Qilin become his sister-in-law, he could hardly fathom the joy such a union would have brought him, along with the envious glances he would receive. Alas, it was all too late. The wealthy heirs of high society shared a similar sentiment, but theirs was not regret, but rather fear. Previously, they had bullied Mo Qilin for the sake of Jiyu Baozhu. Fortunately, she had chosen not to retaliate, otherwise, a single slap from her would have sent their heads spinning. Before long, headlines proclaiming Mo Qilin's triumph over the level 4 beast and the superiority of cold weapons over firearms surged to the top of various online platforms, holding a firm grasp on the number 1 spot, leaving stars from the entertainment industry envious and salivating. Numerous viewers from other countries also flocked to support Mo Qilin, their allegiance stemming solely from her undeniable strength. Meanwhile, leaders from other nations wore grave expressions as they issued visual messages to their contestants, advising them to befriend Mo Qilin if possible, or to ally with her for mutual benefit. If that proved unattainable, they were to devise ways to eliminate her. Her strength surpassed the bounds of humanity. As long as she thrived, their nation would reap more rewards from the survival games, thus growing even more powerful. Upon learning of the schemes devised by foreign leaders, the leaders of Huigua erupted in fury, warning their counterparts to retract their orders and refrain from instigating trouble, while simultaneously contacting the observation team to issue visual alerts to Mo Qilin. The observation team, upon receiving the directive, felt equally incensed and, without hesitation, dispatched the messages. They paid no heed to the GU family's requests. They had thoroughly investigated Mo Qilin's past, uncovering the truth of her being switched at birth, her upbringing in the deep mountains without any formal education, and her arduous training. Upon returning to the GU family at 18, she faced the deceit of GU Baozhu and the indifference of her relatives, leaving even outsiders feeling sympathy for her plight. How could the GU family still have the audacity to ask her to protect GU Baozhu? Witnessing the observation team's deliberate ignorance of their requests, the GU family felt as though they were about to explode with indignation, yet they dared not question it, resembling a troupe of clowns in their absurdity. Mo Qilin's victory over the level 4 beast sent shockwaves not only through the real world but also among all contestants within the survival games. The chat screen was nearly overwhelmed with messages. Contestants either marveled at her feat or engaged in discussions about how she accomplished it, while others privately messaged her, seeking to form alliances for protection and to fulfill national assignments. GU Baozhu, GU Jing, and Fu Hanchuan also inundated Mo Qilin with private messages, yet she ignored them all, only casting a fleeting glance at the alerts from the government. The messages indicated that leaders from around the globe were instructing their contestants to win her over, and if they failed, to eliminate her. How amusing. Were it not for her current pretense, Mo Qilin would have laughed aloud. She was eager to see if their contestants possessed the capability to succeed. Turning off the chat screen, Mo Qilin withdrew the black gold ancient blade from the heart of the skeletal crawler and forcefully flicked it to remove the sticky blood. She then leaped down from the creature's back, retrieving the black cloth and scabbard from the ground, sheathed the blade, and fashioned a rudimentary strap to carry the ancient weapon on her back once more. Following the trail left by the skeletal crawler, she set off in pursuit of a water source. Earlier, when she had cut open the crawler's abdomen, she had noticed the undigested remnants of food that had spilled out. This meant that by following the crawler's return path, she could locate a source of water. On the other side, in the desert cave, GU Baozhu observed Fu Hanchuan staring blankly at the chat window where he had met. She began to stoke the flames. Hanchuan, don't be upset. Sister probably isn't he responding because she is busy thanking the contestants from other nations who protected her. After all, they assisted her in defeating such a formidable beast and acquiring. It would be quite rude not to express her gratitude. Chapter 23, Zhu Yanyan's outburst. Aside from the two ordinary contestants, Zhu Yangyang and Lin Shuheng, all present, including Fu Hanchuan, Ji Yujing, and Fu Lingyu, firmly believed that Mo Qilin's survival and her ability to slay otherworldly beasts were reliant on the assistance of contestants from other nations. As for why these foreign competitors would willingly protect Mo Qilin and aid her in vanquishing such creatures, it was undoubtedly due to the price she had paid. And what price could a woman possibly offer to compel others to act in such a manner? The answer was rather straightforward: her body. Thus, the implications of Ji Baozhu's words were unmistakable. On the surface, she expressed gratitude towards the foreign competitors, yet in reality, she insinuated that Mo Qilin was currently engaged in an illicit liaison with them. Consequently, Fu Hanchuan, who had been feeling increasingly anxious due to Mo Qilin's lack of communication, abruptly shut off the chat screen in a fit of rage, his disdain for her intensifying into resentment. He loathed her lack of self-respect and her audacity to betray him. Although their wedding had not been realized, they remained, in name, an engaged couple. Her actions were tantamount to placing a metaphorical green hat upon him. Beside them, Ji Yujing's expression was as dark as a soot-covered pot. She has brought disgrace upon the Ji family. Third brother, do not speak so harshly. Sister is merely trying to survive. Her actions are somewhat understandable. Ji Baozhu feigned a conciliatory tone. Ji Yujing glared fiercely. Understandable? What is understandable about this? Which girl from the Ji family would debase herself to such an extent for the sake of survival? A person like her would be better off dead. Enough? Zhu Yangyang, who had been organizing equipment and supplies alongside Lin Shuheng, could no longer tolerate their remarks. She abruptly stood, clenching her fists. She cast a scathing glance at Ji Baozhu and her companions. I have truly had enough of you all, day in and day out. you are either embroiled in infighting or maliciously speculating about your teammates. No wonder there is a saying that when venturing abroad, the greatest danger does not come from foreigners, but from one's fellow countrymen, for the malice among compatriots is the most insidious. Have you actually witnessed Zhang Qilin walking alongside contestants from other nations? Have you seen her selling her body in exchange for their protection? You have seen nothing, yet you insist on labeling this as fact. I implore you to exercise some common sense. This is a national survival game, not a child's play. Contestants from all nations are rivals. So tell me, which country would be so foolish as to diligently protect their opponents and assist them in slaying otherworldly beasts? Her words From the very beginning, when that vile man Jiu Jing cast aspersions on my goddess, I longed to slap him twice to knock some sense into him, so he would cease spreading slander about her. Indeed, I wished to refute him as well, but I was so frustrated that I could not express it. Thankfully, Miss Zhu Yangyang could no longer endure it and spoke up on my behalf. I feel a great relief now. Otherwise, I might have developed a case of breast cancer from all the pent-up frustration. Certainly, some female contestants lacking survival skills may resort to selling their bodies for protection from others. A female contestant without survival capabilities is merely a burden to them. They would never genuinely protect her, let alone assist her in slaying beasts. Hence, the facts prove that Jiu Baozhu and her companions are indeed lacking in intellect. Exactly. 400 points, I would have to be insane to give that away. Why not retain it for myself? Even if I do not help my country acquire valuable resources, I could still exchange it. Does she really believe she is the only intelligent person in the world, that no one can discern her true intentions? She is nothing but a venomous vixen. Indeed, but what disappoints me the most is Fu Yingdi. He clearly understood the implications of Jiu Baozhu's words but believed them without question. How unfortunate it is that he is the fiancé of my goddess. Even if he does not harbor feelings for her, as her fiancé, he should have defended her instead of blindly accepting Jiu Baozhu's assertions. His lack of critical thinking has shattered my illusions of him, and I have unfollowed him. The observers shook their heads in profound disappointment as they regarded Jiu Baozhu and her companions. These young people have become utterly useless. Only the Jiu family remained oblivious to the faults of Jiu Baozhu and her companions, instead laying blame. They contended that Jiu Baozhu and her companions had not witnessed how Zhang Qilin had dealt with the otherworldly beasts, questioning what was wrong with their speculation. Moreover, given Zhang Qilin's past behavior, such disgraceful actions were certainly within the arid desert and caves. Jiu Baozhu and her companions, including Lin Shuheng, were taken aback by Zhu Yinyan's sudden outburst. Once they regained their composure, Jiu Jing roared like an enraged lion. Zhu Yangyang, are you out of your mind? When did it become your place to speak here? Fu Lingyu echoed. Exactly. Who do you think you are to dictate to us? Jiu Baozhu feigned tears. Sister Yangyang, we have not offended you. How can you speak of us in such a manner? Fu Hanchuan also glared at Zhu Yangyang with displeasure, commanding, Zhu Yangyang, apologize. I will not apologize to you, Zhu Yangyang retorted with a cold laugh. I scoff at that. You are no different from me. You are merely ordinary contestants in this national survival game. So I beseech you to recognize reality. When has it ever been the case that I cannot speak? I can speak whenever I please, and if you try to silence me, I will expose your true faces. You four are each a poison, a scoundrel, a fool, and a wretch, absolute trash, especially you, Jiu Baozhu. She pointed at Jiu Baozhu. You appear harmless on the surface, yet your heart is more venomous than anyone's. You claim you did not intentionally push Wingdefer to his death, but has any guilt or remorse for his fate ever crossed your mind? Have you ever gone to apologize at Wingdefer's remains? You have done nothing, acting as if nothing ever happened. How utterly malicious. Then, Zhu Yangyang turned her gaze toward Fu Hanchuan. You are the scoundrel here. Everyone claims that the young lady is the third party in your relationship with Jiu Baozhu, yet I recall you and Jiu Baozhu have never truly been together. So how can the young lady be deemed the third party? After you and the young lady became involved, she faced relentless online harassment. Did you ever help her or defend her? You even abandoned her during her wedding to embrace Zhu Baozhu instead. What? Did all the guests at the wedding perish, and you were the only one who needed to comfort her? A true scoundrel, straddling two boats. Chapter 24, The Acquisition of National Fortune Rewards. What do you know? Before Fu Hanchuan could respond, Fu Lingyu interjected to defend him. Mo Qilin deserves the online abuse she receives. After all, she has committed numerous malicious acts. Is it wrong for my elder brother not to assist her? Moreover, he has no desire to be with her, let alone marry her. It is my grandfather who coerces him. On what grounds can you label my brother as a scoundrel? Zhu Yangyang chuckled. So what if he is coerced? He could resist. Do you think your grandfather would actually harm him? If he cannot resist and chooses to be with that lady yet shows disdain towards her while entangling himself with other women, calling him a scoundrel hardly suffices. Cowardice should be added to the description. And as for you, you are simply foolish, unable to discern right from wrong, continually believing that your scoundrel coward of a brother is a victim. Have you ever considered that the lady is being forced by your grandfather to be with your scoundrel coward of a brother? Is she not a victim too? You fooling U's eyes reddened with anger, rendering her speechless. Fu Hanchuan's pupils contracted, and he remained silent, for he felt guilty. Just as Zhu Yangyang had articulated, he harbored a strong dislike for Mo Qilin, not only due to her many vile deeds but also because Instead, he was a profoundly hypocritical individual. He neither wished to marry her nor lose his status as the heir of the Fu family, yet he could not find a solution that would satisfy both desires. Consequently, he concealed his true self entirely, to the point that he eventually forgot who he really was. Seeing Zhu Yangyang render Zhu Baozhu and her companion speechless, the audience erupted in applause. Har har har, Zhu Yangyang, she is truly my spokesperson. Zhu Yangyang, you are the best, I'm cheering for you. Indeed, Zhu Yangyang has reminded me that Fu Yingdi and Zhu Baozhu frequently appear together on camera. Many have inquired whether they are in a relationship, but they have always denied it. Therefore, Mo Qilin being with Fu Yingdi does not constitute an intrusion. This raises the question of how the rumor about Mo Qilin being a mistress originated. I don't know, it seems to have appeared suddenly. TSK, that only highlights the issues at play here. It is highly likely that Zhu Baozhu is behind it, although she is not with Fu Hanchuan. The way she looks at him is anything but innocent. Moreover, given her rivalry with my Motion and their tangled relationship as false heiresses, I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for her. Of course, the most disgusting party remains Fu Hanchuan. He knows that my Motion is not a mistress yet never clarifies, causing me to have scolded my Motion in the past. Damn, it infuriates me. Who can argue with that? Although he is coerced by his grandfather to be with Motion, Zhu Yangyang is correct. He neither rejected nor resisted it, thus, he should fulfill the responsibilities of a boyfriend. Yet, he manages to be with Motion while also flirting with that venomous woman, Zhu Baozhu. He is indeed both a scoundrel and a coward. This time, Fu Hanchuan's reputation also crumbled, with fans rapidly abandoning him, leaving his agent and management team in a state of panic. Even the stocks of the Fu Group faced significant turmoil, causing dissatisfaction among shareholders. The GU Group experienced an even more severe upheaval in the stock market. GU's father and GU Chen could not afford to watch their precious daughter-sister's live broadcast and hurried back to the company to take. Gu's mother, along with the twins GU Ju and GU Baoyu, remained at home cursing, blaming Mo Qilin, Zhu Yangyang, and the audience, refusing to hold their precious daughter-sister accountable. In the desolate desert and caves, after tearing away the facade of Zhu Baozhu, Fu Hanchuan, and Fu Lingyu, Zhu Yangyang turned her ire towards Zhu Jing. The most contemptible of all is you. As a man, you hold women in such low regard, spreading vile rumors about them, truly vulgar and foul. Asa brother, your treatment of your foster sister is abominable, your reckless assumptions are utterly disgraceful. Have you finished your rant? Zhu Yangyang narrowly dodged. What is the matter? Are you agitated? It seems you are aware of your own worthlessness. Ji Yujing's eyes burned with fury, as if he were ready to devour someone. Yes, we are all trash. If you look down on us so much, then why the hell are you still here? If you have the ability, then get lost. Go, I shall gladly leave. Do you really think I cherish being around you? I fear becoming as despicable as you all. Zhu Yangyang sneered, gathering her belongings and glancing at Lin Shuheng beside her. Will you stay or come with me? Lin Shuheng hesitated. I think I'll stay. There is strength in numbers. It's best you don't leave and risk your life. I am not risking my life. Staying here could lead to being cast out by some venomous snake at any moment. If I am to die, I would rather do so on my own terms. At least I won't perish in obscurity. After saying this, Zhu Yangyang shot Ji Baozhu a glance before turning to leave, without pressuring Lin Shuheng to follow. After all, every individual possesses the right to choose their path. Zhu Yangyang departed, leaving the audience divided. Some felt she was too impulsive, yet many supported her. As she herself stated, remaining in this team would only render her a tool for Ji Baozhu's survival. It was better to leave. Furthermore, she had already offended everyone except Lin Shuheng, rendering her presence here pointless. The observation group did not criticize Zhu Yangyang's actions. The team was simply too lackluster. They were disunited, suspicious of one another, selfish, and ruthless. To call them a team would be an understatement. Were it not for the nation's mandate, they would have no interest in watching this team, preferring instead to witness Mo Qilin's performance. Meanwhile, on Mo Qilin's side, after climbing a steep slope, she finally discovered a water source. The water source lay at the base of the incline, a small puddle. Originally, it should have been a vast expanse of water, but due to the black storm, it had accumulated considerable sand and gravel, reducing it to a diminutive puddle. Mo Qilin retrieved her empty water bottles from her bag, leaped down the slope, and approached the puddle. The water was still murky, as the sand and gravel had yet to settle. However, Mo Qiling did not mind and began to fill the bottles. Just as she filled both empty bottles and returned them to her bag, an announcement appeared on the survival game screen. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant Mo Qiling for discovering a water source in the desert and receiving the national fortune reward of a desert oasis. The reward distribution begins now. A desert oasis has emerged in the Xinjiang desert region of China, covering a total area of 200,000 square kilometers. Upon this announcement, the entire nation was stunned, and the world gasped in astonishment. All contestants in the game were equally taken aback. Even Mo Qiling herself could not help but be momentarily dazed. She had merely sought a water source, and in doing so, had earned a national fortune reward for her country. Chapter 25, Desert Oasis. Oh my God, this cannot be real, this cannot be real. I want to report this, the Chinese are cheating in the game. Exactly, how could that frail woman from China possibly obtain the national fortune reward? The national fortune survivor. She is not Chinese, she hails from our Kimkai nation, so please return her to us. Shut up, you Westerners. Mo Qiling is a talent from our empire of the Little Wark, and it's those shameless Chinese who snatched her away from us. No, she is clearly one of us from the Monkey Nation. Durian Nation. Eagle Sauce Nation. Audiences from around the world expressed their dissatisfaction with Mo Qiling securing the national fortune reward for China, while simultaneously claiming her as a citizen of their own countries. The viewers from China were seething with rage. I curse your ancestors, you shameless foreigners. When your own contestants are useless, you accuse our Chinese competitors of cheating. How utterly pathetic. Indeed, your own contestants are worthless, yet you come to steal ours. How shameless can you be? Mo Qiling probably never imagined that by merely finding a water source, her nationality would be questioned. Damn it, I've had enough. I'm going to buy balloons and throw them like in Chow country. They want us to return Mo Qilin, I'll give them my excrement instead, let us see if they want that. Count me in, I have the funds, I can rent a plane. I can contribute dung. The Chinese audience and viewers from around the globe began hurling insults at one another, while leaders from China and other nations were also engaged in a war of words. For the leaders of China, Mo Qilin obtaining the National Fortune Reward was a monumental achievement. Furthermore, this reward consisted of a vast desert oasis spanning 200,000 square kilometers. Just how immense is that? The total desert area of China exceeds 700,000 square kilometers, with the Xinjiang Desert alone accounting for over 400,000 square kilometers, larger than the entire territory of the Little Wark Nation, which is only 370,000 square kilometers. Thus, the desert oasis rewarded by the National Fortune Survival Game is equivalent to half the land area of the Little Wark Nation. One can only imagine the multitude of projects that could be initiated and the number of lives that could be improved with such a vast expanse of desert oasis. However, for the leaders of other nations, this was far from a positive development. It would only serve to make China even stronger, further overshadowing them. Consequently, the leaders of various countries sent visual bulletins to their contestants, emphasizing the necessity of locating Mo Qilin. Either they would all grow stronger together, or none would. It was imperative that China not be allowed to thrive independently. At that moment, Zhu Baozhu and her companions were staring blankly at the screen of the National Fortune Survival Game, silence enveloping them, creating a particularly awkward atmosphere. Perhaps due to Zhu Yinyan's earlier remarks, even though they were astonished by Mo Qilin's remarkable feat, they refrained from suggesting that she had received assistance from contestants of other nations. The announcement of the National Fortune Reward made them acutely aware that the National Fortune Survival Game was not merely a life-and-death struggle between contestants, it also bore the weight of their nation's fortunes and misfortunes. Given this burden, regardless of how much support contestants from other countries provided, they could not genuinely protect their foreign counterparts, let alone assist them in slaying beasts to accumulate points and rewards. Therefore, it was clear that Mo Qilin had indeed triumphed through her own efforts, slaying those beasts and earning those points and rewards. Recognizing this, Fu Hanchuan felt a twinge of guilt towards Mo Qilin for the first time, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not betrayed him. Ji Yujing found himself in a state of bewilderment. In his memory, his biological sister had always been dark and malicious, lacking any remarkable skills, only ever bullying Baozhu, yet now, she was repeatedly achieving miracles in such a perilous National Fortune Survival Game. This realization struck him. He had never truly understood his own sister. Fu Lingyu's emotions were equally complex. Throughout her life, her greatest admiration was for her elder brother, thus she wished for a sister-in-law who was accepted. Yet, current events revealed that despite Mo Qilin's humble beginnings, she possessed remarkable abilities, surpassing even her admired brother, leaving Fu Lingyu with a sense of shame. Meanwhile, Ji Baozhu, devoid of any inclination for introspection, sat there, her face contorted as she gnawed at her nail. She envied Mo Qilin's ability to survive alone in this game while thriving, slaying beasts and earning rewards. She lamented the fact that the game did not pit Mo Qilin against more formidable beasts, allowing her to continue thriving and irritating her. Wretched woman, all of them are wretched. At this moment, the leaders of China had already instructed the Western Theater Command to search for the desert oasis rewarded by the National Fortune Survival Game in the Xinjiang Desert, broadcasting the entire process live. Not only Chinese viewers but audiences worldwide flocked to the live stream of the Western Theater Command, nearly overwhelming the servers. Have you found it? The Chinese leaders inquired urgently through their communication devices. Helicopters dispatched by the Western Theater Command were in the air, and as the pilots were about to respond negatively, they suddenly spotted a hint of green on the horizon, contrasting sharply with the yellow sands below. The pilots' hearts raced as they accelerated the helicopters towards that glimmer of green. Upon reaching the area, the pilots were left speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape, forgetting to react. The Chinese audience and viewers from around the world were similarly astonished, forgetting to send messages in the chat. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. The desert had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of flowers, grasslands, Forests, lakes seemingly endless. The viewers felt as though they could smell the fragrance of the flowers and the scent of the trees through the screen. The pilots were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears as they reporting to the commander, it is indeed a desert oasis. Wonderful, wonderful. The Chinese leaders were equally ecstatic, their faces flushed, nodding repeatedly. In that moment, the entire nation of China erupted in celebration. Woohoo, I am so moved, so happy. With this desert oasis, I can hardly fathom the transformation our country will undergo. Indeed, changes in the lives of the people, in the economy, in electricity, in population. Their contestants are simply incapable. Yes, the National Fortune Survival game has already had 2 rounds, and no other country has received a National Fortune reward yet. We are the first. By the way, has your Xinjiang government mentioned what name they will give to that desert oasis? Chapter 26, named after the Qilin. In response to this inquiry, Professor Zhang from the observation group replied, I have just been in contact with the local government of Xinjiang, and we have unanimously decided to name that desert oasis the Qilin Oasis for 2 reasons. First, it derives from the name of the athlete Mo Qilin, as Qilin can be associated with Qilin. Second, the Air Force pilots have conducted preliminary scans of the terrain of the desert oasis and found that it remarkably resembles a Qilin, thus the name Qilin Oasis was chosen. This name is, however, the members of the Fu family appeared increasingly anxious, their minds filled with dread. Qilin Oasis, Qilin. Mrs. Fu anxiously turned to Mr. Fu. Dear, the old man mentioned that Mo Qilin is the Qilin maiden, and now the nation has named the oasis she acquired after her. Could it be that she truly is the Qilin maiden? How could that be possible? Fu Hancheng was the first to dismiss the notion. Did you not hear what the expert on terrain and climate said? The oasis was named after Mo Qilin. But he also stated that the terrain of the oasis strikingly resembles a Qilin. Is it merely a coincidence the first time and again the second? Fu countered. Fu Hancheng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he sulked and muttered, in any case, I refuse to believe in such It is all just feudal nonsense. If he were to believe it, he would have to acknowledge how shallow his previous understanding had been and how narrow his perspective was. Mr. Fu shared this sentiment. Hancheng is right. Is there truly anyone in this world who can ensure a family remains prosperous for centuries, setting aside her lack of ability to manage a conglomerate? How could she possibly live for hundreds of years? Mrs. Fu found some merit in this reasoning, yet for reasons unknown, her feelings of unease and panic persisted. At that moment, Commander Li spoke up. Just now, the top leaders reached out to me as well, preparing to award athlete Mo Qilin the honorary medal for extraordinary merit. Since she is a distinguished, meritorious individual, we shall allow no one to insult or harm her, nor shall we permit her to endure further slander and persecution. The entire nation can view this on various official platforms. Those who have insulted or threatened Mo Qilin, I expect you to apologize where necessary and make amends, otherwise, you shall face imprisonment. As for those who have inflicted the deepest harm upon Mo Qilin, I urge you to reconsider your positions and refrain from leeching off her. Should we discover this, there will be no mercy. Upon hearing this, my heart aches. Indeed, all the negative news about Mo Qilin over the past 2 years has been fabricated, spread by Jiyu Baozhu. I checked the financial records. Goodness, she is truly wealthy. Let me clarify, that money belongs to Mo Qilin. She is the true daughter of the Jiyu family. Jiyu Baozhu is merely the daughter of a maid. If her mother hadn't switched her with Mo Qilin, she would be an ordinary citizen, unable to amass such wealth. It is utterly disgusting. She usurps Mo Qilin's identity while subjecting her to relentless bullying. What kind of logic is that? Why doesn't she just go die with her late maid mother? Jiyu Baozhu is vile, but the most despicable are the Jiyu family members. If they hadn't condoned her actions, would she have dared to bully our goddess Mo? One wonders if the Jiyu family's brains are even functioning normally. They neglect their own daughter and treasure the daughter of their enemy instead. Doesn't that strike them as repugnant? You've stated it, the GU family clearly lacks common sense. It's debatable whether they even comprehend the meaning of repugnance. How true, not only are their minds unhinged, but they also fail. Based on the national investigation findings, Gu Baoju's methods of bullying Mo Qilin are hardly sophisticated. We, who have not witnessed it firsthand, were deceived by her, yet they didn't even bother to investigate, but rather hastily blamed Mo Qilin for bullying Gu Baoju, branding her with a malicious label. Such a level of idiocy is quite rare. As a fellow member of the elite circles in Haishar, I can elucidate why the Gu family harbors such disdain for Mo Qilin. Firstly, they are unwilling to accept that they neglected to monitor Mo Qilin, allowing the maid to switch her. Accepting this would reflect poorly on their competence. Secondly, they raised Gu Baoju for 20 years, and should the outside world discover that what they raised was a counterfeit, it would render them the laughingstock. Thus, they publicly declare Mo Qilin as an adopted daughter. Lastly, Mo Qilin has never received elite education and lacks understanding of the etiquette and rules of high society, which would embarrass the Gu family. Yet they have never considered hiring a tutor for her to help her integrate, they merely hope she becomes self-taught. How ludicrous. I find it equally appalling. According to the national investigation data, the Gu family children receive monthly allowances ranging from 500,000 to 2 million, alongside numerous jewelry and real estate assets, while Mo Qilin is allotted merely 1. Consequently, the Gu family genuinely withholds funds from her, denying her even a room and relegating her to the maid's quarters. I cannot fathom how Mo Qilin has endured these past 2 years. Indeed, when my investigator provided me with these findings, I broke down in tears. I was on the verge of exposing the true nature of Gu Baoju and the Gu family, only to find that the nation had acted first. This is for the best. Commander Li's closing remarks were a clear warning to the Gu family to refrain from exploiting our goddess Mo. Hence, I urge all enterprises to recognize this and sever any business ties with the Gu family. Those currently engaged should terminate their associations promptly, lest they be dragged down by the Gu family. Aside from the Gu family, there is also their Fu family. Hasn't he Fu Hanchuan bullied our goddess Mo? His parents and siblings have treated her poorly as well, they should be boycotted too. Several enterprises, previously unaware of the grievances between Mo Qilin and the Gu and Fu families, indeed contemplated collaborating with them to strengthen their ties with Mo Qilin. Given that she had garnered national rewards for her contributions, it was clear that the government would offer her preferential treatment, thus aligning with the Gu and Fu families would be akin to securing a powerful ally, promising them benefits without harm. However, upon discovering the poor relationship she maintained with the Gu and Fu families, they promptly heeded the audience's suggestions and abandoned their partnership intentions. Chapter 27, The Disgrace of the Qilin Maiden. In the wake of the scandal, numerous enterprises that had previously collaborated with the Gu and Fu families hastily withdrew their partnerships. Additionally, several affluent families that had bullied Mo Qilin faced fierce backlash from the public. Consequently, nearly all businesses in Haishar found themselves grappling with various crises. The Fu family was left in shock. They had only recently been denying Mo Qilin's identity as the Qilin Maiden, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow to their beliefs. While it was true that Mo Qilin lacked the ability to manage a conglomerate or the longevity of centuries, the contributions she made on behalf of the nation could indeed secure the Fu family's decades-long favor from the state. Much like Mr. John Rabe during wartime, who saved over 300,000 Chinese lives, the gratitude of the nation towards him has endured nearly a century, with China occasionally repaying that debt. Thus, it became undeniable she truly was the Qilin Maiden, yet, they had callously cast her aside, and it was no wonder the old patriarch had declared the Fu family doomed. With the entire nation rallying against the Fu group, numerous enterprises cancelled their collaborations, and some even took the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Wasn't the Fu family on the brink of collapse? Husband, what shall we do now? Fu mother lamented, her voice thick with impending tears. She had never envisioned a day when she would be infamous, lambasted by the entire nation, nor had she anticipated the downfall of the Fu group. If bankruptcy were to occur, could she adapt to the life of the impoverished? Fu father, equally at a loss, sat in silence, despondently wiping his face. Fu Hancheng lowered his head deeply, hesitant to speak. After all, whether in the old patriarch's hospital room or just moments ago, he had been the loudest in asserting that Mo Qilin was not the Qilin maiden. The Jiyu family was equally bewildered. As they reviewed the nation's investigative results, each member shook their heads in disbelief. No, this cannot be true, this cannot be true, Bao Zhu is not this kind of person. Jiyu mother was on the verge of madness. Among her 6 children, Bao Zhu had received the most of her devotion. Jiyu Chen, Jiyu Zhu, and Jiyu Jing were all sons taken away by their in-laws shortly after birth. Only Bao Zhu had remained by her side, raised under her direct care. She had poured her heart and soul into Bao Zhu, who had not disappointed her, blossoming into a beautiful and graceful young woman, skilled in music, dance, and etiquette, bringing her ample pride. Yet now, the state revealed that the daughter she had nurtured with such care was not as virtuous as she had believed. Rather, the very words she had used to describe Mo Qilin, malicious, scheming, and insidious, seemed far more fitting for Bao Zhu. How could she possibly accept this? False, it's all false. This is simply the state fabricating information to protect that wretched Mo Qilin. Jiyu mother screamed, unable to confront the reality. Jiyu Zhu was equally stunned upon learning the true nature of Jiyu Bao Zhu. Due to the aloofness of the eldest, the volatility of the third, and the youth of the 5th and 6th, Bao Zhu had always clung to him, forming the strongest bond among their siblings. He had prided himself on knowing her best, never doubting her kindness and gentleness, yet now, the truth unveiled that he had been utterly ignorant of her true self. Perhaps the nature he had come to know was merely a facade she had chosen to display, leaving him feeling like a fool. The twin siblings felt a profound sense of disillusionment. As they stared at their trembling hands, they loathed Mo Qilin, their biological sister, not only for her shortcomings but for being a constant source of ridicule. They had bullied her, believing they were avenging their 4th sister and upholding justice, yet the truth was that they had been manipulated by their 4th sister, not acting as champions of justice but rather as unwitting accomplices, leaving them emotionally wounded. Within the Jiyu group, Jiyu father and Jiyu Chen had just managed to stabilize the tumultuous stock market when it began to plummet once more, with numerous partner companies calling to cancel their collaborations. Both men were baffled until their secretary informed them of the cause, leaving them aghast and furious. They were shocked by the revelation of Jiyu Bao Zhu's true character and enraged at Mo Qilin, the state, and the nationwide audience. They were incensed that Mo Qilin had not been devoured by the beasts as she ought to have been, instead choosing to make a spectacle of herself, causing turmoil for the group. They were equally furious at the state's callousness. They were blood relatives of Mo Qilin, and while the state had offered no support, it had the audacity to issue warnings. Most infuriating of all was the audience's meddling, mere commoners, who professed to champion Mo Qilin's cause, clearly driven by jealousy. Despite their rage, Jiyu father and Jiyu Chen could only helplessly witness their empire's decline, powerless to intervene. The privileged youth who had bullied Mo Qilin were also facing dire repercussions, suffering mixed consequences from their parents. Afterward, their parents convened to strategize against the Jiyu and Fu families. If it weren't for these 2 families, their enterprises would not be under attack from the public, nor would their children have been led astray to torment Mo Qilin. Such grievances would naturally be laid at the feet of the Jiyu and Fu families. Thus, the elite circles of Haisha descended into chaos, a dog-eat-dog scenario that elicited applause from the audience nationwide. Of course, Mo Qilin remained oblivious to these developments, unaware that the state was cleansing her name. As she shook off her stupor, she slung her backpack back onto her shoulders and departed the puddle, no longer concerned with the national fortune rewards. The young man was like this. Aside from his own memories and mission, as well as his innocent, plump companion, nothing else could stir significant emotional turmoil within him. Whatever feelings did arise swiftly dissipated. Mo Qilin was no different. At present, she cared solely about her survival in this national fortune survival game, indifferent to all else. As she pondered, the system in her mind sprang to life. Ding. Similarity in role-playing has increased. Current similarity level, 30. Reward, FHOG. FHOG. Mo Qilin felt a surge of delight. This reward was excellent. It could unlock mechanisms and even penetrate the central nervous systems of beasts. Although there might not be any beasts present, she could still use it to target the central nerves of the creatures, effectively providing herself with another means of survival. Eagerly, Mo Qilin glanced down at her hands, yet whether left or right, her fingers exhibited no changes whatsoever. Unable to suppress her skepticism, she queried, "System, are you deceiving me? Where is my FHOG?" The system responded, "Do not fret, host, Zhang Qilin's FHOG has long index and middle fingers, but should I elongate yours, it would unmistakably reveal to the world that you possess an advantage. Thus, I have only hardened your right index and middle fingers. Hardness without length hardly qualifies as FHOG. How am I to unlock mechanisms now?" Mo Qilin furrowed her brow, displeased. The system replied earnestly, "Please note, host, you are in a national fortune survival game, not in a tomb. There is no need to unlock mechanisms. Even if Zhang Qilin were in a tomb, he seldom used FHOG to unlock mechanisms. It was more often employed as a weapon, and you may utilize it in the same manner." Mo Qilin paused, contemplating. "You present a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal." Chapter 28. Danxialand formed the system emitted a soft hum. "As long as the host is aware, that's enough." Mo Qilin could not help but tug at the corner of her mouth in exasperation. "You're out of breath just because I called you fat. Fine, you may leave now." The system withdrew. Mo Qilin glanced at her fingers, which bore no resemblance to the traditional fingers of the grave, and found it somewhat amusing. Well, it was what it was. A conversation, however trivial, was better than none, right? With that thought, she lowered her hand and continued on her journey. Although she had discovered a water source, she had no intention of altering her course. She chose to press northward. Prior to finding the water, she had consulted the post-heaven 8 trigrams from the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret art, and the divination indicated a favorable position to the north, suggesting that by heading in that direction, she might uncover the fire source pearl. Thus, Mo Qilin journeyed for several days. During this time, she inevitably encountered various exotic beasts, both large and small, each bearing peculiar forms. However, their levels were rather low, all around level 3, and she easily dispatched them with her blade. Consequently, her points surged dramatically, surpassing the 4-digit threshold, firmly securing her position at the top of the leaderboard. A sight to behold. Of course, the points of other competitors did not remain stagnant, as it was improbable that she was the sole individual encountering these creatures. Therefore, in addition to announcing her kills, the national survival game also reported on the beasts slain by other participants. As a result, while the points of her rivals were indeed increasing, they paled in comparison to Mo Qilin's. She boasted a total of 1,236 points, while the second and third places held merely 400 and 300 points respectively. Further down the ranks, the numbers dwindled, with more than half of the competitors still at 0 points. To Mo Qilin's surprise, Jiyu Baozhu and her companions surprisingly had garnered some points as well. Fu Hanchuan led with 68 points, placing 48th, while Jiyu Jing followed closely with 57 points, ranking 52nd. Next was Lin Shuheng with 32 points, at 79th, and Zhu Yangyang with 25 points, at 93rd. Both Jiyu Baozhu and Fu Lingyu had single-digit scores of 8 points, placing beyond the 200 mark. It seemed these individuals had fortuitously encountered weak exotic beasts, otherwise, it was hard to explain their survival when countless others had perished, especially for the second and third place competitors. Their teammates had all succumbed. Presently, only 416 participants remained alive, over 300 having perished in just a few days. This stark reality illustrated the fragility of human life within the national survival game. On one particular day, Mo Qilin halted at a remarkable location, characterized by a scarcity of sand, replaced instead by a series of undulating cliffs akin to sand dunes. These cliffs were not particularly tall and varied in shape, devoid of any vegetation, starkly bare yet breathtakingly red, captivating the audience entirely. Well, I thought the environment in the national survival game was solely perilous and harsh, but I had no idea such stunning places existed. Indeed, the vibrant red hues resemble a celestial realm. It is truly magnificent. My goodness, I'm tempted to be chosen by the national survival game just to witness such scenery firsthand. I think it's better to refrain. While the beauty is undeniable, life takes precedence. Well said, I'm a coward. All I desire is to survive. In the observation group, Professor Zhang gazed at the cliffs on the screen, his body trembling with excitement. This is a Danxia landform. Danxia landform. The others in the observation group turned to him. Professor Zhang nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, the Danxia landform is primarily composed of sandstone and mudstone, with the sandstone containing a significant amount of iron oxide minerals, resulting in a myriad of colors, predominantly red. Our country also has numerous Danxia formations, mostly in shades of red, especially after rain, but none compare to the brilliance here. I long to study it. Professor Zhao, startled, hurried to advise him, "Old friend, you must not entertain such thoughts. At our age, we would only hinder the other participants, which would be counterproductive." The rest of the observation group nodded in agreement. Professor Zhang chuckled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I was merely expressing my thoughts. I cannot go. The national survival game does not select the elderly." "That is true, Professor Zhao and the..." However, just as she finished a piece of biscuit, she suddenly heard something. It was footsteps, not from an exotic beast, but from a human. It appeared that another participant had arrived, and seemingly only one. Mo Qilin focused her gaze to the left, where the sound was emanating from a gap beside the cliff, growing increasingly distinct, indicating that the newcomer was drawing nearer. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, a short figure clad in heavy special forces combat gear emerged from the gap, swaying unsteadily, clearly in a poor state. Seeing this individual, Mo Qilin was taken aback, for she recognized her. It was Zhu Yangyang, the last remaining female competitor from their country aside from herself, Jiyu Baozhu, and Fu Lingyu. Why was Zhu Yangyang here? Did it mean that Jiyu Baozhu and the others were nearby as well? Realizing this possibility, Mo Qilin bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discontent. Zhu Yangyang, having spotted Mo Qilin, initially thought her eyes were deceiving her, believing she was hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes, she refocused, and upon confirming Mo Qilin's presence, was overwhelmed with excitement, though she could not discern the face of the person before her, nor knew whether they were friend or foe. She could not afford to contemplate further and hoarsely cried out, "Help, help me, please, save me." Desperately, she extended her hand towards Mo Qilin while hastening her steps, but her frail body faltered, collapsing heavily to the ground after only a couple of strides. Upon seeing this, Mo Qilin wasted no time. She set down her biscuit and water and rushed towards Zhu Yangyang. Such was her nature. Whenever someone sought to survive, she would do everything within her power to assist. Thus, in response to Zhu Yanyan's plea for help, she could not stand idly by. Of course, if it were Jiyu Baozhu and her companions, she would rather suffer a reduction in her similarity rating or forfeit a reward than offer. Mo Qilin reached Zhu Yanyan's side, crouched down, and turned her over, placing her face up. The audience was taken aback by the sight. It's Zhu Yangyang. How did she end up here? Few had been following Zhu Yanyan's live broadcast, so most were unaware of how she had arrived at this location. Only a small number of viewers were in the know, and they began to express their thoughts. Chapter 29, Saving Zhu Yangyang. I shall respond. She arrived here even before Mo Qilin. I can attest. I recall her marking a cliff, and no matter which direction she takes, she inevitably returns to that same cliff. Goodness, is this not akin to a national calamity adventure? How can it also be a supernatural phenomenon of disorientation? Exactly. I have goosebumps all over, and my spine feels icy. Wait a moment, if you claim this place is haunted by disorientation, then if my divine Mo has also come here, does that not imply she too is ensnared and unable? However, their anxiety surged. The observation team, witnessing the audience's barrage of comments, could no longer maintain their composure. Over the past few days, they had primarily been engrossed in Mo Qilin's live stream, occasionally checking in on Jiyu Baozhu and the other four alongside Zhu Yangyang. The last time they had seen Zhu Yangyang was 2 days prior. Little did they know that in just 2 days of absence, Zhu Yangyang would encounter such an extraordinary predicament. Thus, they now feared that if this Danxia landform truly rendered one incapable of escape, endlessly roaming in circles, even Mo Qilin would be in peril, for while she may possess the strength to slay exotic beasts, she may not be able to contend with the forces of nature. Should she find herself trapped like Zhu Yangyang, she could perish here, succumbing to thirst and hunger. Contemplating the grim fate that Mo Qilin might face, Zhu Yangyang hastily inquired, "Professor Zhang, does such a phenomenon occur in the real world Danxia landforms?" The others listened intently. Professor Zhang shook his head. In reality, due to the rugged peaks and myriad pathways, one can indeed lose their sense of direction and become lost within a dense landscape. However, being lost does not equate to perpetually wandering in circles. There is always a way out, albeit it may not lead to the originally intended destination. Therefore, I must confess, I have never heard of a situation akin to Zhu Yinyan's. And you, Mr. Liu? Not having received a definitive answer from Professor Zhang, Zhu Yinyang turned to Mr. Liu. You are an adventurer, surely you have traversed dense landscapes. Mr. Liu nodded reluctantly. I have indeed visited such places, yet I have never encountered a scenario like Zhu Yinyan's. I have not even gotten lost myself. So, Zhu Yunyang fell silent. The other members of the observation team and the audience were equally anxious. Even the fraternal twins Jiyu and Jiyu Ji, who typically expressed their disdain for Mo Qilin, found themselves at a loss for words. Only Jiyu father and Jiyu Chen remained gleefully anticipating Mo Qilin's demise. Regardless of any national rewards she might receive or the esteem bestowed upon her, they would derive no benefit and preferred her swift departure from this world. As for Jiyu mother, she was still engulfed in despair, unable to awaken from the realization that Jiyu Baozhu was not the daughter she had envisioned. In the desert, amidst the dense landscape, Mo Qilin extended her fingers to gently touch the side of Zhu Yinyan's neck, confirming her survival. She retrieved a new bottle of water from her pack, added a pinch of salt, and slowly administered it to Zhu Yangyang. Observing her, Mo Qilin deduced that Zhu Yinyan's disorientation and faintness stemmed from severe dehydration. A bit of water and some sodium would suffice to revive her. After feeding her the water, Mo Qilin placed the remainder in Zhu Yinyan's hands and returned to her previous position, resuming her meal. Time passed, and Zhu Yinyan's eyelids fluttered, signaling her awakening. However, upon opening her eyes, she was immediately blinded by the sun's harsh rays, prompting her to shut them again. What was happening? Was she still alive? Zhu Yangyang raised her hand to pinch herself, seeking confirmation, only to feel something roll off her hand. Turning her head, she was astonished to discover it was a bottle of water. Zhu Yangyang picked up the water, her heart soaring with joy, yet confusion quickly followed. How had this water come to her? Just as she pondered this, a sudden sharp pain pierced her head, and a flood of memories surged forth. She recalled, before losing consciousness, catching a glimpse of a figure and pleading for help. However, before receiving a response, she had succumbed to darkness. Thus, she realized that her survival was thanks to that person, who had also provided her with the water. But where was that person now? Suppressing her discomfort, Zhu Yangyang sat up, scanning for her savior. Ultimately, she spotted them not far behind her. The figure wore a dark blue hoodie, the hood obscuring their face, as they wielded a long knife, executing swift movements that created a circular array of blades. Before them swarmed a cluster of fist-sized yellow insects, not desert locusts, as their numbers were fewer, and they emitted a buzzing sound. Their tails bore long, sharp stingers, suggesting they were some form of bee-like exotic beast. These bee-like creatures incessantly attacked the figure, their stingers aimed at breaching the circular defense formed by the knife, yet, each time they collided with the blades, they were cleaved in half. So impressive. Zhu Yangyang clasped her hands together, gazing at the figure with admiration. The audience chuckled. Yes, they too had been captivated by such allure initially, and had come to adore her, dubbing her the divine Mo.as. If sensing Zhu Yinyan's awakening, Mo Qilin dispatched the final bee-like beast, twirled her knife with a flourish, sheathed it behind her, and approached Zhu Yangyang. Zhu Yinyan's heart raced. She hastily stood, contemplating how to express her gratitude, when she noticed the survival game's announcement screen. Announcement: Huaqua contestant Mo Qilin has killed a total of 328 level 2 exotic beasts. Human-eating poison bees, earning 656 points. Mo Qilin, this was the illustrious Mo Qilin, Zhu Yangyang gasped, realizing she had not clearly seen the figure's features or gender before losing consciousness. Even now, the sun's glare and the figure's hood obscured her vision. Only upon seeing the announcement did she comprehend that she had encountered the renowned Mo Qilin. Zhu Yinyan's cheeks flushed with excitement. Never had she imagined that after departing from those worthless individuals, she would encounter such fortuitous circumstances, being saved by Mo Qilin, the universally acknowledged top-tier contestant, she must align herself with her. As Mo Qilin drew nearer, Zhu Yangyang became increasingly anxious, her hands nervously rubbing against her garment. Hello, Mo Qilin, Before she could finish, Mo Qilin appeared oblivious to her presence, walking past her to the cliffside, retrieving her backpack, and continuing onward. Chapter 30, The Ghost Wall. She had lingered here long enough. Now that Zhu Yangyang had awakened, it was time for her to depart. Observing Mo Qilin's indifferent silhouette, Zhu Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. The audience, too, found themselves momentarily stunned. What, is that it? I thought these two would engage in a joyous reunion, considering they are teammates. I expected the same, yet only Zhu Yangyang displayed excitement upon seeing Mo Qilin, while Mo Qilin remained utterly aloof, treating Zhu Yangyang as if she were invisible. Isn't Mo Qilin's behavior rather rude? Shut up. My goddess saved her life, that is the greatest courtesy. Exactly, if it were Jiu Baiju, she wouldn't just refuse to save someone, she'd even wish for their demise to seize their supplies. Moreover, Mo Qilin rescued Zhu Yangyang. How shameless. I've suddenly realized something, and I wonder if you all have noticed too. Has Mo Qilin's character changed? She has become so indifferent and detached, as if nothing matters to her. I hadn't perceived any discrepancy when she was alone, but now, standing beside Zhu Yangyang, her transformation is glaringly apparent. Indeed, during this time, I've observed that aside from the occasional battle cries against the beasts, she hasn't uttered a single word. While talking to oneself can be somewhat peculiar, remaining completely silent throughout is even more so. Honestly, I find her change in demeanor entirely predictable. Over the past 2 years, she has been bullied and framed by Jiu Baiju, even having her wedding sabotaged through self-harm to steal the spotlight. The Jiu family has shown her favoritism and abuse, while Fu Hanchuan has subjected her to emotional neglect, leaving her alone at the wedding to face the derisive stares of all the guests, and the Fu family has harbored disdain towards her. Not to mention the nationwide online harassment. Were I in her position, my heart would be frozen as well. As this audience member's comment echoed, the others fell into a profound silence, engulfed by feelings of guilt and remorse. Indeed, many had participated in the online harassment of Mo Qilin, albeit under the influence of external narratives, yet they were still culpable. Thus, a second wave of nationwide apologies commenced. In the desert, amidst the Danxia landforms, Zhu Yangyang snapped back to reality. Noticing Mo Qilin's figure fading into the distance, panic surged within her, compelling her to chase after. Sister, wait for me. I want to accompany you. Soon, Zhu Yangyang caught up to Mo Qilin, breathless as she trotted beside her. Sister, my name is Zhu Yangyang, thank you for saving me, otherwise, I would. Zhu Yangyang, undeterred by her indifference, thought to herself, isn't it normal for a great figure to have a peculiar personality? Besides, she is my savior. Adjusting her slightly askew helmet, she cheerfully remarked, Sister, what a remarkable coincidence it is for us to meet in this vast desert. By the way, I noticed you've always been alone. Hey, I was right not to have scolded Jiu Baiju and her lot. Trash. Mo Qilin finally bestowed a modicum of attention upon Zhu Yangyang. No wonder she hadn't seen Jiu Baiju and the others approaching Zhu Yangyang for the past few hours. It appeared Zhu Yangyang had severed ties with them. Seemingly discerning Mo Qilin's thoughts, Zhu Yangyang grinned. Indeed, I've cut ties with those trashy people. You have no idea how disgusting they are. Zhu Yangyang began to recount her experiences along the way, with the audience contributing additional details, as they possessed a god's eye view, knowing more than Zhu Yangyang herself. Although Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang could not perceive their contributions, the audience was thoroughly entertained upon hearing the rumors that Jiu Baiju and her companions had spread about her supposedly slaying beasts and attaining points and rewards through dubious means. Mo Qilin found it laughable and could scarcely muster the energy to be outraged, for this was not the first time Jiu Baiju had acted so. However, she was taken aback when she learned that Jiu Baiju had sacrificed her teammates to save herself. She knew Jiu Baiju was malicious, but she hadn't realized the depths of her depravity. Indeed, she had underestimated Gu Baiju far too much. In the end, I could no longer tolerate them, so I had a fierce argument and left. Zhu Yangyang shrugged, concluding her tale. Mo Qilin halted and turned to face her. Thank you. Learning that Zhu Yangyang had quarrelled with Gu Baiju on her behalf and had departed from them moved Mo Qilin profoundly. After all, not everyone would stand up for someone infamous. Most would choose to align themselves with the notorious or merely observe coldly from the sidelines. Zhu Yangyang suddenly clenched her fists, exuberantly exclaiming, "Sister, you spoke to me, I'm so happy." Even the audience and the observation team rejoiced. What wonderful news! She was still capable of communication, indicating she had not succumbed to isolation due to her past traumas. This was truly a momentous blessing. Mo Qilin could not fathom why a simple "thank you" could elicit such joy, nor did she inquire further. Turning her head back to resume her path, Zhu Yangyang followed suit, beaming. Throughout their journey, Zhu Yangyang was exceedingly loquacious, managing to speak on myriad topics. Even though Mo Qilin did not reciprocate, Zhu Yangyang continued chattering incessantly. Mo Qilin felt overwhelmed, prepared to ask her to be quiet when she suddenly recognized their surroundings. A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to sprint ahead. What's wrong? Zhu Yangyang asked, bewildered, and dashed after her. Finally catching up, she found Mo Qilin standing before a steep cliff, her usually serene expression replaced by one of seriousness. Har, I'm so tired. Zhu Yang, back where? Zhu Yangyang was perplexed. Mo Qilin pressed her lips together, offering no further explanation. The audience was on the verge of panic. Oh dear, of course, Zhu Yangyang, how could you not grasp this? Haven't you experienced it? Indeed, Zhu Yangyang, what is going on with you? The observation team felt exasperated by Zhu Yangyang's delayed realization and resorted to sending her visual commentary to jog her memory. Upon seeing the barrage of messages from the nation, Zhu Yangyang finally comprehended, slapping her forehead. Dan, how could I forget? Sister, this place has a ghost wall. Mo Qilin turned to look at her. Zhu Yanyan's expression was earnest. I mean it, I've been trapped here for 2 days, unable to escape. Chapter 31, The Enigma of the Misty Trap. Subsequently, she began recounting how she discovered her inability to escape. 2 days ago, I teamed up with a forsaken contestant from the Pickled Vegetable Nation and encountered a horde of secondary aberrations known as the 2 George Sand Locusts. They resembled a swarm of blood-red fleshworms, akin to earthworms but significantly larger, and they moved with alarming speed, preying on blood. They were exceedingly difficult to kill, unless pulverized into a pulp. Even a fragment of their body would ensure their survival. At that moment, the contestant from the Pickled Vegetable Nation was rendered a desiccated husk by a bullet that struck a small segment of one of those locusts. At this point, Zhu Yangyang could not help but shudder. Fearing that I might meet the same fate as that contestant, I fled with all my might. I ran and ran until I found myself here, and those 2 George Sand Locusts ceased their pursuit. I felt immensely relieved to have salvaged my life, only to realize I could not escape. No matter which direction I took, I ultimately returned to the same spot. I was frantic and desperate, searching for an exit, trying every method imaginable, yet to no avail. Eventually, my water ran out, and I became utterly exhausted. Had it not been for your arrival, miss, I would have perished, either drained by the locusts or dried up like a desiccated corpse. Miss, do you have any idea what is happening here? Surely, such a formidable figure as Mo Qilin could devise a means of escape. Mo Qilin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sheer cliff, lost in contemplation. Zhu Yangyang dared not interrupt her, waiting quietly instead. Meanwhile, the audience speculated about the unfolding events. Goodness, could there truly be ghosts involved? I think so too. How else can how does one combat a ghost? Exactly, ghosts are ethereal. Not only can you not touch them, but you cannot even see them. It seems Mo Qilin may be at a loss as well. Observing the audience's barrage of comments, the observation team exchanged glances. The host awkwardly inquired, so, what do you all think? Is the situation encountered by Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang truly the result of ghostly interference? Under normal circumstances, he would not have dared to pose such a question, for as a public servant, uttering the word ghost would be tantamount to promoting superstitious beliefs, which would invite severe repercussions. Professor Zhang shook his head. No, I maintain my stance. I do not believe in the existence of ghosts. The national survival game is intrinsically linked to national fortune, and it would not conjure up ghosts. Therefore, I am convinced that the phenomenon of the phantom wall encountered by Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang is attributable to other reasons, either an illusion or an intrinsic issue with this Danxia land form, and I lean towards the latter. Why is that? The host pressed. This time, it was Zhu Yangyang who responded. Because illusions often reflect a person's innermost reality, the stronger the desire or obsession within, the more vividly one perceives it. Mo Qilin was previously unfamiliar with Zhu Yangyang, and while Zhu Yangyang knew of Mo Qilin, they were not well acquainted. Even if both experienced simultaneous hallucinations, they would not perceive one another, thus rendering the illusion hypothesis moot. Professor Zhang nodded in agreement. Precisely, therefore, the cause of the phantom wall must lie within the dungeon. This reminds me of a particular incident. All eyes, both of the others and the audience, were fixed upon him. A trace of apprehension crossed his face. I previously mentioned that I had never heard of someone like Zhu Yangyang. However, in my youth, I experienced a situation remarkably similar to a phantom wall. At that time, I had just graduated and was conducting field research in a remote mountain area under the guidance of my mentor. During a break, I stepped away from the camp to relieve myself, when suddenly a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering everything invisible. With no other option, I had to wait for the fog to clear before I could return to the camp. However, once the fog dissipated, I found myself utterly lost, unable to locate the camp. You didn't retrace your steps? Professor Zhao inquired. Professor Zhang replied, Of course, I attempted to retrace my steps, but the path seemed interminable, as though it stretched on forever. After what felt like an eternity, I finally completed the journey only to find myself in an unfamiliar location, not the camp. I was terrified and quickly turned back, calling out for my mentor, yet received no response. I did not return to the spot where I had relieved myself. Instead, I ended up in yet another entirely alien place. I was in utter despair, flailing about like a headless chicken in search of the camp, but to no avail. Eventually, I thought to descend the mountain, but no matter how I tried to move downhill, I remained trapped in the mountains. It is worth noting that the mountain I was investigating was merely a peak of less than 1,000 meters. One could easily descend in a few hours, let alone days, yet that was my reality. And how did you eventually escape? Zhu Yangyang inquired, eager to know. Professor Zhang took a sip of hot tea to steady his nerves before continuing. It was my mentor who sought the assistance of a local geomancer to rescue me from the mountain. The geomancer explained that the rugged terrain had been shaped by a landslide many years ago, creating a natural trap. When fog arose, the trap would be triggered, causing anyone at its center to lose their sense of direction. It described an elderly man who went up the mountain to forage for bamboo shoots and later called his family to say he was lost and could not find his way down. Yes, I remember that news as well. The elderly man was familiar with the mountain, having made the trip annually, and he could navigate it with his eyes closed. Yet, that time, he inexplicably lost his way. His family searched the mountain, combing through nearly every inch, yet they found only the bamboo shoots he had gathered. Indeed, the fire department and rescue teams also scoured the area but found nothing. It was only 20 days later that they discovered his remains at the base of a slope, perplexingly close to where he had been foraging. Moreover, those who sought him had passed that very slope multiple times without ever noticing his body. Heavens, how chilling, the audience buzzed with fervent discussion, their skin crawling. Professor Zhang sighed. Thus, I propose that the situation faced by Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang is likely akin to my own experience, indicating that within the formation of this Danxia land form, a trap was also created. The sole distinction is that I was not subjected to a phantom wall, I merely could not find my way out, while they not only cannot escape but are also ensnared by a phantom wall, indicating that their predicament is even more troublesome than mine. Well, we could simply enlist the help of a geomancer, couldn't we? Liu suggested. Others found this proposal reasonable. Zhu Yangyang, ever decisive, began instructing someone to make the arrangements. In the desert, amidst the Danxia landscape, Mo Qilin finally ceased her introspective contemplation and began to retreat. After stepping back a dozen meters, she halted, then, under Zhu Yinyan's puzzled gaze, assumed a posture akin to preparing for a sprint. In the next instant, she propelled herself forward like a cannonball, dashing toward the cliff, leaping several meters high in a sudden bound. Then, with a powerful kick against the cliff, she vaulted upward once more, achieving several meters of elevation. In a matter of mere minutes, Mo Qilin had ascended to the summit of the towering cliff, an impressive feat accomplished in the brief span of 1 or 2 minutes. Chapter 32, Chimanduanjier Arth, so handsome. Below, Zhu Yangyang was momentarily stunned before she reacted, exuberantly shouting in excitement. This was the first time she had witnessed Previously, when Mo Qilin had vanquished the man-eating poison wasps, Zhu Yangyang had merely grasped that Mo Qilin was strong and formidable, but the extent of her strength remained a mystery to her. After all, Mo Qilin's actions during the wasp encounter had been relatively subtle, far less striking than the spectacle unfolding now. Even the audience members, who had previously formed a general understanding of Mo Qilin's skills, could not help but be taken aback. Oh my goodness, your earlier leap across the skeleton crawler's cave was already outrageous, but I never imagined you'd surpass that. This isn't just a few meters high, we're talking about cliffs that rise 20 to 30 meters, nearly vertical. Yet you merely took a running start and jumped, using a few bursts of power in midair to ascend. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were filming a martial arts drama. This clearly demonstrates that they could very well be realistic. So, I urge the screenwriters and directors of such dramas to step forward and provide an explanation. Indeed, and those studying physics should also hasten to explain why lightness in martial arts seems to defy the laws of gravity. I'm a director from the ports. I must say, those films are indeed fictional. I had no idea lightness in martial arts truly existed. That's nothing. My entire understanding of physics has collapsed. What you experienced is nothing compared to my shock. I am the foremost rock climber in our area. I always prepare meticulously before embarking on an ascent, and yet she just jumps up after a few leaps. Who am I to complain to? In the Jiyu family, Jiyu Ruo looked at Mo Qilin effortlessly reaching the summit of the cliff, his eyes filled with. He resolved that as long as she emerged alive from the National Destiny survival game, he would accept her. However, she must first hand over that knife and teach him martial arts. The thought of being able to rampage like Mo Qilin, wielding a blade alone, sent shivers of excitement through Jiyu Ruo's entire being. Beside him, Jiyu Baoyu and Jiyu Ju exchanged complex glances as they gazed at Mo Qilin on the screen. They could not deny that while their biological sister might lack other talents, in terms of martial prowess, she was indeed unparalleled. Each time she demonstrated her power, it seemed as if she radiated light, dazzlingly brilliant. In stark contrast, they found themselves in a predicament, ostracized, and fearful to even step outside. With friends and family calling to sever ties, their corporation teetered on the brink of collapse, uncertain of when it might fall into bankruptcy. They were at a loss as to how they had arrived at this juncture. In the observation group, Zhu Yinyang interlaced her fingers under her chin, her eyes solely focused on Mo Qilin's figure. Impressive, ascending the heights with such grace. I truly wonder where her limits lie. Commander Li, aside from Mo Qilin's master, are there others in our nation who possess the skill of lightness? At this moment, Mr. Liu suddenly inquired. If there were, he was determined to seek out a mentor. Future wilderness explorations would surely be easier. The audience's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Indeed, given the vastness of our nation, who could guarantee that Mo Qilin's master was the sole expert? Moreover, Mo Qilin's master must have learned from someone else. It was unlikely that one could achieve such mastery through self-study, was it? Consequently, the viewers inundated the screen with comments urging Commander Li to respond promptly. Commander Li chuckled wryly. To be honest, there really aren't any. If there were, the country would have long since enlisted them to train our soldiers, and I wouldn't be so astounded by Mo Qilin's abilities. Commander Li is correct. Had there been others, during our jungle operations, we could have leaped from the cliffs like Mo Qilin instead of slowly ascending with ropes. It's evident that only Mo Qilin and her master possess such skills, Zhu Yinyang concurred. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's face fell in disappointment, and the audience murmured in despair. only leaders from various countries breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that no one else in her country possessed such skills. Otherwise, what chaos might ensue in the desert? At the Danshirland Forum, Mo Qilin disregarded Zhu Yanyan's infatuated praise, standing atop the cliff and surveying the entire Danshir landscape. Just then, the geomancer invited by the observation group arrived. After a moment, the geomancer, under the expectant gazes of the observation group and the audience, stroked his beard and slowly stated, "Professor Zhang's conjecture is indeed correct. This place is a trapped formation, but it is not a natural occurrence. It is man-made." What? The observation group gasped in astonishment. Man-made, in this national destiny survival game, aside from the competitors from various nations, who else could be responsible? The audience shared their intrigue. However, the geomancer's expression remained solemn. It is indeed man-made. Observe the arrangement of these peaks and cliffs, as well as the parts between them. They are arranged in an orderly pattern, resembling a bagwire diagram. No matter how miraculous nature may be, it cannot spontaneously create a bagwire diagram. It must be the work of human hands. Thus, this trapped formation is also known as yames. The observation group and the audience, still reeling from the astonishing revelation of a man-made arrangement, were further bewildered by the mention of yames. They were utterly at a loss, struggling to comprehend its meaning. Only a particular history professor from a certain university was exceptionally agitated, pacing back and forth. "Yames, it is truly yames. Xiaosu, please excuse me from my duties, I must join the observation group. I suspect there may be ancient civilizations within this national destiny survival game." In the observation group, Master Sun, what exactly is yames? The host. Aside from Professor Zhang, the rest of the observation group and the audience were left even more bewildered. Zhu Yinyang rubbed her temples. "Master Sun, do you have any methods to break this yames trapped formation?" "Indeed, that is the pressing concern," echoed the others in the observation group. Master Sun appeared somewhat troubled. "I have limited knowledge regarding yames, so I can only attempt to deduce a solution. Please grant me some time to thoroughly analyze the situation." "All right, I appreciate your assistance. I will first send a visual comment to Mo Qilin and Zhu Yanyan, instructing them to wait in place as we search for a way out." Just as Commander Li's voice fell, Mo Qilin abruptly leapt from the top of the cliff, causing hearts to race in trepidation. Zhu Yanyan screamed in fright, "Sister, that's so high, are you out of your mind?" Mo Qilin paid her no heed, allowing herself to plummet vertically. Just as she neared the ground, she suddenly pushed off. Mo Qilin shot her a glance, clearly indicating that Zhu Yanyan was overreacting. Zhu Yanyan twitched her lips. Could she really be blamed? Anyone would be startled soon. However, curiosity got the better of Zhu Yanyan. By their way, the gate of life and death. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, did the ink god also discern that it was the mystical art of yames that ensnared her and Zhu Yanyan? Goodness, she is remarkably versatile, isn't she? Indeed, I truly suspect she had previously used the bagwire to ascertain the location of water sources, so her ability to recognize yames is hardly surprising. Your perspective does hold some merit. The members of the observation group gradually emerged from their stupor. Professor Zhao chuckled. "Old Li, it seems you needn't send out any more reminders." Commander Li smiled in response. "It appears our understanding of her is rather limited. We only knew she could utilize the bagwire to determine spatial orientations, unaware that she also comprehends yames. This is advantageous, as it means that even in our absence, she may attempt to find her own way out." The group nodded in agreement. In the desert, amidst the Danshirland Forum, Zhu Yanyan, upon hearing Mo Qilin's revelation, raised her voice. "What? The 8 gates of yames?" Mo Qilin looked at her, her gaze clearly questioning. "Do you know?" Zhu Yanyan replied, "I am a graduate student in history at Capital University, so I am familiar with this. However, my knowledge is limited. The so-called 8 gates refer to the life gate, death gate, injury gate, and others, with the life gate representing vitality and the death gate signifying demise. If one inadvertently enters any of the other 6 gates, they will find themselves back at the beginning, in a perpetual cycle. As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 8. Indeed, there are 8 paths. I had not counted them before, but now, upon hearing you mention chemin douanier, I realize that these 8 paths correspond to the 8 gates. And oh wonder I have been unable to escape, only to return to the starting point. It turns out I had entered one of the other 6 gates. In retrospect, I consider myself fortunate to have avoided the death gate, or else I might have. She shivered at the thought, unable to continue, a wave of dread washing over her. The audience was equally alarmed by her words. The life gate brings life, the death gate brings death. If one enters any of the other 6 gates, they will return to their original position. My goodness, chemin douanier is truly extraordinary. But why is it like this? I watched Zhu Yinyan's previous live stream on National Fortune, and she was always moving forward, never retreating. Yet she ultimately returned to her starting point. What is the underlying principle? AM bias strip. I don't know, but it's utterly terrifying. Isn't the most terrifying aspect the death gate? Death gate means death. Doesn't it imply that entering the death gate would result in death? How could that be possible? Surely that's just a scare tactic? Upon seeing these comments, the observation group was also unsettled. Mr. Liu quickly inquired, "A master son? The audience is expressing concern about the death gate. If Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang were to within the death gate lie various traps and deadly creatures. Anyone who dares to enter will undoubtedly meet their demise." The response did not come from Master Sun, who was deeply engrossed in calculating chemin douanier, but from an just now, Old Sun mentioned that chemin douanier is man-made. I share his view and suspect that this game of survival tied to national fortune is not merely a perilous domain, but one that harbors civilization. The observation group. After a moment, Professor Zhang asked, "How can you be so certain?" Professor Lin gazed at the screen. The evidence lies in chemin douanier itself. Its origins date back to ancient times, initially utilized for military strategy and the defense of cities against enemy incursions. It was later adapted for various other purposes, the most frequent being the protection of tombs from grave robbers. However, look around, this is the surface. Where are the tombs? Moreover, the terrain consists of rugged mountains and cliffs, which are clearly unsuitable for a battlefield. Therefore, this area must serve as a protective barrier for the city, indicating that behind this douanier landform lies a civilized nation or tribe. That would be extraordinary, setting aside when this douanier landform was formed. Just considering the artificially segmented fissures that create the Bagua diagram, it must have existed for at least several thousand years. If there is indeed a civilization, it would be one from millennia ago. Professor Zhang exclaimed. Professor Lin's smile grew even brighter. Precisely, that is the purpose of my visit. The other members of the observation group inhaled sharply. The audience, too, found themselves in a daze. Is this not merely an adventure game? Why does it now involve archaeology? Only Zhu Yunyang was currently more concerned with how Mo Qilin and the others would escape, as she inquired of Master Sun, who was still engaged in As long as the life gate is located, these 2 female contestants will be able to escape this labyrinth of chemin douanier. Master Sun confirmed with a nod. However, the challenge lies in that the life gate is not easily found, with only an 1/8 of a chance, a rather low probability. Miss, in the desert, amidst the douanier landform, Zhu Yangyang pointed to the stone markers beside 5 of the paths and said to Mo Qilin, "These 5 paths are those I have traversed. The remaining 3 are uncharted. The life gate must be among those 3. Despite having taken 2 days to walk just 5 paths, each path required several hours of exploration before she would return. This douanier terrain is simply vast. Mo Qilin regarded the 3 paths Zhu Yangyang indicated. Indeed, the life gate was among them, yet simultaneously, the death gate was also present in one of them, while another led to a different gate. Choosing incorrectly would either lead to death or result in circling back, which implies that their margin for error would be significantly greater. Miss, do you have a method for locating the life gate? Zhu Yangyang. The observation group and the audience eagerly awaited her response. Mo Qilin did not answer but instead crouched down and picked up a small stone, sketching the entire douanier landform's Bagua diagram. Zhu Yangyang, unsure of her intentions, remained silent, choosing instead to observe quietly beside her. Before long, Mo Qilin completed her drawing, preparing to employ their Xuanlongju from the principles of yin and yang feng shui to deduce the life gate. The Xuanlongju originates from their Hanlongjing, which is renowned as the supreme text for surveying the world, divided into 2 volumes for measuring dragon veins and assessing feng shui, arranging myriad formations and dismantling countless arrays. The Xuanlongju, distilled from the Hanlongjing by the esteemed Zhang Yi, is naturally well equipped to unravel the entrapments of Chemenduanjie. Chapter 34, Discovery of the Corpse. Mo Qilin stood up, clutching a pebble, stepped into the Bagua diagram, and positioned herself at its center. With her eyes shut, she recited the incantation in her heart, the dragon-seeking techniques approach and retreat, to predict life and death and human affairs. The foremost is the 8 gates. In the absence of direction, the 8 gates revolve around humanity, measuring the matters of heaven and earth, observing the life and death of the cosmos. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were all utterly perplexed. What on earth is she doing? Is she deciphering the Chemenduanjie? I have no idea. After drawing that Bagua diagram, she has remained still, unlike Master Sun, who keeps walking around, incessantly muttering like he's performing a ritual. Who says just look at her fingers, it's obvious she's calculating something. Indeed, the arc is too small, if you don't look closely, you wouldn't even notice. So, she really is deciphering the Chemenduanjie, just with a it must be my Mo God. In contrast to the spectators' belated realization, Zhu Yangyang was the first to confirm that Mo Qilin was indeed deciphering the Chemenduanjie. She held her breath, terrified to make a sound, fearing it might disturb Mo Qilin. Soon, having completed her incantation, Mo Qilin halted her calculations and decisively tossed the pebble from her hand. Logically, since this was not sandy ground, the pebble should have rolled a few times before coming to a stop. However, it landed squarely and steadfastly on one of the positions of the Bagua diagram. Sister, what is it? Zhu Yangyang asked, her hands nervously clasped together, brimming with anticipation. Mo Qilin did not respond, merely gazing down at the hexagram. Positioned by humanity, the pebble fell in front of her right, landing on the position of the Gen hexagram. The Gen hexagram represents Earth, which nurtures all things, hence the birth gate is also referred to as the Earth Gate. Furthermore, the Gen hexagram corresponds to the northeast direction, indicating that the road leading northeast is the birth gate. Consequently, Mo Qilin resolutely walked towards the middle path among the remaining 3 routes. Zhu Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that she had discovered the birth gate, her face lighting up with joy as she hurriedly followed. Sister, wait for me. The spectators gaped in astonishment. Wait, did she just decipher the Chemenduanjie and find the birth gate? What else could it be? Goodness, that was incredibly fast. It hasn't even been half an hour, while Master Sun has been calculating for over half an hour with no results. What does that matter? It just shows that Mo Qilin is more formidable than Master Sunday. Har har, I guessed right. It turns out my Mo God cracked the Chemenduanjie first. Mo God is supreme, Mo God is the best, Mo God is divine. The observation group was equally dumbfounded by Mo Qilin's astonishing speed, especially upon Finally, Commander Li sighed with a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, as Mo Qilin competes for the country, we should be doing everything possible to assist her as her support, yet, it seems our only contribution has been to clear her name. Indeed, the others in the observation group sighed in unison. There was nothing to be done, their own contestant was simply too outstanding. This left them, as guardians, feeling both proud and frustrated. Only the audiences from various countries, alongside the leaders who had secretly infiltrated to gather intelligence, were seething with rage. The Chinese were actually complaining that Mo Qilin was too exceptional. If that were the case, they might as well give her to them. They would never complain, only wish for her to be even more extraordinary. Of course, the observation group was unaware of the leader's sentiments. They turned to Master Sun. All right, Master Sun, stop calculating. Mo Qilin has already found the birth gate. What? Master Sun exclaimed in shock, rushing to the screen. She truly found it. Yes, they have already entered, Mr. Liu nodded. Master Sun's mouth opened and closed, struggling to accept this disheartening reality for quite some time. I'm getting old. Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the older generation aside. I managed to calculate 3 hexagrams, and this young contestant has already finished. It's evident her mastery of Chimendunjie is extraordinarily high, perhaps comparable to Master Hong from Port City. By the way, how did she calculate that? Send me the recording. Soldier Xiao Xier hurriedly provided the recording. Upon viewing it, he murmured in confusion, What kind of calculation method is this? I've never seen it before. But this positioning is intriguing. Could it be based on humanity? Then this must be the Hanlong Sutra. No, it's not the Hanlong Sutra. I don't even know what it is. I must study this thoroughly. Master Sun muttered to himself and retreated to a corner to research diligently. The others shook their heads in amusement at his obsession, allowing him to continue. They were now solely focused on whether Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang could truly escape from this Danxia landform. Zhu Yangyang, however, harbored no such worries, as in her eyes, Mo Qilin had transcended humanity, becoming a deity. The path chosen by the divine could hardly be devoid of an exit, hence she followed Mo Qilin with unwavering confidence, singing as she walked, her spirits soaring. This, in turn, relieved the observation group and the audience, who relaxed their tense nerves slightly. Yet, their moment of respite was short-lived, as Zhu Yangyang's piercing scream sent a jolt through the observation group and the audience. Sister, a corpse, there's a corpse here. Zhu Yangyang trembled, pointing towards a sheer cliff on her left, her face filled with... Upon hearing this, Mo Qilin turned back, following her gaze. To her astonishment, at the base of the cliff, there was indeed a pit, obscured by a stone wall that someone had erected. Had the wall not partially collapsed, revealing the pit, she might never have noticed the corpse Zhu Yangyang referred to lay within the pit, with only its head exposed, shriveled and evidently a desiccated corpse. The audience, upon catching sight of it, erupted in exclamations. Oh my, it really is a corpse. I wasn't prepared for this, and nearly fainted when I saw that head. Me too. I thought it was the body of some contestant. I never expected it to be a desiccated corpse. A desiccated corpse isn't as frightening. At least visually, it's far less terrifying than a fresh corpse. But how did a desiccated corpse end up here? They say desiccated corpses found in the desert are quite valuable. I wonder if that is true. It is true, many foreigners, under the guise of desert exploration, specifically come to our Xinjiang desert to seek out those corpses to sell to the wealthy. I can't fathom what peculiar tastes those rich people have. Goodness, they can even sell desiccated corpses. Now I'm tempted to go. Go ahead, I see it as a golden opportunity. You won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Chapter 35. Confirmation of civilization's existence. At this moment, the observation team was hardly faring any better, as they erupted into a frenzy. I was right all along, there indeed exists a civilization within this national survival game. Look, my hypothesis has been validated, my hypothesis has been validated. Professor Lin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as his hands rhythmically struck the table. Mr. Liu, taken aback, could only mutter, oh my god, it's... Although Master Sun had previously asserted that this mysterious phenomenon was man-made, and Professor Lin had mentioned the existence of civilization behind it, they had only half-heartedly taken it to heart, remaining in a state of skepticism. After all, this was merely a national survival game, not reality. One could not entirely interpret the game's elements through the lens of the real world, yet, now that they had witnessed the mummified corpse firsthand, they could not help but believe, and amidst their astonishment, perhaps this national survival game was not a virtual realm, but a genuine world, for the game compelled contestants from various nations to engage in life-and-death struggles for the sake of their countries. Merely orchestrating harsh weather, perilous beasts, and treacherous environments sufficed. There was no necessity to conjure corpses of other humans, as it served no purpose. Thus, the likelihood that this national survival game was rooted in reality loomed large. Indeed, nations around the globe had now turned their attention to the national broadcast feature. In the arid desert, amidst the dancier landforms, Mo Qilin stepped forward, pushing down the remaining portion of the stone wall, revealing the pit entirely. At this moment, the mummified corpse came into full view, lying on its side in a fetal position, arms crossed over its chest and legs curled up, its wind-dried face contorted in agony, mouth agape, a testament to the excruciating pain endured before death. Look at the pelvis. This is a male. Based on the degree of weathering, I preliminarily deduce that this person has been dead for approximately 4,000 to 5,000 years. Zhu Yangyang crouched beside Mo Qilin, scrutinizing the corpse meticulously before exclaiming in astonishment. The host promptly inquired, "Professor Lin, is Zhu Yanyan's deduction accurate?" Though I have not personally examined this corpse, from my visual assessment, she appears to be correct. Her grasp of history is commendable, Professor Lin remarked, gazing at Zhu Yangyang on the screen with both admiration and envy. He longed to study the corpse himself and unearth the historical narratives they concealed. Alas, he was destined to remain a mere observer, which pained him deeply. Professors Zhao and Zhang, seated beside Professor Lin, simultaneously patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "You'll get used to it. After all, we have all gone through this." Professor Lin's lips twitched in response. The audience was equally unsettled. Wow, a corpse from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. That predates the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties in our country. Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Zhu Yangyang is impressive. In such a short span, she can glean so much from this corpse. Truly, a testament to her prowess as a history graduate student. Not long ago, she seemed terrified. She must have been startled only upon seeing the corpse. After all, she witnessed someone being devoured alive by it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so composed in examining it now. Indeed, I too would be startled if my cat suddenly appeared. Wait, aren't we straying off topic? Shouldn't we discuss how he likely starved to death? Mo Qilin nodded, indicating her understanding, then noticed something and retrieved an object from the corpse's embrace. However, due to severe weathering, as soon as she took it, it disintegrated into powder on the ground, leaving only a small piece the size of a fingernail in her grasp. This appears to be a bone of some creature, polished to a fine finish. Sister, this fragment you hold is crafted from the bone of a certain organism. If my guess is correct, this is a weapon fashioned from biological materials, suggesting this individual was not an ordinary person in life. Zhu Yangyang continued to examine the corpse closely. The clothing on this person is exceedingly weathered, and the garments that clung to his skin have fused with it over the millennia, rendering the specific form of his attire indiscernible. However, the bindings around his limbs clearly indicate they were restrained for ease of movement, coupled with this bone weapon, suggesting he was a soldier in life. At this juncture, Zhu Yangyang turned to Mo Qilin. "Sister, I have harbored a suspicion that I have yet to share with you. When you mentioned that we were ensnared by this mysterious phenomenon, I suspected there might be a civilization present. My mentor once stated that such phenomena are typically employed for strategic military formations and to ward off invaders. But since there is no tomb here and it isn't suitable for battle, it must be for repelling external threats. Yet, while I suspected it, I never believed the possibility was particularly high, as this is a game world. However, upon seeing this ancient corpse, I realize my conjecture was not in vain. The strange phenomenon here is indeed a deliberate setup by some civilization to defend against intruders, and this individual was one such invader, trapped here just as we are, ultimately meeting his end by starvation." Clap, 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 Professor Lin generously applauded, praising, "Excellent, excellent, your deductions are remarkably astute. If this person is indeed an invader, then he could not have been alone. There must have been an entire army," remarked Zhu Yunyang. Professor Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, by the time this individual succumbed to starvation, it is likely that few remained of his army. Otherwise, he would not have been afforded such a grand burial. In such a location, the fewer people there are, the lesser the chance of survival, thus those who remain alive would cherish their comrades even more deeply. But we haven't encountered any other corpses along the way. Mr. Liu queried, puzzled. They may have entirely disintegrated due to weathering, Professor Zhang replied. This is not the driest area of dunes. While one may be desiccated in such conditions, prolonged exposure to the air leads to gradual weathering. This individual, however, was interred by his comrades in this pit, with stone walls erected to seal off the air, thus preserving him to this day. I see, Mr. Liu responded, enlightened. The audience, meanwhile, marveled at the fortune of the mummified corpse, uncertain whether to regard it as favorable or unfavorable. On one hand, he and his surviving comrades had discovered a means of escape. On the other, he had perished within that very gate to life. Ultimately, it was quite a poignant reflection. Zhang Qilin, unfazed by such musings, turned the corpse over and, confirming that there was nothing further of note, rose to continue her journey. Zhu Yangyang, now accustomed to her taciturn, solitary demeanor, paid no further heed to the corpse and hurriedly jogged to catch up. Chapter 36, The Desperate Situation of Jiyu Baozhu and Others. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhu Yangyang gazed upon the vast expanse of flatland before her, tears of exhilaration streaming down her face. Oh, I've made it out. I am finally free. The observation team and the audience shared in her joy. Indeed, it had been an arduous journey, and she had narrowly escaped becoming the second desiccated corpse, destined to accompany the first. Thank goodness for you, my dear sister. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, turning to Mu Qilin with overwhelming gratitude. However, Mu Qilin paid her no heed and instead walked to one side, leaning against the stone wall to sit down, retrieving water and vacuum-packed biscuits from her bag to satiate her hunger. Zhu Yangyang frowned at the sight. Sister, is that all you're eating? It's far too dry. Here, take some of mine. As she spoke, she rummaged through her camouflage bag, producing several food items. I have a few packs of military rice provided by the state, with various flavors. Would you prefer braised beef, kung pao chicken, or fish-flavored shredded pork? Upon hearing this, Mu Qilin's lips twitched slightly. She was indeed tempted. During this period, aside from a few cactus fruits, her diet had solely consisted of tasteless vacuum biscuits, which, while filling, were utterly devoid of flavor and had become quite nauseating. Thus, the prospect of other food was one she would not refuse. Little chicken, Mu Qilin said, eyeing one of the packs of military rice in Zhu Yangyang's hand. This was no arbitrary choice. It was made based on her brother's preferences, as he had a deep-seated fondness for chicken. The evidence lay in the little chicken-themed underwear that Wuxia and Fatty had gifted him, as well as the numerous chickens he had raised after retreating to Rain Village with them. As expected, no sooner had Mu Qilin's thoughts concluded than a notification from the system appeared. Ding, similarity in role-playing increased, current similarity 35, reward. Mu Qilin's eyes lit up. This was precisely the reward she had yearned for and cherished the most. Despite her current strength, a mere 25 combat power allowed her to single-handedly defeat a level 4 beast. Yet, she was acutely aware that in this survival game of national fortune, there existed many beasts of even higher levels, and her current combat power would be insufficient. Fortunately, having gained an additional 25 combat power, coupled with the enhancement from the Qilin bloodline, would ensure a more secure path ahead. Feeling elated, Mu Qilin noted that Zhu Yangyang appeared perplexed. Little chicken, sister, what little chicken? Seeing her confusion, Mu Qilin pointed at the military rice in Zhu Yangyang's hand. So it's this little chicken. Finally, Zhu Yangyang comprehended, nodding with a smile. All right, I'll heat this little chicken up for you and bring it over shortly. Referring to Kung Pao chicken as a little chicken was rather amusing. Even the audience chimed in, calling various chicken dishes little chicken, and delighting in the playful banter in the comments. Zhu Yangyang took 2 packs of military rice to a nearby open space to heat them. Meanwhile, Mu Qilin feigned a nap but was secretly reviewing her attributes panel. Host, Mu Qilin role, Zhang Qilin role similarity, 35, every increase of 5 in similarity will yield rewards. Physique hesitant smiley grade, ordinary person C grade, athlete B grade, special forces A grade, rewards obtained. Zhang Qilin's physical prowess, 50 combat power from Zhang Qilin, black gold ancient sword, Qilin bloodline, half a volume of the 16 characters Yin Yang Feng Shui secret technique, Finger of the grave robber weapon. Black gold ancient sword. Upon reviewing the attributes panel, Mu Qilin noted that aside from the increase in Zhang Qilin's combat power from 25 to 50, there were no other changes. She had anticipated a further elevation in her physique but realized she had overestimated it. Emotionless, she closed the attributes panel. Food's ready. Shortly after, Zhu Yangyang returned with the heated military rice, her face alight with joy. Sister, here's yours. Mu Qilin opened her eyes and extended her hand to receive it. Thank you. Oh, you're far too polite. Zhu Yangyang waved her hand dismissively, plopping down beside her and indulging heartily. Mu Qilin also picked up a spoon. Having not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, this military rice was nothing short of ambrosial. The two devoured their food with gusto, savoring every bite while Zhu Yangyang regaled Mu Qilin with gossip and jokes, emphasizing the blissful tranquility of the moment. In stark contrast, Jiyu Baozhu and the others found themselves in dire straits, cornered by a colossal beast. The audience was equally terrified by this creature. What on earth is that, a stick insect or a spider? One exclaimed. It must be a spider, look at those 8 legs. Oh my goodness, this beast is enormous. It's even larger than the skeletal crawler Mu Qilin encountered, especially with those legs that are at least as thick as an adult's, stretching over 10 meters long. Good grief, this is no longer just a beast. It can only be described as a monster. I feel suffocated just watching it through the screen, and I can hardly fathom the emotions and sensations Jiyu Baozhu and the others must be experiencing in the face of such a colossal entity. Just look at Fu Lingyu's reaction. It is evident she was completely petrified, standing frozen in place. If it weren't for Fu Zhan's pulling her away, she would have been skewered by this beast's long legs. Indeed, this creature is not only massive but also remarkably agile, relentlessly lunging at Jiyu Baozhu and the others. Who could possibly defeat it? Even Mu Qilin might struggle. The expressions of the observation team were equally grave. Indeed, when it comes to beasts, there is no limit to their size, only greater sizes, Mr. Liu lamented. Professor Zhao analyzed, based on the external appearance and limb structure of this beast, it seems to be a spider-type creature. However, it is peculiar that both its body and 8 limbs are exceptionally smooth, devoid of any hair, resembling both a stick insect and a centipede. Let us not dwell on what this beast resembles. We've already calculated its dimensions, Commander Li interjected, presenting a report. Its legs measure 12 meters in length, and its body spans 18 meters. His professors, it was indeed as tall as a 4-story building. One could certainly classify it as a monster. Now, let us deliberate on how to assist these contestants in dealing with this beast. Otherwise, they will meet only death, Commander Li stated solemnly. Our knowledge of this beast is limited, but from its appearance, it seems its weakness lies in its legs. If we can sever them, the body will collapse and become immobile. At that point, we can throw a bomb at it to eliminate the threat. However, this requires the contestants to find a location where they can fire without being susceptible to the beast's legs. Zhu Yunyang suggested, tapping the table as she provided her advice. The observation team nodded in agreement. That is a solid plan. Then I will send them a message to test this strategy, Commander Li concurred. Chapter 37, Astonishing Methods in the Desert. The location where Jiyu Baozhu and her companions. The scenery was indeed exquisite, yet, they had no time to appreciate such beauty, as they were solely focused on evading danger, weaving desperately between the stone formations to avoid the relentless strikes of the monstrous creature's long legs. No matter how skillfully they dodged, the creature's powerful legs continued to rain down attacks, making escape impossible. The beast hovered ominously above them, its colossal form casting a shadow that enveloped their every move, while it was akin to being trapped in a cage, with the creature as the confining bars, and Jiyu Baozhu and her companions as the hapless prey, perpetually fleeing within this enclosure. Damn it! This thing won't leave us alone, it's determined to kill us. Jiyu Jing shouted, glancing upwards at the beast while running. Chirp! The creature seemed to have heard him, it serrated more opened wide, emitting a shrill, mechanical roar. His face paled, and he rolled to the ground just in time, narrowly escaping. However, the spot where he had just stood was now marked by a deep crater left by the creature's attack. Witnessing this, Jiyu Jing felt a chilling dread wash over him. He was fortunate to have avoided that blow, otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two. Damn! Ji Jing cursed again, continuing his frantic flight alongside the stone pillars. Not far away, Ji Baozhu was gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse, her face a ghastly shade of pale. Third brother, I'm so tired, I can hardly run anymore. Baozhu, listen to me, just hold on a little longer. Whatever you do, do not stop. Stopping means certain death. Ji Jing called out emphatically. Ji Baozhu was nearly driven to exasperation. What a fool, who needed his encouragement, she wished he would carry her instead. Yet, despite her frustration, she dared not voice her desire for him to carry her. In this dire situation, each person was struggling to save themselves, adding another burden could lead to disaster. If she were to ask Ji Jing to carry her, even if he complied, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and in future dangers, he might not protect her with the same fervor. That was unacceptable. In this game of survival, her only allies were Ji Jing and Fu Hanchuan. Losing even one of their protections would be disastrous for her survival. With no other choice, Ji Baozhu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and continued to run. Ji Mu, witnessing this, was heartbroken. Wu Baozhu, my precious Baozhu, Ji Ju, Ji Qi, and Ji Baoyu also felt a pang of unease. Although Ji Baozhu had deceived and exploited them, she remained their cherished sister for 2 decades. Seeing her in such peril stirred deep concern within them. The Fu family shared this worry, having observed their daughter nearing her limits. Elder brother, Fu Lingyu slowed her pace, desperation etched on her face. I can't run anymore, can I not? No. Understanding her intent, Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened as he reprimanded her sternly. You'd best dismiss that thought. Even if you feel you can't run, you must. Unless you truly wish for death. Fu Lingyu managed a bitter smile. Of course I don't want to die, but no matter how we run, there seems to be no escape. What is the point of continuing like this? Fu Hanchuan remained silent, acutely aware that their current strategy was futile. They were too reactive. However, he too was at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, a line of golden text appeared before him, igniting a spark of hope in his eyes. The nation has sent a message. What did it say? Lin Shuheng asked urgently. The nation advises us to find a location where the creature's legs cannot reach, and to shoot down all its legs with firearms before detonating bombs to eliminate the beast, Fu Hanchuan explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly survey our surroundings for such a location. Lin Shuheng urged. Ji Jing scoffed. You really believe in the nation's words? Last time, they claimed my blood could ward off desert locusts, and what happened? We lost 3 people. If this turns out to be another failure, we might lose even more. That Lin Shuheng choked on his words. Fu Hanchuan fell silent as well. The faces of the observation team darkened. They had indeed erred last time, but fundamentally, the greatest mistake lay with the Jiyu family. It was the Jiyu family that had claimed Ji Jing and Mo Qilin were siblings with the same blood, prompting the issuance of visible bulletins in the hope that all participants would survive. No one anticipated that Ji Jing's blood would prove utterly ineffective. Have the blood test results for the Jiyu family come back? Professor Zhao inquired, his expression grave as he addressed a nearby staff member. The staff member nodded. The results are in. They indicate that the Jiyu family possesses the most ordinary type O blood, with no peculiarities found. So, only Mo Qilin's blood is special, Professor Zhang concluded. Does this mean she is not the biological daughter of the Jiyu family? Commander Li frowned. Professor Zhao shook his head. She should be their biological child. The Jiyu family wouldn't gamble with Ji Jing and Ji Baozhu's lives. But why is only Mo Qilin's blood unique? Chu Yunyang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isn't he her master a remarkable figure? Perhaps he gave her something or injected her with a substance that altered her blood properties. Most likely, Mr. Liu remarked scornfully. The Jiyu family is utterly ridiculous. They haven't even clarified this matter and assumed their blood would possess the same properties as Mo Qilin's. They re truly harming themselves and others. The audience erupted in derision. The Jiyu family, witnessing this, felt their faces burn with shame and anger. In the desert, amidst the Yarden formations, Fu Hanchuan pursed his lips. Indeed, after the last incident, it's clear that the nation is not infallible. We cannot place our complete trust in them. Furthermore, we remain within the hunting range of this beast, making it nearly impossible to locate the type of place the nation described. But if we don't follow the nation's advice, do we have any alternative? Lin Shuheng asked. For the others, each hiding behind a stone pillar, turned to her at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing the ruthless expression on her face, they were immediately reminded of her demeanor when she had pushed Wang Defer out to face danger. It was strikingly similar to now. Was she plotting to sacrifice someone again? Fu Hanchuan and the others grew wary, yet they were also intrigued by her proposition. Ji Yu Jing, with a complex expression, asked, Baozhu, what is your plan? It's quite simple. This creature has relentlessly pursued us, intent on devouring us. Why not attach a bomb to someone and offer them as bait? Once it takes that person into its moor, we can detonate the bomb and destroy the creature. Jiyu Baozhu proposed, her words shocking. Chapter 38, Lin Shuheng becomes a sacrifice. Fu Hanchuan and the others were left bewildered, gazing at her in disbelief. The audience erupted in a frenzy. What the hell? Although I had suspected that Jiyu Jufu was plotting against someone's life again, hearing it confirmed left me utterly stunned. I cannot fathom how a person like Jiyu Jufu could be so malevolent and cruel. Indeed, to bind someone with explosives and feed them to a beast, can such vile words even be uttered by a human? And she speaks of it so casually. Has her conscience been devoured by dogs? Conscience, that is something she has never possessed. How could dogs consume what was never there? Come on, where are Jiyu Baozhu's remaining deluded fans? Hurry and show yourselves. This is your precious sister. Last time, when your sister pushed Wang Defer, you insisted she didn't do it on purpose. When the nation presented evidence of her bullying Mo Qilin, you accused the government of fabricating it, steadfastly refusing to believe your sister is a wretched person. Now, she has openly declared her intention to feed someone to a beast. Can you still defend her? Har har, defend her. They must be wishing to find a hole to bury themselves in right now. Am I the only one who thinks Jiyu Baozhu's method is justified? Given the current situation, if we don't make certain sacrifices, we might all perish, but if one dies to save the others, it seems a fair trade. Don't the competitors from other countries do the same? Shut your mouth. You just said those are competitors from other countries. Our nation, Huogua, has always valued unity and the principle of not abandoning or giving up on anyone, otherwise, our ancestors wouldn't have driven away those invaders. How can you have the audacity to say such things? The observation group was equally incensed. Commander Li slammed his fist on the table. This female contestant is utterly inhumane. Our nation has seen such instances, particularly during the War of Resistance. However, unlike Jiyu Baozhu, our ancestors never proposed sacrificing anyone, they chose to sacrifice themselves. There is a fundamental difference between advocating for someone else's sacrifice and choosing to sacrifice. The former seeks to exchange another's life for their own, while the latter aims to offer their life for the hope of their comrades and the populace. The distinction between selfish cruelty and noble righteousness is glaringly evident. The implication was clear. If it came to a point where a sacrifice was necessary, he would willingly offer himself, but he would not stand by while being ordered to do so. Professor Zhao nodded. Indeed, the distinction between voluntary and coerced is significant. No one wishes to be told to die. Jiyu Baozhu has opened Pandora's box. The other contestants will soon reveal the most grotesque aspects of human nature in their desperation to avoid becoming sacrifices. In the desert, Yarden land. Baozhu, are you serious? Jiyu Jing asked in shock. Jiyu Baozhu lowered her gaze. Of course not, I was just speaking casually, but third brother, isn't this indeed our only option? Jiyu Jing fell silent. Fu Hanchuan, Fu Lingyu, and Lin Shuheng also remained quiet, all too aware that she spoke the truth. It was either one would die, or they all would. It was obvious even to a fool how to choose between one life and all lives. After a moment, Lin Shuheng took a deep breath and asked, his voice trembling, then, of the five of us, who will be that living bomb? That goes without saying. It must be Jiyu Baozhu. She proposed the method, so it's only fitting she take on the role. Besides, she is the least useful among us. Losing her would actually benefit us. A Fu Lingyu was the first to respond. pointing at Zhu Baozhu. The audience nodded in agreement. Of course, the one who proposed it should be the one to execute it. Zhu Baozhu felt a surge of hatred towards Fu Lingyu but maintained a facade of calm acceptance. Lingyu is right. It is only fair that I take on this burden. No, if you want Baozhu to die, you must first ask for my consent. Ji Yujing stepped in front of Zhu Baozhu, glaring fiercely at Fu Lingyu. Fu Hanchuan also looked displeased. Lingyu, stop this nonsense. Baozhu grew up with us, how can you say such things? Zhu Baozhu smiled slyly. She knew that neither Ji Yujing nor Fu Hanchuan would allow her to die. That was precisely why she dared to propose such a plan. Fu Lingyu stomped her foot in frustration. Fine, you all protect her. Who do you suggest should take her place then? Me. You can't either. You are my sister and the youngest among us. It makes no sense to send you. Fu Hanchuan replied sternly. Zhu Baozhu concurred. Brother Hanchuan is right. We cannot let you go. As for who should take on this role, we need to deliberate carefully. First, Brother Hanchuan cannot go. As the captain, he must lead us. Next is third brother. He is an essential asset in our team and cannot be sacrificed either. That leaves only. All four turned their gazes towards Lin Shuheng. Lin Shuheng's mind exploded with disbelief. What do you mean, let me go? Brother Lin, you are the only one here who fits the criteria. Zhu Baozhu bit her lip, feigning reluctance. Yet deep down, she wished for Lin Shuheng to hurry and take that fatal step. She could no longer run, and didn't he wish to? Lin Shuheng felt nauseated. Nonsense, we all have our limbs intact. Why am I the only one deemed suitable? You simply want me to die for your sake. His thoughts struck a chord, and besides Zhu Baozhu, Fu Hanchuan and the others felt a tinge of shame. But in the next moment, their embarrassment vanished entirely. The attacks from the beasts suddenly intensified, no longer methodical but chaotic, with multiple limbs striking simultaneously, kicking up clouds of yellow sand and causing rock formations to collapse. Damn it! This creature can't catch us, so it's gone berserk. Ji Yujing dodged a falling rock, shouting towards Fu Hanchuan, we can't hesitate any longer, let us do as Baozhu suggested. Otherwise, even if we escape its limbs, we'll be crushed by these rocks. Brother, it hurts so much, boo-hoo, Fu Lingyu cried out, having been struck on the head by a fragment of rock, blood streaming down. Seeing this, Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. All right, you come with me, Baozhu and Lingyu, you two stay safe. With that, he and Ji Yujing tackled Lin Shuheng to the ground. Let me go. Let me go. Lin Shuheng struggled, realizing what they intended, but he was no match for two determined individuals. Thus, Fu Hanchuan restrained him while Ji Yujing tied him up. The audience watched, gritting their teeth. Damn it, these two beasts are brazenly committing murder. Professor Zhao was right. This is indeed the ugliest side of humanity. Lin Shuheng has truly fallen into misfortune, encountering such a group. Honestly, I'm not surprised Lin Shuheng ended up like this. If Zhu Baozhu could sacrifice Wang Defer, she could just as easily sacrifice a second Wang Defer. For Zhu Baozhu, as long as she survives, she will stop at nothing. Zhu Yangyang left precisely because she understood this. Indeed, among those five, Lin Shuheng is the outsider. It's no wonder they would sacrifice him. Had he known this, he might as well have left with Zhu Yangyang. At least he could have encountered Mo Qilin. I wonder if he regrets it now. Chapter 39, The Long-Legged Mother Monster. The observers were filled with, yet, their emotions were limited to mere feelings of distress, for they were powerless to intervene. Even if they shouted in the comments, it was unlikely the players would hear them. The Jiyu and Fu families were equally embroiled in complex emotions, utterly incredulous that the monstrous figures displayed on the screen were their own sons. Though the faces remained familiar, they appeared alien and terrifying. Is it secure? Fu Hanchuan asked Ji Yujing, his voice raspy. Ji Yujing confirmed the bomb's status with a nod. It's ready. Let's throw him out. Fu Hanchuan acknowledged with a brief sound. Lin Shuheng was hoisted aloft by the two, his blood-red eyes fixed on them, hurling curses of vengeance. The two, too intimidated to retort or meet his gaze, uttered an apology before casting him out, then fired their weapons to divert the creature's attention. True to their intentions, the creature's focus shifted, ceasing its rampage and lunging towards Lin Shuheng with its foremost right leg. "No. Please, no!" Lin Shuheng cried out in despair. In the next instant, his body was impaled by the creature's leg, blood spilling profusely as he succumbed, his eyes wide open in death. "Now's our chance!" Fu Hanchuan exclaimed, observing as the creature lifted its leg to consume Lin Shuheng's lifeless form, hastily pressing the button. With a thunderous explosion, the timed bomb obliterated the creature, scattering its remains and various colored fluids like rain upon the onlookers. They disregarded their grimy state, embracing each other in elation. "At last, it's dead!" Ji Yujing exclaimed, his fist raised in triumph. Such a massive beast must yield a high rank and abundant points. Perhaps he could even surpass Mo Qilin. He often felt a pang of inadequacy whenever he glanced at the leaderboard, for Mo Qilin's score served as a constant reminder of his own shortcomings, rendering him a figure of mockery. Lost in thought, the announcement from the national survival game illuminated the screen. Announcement: Chinese contestant Lin Shuheng has been eliminated after encountering a level 5 long-legged mother monster. Oh, is that it? What about the points? Ji Yujing waited anxiously for further updates, but none appeared, his frustration mounting. Fu Hanchuan shot him a glance. "Have you forgotten, although you tied the bomb, you opted to use Lin Shuheng's to conserve your own? According to the rules, the creature is considered slain by Lin Shuheng, and as per the regulations, the deceased do not accrue points. Damn it, so our efforts were in vain." Ji Yujing seethed, blood boiling with indignation. Ji Baozhu shared in his disappointment. She had hoped to earn points to coax Ji Yujing into exchanging them for a bottle of sunscreen, as she had neglected her skin care and had become quite darkened over the past few days. To her dismay, she found herself with not a single point to show for it. The audience, witnessing the celebration of the group after vanquishing the long-legged mother monster, felt a chilling horror, their thoughts consumed by the fate of Lin Shuheng, sacrificed in vain. What manner of demons were these individuals? Meanwhile, Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang were unaware of the events surrounding Ji Baozhu, busy erecting a tent to rest for the night. Zhu Yangyang handled the tent while Mo Qilin leaned against the rocky wall, sharpening her knife. Her method was not the conventional way of wiping with a cloth on her lap, but rather resting the blade in the crook of her arm, slowly gliding it along with her sleeve, exuding an aura of elegance and coolness that captivated the audience. "Wow, Mo God looks stunning, and her knife-wielding action is mesmerizing. Indeed, it makes my heart flutter. Hey, why did she put the knife away? I wanted to see more. It's beautiful, I could watch it all day. This side is so much better, serene and peaceful, unlike that side, where they plot each other's demise with such malice. I've decided to ignore that side from now on, it's too terrifying. I'm rooting for this side instead." Done. Zhu Yangyang clapped her hands, admiring her completed tent, ready to seek Mo Qilin's praise. However, upon seeing the announcement on the national survival game screen, her pupils dilated. Lin Shuheng is dead. Zhu Yangyang rubbed her eyes, confirming the grim news, her heart sinking slightly. Back when she was part of that team, the four arrogant individuals had barely acknowledged her and Lin Shuheng, leading them to rely on one another for support. Now, with Lin Shuheng gone, she felt a twinge of sorrow. Yet, Zhu Yangyang quickly readjusted her mindset. After all, this was the national survival game, and each death was an anticipated outcome. She had long prepared herself for the possibility of her own demise alongside Lin Shuheng. With this readiness, the stark reality of loss did not weigh too heavily, and looking forward became paramount. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yangyang approached Mo Qilin with a renewed smile. "Sister, the tent is set up. Let us rest." Mo Qilin shook her head, tossing a twig into the fire, and coolly replied, "I'll keep watch." I'll take the watch, Zhu Yangyang asserted, taking on the responsibility. Mo Qilin regarded her quietly, making Zhu. For reasons unknown, despite Mo Qilin's silence and lack of expression, Zhu Yangyang felt as if she were being reprimanded for her lack of self-awareness regarding her abilities. Ahem, Zhu Yangyang cleared her throat awkwardly, while Zhu Yanyan's mouth twitched in resignation. It seemed there was no negotiating. All right then, I'll sleep first, and I'll join you for the second half of the night, Zhu Yangyang yawned and made her way to the tent. True to her word, she emerged later in the night to accompany Mo Qilin. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully without any ominous weather or threatening beasts. The following morning, Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang each had a can of food before packing their belongings and preparing to set off. Suddenly, Zhu Yangyang felt a sharp pain in her stomach, doubling over in discomfort. Sister, wait for me a moment, I need to relieve myself, but I'll be quick, she said, dashing toward a massive rock ahead. The national survival game exhibited some humane aspects. For instance, contestants were not broadcasted during personal hygiene activities, ensuring their privacy remained intact. Mo Qilin observed Zhu Yanyan's retreating figure, then glanced at the pile of belongings at her feet, resigned to wait. After approximately 10 minutes, a piercing scream echoed from behind the rock. Mo Qilin's expression hardened as she sprang into action, racing toward the sound with such speed that it left a trail of dust in her wake. However, upon reaching the rock, she found no sign of Zhu Yangyang. The audience, too, was left bewildered. Where had she gone? Could it be that some beast had snatched her away? Chapter 40. The mass grave. Mo Qilin shared a similar thought, instinctively reaching behind her to grasp the hilt of her black gold ancient blade. Her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, Zhu Yanyan's voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of agony and frailty. Sister, have you come to find me? I'm down here. Down below, following the direction of the voice, Mo Qilin proceeded, navigating around a boulder that stood half her height, only to discover a considerable chasm in the ground. She hastened to the edge of the pit, peering down, where indeed she spotted Zhu Yanyan. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang lay on her back at the bottom of the pit, grimacing as she rubbed her lower back and rear, tears welling in her eyes as she recounted her woeful plight to Mo Qilin. Sister, you have no idea how unfortunate I am. After finally resolving my stomachache, I was on my way to find you when, just a few steps later, the ground collapsed beneath me, and I fell straight down. My bones feel as though they are about to shatter. Oh, it hurts so much. Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't help but twitch their lips. Goodness, I thought she had been abducted by a strange beast and was ready to weep, only to find out she merely fell into a pit. Har har har, today's dose of humor. In such a vast expanse of land, the ground only collapsed where she happened to tread. Indeed, but as long as she is unharmed, that is what matters. Seeing that Zhu Yangyang was not in any life-threatening danger, the audience felt a sense of relief. The observation team also exhaled in a sigh of relief, with only 6 contestants remaining from their nation, and despite 4 of them being in dire situations, they were all hoping to avoid further sacrifices. Sister, could you please pull me up? Thank you. Zhu Yangyang extended her hand toward Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin did not refuse. She released the hilt of her black gold blade, retrieved a bundle of rope from her bag, and tossed one end into the pit. Zhu Yangyang, wincing with pain, rose to her feet, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and grasped the rope to begin her ascent. Suddenly, something caught her eye, causing her expression to shift dramatically, and she froze in place. Mo Qilin tugged at the rope. Zhu Yangyang snapped back to reality, gazing up at her in terror. Sister, this is not a naturally formed underground cave. It is a mass grave. Mo Qilin was taken aback. Professor Lin from the observation team stood up in shock. What, a mass grave? Professor Lin, what exactly is a mass grave? Mr. Liu inquired. The audience also sought clarification. Professor Lin swallowed hard before responding. It is a site where bodies are concentrated, such as a graveyard for unmarked burials, burial pits, or places where corpses accumulate, including battlefields, all of which qualify as mass graves. The number of skeletal remains found in such locations is often beyond imagination. All the other members of the observation team and the audience collectively gasped. The very thought was chilling. Sister, do you want to come down and Mo Qilin discarded the rope, leaping directly into the pit, her action serving as an affirmative response. In that instant, the observation team and the audience shared her perspective, witnessing what could only be described as a mass grave. Just as Zhu Yangyang had stated, this was not a naturally occurring hole in the ground but rather a man-made excavation, vastly larger than the lair of the skeletal crawlers, littered with dried corpses. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the observation team and the audience, leaving some faint-hearted individuals to swoon from the sheer horror of it all. The scene was utterly staggering and terrifying. The audience frantically flooded the screen with comments. What the hell? After hearing Professor Lin's description of a mass grave, I thought I was mentally prepared for any horrifying sight, but seeing this mass grave truly shocked me. I nearly lost control of my bladder and will undoubtedly have nightmares tonight. That's nothing. My grandfather was so frightened he had a heart attack and ended up in the hospital. I reckon right now all the hospitals across the nation, no, the entire world must be overwhelmed. My God, how many dried corpses are there? Hundreds, thousands. I can't tell, there's just an overwhelming number, it's impossible to count. Wow, Zhu Yangyang is incredibly impressive, she literally stepped into a mass grave, who else can claim that? The observation team was equally unsettled. It truly is a mass grave, but how could such a place exist here? Professor Lin pondered as he paced back and forth. It must be a site for unmarked burials. Didn't you mention that behind the Danshire landform there is a civilization? Perhaps this is the burial ground of that civilization, Commander Li speculated. Impossible, this cave was deliberately constructed, complete with a treasure dome. Had the dome not decayed, and had Zhu Yangyang not fortuitously stepped on it, causing it to collapse, this place would have gone unnoticed. It cannot be an unmarked burial site, Professor Lin countered. Then it must be a collective burial site of that civilized nation or tribe, Professor Zhang proposed. Professor Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have collective burials. Isn't that peculiar? Zhu Yunyang pointed out the inconsistency. These corpses date back for 5,000 years, perhaps coffins were not yet in use during that period, Mr. Liu conjectured. That cannot be, Professor Lin. It was not hastily buried underground but rather interred within a cliff to prevent decay and insect infestations. The original purpose of a coffin was similar, thus the cliff served as that corpse's coffin, indicating that the civilization within. Yet here, there is nothing, hence I believe this is not a collective burial site but rather a burial pit. A burial pit, does that mean there is a grand tomb here? Professor Zhang exclaimed. This place cannot possibly harbor a tomb, Master Sun interjected as he approached. Master Sun, have you deciphered the method by which Mo Qilin breached the peculiar formations? Mr. Liu inquired. Master Sun sighed regretfully. No, her method is beyond my comprehension. It cannot be unraveled in a short time. I came upon hearing that she encountered a mass grave, so I came to investigate. Master Sun, did you truly mean that there cannot be? Master Sun affirmed. Indeed, before arriving, I reviewed the recordings, and the feng shui of this location is unsuitable for tomb construction. Since the civilization within this survival game understands peculiar formations, they would be aware of this fact. Yet, they have created a mass grave here, which must hold a deeper significance. I shall examine it further. With that, he turned and departed once more. Chapter 41, The Ascension Array. Upon witnessing his fervent urgency, the members of the observation team refrained from intervening, eager for him to swiftly unveil the findings. Professor Lin, in particular, was consumed by a desire to comprehend the reason behind the presence of this mass grave. This grave was neither a chaotic burial ground nor a collective tomb, nor a burial site for accompanying sacrifices. It was simply a solitary mass grave, which undeniably surpassed his understanding of funerary practices. Until he unraveled this mystery, he was certain he would not find solace in slumber that night. In the vast expanse of the desert, Zhu Yangyang trembled as she trailed closely behind Mo Qilin. Sister, aren't you afraid of these grotesque corpses? She inquired. Mo Qilin, shaking her head, navigated among the desiccated remains, scrutinizing them with meticulous attention, displaying no semblance of fear. Zhu Yangyang offered her an admiring thumbs up. The audience, watching from behind the screen, expressed their admiration. It required immense courage to gaze upon these corpses, yet she approached them with unwavering composure. Her audacity and mental fortitude were truly remarkable. These corpses must belong to slaves, Zhu Yangyang suddenly remarked, fixating on one of the remains. Mo Qilin turned her gaze toward her, evidently inquiring how she had deduced this. With a smile, Zhu Yangyang elaborated, in the earliest historical records of our Hoa nation, nobles did not adorn themselves with jewelry. Only slaves did, allowing nobles to discern which slave belonged to them. Although I am unaware of the civil system within this survival game, the presence of jewelry on these corpses, coupled with their hasty burial, leads me to conclude that their status was exceedingly lowly. Only slaves would fit this description. Professor Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the earliest to don ornaments in our Hoa nation were slaves. The audience was taken aback, realizing they were now paralleling the status of slaves. However, to see so many slaves interred here is truly a spectacle. One wonders what the purpose could be, Zhu Yangyang mused, stroking her chin. Ascension, Mo Qilin stated cryptically. Ascension? Zhu Yangyang blinked in confusion. What do you mean by ascension, and who is ascending? Mo Qilin shook her head, lapsing into silence once more. Zhu Yangyang's smile faltered. Sister, while I know you are not fond of speaking, now that you have spoken, please do so completely. Leaving things half-said can be quite exasperating at times. The audience nodded in agreement. Mo Qilin regarded Zhu Yangyang, biting her lip, feeling somewhat wronged. Did she desire to converse in such a manner? No, it was not her choice. She was compelled. Were it not for her role as the little brother, would she not be able to express herself freely? At that moment, the observation team saw Master Sun return, his face flushed with excitement, his beard bristling. IV realized it. The mass grave indeed holds profound significance. It pertains to ascension to immortality. Ascension? The members of the observation team were taken aback. Master Sun nodded vigorously. Yes, ascension. By correlating this mass grave with the Professor Zhang interjected. Didn't contestant Mo Qilin just mention the word ascension? She did, but we didn't grasp its meaning. It appears that this is precisely what she intended to convey, Professor Zhao added. It is remarkable that she discerned the purpose of this mass grave so swiftly, Commander Li praised. Zhu Yangyang gazed at Mo Qilin on the screen, her eyes filled with admiration. Hasn't she always been exceptional? The members of the observation team chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it is our honor to have her representing our Hoa nation. By the way, Master Sun, you just mentioned that the purpose of this mass grave is to facilitate ascension to immortality. Is it truly capable of achieving such a feat? The host inquired. Indeed, such an outlandish claim is hard to believe. Another voice chimed in. I find it hard to believe as well. If simply digging a pit and burying a multitude of people could lead to immortality, our Hoa nation would be brimming with immortals. Not to mention, throughout history, many have aspired to attain immortality, going to great lengths that often resulted in tragic consequences. For instance, in Yunnan, a certain king sacrificed 100,000 subjects in his pursuit of immortality, yet he ultimately did not achieve it. Beyond immortality, numerous emperors sought elixirs for eternal life, employing every means possible, yet they too met with failure. When I hear others mention elixirs for eternal life, I can't help but share a joke about searching for such potions in someone else's tomb. Har har, it's utterly ludicrous. Hence, notions of immortality and ascension are mere fabrications, steeped in superstition. The audience expressed their skepticism. Master Sun, observing their reactions, chuckled. The audience is correct. Ideas of immortality and ascension are indeed fanciful. However, those of the past did not share this perspective. In their quest for immortality, they were willing to pay any price, and the individuals behind this mass grave embody that sentiment. Moreover, I have yet to finish my statement. This mass grave is not an isolated case. There are a total of 9 such sites. What, 8 more? The observation team was astonished. Indeed, I once perused an ancient text that documented a formation known as the Ninefold Ascension Array. This array requires the establishment of a focal point at each of the 8 cardinal directions of the Bagua, as well as at the central position of the double fish. Each focal point must receive 999 living sacrifices, and the architect of the array must lie in the double fish position to activate the ninefold ascension array, drawing vitality from the 9 living sacrifices at the The location of this mass grave conveniently aligns with the composition of the bagua, and given the multitude of corpses present, it perfectly meets the criteria for the focal points of the ninefold ascension array. Hence, I assert that the individuals behind this mass grave seek to ascend to immortality. What a malevolent array! Commander Li exclaimed, slamming the table, his expression grim. 9 focal points, that adds up to nearly 10,000 lives sacrificed for one's own ascension, truly abhorrent. Professor Zhao was equally incensed. This reveals the cruelty and horror of the slave system. The existence of slaves was not solely for performing the most menial and laborious tasks but also for various sacrificial rites. Professor Lin, thank goodness we were not born in the era of slavery, otherwise Mr. Liu shuddered at the thought. The audience shared this sentiment, contemplating how dire their circumstances would have been had they lived in such times, perhaps never even reaching adulthood. Old Li, please convey the details of the ninefold ascension array to contestant Xu Yangyang. I suspect that, given Mo Qilin's character, she would not directly explain it to her, Professor Zhang suggested. Before long, Zhu Yangyang noticed the barrage of messages from Commander Li, causing her to leap in astonishment. Goodness, to use thousands as sacrifices for the elusive notion of ascension, has the world gone mad? Mo Qiling also caught sight of the messages, subtly raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the state apparatus was no trifling matter. They had swiftly discerned the nature of this ascension array. Sister, the ascension you referred to earlier is indeed this, isn't he it? When did you figure it out? Zhu Yangyang curiously inquired, casting her gaze toward Mo Qiling. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Inscriptions. Mo Qiling gazed at the desiccated corpses before her. She had, of course, realized their presence. Their bodies were strewn haphazardly, giving a chaotic first impression. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern a peculiar order to their arrangement, as they occupied the 8 corners of the cavern, forming the 8 cardinal directions of the bagua. Furthermore, the expressions on their faces were grotesque and contorted, their postures bizarre and unnatural, yet devoid of any external injuries, indicating that they had perished from asphyxiation. This raised a critical question. Under what circumstances could so many individuals simultaneously suffocate while standing in the positions of the bagua? The only plausible answer was a sacrificial offering. Thus, drawing from the scene within the cave and correlating it with the layout of the expansive plain outside, she immediately recalled the records regarding the 9-9 ascension formation from the esoteric principles of yin-yang feng shui. Subsequently, upon Zhu Yangyang recognizing the identities of the corpses, she counted them briefly and confirmed that this was indeed one of the focal points of the 9-9 ascension formation. Seeing that Mo Qiling was once again ignoring her, Zhu Yangyang sighed despondently. Sister, it's truly too difficult to hear you say a single word. The audience nodded in agreement. Ever since she had entered this survival game of national fortune, they had not heard her voice again. Although Zhu Yangyang had eventually arrived and spoken, her total words had not exceeded 20, rendering her silence almost equivalent to that of before. They longed for her to return to her former self, acutely aware of their past mistakes, tears welling up in their eyes. Mo Qiling paid no heed to Zhu Yangyang's lamentations and reached out to grasp the necklace around the neck of the corpse before her. The necklace was substantial, crafted from an array of animal teeth and bones, with a pendant of flat yellow agate the size of a palm, intricately carved with a depiction of 2 serpents entwined, each spitting fire. The reverse bore a pattern reminiscent of mosquito legs, complex and enigmatic. Hey, I must say, this necklace is quite beautiful, exuding a wild aesthetic. Indeed, particularly the jewel serpent motif, though somewhat rudimentary, the form is distinct, and the scales are vividly defined. For a piece from several millennia ago, it showcases commendable craftsmanship. A necklace from thousands of years past must hold significant value, right? As a historian, let me clarify, this art, despite its antiquity, it possesses little commercial value, only worth studying and collecting. Some luxury brand who says it lacks commercial value. Once I borrow this design, oh no, I mean draw inspiration from it, I could sell a single piece for an exorbitant price. Should they catch wind of this, they will shamelessly claim it as their own. Certain cosmic thieves, indeed, you speak of me, I have already seen it, and I shall proceed to. The audience chuckled at the banter. Professor Zhang from the observation team also teased, har har, just when it mattered most, old Lin stepped out for a restroom break, otherwise, witnessing this necklace would have surely stirred quite the excitement. Absolutely, I'd love to see his reaction, Professor Zhao chimed in with a laugh. Commander Li pointed to the screen, all of us are historians, just look at Zhu Yangyang's reaction to understand. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang was indeed quite agitated, her eyes wide as she fixated on the necklace in Mo Chilin's hand. Sister, could you please let me see the necklace you're holding? Mo Chilin assumed her interest lay in the artifact, given her background in history, and without hesitation, handed it over. Zhu Yangyang cradled the necklace delicately, meticulously polishing and inspecting it from various angles, her excitement bubbling over. Yes, yes, this is Chutzi script, I have indeed discovered the Chutzi script, sister. Look at these patterns on the back of the pendant. Chutzi script. Mo Chilin responded, somewhat astonished, was this truly writing? The audience was equally taken aback. And you're telling me it's writing? Exactly, what is this Chutzi script? I've never heard of it. I'm familiar with Chutzi. Our Xinjiang was once referred to as the Western regions, which were historically divided into 36 states, one of which was Chutzi. Could this be the script of that Chutzi? Let me clarify, it is certainly not. I hail from Xinjiang and possess Chutzi ancestry. We have preserved some of Chutzi's script, but it does not resemble this, although there are some similarities. No, the crux of the matter isn't how Zhu Yangyang recognized this as Chutzi script. We must remember this is a civilization within the national fortune survival game, not one from our reality. Indeed. The audience began to grasp the implications. The observation team also recognized the gravity of the situation. Just then, Professor Lin returned, and Professor Zhang waved him over. Old Lin, you've returned at the perfect moment. Zhu Yangyang just discovered a form of writing on a corpse's necklace, claiming it to be Chutzi script. As our nation's foremost history professor, please assess its authenticity. Old Zhang, you must be mistaken. Where could Chutzi script possibly come from in this context? Professor Lin chuckled. After all, how could a civilization within the national fortune survival game bear? Moreover, the civilization within the game dated back 4,000 to 5,000 years, while Chutzi existed during the Han Dynasty, a significant temporal disparity. If such a script were truly present, it would be a remarkable anomaly. However, both Professor Zhang and the other members of the observation team insisted they had not misheard. Zhu Yangyang had indeed mentioned Chutzi script. At this point, Professor Lin could no longer deny it and promptly took his seat to observe the unfolding situation. Upon closer inspection, he was left dumbfounded. Seeing his prolonged silence, the other members of the observation team exchanged puzzled glances. Old Lin, what is the matter? Professor Zhang placed. Alarmed, he rushed to examine his face, only to find him in tears. The observation team and the audience were left in confusion. Professor Lin wiped his eyes. I apologize for causing such amusement. I am perfectly fine. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. I initially thought you were referring to Chutzi script from the 36 states of the Western regions, but upon seeing it with my own eyes, I realized it is indeed this Chutzi, Sant Jun Chutzi, benevolent Chutzi. At the same time, Zhu Yangyang was elucidating to Mo Chilin. Yes, it is Chutzi script. However, the Chutzi I refer to is not the one from the 36 states of the Western regions. Nevertheless, this Chutzi has profound connections to that Chutzi, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to say it is an ancestor of the Chutzi from the 36 states. Chapter 43. The Kingdom of Chutzi Ancestors. Mo Chilin glanced at the desiccated corpses. She was familiar with the kingdom of Kuchur from the 36 kingdoms of the Western region, but she had never heard of Chutzi. Zhu Yangyang nodded. Yes, ancestors. 3 years ago, while I was preparing for my graduate exams, I happened upon a book in the library about the kingdom of Zhuzi. The author of that book is our nation's most esteemed history professor, Professor Lin Qingwen. In his youth, Professor Lin was deeply fascinated by the culture of the 36 kingdoms of the western region, and he traversed the Xinjiang desert in pursuit of uncovering their complete history. One day, his team encountered a sandstorm, and he himself was swept. He found them exceedingly intriguing, and after his team located him, they brought back all those tablets. Following a period of research, he was astonished to find that those patterns constituted a form of writing, known as Zhuzi script. Professor Lin nodded. Indeed, it is true. I never expected that contestant Zhu Yangyang had read my book. No wonder she is familiar with Zhuzi script. 40 years ago, when I realized that the patterns on those tablets were indeed a form of writing, it is remarkable to note that at that time, we had yet to even develop oracle bone script, let alone a systematic form of writing. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it. Furthermore, it is curious that throughout history, there has been no documentation indicating that such a civilization existed in the western region so long ago. Indeed, our nation, thus, the truly documented history spans merely over 3,700 years. If I were to learn that a complete writing system existed 4,900 years ago, I too would find it hard to remain composed. Professor Zhang expressed his understanding. Hence, I am fervently eager to decipher the inscriptions on the tablets, to uncover the nature of the civilization that possessed writing so early. Such a civilization must have been extraordinarily powerful and splendid. However, despite dedicating 10 years to this endeavor, I could not decipher the writings. It was not until one day when a student from Xinjiang informed me that the script bore resemblance to some ancient Kucha writings passed down through his family that I was enlightened. I immediately boarded a train to his home, where I confirmed that the ancestral Kucha writings did indeed share similarities with the engravings on the tablets. Alas, Professor Lin sighed, the kingdom of Kucha has long since vanished from history, and after millennia of geographical migrations, very few possess knowledge of Kucha script. Even those who do possess such knowledge are scarce, thus, I could only strive to locate individuals familiar with Kucha script, gathering their knowledge to aid in deciphering the inscriptions on the tablets. This process took another decade, during which I managed to decipher a portion, uncovering key information such as references to the kingdom of Zhuzi, heavenly fire, fire god, and serpent servant. It was then that I realized these inscriptions represented a script from a kingdom known as Zhuzi, and I thus named it Zhuzi script. How astonishing! Our nation has a history of nearly 5,000 years, with almost 1,300 years attributed to tribal civilization. It was only around 3,700 years ago that we transitioned to a feudal civilization, establishing an initial concept of nationhood. Yet, the kingdom of Zhuzi was already recognized as a kingdom over 4,900 years ago, Zhu Yunyang exclaimed, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Therefore, I vowed to decipher all the Zhuzi script inscribed on. In pursuit of this goal, I visited many descendants of Kucha. Ultimately, an elder advised me to seek out a temple located deep within the desert, secluded from the world. According to the elder, some descendants of Kucha, after experiencing these individuals are referred to as heavenly bestowed memory bearers. Once someone becomes a heavenly bestowed memory bearer, they are compelled to dwell in the temple, with their families unable to intervene. The elder mentioned that if I wished to learn more about Kucha, I could seek out the heavenly bestowed memory bearers in the temple. The audience erupted in excitement. Is this real? Heavenly bestowed memory bearers, our country has such extraordinary phenomena. What about that person who claimed to be a descendant of Kucha? Come forth and validate this. Indeed, to suddenly acquire memories of another person after falling gravely ill, could this not be a case of possession? Well, I am that person who just claimed to be a descendant of Kucha, but I am hearing this for the first time myself. Do you believe me? Me too, I am also a descendant of Kucha. When I heard Zhu Yangyang mention that Zhuzi is our ancestral kingdom, I was already quite bewildered. After all, to suddenly discover an ancestor is a lot to process. Now, Professor Lin has informed me that we descendants of Kucher possess extraordinary abilities. I am even more confounded. Professor Lin, did you find that temple? The host inquired with curiosity. Of course, I was fortunate enough to locate the temple and meet the so-called heavenly bestowed memory bearers, Professor Lin replied. At this moment, Zhu Yangyang was also discussing this with Mo Qilin. Professor Lin stated in his book that one of the heavenly bestowed memory bearers shared a story with him. 5,000 years ago, there existed a group of people who revered flames and were exceptionally skilled in serpent husbandry. Their ancestors had received a remarkable artifact from the fire god, which enabled them to control heavenly fire. They subdued a colossal demonic serpent that plagued the region, and from then on, the serpent became their ancestors. Another kingdom, Molan, the audience also appeared increasingly bewildered. Zhu Yangyang continued her narration with fervor. However, the kingdom of Molan did not endure for long after their ancestors passed. Consequently, the tribes previously vanquished by their ancestors swiftly annihilated the kingdom of Molan, driving them from their homeland. They were forced to migrate, eventually settling in the western regions of the Western region, where, through some miraculous means, they established a new kingdom, Chutzi. Yet, the kingdom of Chutzi also met its demise shortly thereafter. Mo Qilin regarded her with evident curiosity, silently inquiring why. Chapter 44, The Truth Behind the National Fortune. Under his rule, the common people lived in dire straits, suffering greatly. Furthermore, as this ruler aged, he became increasingly miserly, aspiring to rival the fire god who bestowed treasures upon his ancestors, aiming to become a deity akin to the fire god. To achieve divinity, this monarch summoned sorcerers far and wide and eventually discovered a method to ascend to godhood, albeit one that required a considerable sacrifice of lives. Initially, he utilized the lives of slaves, but soon realized that their numbers were insufficient and ordered the capture of commoners to fill the void. This action incited the ire of the populace, who rose in rebellion, leading to the downfall of Chutzi Kingdom. Subsequently, the people of Chutzi lived a nomadic existence, wandering until a millennium later when they re-established a kingdom with a similar name, known as the Kingdom of Kush, one of the 36 nations of the western regions. Mo Qilin nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. The audience was equally enlightened. Thus, it became clear that Chutzi Kingdom was indeed the ancestor of the Kingdom of Kush. Professor Lin continued from where Zhu Yangyang left off. The tale shared by the celestial memory bearer aligns perfectly with the inscriptions on the stone. After hearing it, I was eager to seek out the ruins of Chutzi and Molan kingdoms to explore the history of these enigmatic realms. However, the celestial memory bearer informed me that after the demise of Chutzi, after all, the ancients often employed such narratives to intimidate foes and showcase their might, suggesting that Chutzi and Molan kingdoms had not truly vanished from existence but were merely buried beneath the sands of time. Zhu Their first destination was the canyon where the stone tablet was discovered, convinced that if the tablet was there, the ruins of Chutzi Kingdom must also be nearby. However, reality proved otherwise. Professor Lin searched for over a decade, employing technological means, yet failed to uncover the ruins of Chutzi Kingdom, let alone the more mysterious ruins of Molan Kingdom. This led to discontent from the higher-ups, who deemed his efforts a waste of resources and ordered him to cease the project. Professors Zhang and Zhao comfortingly patted Professor Lin on the shoulder. "Old Lin, you've worked hard." They too had experienced moments when their projects exceeded budgetary timelines without yielding results, leading to abrupt cessation of funding, forcing them to seek alternative means to continue their investigations. Professor Lin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Although they forbade me from pursuing further, I did not give up. I continued to fund my search for several years, but still found no results." "And what happened next?" asked Commander Li. With a wry smile, Professor Lin replied, "Eventually, my still-living mentor advised me to abandon my quest, arguing that Chutzi and Molan kingdoms were merely figments of my imagination, not reality. After all, apart from the stone tablets and the tales recounted by the celestial memory bearer, there was no documentation to substantiate the existence of these kingdoms. I was swayed by his words and chose. The necklaces worn by these slaves embody elements of fire and serpents, adorned with Chutzi script. Furthermore, the final monarch of Chutzi harbored aspirations of immortality, and all these details correspond precisely with the descriptions of Chutzi Kingdom, thereby confirming its existence. Indeed, did we not speculate that the world within the National Fortune survival game is a manifestation of a real world? Yet, the origin of that reality remains elusive. In hindsight, why could it not be our own reality? Mr. Liu slammed the table in emphasis. Precisely, you previously mentioned that after the fall of Chotzi Kingdom, the fire. Perhaps this erasure signifies their transference into the National Fortune survival game, thus explaining why you have been unable to locate the ruins of Chotzi Kingdom. They have departed from our world. Professor Zhang's eye sparkled with insight. Professor Zhao, struck by a realization, exclaimed, then that implies the fire god is, in fact, the National Fortune survival game. Undoubtedly, Commander Li nodded in agreement. In stark contrast to the excitement radiating from the other members of the observation group, Professor Lin maintained an extraordinary calmness, a smile gracing his face. In truth, I had already contemplated these notions the moment I laid eyes upon them. At that moment, I understood that Chotzi and Molan kingdoms were not mere fabrications of my imagination or ephemeral dreams. I have found Chotzi Kingdom. Though separated by the screen, it lies before my eyes. I can see it, and my heart's long-held turmoil was finally alleviated. Congratulations, old Lin, for fulfilling your heartfelt desire. Professor Zhang offered his congratulations. Professor Lin gazed gratefully at the images of Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang on the screen. They have aided me in achieving this. If possible, I would like to express my gratitude to them in person. The audience was left in stunned silence by the conversation among the observation group. What the world within the National Fortune survival game is real? Goodness, how could it possibly be real? But these esteemed individuals have stated it outright, can they possibly be mistaken? Who cares about their status, who says they can't be wrong? Numerous audience members remained skeptical of the authenticity of these claims. Yet, the following moment, all contestants' National Fortune survival game screens erupted with announcements, leaving the audience astounded. Announcement: the observation group of Huagua has uncovered the truth about the world of the National Fortune survival game. All realms within the game are derived from various civilizations of Blue Star throughout different periods. Due to the inherent dangers, they were relocated to the National Fortune survival game, transforming it into a trial ground for the salvation of Blue Star. Announcement: the observation group of Huagua has unveiled the truth about the world of the National Fortune survival game and has received a gold mine as a National Fortune reward. The coordinates have been privately sent to relevant departments of Huagua. Please check your messages. Chapter 45, Journey to Chotzi Kingdom. My goodness, sister, did you see that? It states here that the world of the National Fortune survival game is extracted from our reality. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the announcement on the luminous screen for Mo Qilin to see. Mo Qilin, however, did not glance at the screen, instead gazing at her in silent reproach. Such a vast screen could hardly be overlooked unless one were blind. Zhu Yangyang chuckled sheepishly, feeling as though she had just been scolded by her sister. Rubbing her nose, she quickly redirected her attention back to the announcement on the screen. I always wondered why there were elements from Chotzi Kingdom in this National Fortune survival game. It turns out this is the reason. No wonder Professor Lin has spent decades searching for the ruins of Chotzi Kingdom without success. Apparently, the National Fortune survival game had long since relocated the ruins of Chotzi Kingdom. It is truly remarkable how the leaders of the observation group deduced all of this and even received the National Fortune reward. The members of the observation group were radiant smiles. To be honest, they had not anticipated that their understanding of the National Fortune survival game's reality would yield rewards, as they had assumed such benefits were exclusive to the participants. Yet, why was it a gold mine? Could it be due to the desert's abundant gold? The audience reacted with great fervor. Oh my, it's actually true, this is not a virtual world. It is a real world, extracted from our reality. Har har har, where are those who doubted the leaders of the observation group? Come forth and let me see if your faces are bruised. Stop, stop. They are indeed bruised, it hurts terribly. I shall never casually doubt others again. Woo woo, hey, have you all noticed? The National Fortune survival game is quite humane. Knowing that the gold mine rewards could be seized by some unscrupulous nations, it has chosen. Quite clever. More than the gold mine, I am more concerned about our nation's history. Surely, this will require a thorough revision. Absolutely, the stone tablet discovered by Professor Lin was found within our Huigua territory, indicating that Chutsi Kingdom, and even its ancestor, Molan Kingdom, belongs to our nation. Furthermore, Chutsi Kingdom existed over 4,900 years ago, and Molan Kingdom must have been even earlier, perhaps over 5,000 years ago. Thus, from this moment forth, our Huigua history is no longer 5,000 years but exceeds that, enriching our historical. Har har har, woo woo, you heartless fiends. At this moment, leaders and audiences from various countries were far from calm. The global audience felt it was unjust, even if the National Fortune survival game needed to extract a location as a testing ground for the participants, it should not have been from Huigua, as this blatantly favored them. Meanwhile, leaders from other nations were disgruntled that Huigua had once again garnered a National Fortune reward. They had suspected that the world within the National Fortune survival game was indeed real, but they had not anticipated it to be derived from their own reality, thus missing out on the National Fortune. The participants from various countries, upon seeing the announcement of the National Fortune survival game, felt a mix of emotions. However, they remained considerably more rational than the global audience, as being immersed in the game, it was more prudent to contemplate how to survive rather than dwell on Huigua's recent gains. In the desert, amidst the vast plain, Zhu Yangyang remarked, "Sister, the tale told by the heavenly bestowed memory person mentioned that Chutsi Kingdom and Molan Kingdom were raised by the god of fire. Yet, we now understand that Chutsi Kingdom and Molan Kingdom were actually relocated into the National Fortune survival game, suggesting that the game itself is the god of fire. Moreover, the god of fire once bestowed upon Molan Kingdom a treasure that could control heavenly fire. Could this treasure be the fire source pearl we seek?" Zhu Yangyang boldly speculated. Mo Qilin nodded, indicating that it was highly probable. Wonderful, after such a long duration in the National Fortune survival game, we finally have a lead on the fire source pearl, Zhu Yangyang gleefully proclaimed, lightly clenching her fists. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern, but the story told by the heavenly bestowed memory person also mentioned that the treasure was never passed to Chutsi Kingdom, meaning it is likely still within Molan Kingdom. If the treasure truly is the fire source pearl, we must venture to Molan Kingdom. Indeed, the members of the observation group concurred with her analysis. However, we have no idea where Molan Kingdom is located. The tale only stated that the people of Chutsi Kingdom migrated from elsewhere, yet it did not specify from where. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, removing her multifunctional helmet in frustration, tousling her hair into a disarray. At that moment, Mo Qilin raised her gaze and calmly uttered 3 words, "A Chutsi Kingdom." Chutsi Kingdom? Zhu Yangyang inquired uncertainly, sister, are you suggesting that we should first go to Chutsi Kingdom?" Mo Qilin nodded. Zhu Yangyang finally grasped her sister's intent, smacking her palm. "Of course, we should head to Chutsi Kingdom first. The people of Chutsi Kingdom are descendants of Molan Kingdom, so they are bound to have recorded some clues about Molan Kingdom. We can then use these leads to locate Molan Kingdom. Truly, my sister is brilliant." Zhu Yangyang praised her without reservation. Mo Qilin lowered her head, pulling down the brim of her hat to shield her face more thoroughly. The audience cooed at her adorableness, speculating whether she was shy. The members of the observation group exchanged smiles. "This is indeed a good plan. Perhaps the only one," a Professor Lin stated. "Let us hope they succeed." Other leaders from various countries were also busy sending messages to their participants, urging them to swiftly seek out Chutsi Kingdom and subsequently Molan Kingdom, emphasizing the need to obtain the fire source pearl before Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang. Mo Qilin agreed. The two made their way to the entrance of the cave. Zhu Yangyang gazed up at the several-meter-high opening, about to inquire how they would exit when Mo Qilin suddenly grasped the nape of her neck, crouched, and leaped, propelling them both toward the cave. Before she could finish her cry, they landed on the ground. Mo Qilin released her grip, and Zhu Yangyang, her legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, taking several seconds to recover. With a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, she looked at Mo Qilin and exclaimed, "Sister, I knew you could jump several meters, but I never imagined you could carry someone weighing over 100 pounds and leap so high. That's incredible." The audience cheered, envious of her experience with Mo Qilin's agility. That lucky girl, how fortunate she was. Mo Qilin paid no heed to Zhu Yanyan's admiration, turning to head toward the campsite while holding onto the edge of her hood. Zhu Yangyang hurriedly got up to catch up with her. The two returned to the campsite. Zhu Yangyang equipped her gear and backpack, asking, "Sister, which direction should we go to find Chuzi Kingdom?" "Southwest," Mo Qilin replied, gazing toward the southwestern horizon. Chapter 46, Rescue of the Foreign Contestant. Here lies but one of the focal points of the 9-9 Ascension Array, located in the northeast Khan position. The orchestrators behind this array have already discerned that it is the last monarch of the Chuzi. As a sovereign, it is only natural that he would not stray far from the capital. Thus, the very heart of the 9-9 Ascension Array, the jewelfish focal point, is precisely where the capital resides. Consequently, according to the directional principles of the Bagua, to traverse from the northeast Khan position to the central jewelfish position, one must venture southwest. "Southwest, is it?" Zhu Yangyang remarked, producing a compass for inspection before pointing toward her left rear. "It is in that direction." She did not inquire how Mo Qilin knew that heading southwest would lead them to the ruins of the Chuzi Kingdom. In her mind, Mo Qilin was akin to a deity. Every utterance from her lips was undoubtedly true. The two set forth towards the southwest, while the audience and the observation team fervently prayed for their successful journey to locate the ruins of the Chuzi Kingdom. Particularly Professor Lin, who had devoted for decades of his life to seeking the remnants of both the Chuzi and Molan kingdoms. Thus, more than anyone, he yearned for their discovery, longing to witness firsthand what. Hours passed as Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang continued on their path, and not only were the ruins of the Chuzi Kingdom nowhere in sight, but the surrounding environment grew increasingly inhospitable. It felt as though they had regressed to the initial sandy dune terrain, albeit this place was not merely composed of sand. Numerous rocks of varying sizes littered the landscape, reminiscent of a scene where meteorites had crashed and shattered upon impact. "It's so hot. Sister, aren't you feeling the heat?" Zhu Yangyang halted, gazing up at the sun radiating a kaleidoscope of hues, panting uncomfortably. Mo Qilin paused as well, her complexion slightly flushed yet devoid of a single bead of sweat. Zhu Yangyang looked on with envy. She felt as though she might be drenched through, and she suspected that if she were to shed her combat suit, it could be wrung out for water. "Sister, shall we take a break?" Zhu Yangyang took a sip of water, unable to suppress her musings. "I remember when I was at home, I could take 3 showers a day without feeling wasteful, but now, let alone showering, I can hardly drink unless my thirst becomes unbearable. The disparity is truly remarkable." At this, she turned to Mo Qilin. "Sister, when you were chosen for the national survival game, were you afraid?" Mo Qilin, preoccupied with her dagger, did not respond. Zhu Yangyang turned back. "I suppose that makes sense. With your prowess, how could you possibly fear? As for me, I was utterly terrified, even contemplating suicide as an escape, yet in the end, I abandoned that thought, for I lacked the courage to go through with it. Thus, I entered the game engulfed in endless panic, expecting to perish beneath the fangs of some monstrous beast. To my surprise, here I am, still alive, though the road ahead remains long and uncertain." "Sister, do you think if I were to perish later on, the people would remember me? Would the nation honor me as a martyr? After all, I am, in essence, fighting for the country and its people here, even if I haven't achieved anything significant for them." Mo Qilin remained silent. Zhu Yangyang, however, paid no mind. She had grown accustomed to her sister's nature. Observation team, Commander Li gazed at the screen, suddenly rising to salute. "Do not worry, contestant Zhu Yangyang, regardless of the act. Rest assured, our nation and its people will undoubtedly remember you." Indeed, others from the observation team followed suit, rising to salute, conveying their utmost respect to both Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang. The audience echoed their admiration in the comments, expressing gratitude. As for Zhu Baozhu and her three companions, both the observation team and the audience tacitly refrained from mentioning them, leaving the Jiyu and Fu families in a state of frustration and indignation. Why should these individuals express gratitude solely towards Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang, neglecting their own children? Their offspring had sacrificed their humanity in the pursuit of national glory. Such valor deserved acknowledgement. How could they remain unseen in death? Were the observation team and the audience aware of the sentiments harbored by these families, they would surely find it laughable. It was precisely because Zhu Baozhu and her companions had forsaken their humanity that they garnered. These four were willing to eliminate their comrades merely to survive. Who was to say they wouldn't betray their country and its people next? Thus, they could not entrust the hopes of the nation and its citizens to such individuals. Zhu Yangyang remained oblivious to the fact that her words had sparked a national salute to her and her sister. She tightened the cap on her water bottle, stowing it in her pack, preparing to lie down and rest for a moment. Suddenly, something standing not far off caught her eye. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and her expression shifted. "Sister, do you see that? Is that not a hand over there?" Mo Qilin, her dagger spinning in hand. The audience, too, had taken notice, erupting in exclamations. "Goodness, it truly is a hand. And it's not dry, it's fresh. Wait, there are other contestants from different nations who arrived. It belongs to a contestant from the Bayang Kingdom. Goodness, now that you mention it, I recall this place. Isn't this where the contestants from Bayang Kingdom gathered?" Once Mo Qilin confirmed that Zhu Yangyang was indeed pointing at a human hand, she swiftly sheathed her dagger. Zhu Yangyang followed suit. Upon reaching the hand, they finally discerned its condition. It was a man's hand, with the wrist and body buried beneath the yellow sand. "Sister, do you think he is dead?" Zhu Yangyang inquired. Mo Qilin remained silent, crouching down to touch the hand, and upon detecting a hint of warmth, her expression turned serious. She began to dig frantically at the sand with both hands. Seeing this, Zhu Yangyang quickly understood that the man was still alive and joined in the effort to excavate him. Fortunately, he was not buried too deeply, and they soon unearthed him. Although his face and mouth were covered in sand, it was evident that he belonged to one of the nations in the Middle East. "Sister, you've worked hard, please rest for now." "I shall take care of the rest," Zhu Yangyang said as she laid the man flat on the ground. Mo Qilin did not refuse. She stood and moved aside, gazing into the distance in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhu Yangyang knelt beside the man, administering first aid. His body bore no obvious external injuries, but he had been buried for a considerable time, leading to suffocation and oxygen deprivation. After a while of performing CPR, he began to recover. Chapter 47, The Qilin Tattoo. Cough, cough, cough. The man coughed violently several times, expelling the sand lodged in his nose, mouth, and lungs before gradually opening his eyes. However, due to his weakened state, his vision was blurred. Upon catching sight of Zhu Yangyang, he mistakenly believed he was confronted by a monstrous beast. In a fit of fear, he shouted and kicked Zhu Yangyang in the stomach, before scrambling backward in panic, all the while crying out in despair, "Help! There's a beast! There's a beast!" A beast? Mo Qilin's eyes narrowed dangerously as she swiftly unsheathed her black gold ancient blade. Yet, when she turned around, she found nothing but emptiness. If the sight of the Ba Young country contestant waking up and sending Zhu Yangyang flying with a kick was amusing at 50%, then mistaking Zhu Yangyang for a beast escalated the hilarity to a full 100%. This was not the end. When they later witnessed Mo Qilin holding her blade, utterly bewildered by the absence of any beast, the comedic value soared past 1,000%. The audience's barrage of laughter filled the screen, and even the observing team struggled to contain. In the desert, amidst the sandy rock terrain, Zhu Yangyang was already furious from being inexplicably kicked. Upon hearing herself referred to as a beast, her ire peaked. Clutching her stomach, she rose from the ground and shouted, "You scoundrel! You are the beast, and your entire family are beasts. Mo Qilin seemed to grasp the situation, pressing her lips together in silent acknowledgement, and quietly returned her blade to its sheath, resuming her state of daze. Meanwhile, the BA young country contestant, having distanced himself, halted abruptly upon hearing Zhu Yanyan's exclamations. Not a beast, but a person, a Hoa country person. His heart swelled with excitement as he quickly turned back, spotting Zhu Yanyan clad in Hoa country's camouflage combat attire. It felt as if he had encountered a long-lost family member, and tears welled up in his eyes. He was overjoyed, firstly, because she was not a beast, and he no longer had to fear being torn apart and devoured. Secondly, because she was from her country, alleviating his worries about being killed or robbed of his gear. After all, her country's participants would never engage in such disgraceful conduct as those from other. Moreover, her country was their BA young country's elder brother. Long live Hoa BA friendship, long live Hoa BA friendship. The BA young contestant wiped away his joyful tears and quickly raised both hands with thumbs. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yanyan's anger diminished, and she looked at him with surprise, asking, "You are a contestant from BA young country?" Yes, I come from BA young country, my name is Atter Raf. Atter jogged up to her, grasping her hand eagerly. I truly appreciate it. Also, I did not mean to act violently. I thought you were a beast and reacted instinctively. I am genuinely sorry, please forgive me. Never mind, for the sake of our country's relationship, I forgive you. She then pointed toward Mo Qilin, who stood a short distance away. However, it was not I who saved you, it was her. If she hadn't discovered you were still alive, I wouldn't have rushed to your aid, so you should express your gratitude to her. Of course, I am truly grateful. Mo Qilin stepped back, avoiding his outstretched hand and offering no response to his gratitude. Atter was left somewhat bewildered. Zhu Yanyan approached with a smile, explaining, "Don't take it personally. That's just her nature, she's a good person. By the way, don't call her young lady, she's also a girl like me." A girl? Atter's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Mo Qilin from head to toe. It was only when he noticed her feminine features that he reluctantly accepted the truth. Oh my god, she is so cool, wielding such a stylish blade. I thought she was a young man. I never expected her to be a girl. Quickly, Atter apologized to Mo Qilin, and after doing so, he turned to Zhu Yanyan with a question, "So how should I address her and you?" "I am Zhu Yanyan." "You can call me Yangzi.as for the young lady," Zhu Yanyan paused, suddenly realizing that she had never formally addressed Mo Qilin, having always referred to her as Miss Mo. The term Miss is typically used by strangers in conversation. "You are younger than me, so logically, I should call you sister, but since you are my savior and quite formidable, calling you sister makes me feel as though I'm inviting misfortune, yet, calling you by your name seems Mo Qilin shot a glance at Atter. Zhu Yanyan immediately realized something and gasped in disbelief. "Miss, you can't possibly prefer the title Atter just used, can you?" Mo Qilin adjusted the brim of her hat. Zhu Yanyan's suspicion was confirmed, she indeed favored that title. The audience was equally astonished, unable to comprehend why Mo Qilin would prefer a masculine term of address, as she had shown no prior inclination toward such a preference. However, since she liked it, what could they do but indulge her? If they couldn't satisfy her with such a trivial matter, how could they ever claim to cherish her? Thus, whether they had referred to her simply by her name or as Mo God, the audience collectively altered their address. Zhu Yanyan, naturally, followed suit, nodding with a smile. "All right then, from now on, I shall call you young man." As she spoke, she reminded Atter, "Remember, you are to call her young man from now on." Atter blinked in confusion. "But didn't you just say not to call her that?" Zhu Yanyan frowned. "What was said before is irrelevant. This is now. Just do as instructed." "Oh," Atter replied somewhat dejectedly, and then obediently called out to Mo Qilin, "A young man." Ding! Similarity in role-playing increased. Current similarity at 40. Reward Qilin tattoo. The Qilin tattoo. Mo Qilin felt a surge of vitality when Atter mistook her gender and addressed her as young man. She had been contemplating whether this title could enhance her role-playing similarity. After all, young man was a title exclusive to Zhang Qilin. Therefore, when Zhu Yangyang inquired how to address her, she unhesitatingly chose young man. It was subsequently proven that her speculation was correct. Her role-playing similarity indeed increased, and the reward was none other than the Qilin tattoo. Chapter 48. She is the supreme deity. This is a remarkable treasure, second only to the Qilin bloodline. When heated, it manifests, complementing the Qilin bloodline, enhancing martial prowess while providing a deterrent against venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Moreover, it serves as a symbol of identity. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Mo Qilin felt a warmth beginning to envelop her body, particularly on the left side, where her left chest, shoulder, back, and arm burned with an unbearable heat, accompanied by a sensation akin to needles piercing her skin. Were it not for her constant reminder of her brother's nature, stoically licking his wounds in silence, regardless of the severity of his injuries, she might have cried out in agony. System, what is happening? Mo Qilin clenched her fists, enduring the overwhelming pain as she internally queried this. The system responded with calm assurance. Smiley, do not panic, host. This system is currently implanting a tattoo. Due to the extensive area of the tattoo, pain is inevitable. Please endure it, as this is normal for the first time. Mo Qilin. She harbored serious doubts about the integrity of this unreliable system. Upon realizing that the current discomfort stemmed from the tattooing process, she calmed her nerves and simply closed her eyes, surrendering to the pain. Fortunately, the torment lasted only a few minutes. During that time, neither Zhu Yangyang nor Atter, nor the observing group and audience, had any inkling of the excruciating ordeal she had just endured. They assumed she was merely resting and dared not disturb her. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again. Congratulations, host, the tattoo has been successfully implanted. Mo Qilin released her fists and opened her eyes, reaching with her right hand to touch her left shoulder. Although the intense pain had dissipated, the warmth on her left side lingered, indicating that the tattoo was still manifesting. She longed to remove her clothing and inspect it. In her previous life, she had always wished. Now that she possessed a tattoo akin to his, she naturally desired to fulfill that wish from her past life. However, she ultimately dismissed that thought, setting aside the fact that Zhu Yangyang and Atter, along with the entire audience, were watching. Her impulsive desire to inspect such a phenomenon was contrary to her brother's character. Thus, she decided to wait for a more appropriate moment. Pulling down the brim of her hat, she turned and strode forward. Zhu Yangyang hurried to keep up, exclaiming, "Miss. No, brother, wait for me." Atter quickly followed, clutching his belongings. "Wait for me too." The trio continued their journey southwestward. Mo Qilin led the way, while Zhu Yangyang and Atter engaged in conversation behind her. By the way, Atter, I still haven't asked how you ended up here and how you got buried in the sand, Zhu Yangyang inquired. Atter sighed. After we, the contestants from Bayang country, entered the game, we found ourselves in a desolate desert area. Not knowing where to seek the fire source pearl, we chose a direction at random and wandered until we arrived here. As for how I ended up buried, it was due to a sandstorm that occurred not long ago. I lost my bearings, unable to see anything, and collided with a rock, which knocked me unconscious, leading to my burial in the sandstorm. I see. What about your teammates? Did they leave you behind? Zhu Yangyang asked again. A look of sadness crossed Atter's face. They were all killed by various beasts along the way. I was the only one who survived. Zhu Yangyang immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Atter. I didn't mean to think poorly of your teammates. Please don't be angry. It's all right. Atter smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You were merely making a reasonable assumption. It's no big deal. Besides, you and brother saved me and my country, so I certainly won't hold any anger towards you. He was the last contestant from Bayang country. If he perished, it would incur a national misfortune for them. Bayang country, a small nation with a relatively modest land area, had already faced a year of drought as a penalty during the first. Should they face another national misfortune, survival would become even more arduous. Thus, these two contestants from Huiguo were effectively saving Beiyang country by rescuing him. Unbeknownst to them, the leaders of Beiyang country were presently expressing their gratitude to the leaders of Huiguo via telephone. At this moment, Atter was extending an invitation to team up with Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang. Brother, Yan Yang, may I join your team? Rest assured, I possess some weaponry and equipment, and being a man, I can protect you during dangerous times. Zhu Yangyang chuckled. Protect us? Do you even know who she is? She is our supreme deity. Mo Qilin, what? Atter halted in his tracks, astonished as he gazed at Mo Qilin's silhouette ahead. Mo Qilin. She is the Mo Qilin, the one who tops the leaderboard and slays beasts as easily as drinking water. Indeed, Zhu Yangyang affirmed with a nod. Oh my goodness, Atter was utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe his fortune in encountering the supreme deity, whom every contestant dreams of allying with, and to think that she had saved his life. The audience, witnessing the scene, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is precisely the moment I've been waiting to see. Me too. I've been anticipating the expression of our Beiyang brothers upon learning that the one who saved him is the supreme deity, a sight surely filled with amusement. Indeed, his eyes nearly popped out. Zhu Yangyang truly has impressive composure, revealing this only now, otherwise, we would have seen his foolish expression much earlier. Just a moment ago, Atter was proclaiming, do not worry, I am a man. I can protect you, and in the next moment, he is saying, oh my deity, shield me, I wish to cling to your leg. Har har har, your description is so vivid. I know that many leaders from smaller nations have messaged their contestants, advising them to cling to the legs of the deity if they ever encounter her. As it turned out, the audience were indeed prophetic. Once Atter regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a dark hole to hide in, reflecting on his earlier bravado. After all, the supreme deity was so formidable, and he had foolishly declared his intent to protect her without even comprehending her true identity. Such arrogance was utterly misplaced. Covering his face, Atter soon rallied his spirits, excitedly rushing towards Mo Qilin. Brother, he reached Mo Qilin, gazing at her with a mix of nervousness and admiration. Brother, I'm your fan. Could you take me as your little brother? Rest assured, I will not hinder you. I just want to follow you. Come now, after all that, you truly just wish to seek the deity. Chapter 49, Zhu Yanyan's warning. Atter, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his nose and chuckled. Such an impressive young man, not just me. All the competitors are eager to seek your protection. However, I am not the type to expect anything for nothing. I possess considerable strength, so I can take on the physical tasks within the team from now on. As he spoke, he intended to demonstrate his pride in his strength to Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin, uninterested, simply walked past him. Atter thought she was refusing to let him join, and his head drooped in disappointment. Zhu Yangyang patted his shoulder and reassured him. All right, he is not the type to dismiss others. I am a living example. You may accompany us, but you must keep your word and not hold us back. From now on, all physical labor in the team will fall to you. Atter's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Sure. Don't get too carried away just yet. This is not over. Zhu Yanyan's expression turned serious, even tinged with a hint of warning. Listen closely, we are not competitors from the same country, although our nations share a friendly relationship. Within this survival game, we are adversaries. You may seek our protection, but I advise you to harbor no improper thoughts towards him. Should I discover any ill intentions, I will not hesitate to end your life. Mo Qilin paused, surprised, and turned to look at Zhu Yangyang, who was pointing a gun at Atter. She stared for a while before lowering her hat and continuing on her way. This time, her pace slowed considerably. She no longer walked solely to her own rhythm, nor did she care if those behind her could keep up. The observation team and the audience were equally astonished by Zhu Yanyan's actions and determination, yet, despite their surprise, no one deemed her actions inappropriate. On the contrary, they praised her decisiveness. They were well aware that many countries had issued orders to their competitors to win Mo Qilin over, and if they could not, to eliminate her. Although the Beiyang nation had not issued the latter command, there was no guarantee that the competitors themselves would not entertain such thoughts. Atter, staring at the gun barrel pressed against his throat, turned pale with fear and raised his hands in repeated assurances. I wouldn't dare, he is a god among men, I am merely seeking his protection, how could I ever entertain any improper thoughts? Yanzi, you must believe me. Let us hope so, Zhu Yangyang scoffed, lowering her weapon. Atter finally breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly opened his chat interface. Zhu Yangyang frowned. What are you doing? Atter chuckled sheepishly. I am now his little brother, so of course, I must send messages to the competitors from other countries to boast about it. How trivial. Hurry up and catch up. Zhu Yangyang rolled her eyes and hurried after Mo Qilin. I'm coming. Atter quickly sent out his message, jogging to follow. Competitors from around the world erupted upon reading Atter's message, filled with envy. However, jealousy prevailed, especially among competitors from countries that held a grudge against Ba Yang. Various spiteful remarks ensued. Gu Baozhu also noticed Atter's message, her expression darkening as she bit her lip. She never expected that Mo Qilin would actually team up with competitors from other countries. Previously, Mo Qilin had managed to survive without forming alliances. Now, wouldn't her chances of survival be even greater? Gu Baozhu's eyes turned red, and her tone dripped with sorrow. Third brother, I saw sister's message. She truly harbors a deep resentment towards us, preferring to team up with competitors from other nations rather than with us. Had it been before, Ji Yujing would have already been scolding Mo Qilin by now, but this time, he remained silent. Fu Hanchuan did the same, only Fu Lingyu scoffed. Enough, Gu Baozhu, put away your theatrics. Do you think we can still be deceived by your antics? I'll tell you this, when you pushed Wendefer out, you may have tricked my brother and your third brother, but once they heard you suggest using Lin Shuheng as a human bomb, they saw through your true nature. Naturally, they also pieced together the truth behind your grievances with Mo Qilin. So your attempts to manipulate us are futile now. Gu Baozhu's expression stiffened. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes and stood up. Since Lingyu has laid it all bare, then tell me, Baozhu, why did you deliberately set Mo Qilin up? In the past, whenever Mo Qilin had claimed she had never bullied Gu Baozhu, he had always dismissed her words, believing she was merely playing the victim. But now, he realized Lingyu had been right, he had been a fool. Ji Yujing looked at Gu Baozhu, his gaze complex. He had always thought that his sister had only become cruel after entering the survival game. Although he found it difficult to accept, he understood that in a world ruled by the survival of the fittest, one must be ruthless to survive. He himself had changed as well. However, it was only after the human bomb scheme that he realized his sister had not turned cruel after entering the game. She had been this way from the very beginning. She simply had a talent for disguise, masking her true self so effectively that he had never noticed, and that was the most unacceptable part for him. The thought of his complete lack of vigilance around her sent shivers down his spine. Brother Hanchuan. Third brother, faced with their reproachful or distant expressions, Gu Baozhu's eyes dimmed, and regret welled up within her. She regretted ever trying to sabotage Mo Qilin at this moment, which had given Fu Lingyu the opportunity to exploit the situation. If Fu Hanchuan and Ji Yujing were to confront her about her actions towards Mo Qilin, she would lose her position as the pure and innocent Gu Baozhu in their hearts. But now that it had come to this, all she could do was salvage the situation. She could not afford to lose their attention, otherwise, they would cease to protect her. Gu Baozhu suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. Brother Hanchuan, third brother, I'm sorry. I never wanted to treat sister that way, but I had no choice. I was so scared that if sister returned, I would lose my parents and you. That's why I felt compelled to act against her. But now I realize I was wrong. I truly see my mistakes. Baozhu, as he watched Gu Baozhu sob uncontrollably, Ji Yujing's initial fear vanished, replaced by a deep sense of pity and guilt. He wondered if he had shown a bit more affection towards Baozhu after Mo Qilin's return, would she have felt secure enough not to act out? Fu Hanchuan's heart softened as well. After all, she was the girl next door whom he had watched grow up. As long as she recognized her mistakes, that was enough. Enough, Baozhu, stop crying. Fu Hanchuan pulled Jiyu Baozhu up. What you need to do now is apologize to Mo Qilin. Watching this scene, Fu Lingyu was left with a face full of questions. Wait, had these two fools lost their minds? Jiyu Baozhu shed a couple of tears, and they no longer cared about her true nature. Chapter 50. The absurdity of Pu Yushin's Fu Hanchuan. Fu Lingyu found the situation utterly ludicrous. With a firm stomp of her foot, she retreated to a corner, choosing to avert her gaze and quell her discontent. Meanwhile, Jiyu Baozhu felt a sense of satisfaction bubbling within her, though her exterior betrayed none of it, as she donned an obedient demeanor. "Oh, sister, I apologize. I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I am sincerely sorry. I promise to get along well with you from now on and to be a good little sister, never opposing you again. Will you please forgive me?" Upon witnessing this, Fu Hanchuan nodded in approval and sent a private message to Mo Qilin. Sad smiley. I am aware of everything that transpired. It was indeed Baozhu who sought to harm you. I have already spoken to Jiyu Jing about her, and she is now apologizing to you. Please forgive her and do not hold any grudges. After all, you are sisters, and there is no need for such a public spectacle. Moreover, do refrain from sulking any longer. It has gone on long enough. Hurry over to join us. We are in a sandy area, and it is unsafe for you to wander alone. Even if you have allied with competitors from other nations, there is no guarantee against betrayal. Your safety lies in being with us. Once we emerge from this game alive, I will consider organizing a wedding with you again. Having sent his message, he held no doubts about her replying. After all, he had initiated a conciliatory approach and even proposed a renewed marriage. If she were wise, she would understand how to proceed, unless, of course, she did not wish to marry him. However, Fu Hanchuan could not fathom that Mo Qilin would entertain such thoughts. Previously, whenever the old man had suggested their marriage, she had been the first to agree, which spoke volumes of her affection for him and her eagerness to wed. Surely, upon reading his message, she would be thrilled. With unwavering confidence, Fu Hanchuan mused. Jiyu Jing also chimed in. Well then, I will make an effort to treat you better in the future, but only on the condition that you do not harbor resentment toward. What more does she want? If she possessed any sense, she would graciously accept their apologies and protect them. Otherwise, she should not expect me to recognize her as my daughter. The other members of the Jiyu family nodded in agreement. The Fu family shared a similar sentiment. As long as Mo Qilin ensured the safety of their son and daughter, they would consent to her marrying him. Mo Qilin, upon seeing the private message, however, after reading them, she promptly closed the chat interface, displaying little reaction. The absurdity of it all rendered her apathetic. Even without the guise of her alter ego, she found no inclination to be angered. It was akin to the uninspiring skits of recent spring festivals, utterly failing to engage the audience. Yet, Mo Qilin's lack of anger did not imply that the onlookers were similarly unfazed. Damn, I have encountered repugnant individuals in my lifetime, but none as despicable as this trio. Jiyu Baozhu, Fu Hanchuan, and Jiyu Jing. Indeed, I need not elaborate on Jiyu Baozhu, a venomous vixen suffices to describe her. As for Fu Hanchuan and Jiyu Jing, they are merely the most loyal sycophants of Jiyu Baozhu, utterly devoid of reason or dignity. Anyone with eyes can see how feigned Jiyu Baozhu's tears are, yet these two fools remain blind to it. You've labeled them as sycophants, so it is no surprise they engage in such bizarre antics. What is truly infuriating are the words these two scoundrels have directed at Mo Qilin. I could vomit. That scoundrel Fu, with his remark about Jiyu Baozhu having acknowledged her mistakes and apologizing, expects Mo Qilin to forgive and forget. How dare he speak so flippantly? Who does he think he is? Exactly, he speaks as if giving orders without a second thought to his own character. Moreover, he demands Jiyu Baozhu apologize to Mo Qilin, yet he himself offers no apology. It was not solely Jiyu Baozhu who inflicted harm, he was complicit as well, yet he washes his hands of all responsibility, placing the blame squarely on Jiyu Baozhu. What a hypocrite! I wonder how his fans justify their admiration for such a person. Not only is he hypocritical, but he also exhibits blatant male chauvinism. As a man, he insists that Mo Qilin seek them out instead of taking the lead to find her. He claims that teaming up with competitors from other countries is perilous, asserting that being with them is the safest option. I am astounded by the audacity of his words. Does he not fear retribution from Lin Shuhang? The most shameless of all is his declaration that once they survive, he will remarry Mo Qilin. The arrogance in that expression of charity makes me want to slap him and remind him that he is unworthy of her. Honestly, I have never been more grateful to Jiyu Baozhu. Thank goodness she disrupted the wedding. Otherwise, Mo Qilin would have married that scoundrel Fu, and I would have been tempted to gouge out my eyes. Let us not solely blame Fu Hanchuan. Jiyu Jing deserves some scorn too. His remark about trying to be nice to Mo Qilin truly shattered my worldview. As her elder brother, should he not treat her well? The audience unleashed their fury, the vitriol flowing unabated. The observation team was equally appalled by the trio's repulsive behavior, their expressions grim. Only the Jiyu and Fu families, witnessing their beloved children being vilified, seethed with suppressed rage, unwilling to show their faces. Likewise, Fu Hanchuan and his companions were incensed, having awaited Mo Qilin's response in vain. Even the dimmest of minds could comprehend her reluctance to engage with them, leaving them both furious and incredulous, especially Fu Hanchuan, whose eyes burned with indignation. What did this mean? Did she no longer wish to marry him? Fu Hanchuan refused to believe it and was about to send another message to Mo Qilin for clarification when suddenly, numerous miniature long-legged monsters emerged from the crevices of the surrounding rocks. Now, Fu Hanchuan was not only deprived of the chance to clarify matters with Mo Qilin, but the very survival of the group amidst the onslaught of these creatures became a pressing concern. Meanwhile, Mo Qilin and her companions arrived at a flat expanse and took a moment to rest. Zhu Yangyang busied herself preparing food, while Mo Qilin sat in the sand, lost in thought, and suddenly he spotted something, his expression brightening with delight as he turned to shout, "Mo Qilin, Yangyang, guess what I've discovered? It can't be water, can it?" Zhu Yangyang instinctively replied. After all, in the desert, water was the rarest and most exhilarating of treasures. Chapter 51. The eerie puddle atter nodded his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, I have discovered a water source. Is that true? Zhu Yangyang adjusted the binoculars and, to her astonishment, indeed spotted a puddle at the 2 o'clock position. Judging by the current visual scale of the binoculars, the puddle was merely a few dozen meters away. It's actually real. Mo Qilin furrowed her brow, finding it peculiar that in such a parched place, water could possibly exist, yet, as she stood and peered through the binoculars, she was taken aback. She clearly saw a puddle, though not vast. The water was remarkably clear, glistening under the sun's rays, creating a captivating spectacle. The audience and the observation team rejoiced at the trio's stroke of luck. Only Professor Zhang shared Mo Qilin's skepticism. This is impossible. Their current location is on a desert plain, where the climate is exceedingly arid, making the presence of water highly unlikely. That is undoubtedly water, the host interjected. This, Professor Zhang hesitated but continued to shake his head vehemently. This doesn't add up. It is water should not exist in this region. The oddity of the situation hinted at something sinister lurking beneath. The audience, witnessing Professor Zhang's grave demeanor, began to speculate. Could it be a mirage? How could a mirage only reflects in the sky, never on the ground? Then it must be an illusion. That is even less likely. If it were an illusion, only they would see it, not us. Exactly, and illusions reflect the innermost truths. What is there to worry about? Indeed, both Zhu Yangyang and Atta seem unconcerned, and judging by their expressions, they are eager to approach. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang proposed to Mo Qilin, "Let us go take a look. Our water supply is almost depleted, and it's time for a refill." Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. Although the appearance of the puddle was strange, it was indeed prudent to investigate. Missing this potential water source could mean an uncertain wait for another. Yay! Zhu Yangyang and Atta joyfully high-fived, then scurried back to the camp to gather all their empty water bottles. The trio hastily made their way towards the puddle, but just a few meters away, Mo Qilin suddenly halted. Atta, puzzled by her abrupt stop, was about to inquire when Zhu Yangyang urged him forward. "Mo Qilin is keeping watch for us. Let us hurry and fill the bottles, we haven't eaten yet." All right, Atta nodded repeatedly. As they approached the puddle, they beamed with delight at the sight of it. Then, they crouched down to fill their containers. However, when Zhu Yanyan dipped her bottle into the water, she sensed something amiss. Strange, why does this water feel so slimy? Upon touching it, it resembled dish soap or laundry detergent. Although the liquid trickled through his fingers, it did so sluggishly, forming long strands. Most alarmingly, it reeked foul. Oh my heavens, what repulsive substance is this? Atter nearly fainted from the stench, shouting in outrage. Not far away, Mo Qilin, hearing the commotion, turned her gaze towards the two, only to witness the sand behind them sinking ominously. Moreover, the sand behind the puddle was also descending in a peculiar manner, not swirling like quicksand but forming a crescent shape, as if two worms beneath were each carving out a semicircle, ultimately creating a complete circle. Zhu Yanyan and Atter were positioned right in the center of this circle, oblivious to the bizarre phenomenon as they busied themselves drying their hands. Only Mo Qilin noticed, seeing spikes emerging from beneath the circle. Unsure of what these spikes were, she instinctively felt they were anything but benign. As she sprinted towards Zhu Yanyan and Atter, she urgently called out, "Be careful." Are. Zhu Yanyan and Atter looked up at her, bewildered. Mo Qilin bit her lip, then leaped towards them, wrapping her arms around their necks and pulling them away from the circle of spikes. The three tumbled several meters onto the sand. Dazed, Zhu Yanyan and Atter groaned in confusion. Mo Qilin rose from atop them, just about to brush off the sand from her clothes when a thunderous crash echoed behind. Zhu Yanyan and Atter, startled, quickly sat up to see the source of the. What they beheld left them dumbfounded. Right where they had just been stood a grotesque, enormous creature with a flesh-red hue. To be precise, it possessed an extraordinarily large, round head, measuring at least 2 meters in diameter, covered in repulsive, lumpy flesh that made it hard to look at. The creature lacked eyes, featuring only a nose and an exceptionally wide mouth, almost as broad as its head, filled with sharp, elongated teeth, a truly terrifying sight. The audience was equally horrified. Oh my eyes, my eyes. Indeed, within this realm of creatures, it is grotesque. I don't know, it resembles a large-headed, four-legged flesh worm, looking soft and covered in blood vessels. I never imagined that Zhu Yanyan and Atter were just moments ago in the jaws of this beast. Thankfully, Mo Qilin reacted in time, or they would have been devoured whole. Indeed, one can't help but feel a sense of relief for them. The observation team also exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, Mo Qilin has once again saved them. Commander Li wiped his brow. Professor Lin chuckled. Indeed, with Mo Qilin around, one feels reassured. Others nodded in agreement. Professor Zhang thumped the table. I told you there couldn't possibly be a water source here. It was, as expected, a trap, a lure devised by this beast to ensnare its prey. Professor Zhao chimed in. You are correct. This creature has no eyes, and its body and limbs are disproportionately small, barely half the size of its head, indicating it is a subterranean organism. Its eyes, body, and limbs have regressed, while its head and mouth have evolved, particularly that mouth, which can open to 180 degrees, perfectly camouflaged underground, using saliva to hunt. Truly terrifying. Fortunately, such creatures do not inhabit the deserts of our reality. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would be lost to their jaws. Mr. Liu shuddered. Chapter 52, The Gluttonous Beast in the Desert. Amidst the plains, Zhu Yanyan gazed at the peculiar creature writhing before her, seemingly in search of something. Beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead as she tremulously turned to Mo Qilin for confirmation. Brother, the puddle we just saw couldn't possibly be. Mo Qilin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that puddle was the saliva of this bizarre beast, concealed beneath the sands. Its jaws lay open like a bear trap, secreting a pool of saliva to masquerade as a water source to lure prey. For the creatures of the desert, water is an irresistible temptation. Upon sighting this beast's drool, they would unwittingly walk into its gaping maw. At that moment, the beast would either swallow its prey whole or rend it asunder. Thus, the earlier thunderous sound was the result of its teeth clashing together. Oh my God, so we've been inside this beast's mouth all along. Atter also realized the gravity of their situation, fear etched on his face as he cradled it in his hands. Just then, Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, "This is bad, the beast is approaching us. Fuck, brother, retreat, watch as Yanzi and I put an end to it." Atter muttered curses under his breath while removing his rifle from around his neck, beckoning Mo Qilin to step back. Zhu Yangyang nodded in agreement. "Yes, brother, move to the back, we shall handle this beast." Seeing the two resolutely positioned before her, Mo Qilin felt a surge of emotion and slowly loosened her grip on the black gold ancient blade. The audience and observation team supported the duo's actions, believing they were making the right decision. Although brother was strong, she shouldn't bear the brunt of every confrontation. After all, no matter how formidable she was still human and could be injured or even perish. "Atter, you take the right, and I'll take the left. This beast's head is exceedingly heavy, its body can hardly support it, resulting in a sluggish crawl. This presents us with a perfect target, we can surely vanquish it," Zhu Yangyang commanded. "Understood." Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang, in an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire and the flare of muzzles. The beast howled in agony, causing the sands to tremble. Zhu Yangyang and Atter could no longer discern the creature's form, but it wasn't that Zhu Yangyang and Atter had missed, rather, their bullets were incapable of penetrating the creature's hide. "This is impossible," Mr. Liu exclaimed. "This beast resembles a fleshy. How can bullets not penetrate?" "Indeed perplexing, this defies the laws of physics," Professor Zhang chimed in, equally astonished. "Professor Zhao, what is your take on this?" Zhu Yangyang inquired. Professors Lin and Li also turned their attention to Professor Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "You all are aware of non-Newtonian fluids, right? They appear liquid, but when struck with force, they become solid. The harder you hit, the more rigid they become. I surmise this beast's condition mirrors that of a non-Newtonian fluid, thus, no matter how Zhu Yangyang and Atter attack, they will not harm it. Their only recourse now is to The two, caught up in their fervor, paused upon hearing Mo Qilin's voice. "What is the matter, brother?" Zhu Yangyang turned to inquire. Mo Qilin remains. Zhu Yangyang and Atter felt a sense of dread wash over them, swiftly turning back to witness the unbelievable sight, their eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? After firing for so long, emptying 2 magazines without inflicting any injury upon, this time, with no sand obstructing their view, he and Zhu Yangyang finally understood the truth. The beast possessed a hide as tough as iron. "Fuck, what manner of monster is this?" Atter exclaimed in frustration, casting his gun to the ground. "If I can't kill you, I refuse to believe I can't blow you to pieces." With that, he retrieved a grenade from his waist. Yet, before he could pull the pin, the beast suddenly opened its massive maw, extending a long, slimy tongue toward him in a swift motion. "Watch out!" Zhu Yanyan's, but it was too late. The beast's tongue coiled around Atter's neck, dragging him toward its gaping mouth. "Save me, brother, Yanzi, help me," Atter screamed, one hand grasping the beast's tongue while the other reached out toward Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang, his face contorted in fear, tears and snot streaming down. Zhu Yanyan's eyes reddened with urgency as she was about to ask Mo Qilin what to do, when she saw a shadow dart past her. It was Mo Qilin. She had taken action. In a flash, she sprinted a few steps forward, then knelt and performed a grand somersault, landing before Atter and drawing her black gold ancient blade to sever the beast's tongue. Swish, the creature's tongue was cleaved, eliciting a piercing howl as its head thrashed about in agony. "We're saved!" Atter cried, tears of joy, hastily tearing the severed tongue from around his neck and tossing it aside. He scrambled to his feet and made his way to Mo Qilin, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you, you saved me once again, I am truly grateful." Mo Qilin ignored him, flicking the blood from the ancient blade before sheathing it on her back. She then turned to Atter, grasped his shoulder, and, with a look of confusion in his eyes, hurled him toward Zhu Yangyang. Oh! Atter screamed in terror as he flew through the air, landing beside Zhu Yangyang. Zhu Yanyan's mouth fell agape, although she had long known that brother possessed great strength, capable of leaping several meters while carrying her. Witnessing him effortlessly toss a man who outweighed her by dozens of pounds left her astounded. The observation team and spectators felt the same, aware of Mo Qilin's strength but astonished by its magnitude. After casting Asher aside, Mo Qilin turned her attention back to the beast, reaching into her pack to retrieve a grenade. This was a gift from Zhu Yangyang, who had told her that grenades could save considerable effort at times, so she had attached it to her bag. Little did she anticipate it would be needed so soon. Mo Qiling pulled the pin and tossed the grenade into the creature's mouth before swiftly ducking down to the ground. Zhu Yangyang and Asher followed suit, taking cover. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the beast was obliterated into countless fragments, pieces flying far and wide. Though this creature was large and bore skin impervious to bullets, it was, in reality, exceedingly weak. Firstly, its speed was astonishingly slow. Secondly, it lacked eyes and relied solely on sound to ascertain their location, attacking with its tongue. Moreover, this was its only means of offense. Once rendered ineffective, even without further intervention from Zhu Yangyang and Asher, it would be a simple matter to dispatch the beast. Chapter 53. The night attack of the serpents. At this moment, Zhu Yangyang was inquiring, has the exotic beast been slain? Asher lifted his head, preparing to check, when suddenly the luminous screen of the national survival game materialized before them. Huaqua contestant Mo Qiling has slain a level 4 exotic beast, the Big Mouth monster, earning 400 points and a personal reward of 10 bottles of mineral water. Oh my heavens, it's actually a level 4 beast. Zhu Yangyang rose from the ground, brushing the sand off her attire, and nonchalantly remarked, what a fuss. So what if it's level 4, it was still defeated by our esteemed brother. Moreover, this isn't even the first level 4 beast he has vanquished. Haven't you seen the previous announcements? I have, but this is the first time I've encountered a level 4 beast, so it's only natural for me to be somewhat startled, Asher replied. Also Zhu Yangyang paused for a moment and suddenly realized that it seemed to be her first encounter with a level 4 beast as well. Yet, why did she not feel any surprise? Could it be that their esteemed brother was simply too formidable, leading her to subconsciously regard even the highest level beasts as trivial? Tilting her head, Zhu Yangyang dismissed the thought and hurried over to Mo Qiling. Esteemed brother, were you not too close to the bomb just now? Are you all right? Mo Qiling shook her head, handing her the mineral water she had cradled in her arms, and turned to walk towards their resting area. Zhu Yangyang and Asher each carried a few bottles of water, delighted to follow her. They had come here for water, and upon discovering that it was actually the saliva of the exotic beasts, they had feared they would return empty-handed. To their surprise, the national survival game proved considerate, rewarding them with 10 bottles of water after they had slain the beast. It was not a futile journey after all. The audience and the observation team were also pleased for Mo Qiling and her companions. Only the leaders of various nations' audiences and the contestants from around the world felt discontented. Mo Qiling, once again, while others received announcements about encounters with exotic beasts leading to demise, hers were either about slaying beasts or earning rewards. Did she not experience a single slip-up? Fu Hanchuan and his trio were equally dissatisfied. They toiled exhaustively, expending considerable ammunition to eliminate just a few level 3 long-legged mother monsters, while Mo Qiling effortlessly dispatched a level 4 big mouth monster. They racked their brains, unable to fathom how she accomplished such feats. Upon returning to the camp, Zhu Yangyang continued to prepare food. Mo Qiling sat on the ground, lost in thought, while Asher tended to the wound on his neck, nearly choked by the big mouth monster's grip. Esteemed brother, here is your favorite chicken rice. Mo Qiling glanced up at her. Thank you. You are too polite, esteemed brother. Zhu Yangyang waved her hand and passed the other portion to Asher. The three sat together to dine, creating a warm and delightful scene that many viewers could not resist. Shall we set up camp here for the night? Zhu Yangyang looked up at the sky, noticing the sun was no longer blazing. Mo Qiling nodded, not declining the suggestion. Then after we finish eating, Asher, you shall set up the tent. Atta readily patted his chest. Leave it to me. In addition to setting up the tent, he would also be responsible for keeping watch throughout the night. Naturally, he would only guard during the first half, with Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang taking over for the latter half. However, before the shift change, Mo Qilin suddenly heard a rustling sound. She abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, focusing intently for a moment before confirming that the sound originated from some creature crawling over the sand, coming from all directions and drawing. Mo Qilin turned and tapped Zhu Yanyan's shoulder a few times. Zhu Yangyang, groggy, sat up. What's the matter, esteemed brother? Is it time to switch shifts? Without responding, Mo Qilin lifted the tent flap and stepped. Zhu Yangyang assumed it was indeed time for the shift change and followed drowsily, yawning and rubbing her eyes. The audience could not help but speculate. Why has the esteemed brother awakened and even called Zhu Yangyang? It's not yet time for the shift change, is it? Indeed, but it seems the esteemed brother is quite alert, likely having noticed something. Is it other contestants from different nations or an exotic beast? The contestants, it must be an exotic beast. Goodness, a night attack by exotic beasts. At this moment, only Professor Zhao and Chu Yunyang remained in the observation team. The others had gone to rest. They, too, took turns monitoring throughout the night, as watching the National Survival livestream all day was simply exhausting. The audience's speculation appears to be correct. After Mo Qilin awoke, she pressed her ear closer to the tent, likely having heard some commotion, Professor Zhao analyzed. Chu Yunyang nodded solemnly. Martial artists possess exceptional hearing, allowing them to hear further and more clearly than ordinary individuals. She indeed heard something, and I caught a faint sound as well. Something is approaching them, and there are quite a number of them. What? Quite a number? Professor Zhao exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of concern. They are likely in danger now. If it were desert locusts or man-eating toxins. However, if it were a horde of high-level large exotic beasts, it would be quite challenging for her to handle, wouldn't it? Upon hearing the conversation between Professor Zhao and Chu Yunyang, the audience began to. Outside the tent, Atta was dozing behind the campfire. Zhu Yangyang felt a surge of anger, striding over to smack him on the forehead. What are you doing? I told you to keep watch, yet here you are napping. What if danger arises? Atta, acknowledging his fault, rubbed his forehead. Apologies, I simply couldn't resist the fatigue. Be either way, why are you and the esteemed brother out here? Isn't he? It's still too early. Too early? Zhu Yangyang was taken aback, then glanced at Mo Qilin, who had somehow drawn her knife and was vigilantly observing their surroundings. Seeing this, Zhu Yanyan's alertness heightened. Esteemed brother, is there something amiss? Mo Qilin nodded. Instantly, Zhu Yangyang and Atta braced themselves for a potential threat, hastily retrieving them. Looking down, she discovered that the shadow was a pitch-black snake, as thick as her wrist. However, the snake lay lifeless, cleaved in two by Mo Qilin's blade. The silver flash she had witnessed was merely the reflection of the black-gold ancient knife. Zhu Yangyang inhaled sharply. This snake was so dark that its scales did not reflect light, clearly indicating its venomous nature. Had she been bitten, it would have likely spelled her doom. Esteemed brother, just now that was truly, Zhu Yangyang stammered, still rattled. She was about to express her gratitude to Mo Qilin when suddenly, the rustling sounds returned from all around, revealing that the Snake's Legion had arrived. Chapter 54, The Reappearance of Whoosh, a flare shot into the sky, resembling a fiery red sun, illuminating a small patch of the heavens. At that moment, Mo Qilin and her companions finally discerned their predicament. They found themselves surrounded by a dense throng of black. Strangely, these black serpents suddenly halted their advance, merely encircling them a few meters away, raising their heads and incessantly flicking their tongues, emitting a hissing sound that made one's skin crawl and scalp tingle. FK, why are there so many snakes? Atta was on the verge of a breakdown. Zhu Yangyang was equally distressed, her face ashen and body trembling. This is bad. We are surrounded by these snakes. The spectators were equally horrified. Heavens, so many snakes. Have Mo Qilin and her team disturbed a nest? This is intolerable. I have a phobia of clusters. I can't bear to look at this scene. My face is breaking out. I'm heading over to check on the poisonous woman and her crew. I'll return shortly. We're doomed. With so many snakes, even if the young master were here, he'd be helpless. After all, there have been cases where ants have killed elephants in reality. Indeed, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and these snakes can leap to attack, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Most crucially, we have no idea if these snakes, if they are, the consequences could be dire. They must have an antidote, right? Even if they do, it would be futile. These snakes are exotic beasts, and only the leaders of various nation spectators, along with the Jiu and Fu families, reveled in their misfortune. The Jiu and Fu families watched Mo Qilin on the screen, smirking in disdain. This is what you get for ignoring Baiju and Han Chuan. Now that you've encountered a horde of venomous snakes, it serves you right. In the desert, on the plain, Asher was nearly in tears. Young master, Yang, what are we to do now? Mo Qilin remained silent. Zhu Yang took a deep breath. What else can we do? We fight. While they are not moving, we take them all down. Asher retorted, that's not feasible. There are at least thousands. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't have asked. Suddenly, the sky darkened again. The illumination flare had burned out. At that moment, the hissing sounds of crawling returned, signaling that the black snakes were on the move toward them once more. Mo Qilin recalled something and whispered, light. Zhu Yang immediately understood, her eyes igniting with hope. Yes, these snakes only come out at night. They must be nocturnal and fear light, which is why they were inactive earlier. Asher, fire another illumination flare. Understood. Asher trembled as he reloaded the signal pistol. Mo Qilin and Zhu Yang prepared to combat the snakes. One wielded a knife to slash at the serpents leaping through the air, while the other aimed her gun at the crawling ones on the ground. However, this strategy could only offer temporary relief. Zhu Yang was already on the verge of collapse. There were simply too many snakes advancing. Despite her attempts to sweep in circles, several serpents managed to slip through her defenses. Had it not been for Mo Qilin's vigilance in monitoring both the airborne and ground threats, and assisting her in dispatching any snakes that broke through, she would have been ensnared by the multitude. Are you not ready yet? Zhu Yang was frantic. Asher hastily replied, I'm almost done. Whoosh, another flare shot skyward, illuminating the sky once more. Indeed, the black snakes halted again. Heaven knows how perilous it was when they witnessed the snakes break through Zhu Yanyan's defenses. Some were on the edge of panic. Professor Zhao adjusted his collar. Fortunately, contestant Mo Qilin discovered the snake's weakness at a critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Indeed, Zhu Yanyan nodded. My goodness, we were nearly done for. After the illumination flare deterred the snakes, Zhu Yang collapsed. Now that we know these beasts fear illumination flares, we can keep firing them until dawn, and these snakes will retreat. You're thinking too simplistically. Dawn is still 4 to 5 hours away, and our flares will last at most 2 hours, Zhu Yang countered, dousing his optimism. Asher despaired, so we're left to wait for death. Zhu Yang lowered her head. There's one more option, but its feasibility is low. We could try to carve a path out of here with gunfire before the flares extinguish. However, we would undoubtedly be bitten while passing through the snake horde. After all, these snakes had not approached due to the illumination flares. If they made the move toward the snakes, an attack would be inevitable. Asher rubbed his face vigorously. Your suggestion is essentially useless. That's why I said its feasibility is low. I'll do it. Zhu Yanyan's words were cut short by Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin fixed her gaze on them. I will forge the path. With that, she sheathed her black gold ancient blade and drew a dagger from her leg, removing her left-hand glove. Zhu Yang and Asher were perplexed by her intentions, while the observers and audience understood she intended to draw blood, but would it work? Desert locusts are insects, while black snakes are reptiles. They belong to entirely different classifications. Unbeknownst to Mo Qilin, the observers and audience doubted the efficacy of her blood on these serpents. She opened her left palm and swiftly slashed it with the dagger. Instantly, blood gushed forth as if it were free of cost. Zhu Yangyang gasped in horror, her voice rising an octave. Young master, what are you doing? Oh my God! Atter exclaimed in shock. The audience was moved to tears. My heavens, so much blood, I can hardly fathom how deep she must have cut. Moreover, she did so with a stoic expression, as if she felt no pain at all. Indeed, it's painful to watch. I saw her furrow her brow when she cut herself, my heart aches for her. I saw that too, indicating she is indeed in pain. So don't assume she is devoid of expression or cries out in agony and think she feels nothing. She is human, not a deity. Furthermore, I noticed a scar on her palm that hasn't healed, clearly a remnant from a previous bloodletting. Woo woo woo, young master, chapter 55. A desperate escape. The observation group, along with Professor Zhao and Zhu Yunyang, were profoundly shaken. Professor Zhao lamented, the Wei contestant Mo Qilin has inflicted such grievous wounds upon herself, it is likely to result in significant harm to her body. Zhu Yunyang responded with a thoughtful nod, fortunately, we have prepared. Zhu Yangyang should be able to provide it to her, which will assist in her recovery to some extent. Little brother, have you lost your mind? Why would you injure yourself for no reason? Zhu Yangyang rose to her feet, her voice choked with emotion as she gazed at Mo Qilin's blooded hand. Mo Qilin remained silent, merely splattering her blood onto herself and at her. Subsequently, she clenched her fist once more, forcing out more blood, and, under the bewildered gazes of Zhu Yangyang and at her, sprinkled it towards the advancing horde of black serpents. Instantaneously, the serpents recoiled in terror, retreating swiftly to the sides and behind, clearing a path. This spectacle left Zhu Yangyang and Atter utterly dumbfounded, and even the audience and observation group, who had previously witnessed the potency of Mo Qilin's blood, were rendered speechless once again. It became evident that her blood was not only effective against insect-like beasts but also against serpentine ones. The sheer power of her blood was astonishing. Professor Zhao was particularly exhilarated, eager to study it further. If he could discern the composition of her blood and replicate it, it would be an immense boon for the nation and its people. Little brother, Zhu Yangyang pointed at the blood on Mo Qilin's hand and then at the dispersed serpents, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Atter, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief and exclaimed, unbelievable. Let us go. Mo Qilin, indifferent to their feelings, uttered a single word before dashing into the path she had carved with her own blood. Seeing this, Zhu Yangyang shook off her shock, hastily slinging her backpack over her shoulder to follow, while calling back to Atter, what are you waiting for? Let us move. The tent, forget it. Zhu Yangyang declared resolutely. The tent was important, but life was far more precious. Atter, upon hearing this, abandoned thoughts of the tent and quickly grabbed his own bag to catch up. As they traversed the serpent-infested path, Zhu Yangyang and Atter were acutely apprehensive, fearing that they moved with utmost caution, their steps tentative, scarcely daring to breathe. It was not until they observed the serpents retreating even further at the sight of them that they straightened up and walked with renewed confidence. Yet, even so, the 10-meter-long serpentine passage felt as if it took them an eternity to cross. Once they emerged, they did not pause but continued to trail behind Mo Qilin for another 2 or 3 kilometers before finally stopping. I am utterly exhausted. Atter collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, too fatigued to lift his hands. I've never run like that in my life. My throat tastes so sweet and metallic right now. Who could argue with that? Zhu Yangyang bent over, her hands resting on her knees, her vision blurred, her condition scarce. Only Mo Qilin stood there, unaffected, her complexion unflustered and breathing steady. By the way, suddenly recalling something, Zhu Yangyang, holding a flashlight, limped over to Mo Qilin and gasped, little brother, let me see your hand. Mo Qilin remained unresponsive, standing still. Zhu Yangyang sighed. Little brother, you really need to change your attitude. She wedged the flashlight under her arm, grasped Mo Chilin's left hand, and, upon seeing the depth of the wound, her heart quivered. Good heavens, the cut is so deep, and it's still bleeding. It's nothing, Mo Chilin replied, pulling her hand away. How can you call this nothing? Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, both exasperated and pained. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, what could possibly be considered a serious issue if this was not? Atter, hurry and get the first aid kit. As Zhu Yangyang received the kit, she handed him the flashlight to provide light, then crouched down to open the kit and began preparing the medicine. After mixing the medicine, she looked up at Mo Chilin. Little brother, kneel down. I am going to dress your wound. Mo Chilin still did not move. Zhu Yangyang's expression darkened as she firmly grasped her right hand, forcibly pulling her down, then yanked her left hand out, commanding imperatively, just hold your hand out like this, don't pull it back. Do you hear me? Mo Chilin bit her lip, lowered her hat's brim, and complied. The audience and observation group praised Zhu Yangyang for her decisive actions. For someone as aloof and sullen as Mo Chilin, it was essential for someone, otherwise she would neglect her own well-being. Seeing that Mo Chilin finally complied, Zhu Yangyang softened her demeanor. Little brother, I'm going to apply the medicine now. It might hurt a bit, but please bear with. Zhu Yangyang sprinkled the hemostatic powder onto the wound. Atter inhaled sharply. Oh my God, such a large gash, how have you endured this until now? Be quiet. Zhu Yangyang snapped. Atter promptly sealed his lips. As Zhu Yangyang treated Mo Chilin's wound, she kept a watchful eye on her expression, gauging her pain to adjust her pressure accordingly. However, upon observing that Mo Chilin, aside from a slight furrowing of her brow, displayed, in Zhu Yangyang's understanding, only those who had never experienced warmth and love would endure pain without crying out, because they lacked anyone to care for them, to comfort them, or to lean on. Little brother was exactly like that. Ji Yujia had taken her in but failed to treat her well, and even upon entering the entertainment industry, she had not received fair treatment, resulting in widespread online slander. In the survival game for the nation's fortune, Ji Yu Baozhu and her ilk even spread vile rumors about her. She was only 20 years old. Who would believe she had already endured so much malice? The more Zhu Yangyang thought about it, the more sorrowful she felt for Mo Chilin, leading her to tears. Mo Chilin looked at her in confusion, not understanding the cause of her tears. All right, try to avoid using this hand for a while to prevent the wound. Mo Chilin withdrew her hand and stood upright, seemingly indifferent to the advice. Zhu Yangyang packed away the first aid kit, glancing at the blood-stained cotton balls, her curiosity piqued by the earlier scene. She asked, by the way, little brother, I haven't asked you how your blood works. How could it make those black serpents retreat of their own accord? Indeed, I was astounded as well. Atter chimed in, his excitement rekindled. Your country, Huiguo, truly embodies the mystique of the ancient Eastern civilizations. Not only is your martial prowess remarkable, but even your blood possesses such extraordinary properties. Mo Chilin donned a new pair of combat gloves from her bag, indicating she had no intention of answering. Zhu Yangyang did not press the matter further, urging Atter to refrain from asking as well. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Little brother, let us wait here until dawn. Those black. Mo Chilin nodded in agreement. Atter settled back down, remarking, damn, I wonder where those serpents emerged from. It matters not where they came from, what is significant is that they have brought us good news. Zhu Yangyang smiled brightly. Chapter 56, Arrival at the Ruins of Qiuji Kingdom. What good news can a snake bring us if it cannot speak? Atter felt she was jesting. Zhu Yangyang, uninterested in his remarks, turned to Mo Chilin and said, Brother. Zhu Yangyang continued, thus, the appearance of those snakes serves as a signal. We have reached the periphery of the ruins of Qiuji Kingdom. That's splendid. Atter exclaimed, joyfully clapping the sand beneath him. Zhu Yangyang stowed the medical kit back into his bag. All right, we still have some time before dawn. Let us seize the moment to rest. As soon as the sun rises, we shall set off, aiming to locate the ruins. Mo Qilin did not take it, merely inquiring with her gaze what it was. Zhu Yangyang insisted, pressing the vial into his hand. This is a blood-replenishing medicine, specifically formulated for the military by the state. Its efficacy is remarkable. You have lost so much blood, it is imperative to restore it. Drink up. Under Zhu Yanyan's watchful eye, Mo Qilin consumed the medicine. Zhu Yangyang retrieved the bottle with a satisfied smile. That's more like it. And please, refrain from injuring yourself recklessly in the future. While I understand your intention to carve a path for us, it is detrimental to your health. We can certainly explore other alternatives. Mo Qilin did not respond, maintaining her usual cool demeanor, yet inwardly she felt deeply moved. It seemed she understood why, despite having lived over a century and witnessed the world's myriad of ugliness, her brother would still open his heart to innocence and the chubby one. The feeling of being cared for and remembered by others was indeed wonderful. Brother, don't just stand there, lie down and rest for a while. After running for so long and losing so much blood, you must sleep. Zhu Yangyang plopped down beside her, patting the spot next to her. As for the night watch, I shall take charge, ensuring I am more diligent than a certain pig-headed individual. All right. Mo Qilin did not refuse. She was indeed feeling a bit dizzy, likely due to the blood loss. Observing Mo Qilin obediently lie down, Zhu Yangyang smiled knowingly and took a towel from her bag to cover her. Throughout their journey, her brother had always protected and saved her. Lacking his skills, she could not reciprocate his protection in kind. Thus, her only way to repay him was to take good care of him. Soon, 2 hours had passed, and the sky began to lighten, gradually brightening. Zhu Yangyang woke at her and was about to rouse Mo Qilin when Mo Qilin had already opened her eyes and sat up. Subsequently, the three shared a few vacuum-packed biscuits for breakfast before packing their belongings and setting off again. After approximately an hour of travel, Atter climbed a steep slope of over 10 meters. It seemed he spotted something through his binoculars and exclaimed, "Oh my, oh my. What is it?" Zhu Yangyang asked, looking up in haste. Atter opened and closed his mouth several times before responding. Mo Qilin also involuntarily raised her head. Atter nodded, "Yes, an abandoned city. That must be the ruins of Chuji Kingdom." Zhu Yangyang trembled. Mo Qilin followed at a measured pace. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing both had left him behind, Atter hurriedly slid down the slope to catch up. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the cliff's edge. A gentle breeze swept by, dissipating their earlier fervor and bringing a refreshing coolness, yet none of them could spare a moment to enjoy this relief, as they were all entranced by the spectacle below. The audience was equally awestruck. "Wow, this is the ruins of Chuji Kingdom, how magnificent. Indeed, this is the first time I have seen the ruins of such an ancient realm. This feeling is something even the Forbidden City cannot provide." Precisely, the Forbidden City is merely a few centuries old, and it represents only the royal palace, allowing us to perceive only its grandiosity and the opulence of royal life. However, the ruins of Chuji Kingdom date back nearly 5,000 years, offering a true sense of the passage of time and the transformation of the world. Absolutely, I am now utterly captivated, yearning to leap into the screen. However, the ruins of Chuji Kingdom seem quite small. They are not much larger than the Forbidden City. That's quite normal. Consider the population 5,000 years ago. Take for instance the Woku period over 500 years ago, where a village was essentially a nation. Observation Team. Professor Lin gazed at the ruins of Chuji Kingdom displayed on the screen, tears brimming in his eyes. "Chuji Kingdom, this is Chuji Kingdom. Congratulations, old Lin, you have finally witnessed it," Professor Zhang said with a smile. Commander Li stroked his beard. "The contestants led by Mo Qilin must be the first to discover this place, right?" "Not quite," Zhu Yangyang shook her head. "According to the intelligence gathered, 3 countries' contestants found this place last night. One contestant stumbled upon it by chance, while the other 2, like Atter from Bayang Kingdom, have been walking in a single direction since the survival game began, eventually arriving here. In simpler terms, it was merely a stroke of luck. It is likely they will encounter Mo Qilin and her team soon," Professor Zhao added. Mr. Liu frowned. that is certainly not good news. Those four are bound to cause trouble for Mo Qilin. That master son's mouth twitched. Am I the only one concerned about the feng shui here? Desert, cliff. Zhu Yangyang finally regained her senses and eagerly looked at Mo Qilin. Brother, shall we descend? She could hardly contain her desire to immerse herself in the ruins and experience their historical aura from 5,000 years ago. It seems there is no way down. Asher surveyed his surroundings. They stood before an impassable cliff. Slide down. Mo Qilin retrieved a bundle of rope with a hook from her bag, securing the hook to the cliff's edge before tossing the other end over the side. That's the only option. I'll go first, Zhu Yangyang volunteered. Fortunately, the cliff was not very high, merely about 10 meters. She grasped the rope with both hands, bracing her feet against the cliff's stone wall, and slowly slid down, successfully landing. Next was Asher. He initially considered letting Mo Qilin descend first, adhering to the principle of chivalry, which would not only showcase his gentlemanly demeanor but also his own charm. However, upon seeing Mo Qilin's impassive expression as she pointed to the rope, urging him to go down, he faltered. Chapter 57, The Crisis at the Ruins. Asher descended far more swiftly than Zhu Yangyang, reaching the ground within 2 to 3 minutes. The moment he touched down, Mo Qilin removed the hook from the edge of the cliff and leapt off with conviction. Oh heavens! Asher was left utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. Only Zhu Yangyang, the audience, and the observation team remained composed, even displaying proud smiles. Fear not, my friend will be just fine, Zhu Yangyang reassured, patting Asher on the shoulder. How can he possibly be fine? That's over 10 meters high. Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Mo Qilin, just before reaching the ground, push off the stone wall with her legs, twist her torso, and then, arms outstretched and legs slightly bent, she gracefully spun twice in the air before landing firmly on the ground, leisurely gathering the... Asher was left speechless. What? Zhu Yangyang, smiling brightly, patted his shoulder again. See, I told you my friend would be all right. Asher stammered for a moment before managing to regain his composure. Oh, the martial arts of Huagua, unbelievable. Enough with the unbelievable, our friend has already set off towards the ruins. We must hasten to follow, Zhu Yangyang declared as she lowered her hand and pursued Mo Qilin. Before long, the three found themselves wandering through the ruins, observing their surroundings. Due to the passage of time, the ruins of Qiuzi, they were either weathered by the elements or petrified, with only the outlines of windows and roofs faintly discernible among the crumbling walls. Professor Lin's gaze was fixed intently on the ruins of Qiuzi Kingdom displayed on the screen, not daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. He instructed his team to record the screen, take screenshots, and scan the area, hoping to reconstruct the former visage of Qiuzi Kingdom and the life of its people. The other members of the observation team found Professor Lin's fervor amusing. The audience was also brimming with excitement. I envy them so much, being able to walk through such ancient ruins and personally experience the allure of history. Seriously, you sound utterly deranged with envy. You forget how many life and death encounters they've faced to discover Qiuzi Kingdom's ruins, yet you talk as if they are merely on a leisurely vacation. Honestly, I believe that if our nation as fortune allowed, we should not have concealed the ruins of Qiuzi Kingdom and Molan Kingdom. What if it's dangerous? Our country possesses numerous weapons, what is there to fear? I concur, then we could truly tour and explore the ruins of Qiuzi Kingdom. More importantly, I want to know where to find the clues regarding Molan Kingdom. This inquiry was also on Asher's mind. Zhu Yangyang confidently replied, it must be the royal palace. Qiuzi Kingdom practiced slavery, but the common people were not far removed from that status and likely could not read, thus it's improbable they would possess information about Molan Kingdom. And where is the royal palace? Asher inquired further. Zhu Yangyang was genuinely stumped this time. She understood that Qiuzi Kingdom was based on slavery, yet was ignorant of its cultural customs and beliefs. Naturally, she could not possibly know where the kingdom's palace would be located. However, at that moment, Mo Qilin interjected with 2 words, the center. The center. Zhu Yangyang blinked, then quickly realized, You mean the palace is in the city center? The ruins of Chotzi Kingdom are not extensive. As a previous audience member noted, they are not much larger than the Forbidden City, therefore, the safest position could only be at the city center. I believe that Mo Qilin's conclusion regarding the palace's location is not merely based on this logic but also on geomancy. This site serves not only as the eye of the Jiuzhou ascending heaven formation but also as a gathering array, specifically designed to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth from all directions and concentrate it at the city center. Such grand design could only be orchestrated by a king, hence the palace must be in the city center, Master Sun elucidated. Now I understand, the other members of the observation team acknowledged with newfound clarity. At this point, Mo Qilin and her companions had already set off towards the city center. Zhu Yangyang cautioned, "Be careful, the people of Chotzi Kingdom are adept at snake handling. We encountered so many snakes on the outskirts of the ruins. I can only imagine there are even more within, perhaps even other exotic beasts." Rest assured, Atta reassured, patting the assault rifle slung across his chest. Mo Qilin remained silent. Suddenly, she halted, turning her head towards the left. Zhu Yangyang and Atta stopped as well. "What is it, my friend?" "There are gunshots." Mo Qilin responded. Zhu Yangyang and Atta were both startled. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Zhu Yangyang and Atta heard it too. "Fuck, there really are gunshots," Atta exclaimed, raising his weapon. Zhu Yanyan's brow furrowed deeply. When did they arrive?" "Let us go." Mo Qilin urged, swiftly heading towards an alley on their right. Zhu Yangyang followed closely. "Right, we need to get moving. The competitors from other countries are firing. They must have encountered something, and the gunfire is getting closer, evidently heading our way. We cannot afford to get caught up in their troubles." "Well said," Atta concurred. Yet, fate was unkind. The trio had scarcely moved when they heard more gunfire ahead, accompanied by the sound of frantic footsteps. In the next moment, they saw 5 individuals rushing towards them, 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in Special Forces combat gear, their fair skin and chiseled features betraying their Western nationality. As they ran, the 5 continuously fired back at the ground and walls, cursing vehemently, revealing their anger, panic, and fear. "This is bad, those 5 are heading our way. We can't proceed any further and must retreat to the junction behind us and find another." Without uttering a word, Mo Qilin turned back. Zhu Yangyang and Atta followed closely behind her. The 5 noticed them and their eyes lit up. "Quick, they have no snakes, we'll go with them." "Exactly, follow closely, hurry." The 5 quickly pursued Mo Qilin and her companions. Atta, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to see them coming and was infuriated. "Fuck, they are bringing danger along with them." "Forget them, just run." Zhu Yangyang shot back, however, as Mo Qilin and her companions returned. Now, the competitors from 5 nations had converged at the ruins of Chotzi Kingdom. Chapter 58. The venomous serpents. Aside from Mo Qilin and her companions, the 11 contestants from the remaining 3 nations were momentarily taken aback upon. However, given the urgency of the situation, the competitors from these 3 nations had no intention of socializing. Once they regained their composure, they instinctively followed Mo Qilin as they fled, exchanging only a few hurried words in the process. "Bloody hell, are you also being—" At that moment, Zhu Yanyan's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed ahead and shouted, "Watch out, there are snakes up ahead." "What the hell?" Atta exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Mo Qilin's brow furrowed in concern. Before them, in the T-shaped alley, a multitude of snakes suddenly surged forth from both sides, rapidly advancing towards them. These snakes were not the black ones they had encountered the previous night. Instead, they were a striking crimson, with triangular heads and a row of vertical spines along their backs. Their size and speed far surpassed that of the black snakes, indicating that they were more formidable and venomous. Most alarmingly, these serpents showed no fear of light. "Oh heavens, these snakes are deliberately cutting off our escape routes, aren't they?" Atta seethed, raising his weapon and unleashing a barrage at the advancing snakes. Zhu Yangyang followed suit, positioning herself protectively behind Mo Qilin. The contestants from the other nations quickly understood the gravity of the situation and were engulfed by despair. The audience's reaction was one of sheer horror. "Goodness, how many types of snakes does the First the black snakes last night, now these red ones, and yet Xiuzi has been extinct for nearly 5,000 years. How are these snakes still thriving? If they have no natural enemies here, they will only proliferate further. Extinction is not an option. What on earth are these snakes? They even have backward-facing barbs on their backs. I don't know, but they seem remarkably intelligent, employing flanking tactics. Indeed, these snakes are far more cunning than humans. They not only ambush but also conduct counter-surveillance, equipped with thermal sensing that allows them to locate anyone, regardless of where they hide. I just want to know how our heroes will extricate themselves from this predicament. Are they really going to resort to sacrificing themselves again? Then let them. The spectators from various nations voiced their opinions, particularly those from the three nations, who fervently. After all, their own contestants were present, and should they perish, their countries would face dire consequences. Naturally, they did not wish to see their representatives fall victim to these snakes. The audience from her country was incensed. Sacrifice Zhang Qilin, what nonsense, she had only bled out the previous night, and now her complexion was an unhealthy pallor. Clearly, she had not yet recovered. Demanding her to bleed again was tantamount to seeking her demise. In response, the spectators from her country surged towards those from the three nations, unable to assist Zhang Qilin in the survival game, yet determined to clear any obstacles she faced in reality. The observation team and the leaders of her country issued stern warnings to the observers and leaders of the other three nations, urging them to control their citizens and refrain from making inappropriate remarks. After all, her country was one of the 5 permanent members. If provoked, they could very well resort to sanctions akin to those employed by the beautiful country. Should that occur, the three nations would find themselves in dire straits without even needing the survival game to impose penalties. In the remnants of the Qiuzi kingdom, amidst the desert, Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, "This is untenable. There are simply too many snakes. We cannot win. Indeed, they keep appearing, shrinking our perimeter. If it closes any further, our gunfire will be rendered useless," Yatta replied, his eyes reddening with anxiety. Zhang Qilin surveyed their surroundings and suddenly grasped Zhu Yanyan's shoulders. What? Zhu Yangyang barely had time to question before her body was lifted off the ground. Zhang Qilin had propelled her upwards, landing atop a wall. Following suit, Zhang Qilin leaped down and assisted Yatta to the wall as well. Having escaped the encirclement of snakes, Zhu Yangyang and Yatta breathed a sigh of relief, merely a sigh of relief. For these snakes could climb walls and, akin to the black snakes of the previous night, leap from the air to attack. Thus, their elevation did not guarantee complete safety, it merely provided a relative refuge compared to the peril below. They only needed to fend off the snakes that climbed or leaped towards them, unlike the contestants from the three nations below, who faced threats from all sides. Moreover, the absence of Zhu Yangyang and Yatta's firepower rendered the situation increasingly dire for those remaining. One contestant even aimed his weapon at Zhang Qilin, threatening menacingly, "Hey, you filthy woman, you'd better get us up there too, or I swear I'll shoot you." The audience was once again infuriated, not to mention Zhu Yangyang and Yatta. "Damn it, are they forcing me to commit murder?" Zhu Yanyan's eyes blazed with fury. "Yatta, keep an eye on this side. Don't he let any snakes climb up. I'm going to take him out." "Understood." Yatta nodded in agreement. However, before Zhu Yangyang could level her weapon at that contestant, he had already paid the price for his actions. As yet another snake lunged towards Zhang Qilin, rather than slicing it in two as she had done with others, she used the blade of her black gold ancient sword to swat the serpent away, sending it directly towards the threatening contestant. "Oh!" he screamed as the snake sank its fangs into his neck. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that none present could comprehend how the snake had reached him. Even those with a god's eye view from the observation team missed the details. Bloody hell! That contestant, though startled and momentarily helpless, quickly regained his composure. He seized the snake and forcibly yanked it off his neck, slamming it into the ground with ferocity. before raising his foot and crushing its head with a brutal stomp. Chapter 59, Disguise Techniques. Har har har, beast, dare to bite me, this is your fate. The contestant removed his foot, gazing at the now mangled head of the serpent, laughing with unabashed delight. However, as he continued to chuckle, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Something was trickling down his neck. Upon touching it, he discovered it was blood, dark, ominous blood. This instantaneously conjured images of his teammates who had met their demise from snake bites, and he was overtaken by madness. In mere seconds, he was reduced to a puddle of black liquid, leaving nothing but a scattering of clothing and equipment behind. Oh my God, the Atter people were left in stunned silence. Zhu Yangyang gaped, words failing her. Even the usually unflappable Mo Qilin displayed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. The audience was in utter disbelief. Damn, I knew those snakes were venomous, but I never expected them to be this lethal. That contestant from France was bitten just once, and he turned into a pool of blood. Oh my goodness, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. Thank goodness we don't have such snakes in reality. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be time to get to the hospital. Get to the hospital, by the time you dialed 120, you'd already be gone. I say that French contestant got what he deserved. He wasn't serious in attacking those snakes and chose instead to provoke the young man. If the snakes weren't going to bite him, who else would they target? Exactly, this is called poetic justice. One audience member spoke the truth. Thank goodness we don't have such snakes in reality, or it would spell a catastrophic disaster. Indeed, the others in the observation group nodded in agreement, equally horrified. Damn it, that fool. The contestants from Thus, upon witnessing his death, they felt no sorrow or regret, only blame and anger. After all, with one less person, their offensive capabilities would have to be increased, raising the danger level significantly. Mo Qilin, however, could not disclose the true nature of the contestant's fate at the hands of the snake. The young man seldom killed, even enemies, opting to use the back of his blade. Assuming his identity, she naturally inherited this gentleness. Therefore, she merely swatted the snake towards him, not intending to kill the contestant. At that moment, the system chimed in. Smiley, are you attempting to exploit a bug? With an impassive expression, Mo Qilin continued to wield her blade against the serpents that kept leaping up, yet a smile danced in her heart as she replied, how can this be considered exploiting a bug? Look, I merely nudged the snake towards him. I did not command it to bite him. He was bitten by the snake of its own accord. Thus, it was the snake that killed him, not I. Wouldn't you agree? The system's programming seemed discombobulated. Smiley, it seems to be so. Mo Qilin continued, then, shouldn't you now enhance my similarity rating? The system raised its volume. What nonsense, your recent actions hardly warrant an increase in similarity. It's fortunate I didn't lower it. Mo Qilin huffed, of course, it's about holding a grudge. While the young man seldom, due to frequent amnesia, he often retaliates on the spot. The snake that bit that contestant was nudged by me. I consider this an indirect act of vengeance for his disrespect towards me, wouldn't you say? The system fell silent. Her reasoning was so sound that it found itself unable to refute her. After a few seconds, the system's voice rang out again. Smiley ding. Similarity rating increased. Current similarity rating is 45. Reward, disguise technique. Disguise technique. Mo Qilin furrowed her brow. This seemed rather useless, particularly in this survival game. The system smugly retorted. Smiley, you think you can obtain better rewards through your twisted logic? Dream on. With that, the system went offline. Mo Qilin cursed the wretched system in her heart for deliberately bestowing this reward upon her. Nonetheless, she decided to consider it better than nothing. Below, another contestant from the three nations was bitten, and this time it was two individuals. Soon, these two contestants followed in the footsteps of the previous one, transforming into pools of black liquid, leaving no trace of their existence. Consequently, only 8 contestants remained from the three nations. These 8 were now teetering on the brink of despair. Captain, what should we do? We can't keep this up. Yes, Captain, think of something quickly, we're running low on ammunition. How about using bombs to blow these beasts to smithereens? No way. Do you want us all to be blown up together? Then what do you propose? If all else fails, let us blow up the alleys in front and behind us. These snakes crawled in from there. If we destroy the alleys, perhaps no more snakes will appear, and dealing with the remaining ones will be far easier. All right, 2 of you handle the bombs, while the rest continue firing. On the wall, Zhu Yangyang overheard the contestants' conversation. After dispatching a snake, she turned to Mo Qilin and said, "Young man, they are planning to use bombs. They must, or else we have no idea how long this will drag on. We'll run out of ammunition and supplies." Atta felt the contestants were making the right choice. Mo Qilin said nothing, only uttered 2 words, "Steady yourselves." The blast would undoubtedly create a significant shockwave. Not bracing oneself would be akin to falling into a cauldron of venomous creatures. Soon, a series of intense explosions erupted, transforming the ruins of Chokai country into a scene of utter devastation. Professor Lin and the other historians, archaeologists, and students of history and archaeology watched with hearts heavy with sorrow. Cough, cough, Zhu Yangyang was choked by the dust and debris from the Atta was similarly affected, only Mo Qilin remained largely unaffected, continuing her assault on the snakes. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged from both sides. This was a ruin. Wouldn't the collapse mean the destruction of the ruins themselves? Indeed, as visibility improved slightly, Atta saw the ruins on either side had collapsed into disarray, especially the ground, which had cracked wide open. Moreover, the fissures continued to widen, with the most severe cracks occurring in the alley where the remaining 8 contestants stood, splitting as wide as the alley itself, eventually reaching them. The 8 contestants screamed as they, along with numerous snakes, tumbled into the chasm. Mo Qilin and her companions were fortunate. The wall they stood against had not collapsed, allowing them to witness the entire scene clearly. "Is there really nothing beneath us?" Atta exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 60, The Underground Passage. Zhu Yangyang's expression was one of considerable astonishment. This is not a fissure formed by tectonic movements. The stone walls on either side bear marks of human chiseling, and both ends are hollow. It is evidently an underground passage. "This passage is quite deep. I can't see the bottom," Atta remarked, straining his neck to peer downwards. After a prolonged gaze, he still could not discern where the 8 contestants had fallen, nor did he hear any sounds. "Snake?" Mo Qilin suddenly uttered a single word. Zhu Yangyang and Atta quickly retracted their gazes, having been so engrossed in the underground passage that they had forgotten about the snakes. However, when they redirected their attention to the serpents, they were taken aback. "How strange. Where have all the snakes gone?" Atta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. After the emergence of the underground passage, a portion of the snakes had plummeted along with the 8 contestants, leaving behind only a small number. Yet now, this small group of snakes was not approaching them but instead had turned tail and fled, quickly disappearing into various crevices. Were it not for the corpses of other snakes he had killed still lying around, he would have thought the recent snake surge was merely a figment of his imagination. "I don't know, but this is clearly not a good sign." Zhu Yangyang shook her head, her expression grave. "The rapid retreat of these snakes indicates they are afraid of something." Atta shivered. If these snakes are frightened, does that mean there is an even more terrifying presence here? "That seems likely," Zhu Yangyang nodded. We are doomed." Atta rubbed his face vigorously, feeling on the verge of tears. "Enough with the pessimism. What is meant to come will come, there is no escaping it, you must be more accepting." Zhu Yangyang comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, then turned to Mo Qilin. "Brother, the area around us has been destroyed by those 8 contestants. There is no path left. Perhaps we should descend and investigate. I believe we can traverse this underground passage to reach the palace." "Why do you think so?" Atta inquired, curious. Zhu Yangyang smiled. "Since this way, when enemies breach the palace, they can make a timely escape. King Chuzi is certainly no exception, although the Chuzi Palace is built in the heart of the city, making it difficult for enemies to penetrate. If they did manage to breach it, therefore, I suspect this underground passage serves as King Chuzi's escape route, and only he possesses the manpower and resources to excavate such a tunnel." "I see," Atta nodded in understanding. Observation team, Professor Lin smiled with satisfaction. Zhu Yinyan's analysis is astute. The two ends of this passage correspond to the west and east, with the west being the direction of the city center and the east being where the three of them entered the ruins. Thus, this underground passage indeed serves as an escape route. Then those three have truly found a glimmer of hope, Professor Zhang chuckled. Indeed, this means they need not remain trapped here, Professor Zhang commented. The others nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the audience expressed their gratitude in the comments, acknowledging the contributions of the 8 contestants. After all, the snake surge was quelled by them, and the escape route was also created through their efforts. The 8 contestants sacrificed themselves to ensure the safety and new path for the 3 brothers. Such noble deeds certainly deserve a heartfelt thank you. Of course, if such heroism could manifest more frequently, it would be even better. In the desert, at the Chuzi ruins. Brother, what do you think of my suggestion? Zhu Yangyang asked Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin nodded in agreement, as she secured the hook to the wall, tugging on it to ensure its stability, then took a deep breath, preparing to descend. However, Mo Qilin extended an arm to block her, shaking her head, her eyes clearly saying, "I will go." Then, Mo Qilin lowered her arm and leaped into the abyss. Zhu Yangyang quickly leaned over the wall, shouting, "Brother, be careful, there are still many snakes below." Mo Qilin did not respond. She soon landed and began to assess the situation within the passage. The passage was deep, several meters high, and the ground was remarkably level, clearly constructed with great care. However, this section of the passage had already been rendered unrecognizable by the fallen remnants of the ruins. By the way, where were the 8 individuals and the snakes that had plummeted alongside the ruins? Mo Qilin glanced at the debris but only saw some snakes crushed to death and 6 puddles of black water, without any other snakes in sight. Perhaps, like those above, they had fled. As for the 6 puddles of black water, they likely belonged to 6 of the 8 individuals who had fallen alongside the snakes, bitten during their descent. The remaining 2, though unbitten, were presumably trapped beneath the ruins, motionless, their fates unknown. Mo Qilin had no intention of investigating further. She looked up and softly called out, "You can come down now." Above, Zhu Yangyang and Asher were anxiously waiting, fearing something had gone awry below. Upon hearing her voice, their hearts finally eased. "Wonderful, brother is safe, let us hurry down," Zhu Yangyang exclaimed joyfully as she stood up. Asher replied, "You go first, I will follow." He could not demonstrate his gentlemanly demeanor with Mo Qilin, but he was determined to do so with Zhu Yangyang. However, reality proved otherwise. Zhu Yangyang did not even glance at him, already gripping the rope and descending. Asher's lips twitched. Well, he had thrown his charm at blind eyes. "Brother." Mo Qilin nodded slightly, acknowledging their arrival, then shook her arm vigorously, causing the hook above to spring free from the wall and fall. Next, Mo Qilin handed the rope to Zhu Yangyang. As Zhu Yangyang coiled the rope, she surveyed the passage and couldn't help but exclaim, "To construct an escape route, they even had to pave the ground. The Chuzi king is indeed extravagant." Asher, uninterested in such matters, gazed at the puddles of black water, saying, "These individuals met a truly tragic end." They were not bitten amidst the swarm of snakes above, but were instead attacked after falling. He paused, pondering, "But what of the snakes that fell? Why are there only the dead ones?" "They likely fled as well," Zhu Yangyang replied, stowing the rope in. "We need to reorganize our equipment." Mo Qilin sheathed her black gold ancient sword on her back and nodded slightly. The 3 found a clean spot to sit down, with Zhu Yangyang and Asher busying themselves with their gear. Mo Qilin leaned against the stone wall, her left leg bent, left hand resting on her knee, eyes closed as she reviewed her attribute panel. Chapter 61, Contestants from Zhang Country. A host. Mo Qilin, character role, Zhang Qilin, similarity index, 45, every increase of 5 in similarity earns rewards, physique hesitant smiley grade, ordinary person C grade, athlete, B grade, special forces, A grade, rewards obtained, Zhang Qilin's physical attributes, 50 of Zhang Qilin's combat pack, black gold ancient blade. Remarkably, not only have the rewards increased, but my physical attributes have also risen, achieving a dual enhancement. Further ascension may lead to a triple increase or Mo Qilin opened her eyes to see her and Atter already prepared and engaged in a discussion while checking their respective scores on the panel. Same here, I originally had only 120 points, ranking 23rd, and now I have over 1. Zhu Yangyang nodded. Indeed, I started with just 25 points, ranking in the 90s, and now I have 1,008 points, which puts me in the top 10. All thanks to the snakes we killed last night and earlier. It is a pity that the level 3 Night Shadow member from last night and the level 4 Blood Corruption King snake we encountered earlier were both small and not very formidable beasts, yielding only 3 or 4 points per kill. If only we had faced something like the level 4 Big Mouth monster that Xiao Ji fought before, which granted 400 points per kill, then we would have amassed a fortune in points. Atter lamented, a look of regret on his face. Zhu Yangyang chuckled, keep dreaming. If those snakes were worth 300 or 400 points each like the Big Mouth monster, they would have to be as large as it was, and then could you even kill them? You think you Xiao Ji, right, Xiao Ji? Mo Qilin merely pressed down the brim of her hat, choosing not to respond. Hee, I was just saying, but I do envy Xiao Ji's points. Xiao Ji currently has a staggering 680 points, leading the second place contender by over 3,000 points, who only has a little over 100 points, truly impressive. Atter remarked, gazing in. The audience, upon hearing this, displayed a proud and smug smile, envious. Are we impressive, is it not? Hee, they belong to our Huogua. Suddenly, from beneath the shattered remnants of the ruins nearby, 2 pained groans echoed. Mo Qilin and her companions turned to see 2 contestants, trembling, managing to rise from beneath the debris. Atter gasped, what, these 2 are still alive? Zhu Yangyang, the captain followed his gaze and, unable to bear it, closed his eyes. Help me to the side for medicine. Understood, the contestant replied. Thus, the 2 hobbled, supporting each other, to sit opposite Mo Qilin and her companions, commencing their treatment. Zhu Yangyang leaned over to Mo Qilin, whispering, I didn't have time to observe earlier, but now it seems these 2 are contestants from Zhang country. They are from Zhang country. The others are from France and Cube country. Zhang country is fortunate to have 2 contestants survive, unlike France and Cube country, whose contestants have all perished, Atter added. Then France and Cube country must have faced national misfortune, right? I was so mesmerized by the underground passage earlier that I didn't closely examine the announcements on the survival game screen, Zhu Yangyang inquired. Indeed, France experienced an 8th-grade earthquake, while Cube country has been relying on its beautiful sun to dominate in the Middle East, attempting to exterminate the Batang people. Now that all citizens of Cube country have seen their physical attributes diminished, I wonder how they will manage to arm their entire populace for war. After all, this nation has been exceedingly wicked, just as malevolent as the Woku. The observers, however, remained silent. Even if they concurred with Zhu Yangyang's sentiments. As representatives of their nation, certain things could not be carelessly spoken. The 2 contestants from Zhang country, overhearing Zhu Yangyang and Atter's conversation, cautiously inquired, are you contestants from Huogua? We are, and he is from Bayang country. The 2 contestants from Zhang country appeared surprised. Is it true that only you 2 female contestants remain from Huogua? What about Mo Qilin? Is she still alive? Mo Qilin, uncertain of their thoughts and unable to respond, lowered her hat's brim and began to zone out. Thus, Zhu Yangyang was the one to answer them. Of course not, aside from us, there are still 4 contestants, but we became separated from them. Zhu Yangyang smiled. I see. I'm Lawrence, and this is Tom. We are both contestants from Zhang country, and I am also Tom's captain. The Zhang contestants introduced themselves. At this point, Zhu Yangyang had no choice but to introduce herself, Mo Qilin, and Atter. She first introduced herself and Atter, then finally mentioned Mo Qilin, misleading them into believing Mo Qilin was called Xiao Ji. Withholding her true name, she feared that if they discovered Mo Qilin's identity, it might pose a threat to her, especially since many countries do not wish for Huogua to rise. Amusingly, Lawrence and Tom actually believed her, much to the chagrin of Zhang country's leaders, who scolded their own contestants for being foolish and easily deceived. Subsequently, the leaders of Zhang country sent the two contestants a visual barrage, revealing the two were taken aback. "Mo Qilin, you are Mo Qilin." They gazed at Mo Qilin in disbelief, realizing that the person they had been searching for was standing right before them. Damn! The dominance of Huagua. Thus, Zhu Yangyang tightened her grip on the firearm before her, her eyes vigilantly fixed on Lawrence and Tom. Atter was similarly alert. He could not allow these two Westerners to pose any threat to the young man. Otherwise, who would shield him? The audience was equally on edge, as if facing a formidable adversary. How audacious, the leader of Zhang Nation, so you think just because you have a mouth, you can speak freely. We must be prepared to engage in a war of public opinion at any moment. What is a war of public opinion? Should they dare to entertain sinister thoughts, I shall not hesitate to engage Zhang Nation in a real conflict. Count me, I am prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Not only have we common citizens braced ourselves for a confrontation with Zhang Nation, but our military is also taking action. Various missiles are already at the ready. Contestant Mo Qilin embodies the hopes of Huagua, and we shall not permit any nation to entertain thoughts of harming her. Should any nation dare to do so, we will ensure their complete eradication from this blue planet. Well said. The other members of the observation team rose in unison, applauding in support. Commander Lee's declaration reverberated like a seismic shock, leaving the entire world in astonishment. For a long time, Huagua had been a proponent of peace, yet now, for the sake of a single contestant, it threatened the entire globe, instigating a potential war that instilled a palpable fear. In an instant, leaders from numerous countries began to send messages to the contestants, retracting previous orders to eliminate Mo Qilin. They certainly did not wish to witness Huagua's ascent to greater heights, but even more so, they did not desire a war with Huagua. As a permanent member of the Security Council and one of the top 3 military powers in the world, even the mighty United States and the formidable Russia dared not engage Huagua in conflict, let alone them. Thus, retracting the orders seemed prudent. They simply could not afford to provoke such a power. Only Zhang Nation refrained from cancellation, having exhausted their chances to communicate with the contestants. Lawrence and Tom did indeed hesitate. Firstly, they were gravely injured, let alone killing anyone. They could hardly lift their weapons. Secondly, they recalled that the order stipulated an initial attempt to persuade before resorting to violence. They had yet to engage in persuasion, so how could they proceed to harm anyone? Lawrence and Tom gazed at Mo Qilin with fervent intensity, their expressions charged with excitement. Greetings, contestant Mo Qilin. I have known of you for quite some time. As a woman, you surpass everyone else, claiming the top spot on the scoreboard. It is truly remarkable. May I inquire if we could join your team and accompany you? Of course, we would not join without compensation. Once this survival game concludes, the Zhang Nation government will undoubtedly provide you with a substantial reward, and there is even a possibility of our royal family bestowing upon you a noble title. Lawrence, hand placed over his heart, took a few. However, he was promptly halted by Zhu Yangyang and Atter, who raised their weapons. Stop, if you take another step forward, we shall fire. Lawrence quickly raised his hands. Please, no need for alarm. I mean no harm, I merely wish to speak with contestant Mo Qilin. You can speak from where you stand now, there is no need to come any closer. Zhu Yangyang retorted coldly. Tom leaned closer to Lawrence and whispered, Captain, she is ignoring you. Not to worry, perhaps she is simply asleep and did not hear. Lawrence rationalized, then turned his attention back to Zhu Yangyang. May I ask why you just deceived us regarding whether contestant Mo Qilin is referred to as Xiao Ji? Who says I deceived you? We do indeed call her Xiao Ji, do we not, Atter? Zhu Yangyang replied with a smile. Atter nodded, yes. You are on the same team, of course, you would back each other up. At that moment, Mo Qilin suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Zhu Yangyang hurriedly asked, Xiao Ji, have we disturbed you? Let's go. Mo Qilin shook her head and turned toward the right-hand passage that led westward, towards the location of the royal palace. Should we execute the previous command? No. Lawrence narrowed his eyes. In our current state, we are incapable of harming her. On the contrary, we cannot kill her, we must seek her protection, or our survival is in jeopardy. Keep up. Understood. The two aided each other, limping onward. The audience from Huogwa smirked. It seemed these two were rather clever. The audience from John Nation sighed in relief. The threat of national annihilation had finally been averted. Xiaoji Yanzi. At the rear, Asher, here. If they make any suspicious movements, we will fire immediately. Agreed. Asher responded. Zhu Yangyang quickened her pace, positioning herself beside Mo Qilin. Xiaoji, be cautious, those blood-rocking snakes previously escaped from this underground passage after being detonated, so I suspect whatever instills fear in them lies within this tunnel. It's uncertain whether it is in the passage we are currently traversing or behind us. Mo Qilin, observing the surroundings with her flashlight, nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, she paused, having heard something. Seeing this, Zhu Yinyan's heart raced. Xiaoji, is something amiss? She was well aware of how acute Xiaoji's hearing was. The moment Xiaoji displayed such a serious demeanor, it was certain she had perceived something. Indeed, Mo Qilin gazed into the darkened passage ahead and softly uttered, at the sound of snoring. Chapter 63. The Bizarre Beastie. What? Is someone sleeping here? At the sudden remark from Asher, Zhu Yangyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. You fool! Who would come here to sleep? That snoring must undoubtedly belong to the beast. The beast? Asher's expression changed dramatically. John and Tom behind them also began to panic. Captain, what should we do? He had barely survived thus far and was still catching his breath. Now, facing the spectre of death again, he wondered why God was tormenting him in such a way. Lawrence felt a surge of panic as well, but he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm. Don't be afraid. With Mo Qilin here, we will be fine. Damn it, these two Johnnies are actually trying to take advantage of our brother. What can we do? Those two John contestants are behind our brother. When the beast appears, it will inevitably target him first. At that point, our brother will have to confront the beast, which means he will also have to protect those two John contestants. Our brother could eliminate those two John contestants first before engaging the beast. That's absolutely impossible. Our nation has always been one of propriety. Those two haven't done anything wrong yet, so our brother would never resort to killing them. Thus, they will inevitably benefit from this protective situation. Oh, how frustrating. The audience looked on with dissatisfaction at Lawrence and Tom on the screen. In stark contrast, in the desert's underground passage, Zhu Yangyang whispered to Mo Qilin, what should we do now? Should we retreat? Fearing the awakening of the beast, she lowered her voice. Mo Qilin shook her head, indicating that it was too late. The snoring had ceased. This signified that the beast had either heard their voices or caught their scent and had awakened. As expected, the next moment, the four of them heard a sound akin to a snort from the passage ahead, followed by a series of low growls. This kind of growl typically serves as a warning or intimidation tactic employed by ferocious creatures. The beast now viewed them as intruders, making their escape impossible. Asher, drenched in cold sweat, directed his flashlight towards the passage ahead. The beam illuminated a furry, inverted triangular visage, sending a jolt of fear through everyone present, except for Mo Qilin. They were not frightened by the beast's face but rather by its teeth. The creature possessed for conspicuously large fangs, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom, sharp and elongated, reminiscent of ivory. If those teeth sank into a person, they would undoubtedly pierce through. When did this be? I didn't hear a single footstep. Get down. Before Asher could finish, Mo Qilin observed the beast stirring and immediately warned them in a hushed tone. Zhu Yangyang and Asher wasted no time. Lawrence and Tom, a few meters away, followed suit, prostrating themselves. Just as they did, the beast leaped over them, landing behind Lawrence and Tom, its razor-sharp claws shattering the tiles beneath it. Lawrence and Tom gasped in horror, their faces ashen. They were fortunate to have reacted swiftly. Had they not, the beast's claws would have surely torn them to shreds. Captain Tom's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Move, Lawrence urged, pulling him up as they sprinted towards Qilin and the others. With the beast looming, Zhu Yangyang and Asher did not deter the two from joining them. Recognizing that additional hands would provide more strength, however, they were unprepared for the fact that the two had no intention of confronting the beast alongside them. Upon reaching their side, they merely continued to flee, hiding at the rear. The audience erupted in frustration, hurling insults at the cowardly duo. Zhu Yangyang and Asher were equally irate, but their immediate priority was to deal with the beast. They could address the two later. On the other side, having missed its target, the beast appeared agitated, turning its blood-red eyes fixedly upon Qilin and her companions. It bared its teeth and growled menacingly, searching for another opportunity to strike. Qilin remained vigilant, gripping the hilt of her black gold ancient sword, her toes lightly skimming the ground as she prepared to engage in battle. Curse that beast! Asher could hardly contain himself. Yangyang, let us open fire. We can't shoot like this, Zhu Yangyang countered, shaking her head. This passage is too dark, we cannot shoot while holding a flashlight, the beam's range is limited, and if the beast evades our bullets and hides in the shadows, we will be in grave danger, susceptible to being torn apart by its claws. We must illuminate this entire passage to leave the beast nowhere to hide. That's easy enough, watch me. Asher retrieved a flare gun from his waist and fired it at the ceiling of the passage not far ahead, instantly illuminating the area. However, the beast shielded its eyes and emitted a shrill cry, clearly disoriented by the blinding red light. Qilin and her companions were also taken aback, as the brightness of the flare was overwhelming and fired at such a low angle. Fortunately, all three wore goggles, which mitigated the discomfort. At last, they could clearly see the beast's full form. It was massive, standing around 3 meters tall, with dark brown fur, a small head, a pointed face, short forelimbs, sturdy hind legs, and a remarkably robust tail. Yet, the audience was deeply moved. Oh my, this is wonderful. After watching the National Fortune live stream for so long, this is the first time I've seen such a striking beast. I'm so touched. Indeed, it's remarkable. What, you call that thing striking? Isn't it? Just look at the beasts our brothers encountered previously. Compared to those, this one is truly quite handsome. Exactly. The host then turned to Professor Zhao, asking, Professor Zhao, what do you think this beast resembles? Professor Zhao chuckled softly. Actually, the audience is correct. This beast indeed resembles both a fox and a marten. In reality, we have such animals known as meerkats. Meerkats. The members of the observation group looked at Professor Zhao in intrigue. Chapter 64, Her blade is heavy. Professor Zhao nodded. Indeed, the meerkat is a creature resembling both a fox and a marten. Rather than saying this beast resembles a fox or a marten, it is more accurate to say it resembles a meerkat. Moreover, the meerkat is a natural enemy of snakes. This beast resides in the underground passage, and after the passage was blasted open, the Blood Rock King snake fled. Clearly, it is this beast that the Blood Rock King snake fears, so it is highly likely that this beast is a mutated meerkat. The members of the observation team nodded in understanding. They no longer disputed the matter. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, tat-tat-tat, as Zhu Yangyang and Asher took aim and opened fire on the beast. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, and their expressions changed in alarm. This is bad. This beast, like the previous big mouth monster, has skin that cannot be penetrated. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed. FCK. Asher cursed vehemently. What is wrong with these beasts? Each one is tougher than the last. I don't know, but I do know that our guns are utterly useless. Zhu Yangyang quickly interjected. Are you out of your mind? We are in an underground passage. If we detonate a bomb, the ceiling above will collapse, and we will all be doomed. No. At the rear, Lawrence and Tom craned their necks, eager to see how this so-called goddess, Qilin, would deal with a beast that even bullets could not harm. To their astonishment, as the beast reached Mo Qilin, she executed a swift spinning kick, striking. In an instant, the beast was sent flying backwards, crushing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Lawrence and Tom stood there, dumbfounded. What? She actually kicked this massive beast away with a single blow, and the onlookers beamed with delight. Calm down, calm down. This is merely a demonstration of the little brother's basic skills. If this astonished them, what would happen when the real challenges arose? Roared the beast, taken aback by its unexpected defeat. It quickly rose to its feet, roaring furiously at Mo Qilin, its blood-red eyes unable to conceal its wrath and murderous intent. Mo Qilin, showing no intention of sparing the beast, unsheathed her black gold ancient blade. Then, she extended her body, twisting her waist, and with a swift motion, she brought her blade down upon the beast's back. To everyone's astonishment, the hide that had resisted bullets was cleaved open by the black gold blade, creating a Mo Qilin crouched low, evading the beast's claws, and landed firmly on the ground. Next, she gripped the hilt of her blade with both hands, raised it high, and plunged it into the beast's hind leg, delivering. The audience and observation team were equally exhilarated. Only Lawrence and Tom remained in a state of shock, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God, oh dear Lord," and similar phrases. At that moment, they finally understood. Her strength was simply inhuman. In that instant, Lawrence and Tom felt an immense relief that they had not followed through with their orders. Otherwise, they might have found themselves beneath her blade. Unaware of the thoughts of the two men, Mo Qilin's icy gaze fell upon the beast's heaving belly. The fur covering its abdomen was not as thick as that on its body, clearly indicating a weak point. Withdrawing her black gold blade from the beast's hind leg, Mo Qilin took a step back while the creature was still reeling in pain, and aimed for its belly. However, just then, a whip-like appendage swung towards her from her right rear, striking her hand with force. It was the beast's tail. Though short, it was robust. Mo Qilin had not anticipated its agility, allowing it to bend and strike her silently. Mo Qilin grimaced in pain, feeling the bones in her hand vibrate. The black gold blade slipped from her grip, falling to the ground nearby with a thud. Zhu Yunyang gasped, "Her blade, what about the blade?" the other members of the observation team inquired, confused. Commander Li remarked, "I believe little Zhu is suggesting that her blade is exceedingly heavy." Zhu Yunyang nodded, "Indeed, I preliminarily estimate that her blade could weigh dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds." Dozens or... The blade is only a little over a meter long, and the blade itself is not thick. It should weigh at most a few dozen pounds. If it indeed weighs dozens or hundreds of pounds, it would need to be several meters long and several centimeters thick. Such a size is simply impossible. It contradicts the law of conservation of mass. Yes, typically, a blade cannot possess such weight, and if it were to be flung away, it should bounce a few times before landing, producing a crisp sound. Yet her blade fell immediately without any bounce, and the sound it made was heavy and solid, even cracking the tiles beneath it. This clearly indicates that her blade is indeed that heavy. Zhu Yunyang pointed at the ground, where several cracks had formed from the impact of the black gold blade. The observation team fell silent, unable to articulate a response. The audience stared in astonishment, swallowing hard. Good heavens, the little brother had been carrying such a heavy blade while traversing mountains and slaying monsters. Moreover, she was not only wielding the blade but also managing to assist Zhu Yunyang and Asher in jumping around. What kind of superhuman strength was this? It was terrifyingly abnormal. Professors Zhang and Zhao began to question their understanding of reality. How can a blade of this size possess such weight? It defies logic. Perhaps it is due to the material of the blade, Professor Lin pondered. I have noticed this blade for quite some time. It is an antique, but I have yet to discern the material from which it is forged. Now, considering its weight, it must be made of a metal that is unknown to us or perhaps has not yet been discovered. Only this could explain why a blade just over a meter long could have such an extraordinary weight. Enough speculation about the blade's weight. We should be more concerned for Mo Qilin. Without her blade, she is essentially defenseless. Facing a beast that cannot be pierced by bullets will undoubtedly prove challenging, Commander Li said gravely. In the desert, within the underground passage, Zhu Yunyang and Asher were equally alarmed to see Mo Qilin's blade fall. Their hearts raced as they witnessed the beast's tail once again swinging towards Mo Qilin, and they urgently shouted, "Little brother, be careful." Chapter 65. The Korean treads fire. At this moment, Zhang Qilin was rubbing the back of her hand, alleviating the pain, when she heard. Instinctively, she leaned back. The tail of the beast brushed past her body, smashing against the stone wall behind her and creating a shallow gash in the rock, with debris scattering everywhere. Hiss! Zhu Yangyang, at her, along with the observation team and the audience, collectively gasped. What immense force! With a single swing of its tail, the wall was reduced to this state. What of her hand? Is it unscathed? Everyone's anxious gaze turned to Zhang Qilin's hand. Once she stood up, Zhang Qilin employed the Korean's ghostly steps, swiftly shifting behind the beast, drawing the dagger from her leg and thrusting it forward. Seeing that her right hand appeared unchanged, capable of wielding the dagger to strike, Zhu Yangyang, at her, and the spectators finally felt relieved. However, merely relying on a small dagger to confront this formidable beast seemed insufficient. Unless her dagger was forged from the same material as her sword, yet, it was evident that the dagger in her hand emitted a completely different luster than her blade. As anticipated, the dagger failed to penetrate the beast's tough hide, instead shattering into two pieces. Nevertheless, it still inflicted pain upon the creature, which let out a howl and, standing upright like a human, turned to swipe at Zhang Qilin with its sharp claws. Zhang Qilin narrowed her eyes, crouched low, and deftly slid a few steps on the ground, once again maneuvering to the back of the beast. This creature was exceptionally agile, swift, and armed with razor-sharp teeth and claws, its large size rendering a frontal attack impossible without a weapon. Thus, she could only strike from behind. Seeing Zhang Qilin maintaining a clear advantage yet still unable to subdue the beast, Zhu Yangyang grew frantic. This won't do. Without a sword, she can't swiftly eliminate this beast. I must find a way to retrieve her sword and toss it to her. With that, she glanced at the ground a few meters away, where the black gold ancient sword lay. Atter grabbed her arm. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? The sword is too close to the beast. If she can't retrieve it, how can you?" "It's precisely because she can't escape the beast to retrieve the sword that we must find a way to bring it back to her." "Let go." Zhu Yangyang forcefully shook off Atter's hand, steeled herself, and cautiously approached the sword, keeping close to the stone wall with no other option. Atter could only keep an eye on the beast's movements. The audience and the observation team, witnessing Zhu Yangyang's boldness, felt admiration and cheered for her. Fortunately, the beast remained preoccupied with Zhang Qilin, allowing Zhu Yangyang to reach the black gold ancient sword without hindrance. Beaming with joy at the sight of the sword, Zhu Yangyang bent down to grasp its hilt and pulled upwards. Crack! A dislocating sound echoed. "Ar!" Zhu Yangyang cried out in surprise. "What happened?" Atter hurriedly inquired. "My back. I wrenched it." Zhu Yangyang replied, her face contorted in pain. "Huh?" Atter looked bewildered. "You wrenched your back picking up a sword?" "Do you think I wanted to? This sword is too heavy, and when I yanked it, how could my back not give way?" Zhu Yangyang supported her back with one hand while pointing. Heaven knows how shocked she was, believing she had lifted not a sword, but a massive boulder. "It's just a sword, how heavy can it be?" Atter doubted, glanced at the beast, and dashed over. "I'll try." "Go." Bending down, Atter grasped the black gold ancient sword. Although he was skeptical about its weight, he wisely approached it differently than Zhu Yangyang, attempting to lift it gently first, and then, he could not budge it. However, the height it reached was merely a few decimeters off the ground, and it could not be held for more than a few seconds. "I can't lift it anymore." Atter dropped the ancient sword back to the ground, panting heavily. "Oh my gosh, why is this sword so heavy?" Zhu Yangyang reveled in his misfortune. "So, do you believe me now?" Atter nodded in a daze. "This sword must weigh at least 150 pounds, just like when I lift my girlfriend." 150 pounds. Zhu Yangyang gasped. The observation team and the audience, already taken aback once, were now astonished anew. Good heavens, their estimations of the sword's weight ranged in the dozens to hundreds of pounds. Little did they realize they had underestimated it. The sword's true weight was nearly 200 pounds. How absurd. Zhu Yangyang swallowed hard, glancing at Mo Qilin, who was still engaged in combat with the beast, unable to fathom how her slender wrist could wield a sword weighing close to. Even if we couldn't toss it to her. What should we do now? Atter asked. Zhu Yanyan's lips moved. We can only devise a way to distract the beast, so she has a chance to retrieve her sword herself. Meanwhile, in the back, Lawrence and Tom were also deliberating. Captain, we should brainstorm some ideas. Without Mo Qilin's sword, we might not survive this beast either, Tom remarked. Lawrence nodded. All right, let's think this through. As the group began to rack their brains for a way to divert the beast, the fierce battle between Mo Qilin and the creature continued. Without a weapon, Mo Qilin was unable to inflict significant damage to the beast, which had a tough hide even more resilient than the creatures she had encountered before. Thus, it was evident that this beast was of a higher rank than the previous ones, either level 5 or above. Fortunately, despite its formidable nature, the beast could not cause her any harm, maintaining a standoff where neither side could gain the upper hand. However, this equilibrium was soon shattered. Mo Qilin felt a surge of warmth emanating from her body, particularly on her left side. She recognized this sensation, the emergence of her tattoo. With the tattoo came enhanced strength, the Kirin tattoo. The Kirin treads fire, cutting through rain and turning clouds. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of pressure radiated from Mo Qilin's body. While Zhu Yangyang and the others remained oblivious, the beast could sense the shift, its menacing visage retracting as it took a step back on its 4 legs. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Qilin leapt into the air, soaring above the beast, and delivered a flying kick to its head. Roar! The beast was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, causing the entire corridor to tremble, with sand and stones cascading from the ceiling. Zhu Yangyang and the others looked up, wondering if the corridor might collapse. Chapter 66, The Art of the Finger. HMPH. The beast, upon being struck, felt as though its entire. After rising from the ground, it shook its head and emitted a snort from its nostrils, gradually regaining a semblance of clarity. Subsequently, disregarding the aura that instilled a measure of trepidation within it, the creature lowered itself to the ground, opened its maw, and let out a roar at Mo Qilin before lunging forward. Mo Qilin, endowed with 50% of her brother's combat prowess, augmented by her Qilin bloodline and the current enhancement from her Qilin tattoo, possessed the full extent of her brother's capabilities and thus no longer needed to dodge as she had previously. Standing her ground, she awaited the beast's approach, and as it pounced, she swiftly raised her left leg and kicked it squarely in the flank. Rather than lowering her leg post kick, she continued to propel it upward, striking the beast at the nape of its neck. Following this, without hesitation, her right leg ascended, delivering yet another kick to the opposite side of the beast's waist and shoulder. The 2 striking kicks were a spectacle that left Zhu Yangyang and her companions, as well as the audience, utterly entranced. Even the seasoned members of the observation team cheered in excitement, exclaiming how splendid the display was. The beast staggered back, unable to withstand the onslaught. Without delay, Mo Qilin charged at the creature, planting a foot on its back and using the momentum to leap to the top of the passageway. Upon reaching the pinnacle, she leaned forward, bracing herself against the stone wall while finding footholds for her feet, her entire form clinging to the wall like a gecko. At that moment, Mo Qilin turned her head to glance back, confirming the position of the beast. With a deliberate release of her footholds, she concentrated her weight and center of gravity into her hands. Utilizing the strength of her waist, she elevated her legs, clamping them around the beast's head. Simultaneously, she let go of her support against the wall, twisting her torso as she descended, executing a lateral scissor kick that sent the massive beast flipping through the air. After completing 2 rotations, Mo Qilin released her legs, landing gracefully in a position of 1 hand on the ground and 1 knee on the earth. The beast, however, was far less graceful, crashing to the ground with a thud, its face planted into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The creature was severely injured but still quivered, attempting to rise. Yet, how could Mo Qilin allow it to regain its footing? She leaped onto its back, positioning herself to deliver a decisive elbow strike to the beast's spine. A W. The beast let out a pained cry, its head flinging back in response. Mo Qilin then swung her long leg over, settling herself on the creature's back, her left arm pressing down with force while her right arm lifted, pointing her finger like a sword above her head. Her gaze settled on a specific spot just beneath the beast's cervical vertebrae, and with a fierce thrust of her finger, she pierced downward, the sound of flesh being punctured echoed. Mo Qilin's finger, the art of the finger, effortlessly breached the beast's hide and the underlying muscular tissue, reaching the vicinity of its vertebrae. She then spread her fingers, grasping a soft, cord-like structure near the vertebrae, yanking it forcefully outward. AW, the beast emitted a chilling scream, its massive body thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge its rider. Yet, regardless of its frantic movements, Mo Qilin remained firmly anchored, unyielding as a mountain. With another sharp tug, the cord-like structure was wrenched free, splattering blood in the process. At the exact moment she extracted this cord, the previously thrashing beast suddenly collapsed, motionless on the ground. Silence. Zhu Yangyang, Atter, Lawrence, and Tom, along with the observation team and the audience, were struck mute, stunned into silence, only gradually recovering after a prolonged moment. "Oh my gosh, little brother, you are incredible. Before the flare even burned out, you dispatched this beast with such swiftness. Indeed, little brother, we initially thought you were at a disadvantage without your weapon, contemplating ways to distract the beast for you to retrieve it. But then, in an instant, you transformed as if possessed by a martial deity, executing a seamless series of maneuvers that culminated in the creature's demise. Truly magnificent." Zhu Yangyang and Atta rushed to Mo Qilin's side, showering her with compliments. Lawrence and Tom leaned on each other, limping over, eager to ingratiate themselves with her. Having witnessed her prowess, they were resolute in their determination to follow her, for only in her company did they perceive a chance of survival in this survival game. Until the audience was equally electrified. Wow, she killed the beast with her bare hands. Indeed, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would hardly believe it. That series of kicks, the airborne elbow strike, absolutely stunning. Who could argue? When I saw her without a weapon, holding her own against the beast, I thought that was her limit, yet the very next moment, she delivered a resounding blow to my expectations, clearly concealing a portion of her strength. Just how formidable is she? Moreover, rather than her combat skills, should we not be more astonished by her fingers? Exactly, the beast's hide could withstand bullets, yet her finger penetrated effortlessly. This suggests her fingers possess the same hardness and sharpness as her weapon. Could this be the legendary two-finger Zen and flick? That, surely her fingers must be registered in reality. To the one above, your line of thought is truly intriguing. Unlike me, who was fixated on what she extracted, a white, soft, cord-like substance resembling intestines, utterly revolting. Indeed, quite disgusting. Could it truly be intestines? Yet why would she extract the beast's entrails? The host of the observation team inquired about what Mo Qilin had pulled out. Professor Zhao pondered before responding. That is not intestine, it is what contestant Mo Qilin extracted from the beast's cervical vertebrae. How could it possibly be intestines? If I am not mistaken, it is likely a central nerve. Central nerve. The other members of the Professor Zhao nodded. Precisely, both humans and animals possess a central nerve, which connects to the brain, serving as the conduit through which the brain sends commands to the body and limbs. Should the central nerve sustain damage, the brain would be unable to control the body and limbs, resulting in paralysis. This explains why, upon Mo Qilin's extraction of this nerve, the beast suddenly ceased all movement. I see. The others in the observation team were in. I believe this was an intentional act by contestant Mo Qilin. Her ability to pinpoint the beast's central nerve clearly indicates her awareness of its origin as a mutated meerkat. Thus, she is also likely cognizant of the reasons behind the previous. What martial art has she practiced to be able to penetrate the beast's hide, impervious even to bullets? Commander Li gazed at Mo Qilin on the screen with fervent admiration. I believe I may have a theory regarding her. Chapter 67, The Grave Robber Officer. Oh. The other members of the observation group turned their gaze towards him. Commander Li urged, "Old Lin, do tell us, what kind of skill is it?" If such a skill truly exists in reality, he would insist on inviting someone to train the military specifically. This way, the armed forces would be even more invincible on the battlefield. "Do not rush," Professor Lin said, sipping his tea before elaborating. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao had a group of specialized tomb raiders known as the Mogan Xiaowei, and their leader was referred to as the Fho Zhang Langjiang. This Fho Zhang Langjiang is no ordinary figure. From a young age, they undergo extremely rigorous and brutal training on two of their fingers. Once perfected, those fingers become as solid as rock and possess immense strength, enabling them to deftly disarm intricate mechanisms within tombs and effortlessly penetrate coffins reinforced with iron paste or pine resin. Is it truly that formidable? The other members of the observation group gasped in astonishment. The coffins treated with iron paste and pine resin are notoriously secure. Without substantial tools, it is nearly impossible to open them. To think that the Fho Zhang Langjiang could simply poke through with their fingers is utterly incredible. Those cannot merely be fingers, they must be akin to power drills. Professor Lin nodded. Indeed, they are that extraordinary, and those two fingers have a resounding name, Fho. Then, does this mean that contestant Mo Qilin and her master are descendants of the Fho Zhang Langjiang? The others inquired. Not necessarily, Professor Lin shook his head. While Fho is characterized by its hardness and great strength, it also possesses a most distinctive feature. Its length, which is considerably greater than that of ordinary fingers. However, contestant Mo Qilin's fingers, while strong and hard, are of normal length, so I cannot ascertain whether her fingers are indeed Fho or if she and her master are heirs of the Fho Zhang Langjiang. One thing I can affirm is that her fingers have been honed since childhood, enduring countless unspeakable hardships. Since childhood, Commander Li sighed regretfully. It seems that his plans cannot be realized. After all, it would be impractical to summon a group of children for such training, wouldn't he? In the desert, within the underground passage, Mo Qilin paid no heed to the praises and cheers of Zhu Yangyang and Atter. Instead, she furrowed her brow slightly, wiping her hands on the hide of the strange beast until the blood was completely cleansed before dismounting from its back. "Little brother, have some water," Zhu Yangyang said. Mo Qilin glanced at Zhu Yangyang and accepted it. Meanwhile, Atter focused his attention on the strange beast. Previously, he had been too apprehensive to look closely, but now that the beast lay dead, he was naturally keen to examine it thoroughly. However, as he approached the strange beast and saw its half-closed eyes and slightly flaring nostrils, his expression changed abruptly. "Oh no, this beast is not dead." "What?" Zhu Yangyang and the nearby Lawrence Tom instinctively stepped back. Only Mo Qilin remained stationary, calmly tilting her head back to drink water. Realizing this, Zhu Yangyang quickly understood that although the beast was still alive, it posed no further threat. She returned to Mo Qilin's side and inquired, "Little brother, you deliberately spared this beast's life, didn't you?" Given little brother's incredible prowess, she reasoned, he could have easily finished off the beast with another strike. Yet at this critical juncture, he chose to hold back, indicating a deliberate decision to spare its life. Indeed, Mo Qilin returned the water bottle to Zhu Yangyang and nodded, confirming her suspicions. "Why?" Atter asked, perplexed. Mo Qilin replied succinctly, "Snake." At this, Zhu Yangyang understood, chuckling, "Little brother means that this beast is the natural enemy of those snakes. As long as the beast remains alive, the snakes will not dare approach, but if it were to die, they would immediately swarm." "Now I see. Little brother's considerations are truly meticulous." Atter praised Mo Qilin, giving her a thumbs up. Mo Qilin adjusted the brim of her hat and shifted her gaze aside. Just then, Lawrence and Tom approached her, their faces adorned with exaggerated smiles of flattery. "Greetings, contestant Mo Qilin. We witnessed your handling of that beast just now, it was nothing short of godlike." Indeed. "Hey, seeing how formidable you are, might we?" Zhu Yangyang smiled thinly. "What do you two mean by this? You wish to join our team, do you? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Exactly, when that beast appeared, you ran towards us, and we did not stop you, thinking that we could unite against the creature. Yet when the time came, you hid at the back, showing no intention of fighting alongside us. Now that little brother has subdued the beast, you come crawling back. How shameless. Asher spat disdainfully. Lawrence and Tom were unfazed, still grinning broadly. Well, you see, we had no choice. We are both injured. If we were to join in battling that beast, we would only hinder you. Yes, and we even devised a plan to divert the beast to allow contestant Mo Qilin to retrieve her knife. Did you come up with a plan or not? Zhu Yangyang asked coldly. Oh, Lawrence and Tom stammered. Mo Qilin, uninterested in their bickering, walked over to pick up the black gold ancient sword, resting it on her bent arm. After wiping the dust from the blade, she sheathed it behind her back and continued walking forward. Zhu Yangyang noticed and quickly tugged at Asher. Stop arguing, little brother is leaving. Asher glanced at Mo Qilin's departing figure, then turned back to point fiercely at Lawrence and Tom. You two listen well. There is absolutely no chance of joining our team. With that, he supported Zhu Yangyang and hurried after Mo Qilin. Captain, what should we do? Tom asked anxiously. Lawrence, however, appeared entirely relaxed. It's just think of the pickled cabbage country. Even when scorned by the entire world, they still steal from everyone's history and culture. Such audacity is precisely what we should emulate. So what if they reject us? We can shamelessly follow them. Right. Tom's eyes brightened. The audience, while initially speechless, found humor in the situation. After all, compared to the Zhang country, they certainly held a greater disdain for the pickled cabbage country. Now, witnessing the two Zhang country contestants being chastised in such a manner was quite entertaining. Mo Qilin and her companions resumed their journey towards the palace of the Qiuxi kingdom. As they walked, Asher uneasily asked, there shouldn't be any more strange beasts ahead, right? Who knows, just be cautious, Zhu Yangyang replied, uncertain. Asher nodded, gripping his gun a little tighter. They walked for over an hour, unfortunately. However, little brother, Yanzi, it seems there is no path ahead, Asher exclaimed, shining his flashlight forward. Chapter 68, The Testing Mechanism. At this moment, Mo Qilin was gazing at the stone walls above and to the left, while Zhu Yangyang was examining the right side. Upon hearing Asher's shout, she immediately directed her flashlight forward. Indeed, there was no path ahead. Asher, feeling irritable, scratched his neck and exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? The king of Qiuxi has left the escape route half-finished. How can it still be called an escape route? Are we supposed to turn back now? Mo Qilin offered no response. However, Zhu Yangyang chuckled, no need for that. If you look closely, what lies ahead is not a stone wall like those on the sides, but rather a brick wall constructed of stone bricks. This means that the escape route is not incomplete. Rather, the king of Qiuxi has deliberately had this wall built to obstruct our passage. This is a good sign. A good sign? Asher was perplexed. Zhu Yangyang elucidated. Indeed, it indicates that we have reached our destination. Behind this wall lies the underground palace. That's wonderful. Asher exclaimed. His spirits lifted. However, as soon as he moved, Mo Qilin seized the back of his collar, yanking him back just in time to prevent him from choking himself. Cough, cough, Asher coughed loudly, his eyes watering and reddening as he turned to Mo Qilin, bewildered. Little brother, what are you doing? Mo Qilin released his collar and replied calmly, danger. This wall is meant to prevent outsiders from entering the palace through the escape route. Do you think it's that simple? Standing here won't deter anyone. Surely there must be a mechanism. Otherwise, the Qiuxi kingdom would have fallen countless times by now. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? Mo Qilin nodded. A mechanism? Asher swallowed hard, his face pale. Behind them, Lawrence and Tom had already retreated far back. Exactly. Professor Lin affirmed with a nod. Escape routes are typically directly connected to the main base, and there's a high probability they contain mechanisms, whether they be quicksand, sinkholes, or even venomous creatures, poison gas, or arrow traps. If we proceed without caution, triggering such mechanisms will undoubtedly lead to our demise. I never expected that Mo Qilin, despite not being a history student, would be truly remarkable. Professor Zhang praised. What remains uncertain is the nature of the mechanism before them and whether they can decipher it, Professor Zhao expressed, his brow furrowed with concern. The remaining members of the observation team and the audience wore expressions of worry. In the desert, within the underground passage. Since there is a mechanism, does that mean we cannot pass? Atter plopped down on the ground, feeling somewhat disheartened. At present, it seems so, unless we can identify and disable the mechanism, Zhu Yangyang replied. Zhu Yangyang rubbed her cheeks thoughtfully. I'm not sure, perhaps we should find something to throw and test it out. The Qiuxi Kingdom is an ancient civilization dating back nearly 5,000 years. Even if there are mechanisms, they shouldn't be overly complex. After all, our own country's mechanisms began to proliferate during the unification of the 6 states by Emperor Qin, showcasing a great variety. Therefore, the mechanisms here are likely to be something like poison gas arrow traps. If that's the case, once the gas is released, we should be safe. As she spoke, she scanned the area for suitable stones. However, after a thorough search, she found only small pebbles, hardly larger than a fingernail. Even if thrown, they would likely fail to trigger any mechanism. Ultimately, it was Mo Qilin who retrieved the previously broken dagger, pinching one half with his fingers and tossing it with a flick of his wrist, as if skipping a stone on water. The dagger slid along the ground until it reached the brick wall, coming to a stop without triggering any response. What is going on? No mechanism. Asher's eyes lit up. That seems improbable. Zhu Yangyang frowned slightly before turning to Mo Qilin. Little brother, try throwing the other half upward. The mechanism might be above. Mo Qilin nodded and tossed the remaining half of the dagger toward the top of the passage, yet still, no response was elicited. It appears there truly is no mechanism. Asher now felt completely reassured, emboldened enough. With no other choice, Zhu Yangyang swallowed her remaining words, watching him nervously. Mo Qilin also readied the hooked rope, prepared to pull him back at the first sign of trouble. However, it soon became unnecessary, as Asher reached the brick wall safely and turned to wave at them, shouting, "Little brother, Yangyang, come over, it's fine." Mo Qilin's tense muscles relaxed immediately, and he stowed the rope away. Zhu Yangyang, along with the observation team and the audience, exhaled in relief. This guy really knows how to raise our anxiety. Zhu Yangyang shot a playful glare at Asher before turning to Mo Qilin. Let us go over. Mo Qilin nodded. As the two approached the brick wall, Mo Qilin noticed something amiss in Zhu Yangyang's gait. He quickly grasped her arm, his eyes questioning her discomfort. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhu Yangyang confessed, "Well, earlier I tried to help you pick up your dagger, but I didn't anticipate it was too heavy, and I ended up straining my back." Mo Qilin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Turn around." Huh. Zhu Yangyang was puzzled about his intention but complied nonetheless. Then, Mo Qilin pressed down on her shoulder with one hand while placing the other on her lower back, pushing and pulling simultaneously. With a crack, he released his hands. "Oh!" She moved her waist and exclaimed in delight, "It really feels better. I didn't even process it. Little brother, you're incredible. If you pursued a career in bone setting, you'd surely earn a fortune." Bone setting? Mo Qilin pursed his lips, regarding her with a somewhat exasperated expression. Zhu Yangyang felt uneasy under his gaze and awkwardly laughed, stepping back. I was just joking, don't scold me, really, please. If little brother really became a bone setter, I'd definitely seek his help. Right, I'd even intentionally break my bones just to go see him. Har har, isn't it the funniest that Zhu Yangyang asked little brother not to scold her? Exactly. At first, I thought little brother hadn't scolded her, but then I realized it was his expression that made it seem like he was. What do you call that? That's using one's face to scold someone, har har. Unaware of the audience's banter, Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang approached Asher. Asher wore a triumphant grin. "So, what do you think? I told you there were no mechanisms. didn't he? Zhu Yangyang felt the urge to smack him. Just because there are no mechanisms outside doesn't he mean there are none in this brick wall. Today, I reorganized the outline. Updates will resume as usual tomorrow. Chapter 69. The poisonous wax in the partition. At that moment, Atter could no longer suppress his laughter. Yang Zi, do not frighten me. I am not frightening you. I speak the truth. There is certainly a mechanism blocking the escape route for outsiders to enter the palace. Since there is none outside, it must be within this brick wall, Zhu Yangyang stated, pointing seriously at the wall before them. Atter's lips twitched. I was going to break this brick wall down when you arrived. So should I strike it now or not? Do not strike it. This was said by Mo Qilin. Zhu Yangyang nodded in agreement. The young man is right. We cannot strike it. We do not yet know what mechanisms lie within this wall. As she spoke, she bent her fingers and knocked on the brick wall. Clang. Mo Qilin frowned. The sound was somewhat off. Zhu Yangyang also realized it, quickly exclaiming, the sound is hollow, with faint echoes. This brick wall has a partition inside. So, the mechanism is within this wall. Atter responded, piecing it together. Zhu Yangyang explained, because the mechanisms within walls are typically highly corrosive and toxic, we absolutely cannot strike the wall now. We must remove the bricks piece by piece and then neutralize the poison within. Are you joking? We have no tools to extract the bricks. Atter raised his voice. Zhu Yangyang fell silent, as she too was at a loss. Just then, Mo Qilin spoke up unexpectedly, I will handle it. Zhu Yangyang and the others stared at her. Young man, do you have a method? Zhu Yangyang's expression brightened. What is your plan? Do you need our assistance? Mo Qilin shook her head, gesturing for them to step back. Lawrence and Tom immediately retreated without hesitation. Only Zhu Yangyang and Atter remained, with her advising, young man, be careful. Mo Qilin. She placed her right hand against it and began to glide her finger along the adhesive seams. Eventually, she found the most suitable seam to exploit. In an instant, her finger converged, and with a twist of her wrist, she positioned her palm upward and forcefully thrust her finger into the seam. The spectators and the observation team were equally astonished, although they had been aware of her two fingers' remarkable hardness, capable of piercing through even the toughest beast hides. Witnessing her fingers penetrate such a solid brick wall was nonetheless shocking. After all, no matter how tough a beast's hide may be, it is still flesh and blood, far less astonishing than piercing stone. Her fingers are truly extraordinary. Professor Zhao marveled. Professor Lin nodded in agreement. Aside from their length, her fingers are virtually indistinguishable from the special fingers used by the General of the Path, making them a unique variant. The creator of the special fingers, General Fho, is indeed an impressive figure. Commander Li expressed his admiration. In the desert, within the underground passage, after Mo Qilin thrust her finger into the brick seam, she leveraged it against the base of the brick, gradually dragging it outward. Under the immense power of her finger, the adhesive around the brick began to crack and loosen. Moments later, she had pulled the brick out slightly. Next, she pinched the top of the brick with her thumb and effortlessly extracted it in its entirety. After discarding the brick onto the ground, she proceeded to pull out a second, then a third, until she had created an oval-shaped opening about a person and a half high in the wall. Zhu Yangyang hurried over to her. Young man, is your hand all right? Mo Qilin shook her head, indicating that she was fine, yet Zhu Yangyang remained unconvinced, grabbing her hand to inspect it thoroughly, astonished to discover that apart from a bit of dirt, her fingers were unscathed. This was truly incredible. Zhu Yangyang swallowed hard. At that moment, Atter suddenly shouted, Yang Zi, come look at this. I'm coming. Zhu Yangyang released Mo Qilin's hand and turned. The texture resembled wax. Atter extended his hand, preparing to touch it. Mo Qilin frowned and firmly pressed down on his shoulder, stopping him. Zhu Yangyang scolded loudly, have you lost your mind? This is the poison I mentioned. What? Atter quickly withdrew his hand, frightened. Mo Qilin also withdrew her hand from his shoulder. Zhu Yangyang shot him a contemptuous glare. Go stand to the side. Oh. Atter complied obediently. Stepping aside, Zhu Yangyang approached the position he had vacated. It is reminiscent of the blood-corrupted royal serpents. Exactly, the scent from those blood-corrupted royal serpents is identical to this. Lawrence and Tom, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, as they— Zhu Yanyan's expression shifted slightly. So, this layer of poisonous wax was concocted by the monarch of Chutsi, using blood-corrupted royal serpents. The Chutsi monarch is ruthless indeed. It is clear they intend for no one to leave intact. Asher felt immensely grateful, otherwise he would have already been turned to black water. Now the question is, how do we eliminate this layer of wax? Lawrence asked. Fire. Mo Qilin spoke a single word. We merely need to melt this layer of wax into liquid and let it flow away. Then let us proceed. We have flamethrowers. Lawrence and Tom stepped forward. You too? Zhu Yangyang and Asher looked astonished. Even Mo Qilin could not help but glance at them, for these two were usually the last to take action, and their sudden eagerness was indeed unusual. Nonetheless, Zhu Yangyang ultimately agreed to let them take charge. They had flamethrowers, and since this was not an appealing task, if they were willing to do it, so be it. Young man, we will move to the back, Zhu Yangyang said, pulling Mo Qilin to stand beside Asher. Lawrence and Tom raised the flamethrowers and directed the flames toward the layer of wax. Indeed, the moment the wax encountered the fire, it began to melt, transforming into black liquid that flowed to the ground, revealing the brick wall behind it. This process continued for several minutes until no more black liquid flowed down, at which point Lawrence and Tom ceased using their flamethrowers. It is done, the wax has been completely incinerated. Lawrence removed his goggles and turned to Mo Qilin and the others, seeking recognition for their efforts. Chapter 70, The Eye of the Pisces Formation. Mo Qilin and her companions returned to the brick wall once more. Zhu Yangyang produced a handkerchief and pressed it against the wall, tapping it a few times. This time, the sound echoed hollowly, reverberating more loudly. Zhu Yangyang smiled with delight. There are no hidden layers. Behind this brick wall lies a vast expanse that can be breached. Excellent, I have a— Leave the next steps to me, Atomo declared, rubbing his fists together before delivering a powerful kick to the final brick wall. He kicked it repeatedly, 10 times in succession, until his legs felt numb, finally breaking through the barrier. Behind the wall, darkness enveloped the space, rendering it invisible. Mo Qilin and the others hesitated to step inside, opting instead to shine their flashlight into the abyss to discern what lay within. As the beam illuminated the area, they were startled to see countless colorful shapes racing towards them at astonishing speed. Duck! Mo Qilin warned urgently, dropping to one knee. Zhu Yangyang, Atomo, and Lawrence Tom quickly followed suit, huddling together in trepidation. Strangely, these vibrant shadows emerged from behind the brick wall without inflicting any harm. Instead, they passed straight through the group, continuing onward until they dissipated into thin air. The audience witnessed. I saw elephants, camels, snakes, and many people. Could they be ghosts? Surely not. Professor Zhang previously stated that ghosts could not exist. Indeed, everything in this survival game is true. This is the first time I've witnessed such a phenomenon. Same here, Professor Zhang replied. Professor Lin pondered for a moment before suggesting, if I am not mistaken, those should be the result of pigment oxidation. Upon opening the tomb, numerous colorful figures and animals emerged. After thorough investigation, I discovered that these vibrant entities were a diffusion phenomenon caused by mural pigments reacting with a. I believe what Mo Qilin and her companions encountered is similar. I see. The observation team and the audience felt relieved upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Mo Qilin and her companions remained oblivious, still crouched on the ground. After a while, Atomo spoke tremulously. Am I dead? No. I don't know, Zhu Yangyang replied, her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. Lawrence and Tom, on the other hand, were in fits of laughter, repeatedly exclaiming, God bless, God bless. Only Mo Qilin remained unaffected, confused as she raised her head to glance. Seeing nothing amiss, she stood up. Hearing her movement, Zhu Yangyang opened her eyes. Little brother. Mo Qilin turned to look at her. What about those things just now? Zhu Yangyang inquired. Mo Qilin shook her head, indicating she was unsure. Subsequently, Zhu Yangyang also stood up and playfully kicked Atomo. "All right, get up, it's all over." "It's over." Atomo raised his head from his arms. "Hey, it really is, thank goodness, I thought I was finished." He sprang up in excitement. Lawrence and Tom joined him, embracing one another in joyous tears. "By the way, why didn't those things attack us?" After the excitement, Atomo could not help but voice his lingering question. Zhu Yangyang shrugged. "I don't know, but I sensed those things weren't solid. Little brother, what do you think?" Mo Qilin agreed with her assessment. Indeed, those entities had flown directly towards them. If they were solid, it would have been impossible for them to pass through without contact. Could it be? Atomo's face paled suddenly. Lawrence and Tom shuddered. The bizarre creatures within this survival game were already terrifying enough. If ghosts were involved, it would be unplayable. Zhu Yangyang contemplated. "I doubt they are, but I can't specify what they are either." However, it seems those entities pose no threat to us, so there's no point in fixating on what they might be. That would only waste time. "That's true," Atomo nodded, finding her reasoning sound. At that moment, Mo Qilin, flashlight in hand, directed it back into the hole in the brick wall, but this time, no colorful shadows appeared to emerge. Thus, it was evident that the earlier figures had not returned to the hole. Yet, what lay within remained a mystery. It was too dark for the flashlight to penetrate. With no other option, Mo Qilin set down the flashlight and looked at Atomo. Illumination flare. "Right," Atomo promptly fired a flare into the hole. Whoosh! Instantly, a brilliant red light illuminated the interior. Mo Qilin and her companions leaned in to glimpse the scene, finally discerning the contents of the cavity. Upon this revelation, aside from Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang, everyone else was rendered speechless. In contrast, having faced such a scene before, Zhu Yangyang remained composed. The audience, too, found themselves unfazed, even amused by the plight of Atomo and his companions. Typically, escape routes connect to a king's chamber. Who would have imagined that the last king of Chuci would establish the Eye of the Pisces formation beneath his own quarters? Truly perverse. Mo Qilin remained silent, stepping forward into the hole with long strides. "Little brother, wait for me." Zhu Yangyang hurriedly followed suit. Atomo and the others hesitated momentarily, yet without Mo Qilin by their side, they felt insecure, and thus, with eyes shut and teeth clenched, they steeled themselves to enter. Once inside, they dared not look around, their expressions etched with discomfort. After all, the sheer number of corpses was overwhelming and deeply unsettling. Zhu Yangyang, however, walked alongside Mo Qilin while meticulously observing the corpses. "Little brother, some of these corpses wear jewelry, while others do not. It seems the memories of the heavenly decree were accurate. After exhausting the slaves, the last king of Chuci resorted to using the common folk to fill the vacancies. Cruel and abhorrent." At that moment, she suddenly recalled something, striking her palm in realization. Right. Earlier the national broadcast mentioned that the last king of Chuci must occupy the Eye of the Pisces formation to activate the 9. That means the king of Chuci is right there. Mo Qilin's expression remained impassive as she gazed toward the center of the formation. Zhu Yangyang followed her line of sight and was astonished to find a massive golden coffin placed there. Chapter 71. The coffin cannot be opened at this moment. Zhu Yangyang was left speechless. As for Ataru, Lawrence, and Tom, their mouths hung agape in utter astonishment. "Oh my God, how can there be such a large coffin here?" Tom exclaimed. "Did you not hear what the young man and Yinzi just said?" "This is the coffin of the king of Chuci." Ataru scoffed at him. Lawrence licked his lips. "Since it is the king's coffin, it must contain a treasure trove within, right?" Upon hearing this, Tom and Ataru fell silent instantly. In the next moment, the three exchanged glances and rushed towards the coffin, their faces devoid of any fear of the corpses around them, replaced solely by an obsession and greed for treasures. "Hey, don't do anything reckless," Zhu Yangyang called out urgently. Yet, the trio was consumed by thoughts of riches and paid no heed to her warning. Upon reaching the coffin, they began to examine it eagerly. Zhu Yangyang was infuriated, these reckless fools. However, miraculously, they encountered no danger on their way. Thus, Zhu Yangyang turned to Mo Qilin, "Young man, shall we also take a look? There might be clues related to the Molan kingdom." Mo Qilin nodded in agreement, as she had already contemplated this. Before long, the two arrived before the coffin and discovered that it was even larger than it had appeared from a distance, over a meter in width, half a person high, and perfectly square. Both the coffin lid and body were adorned with numerous intricate carvings, predominantly featuring serpents and flames, glistening in gold and presenting a magnificent sight. The onlookers were left in awe, their eyes wide and swallowing in disbelief. "Wow, this coffin is dazzling. It is so shiny it's blinding me, making everything I see appear golden. I feel the same, the last time I experienced this was in a gold shop, so this coffin can't possibly be made of gold, right? A golden coffin. How extravagantly luxurious. Well, it belongs to a king, after all, they have the means. This coffin is so massive, it must weigh several hundred, if not over 1,000 pounds. If it is indeed crafted from gold, how valuable would it be? With such a grand golden coffin before us, yet we can only gaze at it and not touch it. It's infuriating, damn it, I don't want to look anymore." The observation team was equally astonished by the sight of the golden coffin. Professor Zhang analyzed, "Judging by its luster, it is undoubtedly gold, and of very high purity. It seems that Chuzi's metallurgy is quite advanced. They venerate flames, and fire is essential. Coupled with the fact that the desert naturally produces gold, it is no surprise that they possess such advanced refining techniques," Professor Zhao remarked. Master Sun, however, furrowed his brow. Zhu Yangyang noticed and inquired, "Master Sun, what troubles you?" The observation team turned their attention to him. Master Sun replied solemnly, "I am examining this coffin, it absolutely must not be opened." "Why not?" The observation team's expressions turned serious. "Do you remember when I mentioned that the Chuzi ruins are not only the focal point of the Jiuzhou Ascension formation but also a gathering array specifically designed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" The team nodded in acknowledgement. Master Sun continued, "The king of Chuzi was utterly obsessed with achieving immortality. The energy from thousands of life sacrifices was insufficient for him. He sought to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his chances of ascension. Thus, the energies here intertwine, making this a veritable paradise. However, since Mo Qilin and her companions broke through that brick wall earlier, they have disrupted the feng shui here. The life force and spiritual energy have dissipated, leaving only the resentment and death energy. Consequently, this place has transformed from a paradise into a perilous burial ground. The coffin no longer contains human remains but rather demons or monsters." "Master Sun, are you suggesting a corpse transformation?" Professor Lin's expression shifted slightly. "In your historical and archaeological, the zombies in horror films are the result of such transformations, but I always thought that was merely fiction. However, based on your statements, it seems to be true." Professor Lin nodded. "Indeed, it is true, corpses can transform after death, but such occurrences are rare and require specific conditions, often involving bioelectrical phenomena, leading to the emergence of thoughtless." Liu was utterly astonished. Professor Lin chuckled, "Correct, but it was too sensational to be made public, which is why the state claimed it was a case of patients suffering from a peculiar illness." However, now that the national survival game has been unveiled, there is little reason to keep it under wraps. The audience was left dumbfounded. There are no ghosts in this world, but zombies do exist. No wonder at the end of last century, the state suddenly advocated cremation so vigorously. It all makes sense now. Old Lin, I want to know, are the zombies in reality akin to those depicted in films, capable of soaring through the skies? Commander Li was Professor Lin seemed to recollect something painful, his fists clenched, and his eyes reddened. "It is not quite as exaggerated, but they are indeed formidable. 10 years ago, I led an archaeological team into a noble's tomb. When we opened the coffin, the deceased transformed into a red-haired zombie, impervious to bullets, with immense strength. Ultimately, we had to detonate the tomb to eliminate that red-haired zombie, but we paid a heavy price. We lost many of our artifacts, and nearly all of our soldiers perished, including 2 of my students. I cannot help but lose sleep whenever I recall that incident. Goodness, if zombies in our reality are so powerful, those in the national survival game are Mo Qilin and her companions in danger. Professor Zhao expressed his concern. Thus, we must absolutely refrain from opening the coffin, Master Sun reiterated emphatically. Commander Li nodded. Zhu Yangyang still has one opportunity to receive visible bullet comments. I shall remind her. At that moment, a soldier named Xiao Xiao approached and whispered something in his ear. Commander Li's eyes lit up. Is that so? Then let him send it. We can also save a chance to send comments. In the desert, beneath the palace. Tom looked down on the edge of the coffin, seeing the bite marks he left behind, his face flushed with excitement. Captain, it's gold, it's gold. Wonderful. Lawrence rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. Ataru wore a face of ecstasy as well. Zhu Yangyang shot them a disdainful glance. What is so great about it being gold? You can't even carry it out. Even if you could, it belongs to our Huagua. It is impossible for us to give it to you. With that, she dismissed them and turned to Mo Qilin. Young man, have you discerned any clues related to the Molan kingdom? Mo Qilin shook his head. While the coffin was adorned with elaborate reliefs, they were either serpents or flames, or scenes depicting the lives of the Chotzi kings, with no traces of the Molan kingdom to be found. Chapter 72, The Mural. Zhu Yangyang sighed. Indeed, I couldn't discern it either. Atu chuckled. If it isn't visible from the outside, then let's inspect the inside. Perhaps there lies something of interest. Yes, shall we open the coffin and take a look? Lawrence and Tom gazed at Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang with eager. Zhu Yangyang found this reasoning compelling but first sought Mo Qilin's opinion. Little brother, what do you think? Mo Qilin pursed her lips. We must not open it. Why not? Lawrence and Tom immediately expressed their displeasure. Zhu Yangyang was equally curious and was about to inquire further when Atar exclaimed, Little brother, Yanzi, my country's leader has sent me a message, instructing us not to open the coffin. It is said that your nation's master deduced that there may be zombies within, which poses a great danger. Zombies? Zhu Yangyang's voice rose in alarm. Lawrence and Tom looked utterly bewildered. What is a zombie? Zhu Yangyang ignored them, focusing her astonished gaze on Mo Qilin. Little brother, did you already know? Mo Qilin nodded slightly while adjusting her cap. Upon entering, she had discerned that this place, once a feng shui treasure, had transformed into a lair for the dead. Thus, whatever lay within the coffin was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom and must not be unleashed. See? Both the little brother and our country's master have warned against opening this coffin, so you 3 should abandon any thoughts of it, Zhu Yangyang asserted, having received a definitive answer from Mo Qilin. Although Atar felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing the danger, he promptly chose life over treasure. After all, what use was treasure if one no longer lived? Atar nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I shall not. The 2 had yet to express their stance. Their hesitance stemmed from their unwillingness to relinquish the prospect of treasure, who would be content to see their imminent prize slip away. Yet, upon witnessing Mo Qilin's impassive expression and frosty gaze, they immediately grew apprehensive and forced smiles. We won't pursue it either. Let us hope so. At that moment, Atar noticed something, stepped forward, and pointed ahead, exclaiming, A little brother, Yanzi, look quickly, there is something on the wall. On the wall, upon hearing this, Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang swiftly turned to look. Lawrence and Tom followed suit, discovering even more. There are murals on this wall too, Tom pointed at the left wall. And on that wall over there? No, it seems there are murals on every wall. Lawrence exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Indeed, Atar spun in place, confirming that every wall bore murals. They are murals, Zhu Yangyang smiled, then suddenly had a revelation, striking her palm. I understand now. What have you figured out? Have you uncovered clues regarding the Mulan kingdom? Atar inquired. Not quite, Zhu Yangyang shook her head. I meant I now recognize what those colorful shadows were. They are the pigments of these murals, dispersed from the walls. Perhaps they hold clues. Millimeter, Mo Qilin agreed. The two made their way towards the wall pointed out by Atter, followed closely by Atter, Lawrence, and Tom. Professor Lin of the observation team was now overwhelmed with joy. Ancient murals often document significant events, and he was certain he would glean more about the history of the Joseon kingdom through them. Soon, the group arrived at the wall. Although the murals had faded and become somewhat blurred due to the loss of pigment, a careful inspection revealed their essence. It appears that this mural depicts this. Mo Qilin nodded in agreement with her observation, while Atter and his companions remained perplexed. Wait, Yanzi, how can you discern such abstract imagery? Atter questioned. All he saw were a horde of oversized headed, tiny-bodied stick figures dancing chaotically, nothing resembling the construction of a palace. Because I am intelligent, not a fool, hence I can see it, Zhu Yangyang retorted unabashedly, continuing to the next mural. This one illustrates the succession of the throne. Indeed, Mo Qilin shone her flashlight on the subsequent murals. Zhu Yangyang tilted her head. There are indeed 5 murals depicting the succession of the throne, suggesting that the Joseon kingdom has experienced 5 monarchs in total. As she approached the 7th mural, she observed a lavishly dressed man. Thus, this mural captures the moment the last monarch received the secret to immortality from the priest. Zhu Yangyang elaborated, her excitement growing. This mural depicts the officials casting slaves and commoners into various. It was only when Mo Qilin placed a hand on her shoulder that she regained her composure. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhu Yangyang's forehead. This mural shows the last monarch of the Joseon kingdom lying in the coffin when suddenly a beam of light from the heavens enveloped the entire coffin. Then, the last monarch flew out of the coffin and ascended into the sky, disappearing. Little brother, could it be that the last monarch truly became immortal? No? Mo Qilin furrowed her brow, firmly dismissing the notion. If such a thing were possible, then immortals would be commonplace today. Yet ancient murals document real events. Zhu Yangyang turned to glance at the golden coffin behind her, an unsettling feeling washing over her. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Oh my, could this 9-9 ascension array truly grant immortality? That would be utterly terrifying. Becoming immortal is a good thing. What is there to fear? Absolutely impossible. As a practitioner of the mysterious arts, I am well aware of many methods to achieve immortality. If it were so simple, I would have attained it long ago, Master Sun exclaimed, rising in agitation. Chapter 73, Clues from the Kingdom of Molan. Commander Li's expression was far from favorable. I too hope this is not true. As previously mentioned by the audience, should the 9-9 ascension array truly grant immortality, chaos would ensue in this world, leading to the complete collapse of all laws, systems, and regulations. The allure of ascension is simply too great. Many would go to any lengths in pursuit of it. Professor Zhao, as a biologist with profound knowledge of the human body, do you believe it is indeed possible for humanity to transcend its mortal form and transform into a divine being? The host inquired of Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao shook his head. My response aligns with Master Sun's. Humans are carbon-based life forms and cannot possibly transform into other forms of life. Professor Lin added, Old Zhao is correct. Throughout history, many emperors. Thus, the notions of ascension and eternal life are mere myths. As for this mural, while it depicts actual events, there are instances of embellishment and deceit. For instance, during my excavation of a Western Han tomb, the tomb's occupant was a prince from Xiangdi, which was notoriously impoverished during that time. However, the mural depicted a Xiangdi that was more prosperous than the capital, Chang'an. Professor Zhang quickly caught on. So, are you suggesting that this mural is also fabricated? Professor Lin replied, that is the last ruler of the Joseon kingdom must have been a remarkably arrogant individual, believing he would not fail in his ascension. Thus, he had someone depict his successful transformation beforehand. If he were to achieve immortality, it would align with the mural. If he failed, future generations would still perceive him as having succeeded. How thoughtful of him, Mr. Liu could not help but comment. In the desert, beneath the palace, Zhu Yanyan's mind was in turmoil. As an atheist, witnessing these murals was undeniably impactful. Mo Qilin remained composed, unaffected by the revelations. She steadfastly maintained her belief that the last, hence, she paid little heed to the mural, directing her flashlight to the right to inspect the murals on the opposite wall. Atter followed closely behind Zhu Yangyang. Lawrence and Tom, however, lingered together, whispering among themselves. "Captain, could you comprehend what they were saying just now?" Tom asked. "It was too intricate and profound, however. I did understand one thing. They mentioned that the zombie king in the coffin has flown away." Lawrence indicated towards the coffin. "Flown away?" Tom's eyes lit up. "Then isn't the coffin no longer a danger?" "Precisely," Lawrence nodded. The two exchanged glances, their shared desire and greed for the treasure searching once more. Shortly thereafter, Lawrence began to cry out in pain. Mo Qilin and her companions turned, directing their flashlights towards them. "What are you shouting about?" Atter inquired. Lawrence, bending over feebly, replied, "My wound has reopened." Tom supported him, saying, "Apologies for disturbing you. I shall take my captain to tend to his injury. Please, continue your exploration without my—" Atter concurred, "Exactly, we're not familiar with you at all." With that, they returned their focus, entirely unconvinced that Lawrence and Tom were feigning their plight. Mo Qilin recognized the ruse. The young man was indifferent to those and things he deemed unworthy of attention, thus he would not expose their charade. As Mo Qilin and her companions resumed their examination of the mural, Lawrence and Tom breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards the coffin. The audience, seething with anger, began to voice their frustrations. The observation team was equally displeased and resolved that should these two make any move to open the coffin, they would send. Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. That direction. Implying that since this wall bore no clues, they should investigate the next one. Meanwhile, Atter had already approached the next wall and had been observing it for his lack of understanding regarding the murals and his impatience meant that by the time Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang finished with the third wall, he was already at the fifth. "Oh my!" Atter exclaimed, seemingly having spotted something. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he remarked, "What a massive snake, young man. Yangyang, look at this enormous serpent. There's a person standing atop its head." Upon hearing this, Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang hurried over. "It truly is colossal." Judging by the proportions of the person standing on the snake's head, this serpent must be at least 15 meters long and about a meter wide, larger than the titanobo that has long since vanished from the annals of time. Zhu Yangyang immediately focused on the figure's hand. "It seems he is holding a floating orb, enveloped in flames." The orb, flames, could it be? Her spirits lifted, she swiftly moved towards the next mural. This mural depicts the figure on the giant serpent's head leading a group into battle against another faction. During the skirmish, he raised the orb in his hand, and a rain of fire descended from the heavens, engulfing the opposing forces. "Young man, it appears we have uncovered a clue regarding the kingdom of Molan." She excitedly gazed at Mo Qilin. The memory of the celestial bestowed mentioned that the first demon lord of Molan received a gift from the fire god during the nation's survival game, a treasure capable of controlling heavenly fire. With this treasure, he subdued a colossal evil serpent, making it his servant. You see, this figure summoned a sea of fire from the heavens using the orb, which is akin to wielding heavenly fire. Furthermore, the fact that he has such a massive serpent beneath his feet, which offers no resistance, indicates it is indeed a servant. Therefore, his identity is quite clear. He is the first demon lord of Molan, and that orb must be the flame source orb granted to him by the nation's survival game. Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had discerned the same. "Let us go, young man. We must examine the murals further back. There may be clues regarding the location of the kingdom of Molan." Zhu Yangyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Atter scratched his head and followed suit. "Young man, look here. The first demon lord of Molan is seated in a position of power, with many bound captives kneeling below, their attire varied, suggesting they are the captives of defeated tribes. Also, here, the people of Molan are carrying a coffin out of the palace and into a temple. This likely depicts the scene of the first demon lord's burial after his passing. Yet, where is the serpent servant? Zhu Yangyang questioned, somewhat puzzled. To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 74, Opening the Coffin. Mo Qilin shook her head. Furthermore, this painting illustrates the first monarch of Chuzi reminiscing about his homeland. In his dreams, he returns with the Molan people who fled alongside him, riding camels through arduous terrain until they reach a land shrouded in fiery clouds. There, they encounter a colossal serpent, larger than a fallen tree, with neither head nor tail visible. After paying their respects to the great serpent, they traverse over its body and continue their journey. Ultimately, upon awakening, the first king of Chuzi sits at the edge of his bed, lost in memories of his homeland, weeping bitterly. Upon interpreting this, Zhu Yangyang clenched her fists in exhilaration. The audience and the observation team shared in their joy, for they had faced countless adversities to uncover these clues, a feat not easily achieved. Only Atter remained bewildered. "Oh, we have a clue about the location of the Molan kingdom. When did that happen? Wasn't there nothing just now?" Zhu Yangyang rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Mo Qilin pursed her lips, casting him a silent glance. Atter, even more confused, asked, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, you said nothing incorrect. Rather, it is we who were mistaken. We should not have overlooked the fact that you are rather slow-witted and unable to comprehend our words," Zhu Yangyang replied with a smile. Atter pouted in protest. "I am not slow-witted. It is you who speak too much and too quickly for me to keep up." Zhu Yangyang chuckled. "All right, let me simplify it for you, and I shall speak slowly to accommodate you, my international friend. Observe, this mural has made it abundantly clear. As long as we locate the land enveloped in fiery clouds and cross over the immense serpent lying upon the ground, we shall reach the Molan kingdom. The land shrouded in fiery clouds. Oh my, how perilous that sounds. What if a piece falls down? Wouldn't we be incinerated?" Atter exclaimed, his face filled with trepidation. Zhu Yanyan's lips twitched. Under what circumstances would clouds appear as red as flames? Zhu Yangyang gazed at him expectantly. "When the sun sets," Atter promptly responded. Being from the Middle East and Yang kingdom, he was well aware of. "Therefore, as long as we head westward, we shall find the land shrouded in fiery clouds as the sun descends. And the great serpent, must we not also cross over it to reach the Molan kingdom?" Atter asked, a hint of fear in his voice. "What if the serpent refuses to let us pass and decides to attack?" Mo Qilin, what it truly was, they would have to see for themselves. Zhu Yangyang nodded. "Indeed, thousands of years have passed. Who knows if that serpent remains? It may very well be dead." After a moment's consideration, Atter felt reassured and eagerly urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. What do you think, brother?" Zhu Yangyang turned to Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin gave a slight nod. "Very well, let us gather our things and embark." Zhu Yangyang. Simultaneously, leaders from various nations, upon learning that traveling towards the setting sun would lead to the Molan kingdom, eagerly sent messages to their contestants urging them to hasten, hoping to arrive at the Molan kingdom before Mo Qilin and her companions to. Zhu Yangyang also received a message from the observation team. Sad smiley caution, contestants from Zhang country are attempting to open the coffin. Open the coffin? Zhu Yanyan's expression shifted, and she immediately turned to look in the direction of the coffin, where she indeed saw Lawrence and Tom lifting the coffin lid. Anger surged within her. What are you doing? Stop this instant." Mo Qilin and Atter turned their gazes toward the scene as well. Mo Qilin's brow furrowed tightly. Atter gasped, "Oh my, you are actually opening the coffin." Realizing they had been discovered, Lawrence and Tom, in a fit of panic, jerked their arms. With that sudden movement, the coffin lid was raised a few centimeters high. Seeing this, Mo Qilin narrowed her eyes. Zhu Yangyang and Atter trembled with indignation. We did nothing, truly nothing at all." Lawrence and Tom exclaimed, their panic escalating as they hastily released their grip on the coffin lid. However, instead of resealing the coffin, the lid shifted sideways, creating a large triangular opening. Zhu Yangyang glared furiously. "Is this what you call doing nothing?" Had they known, they would have gently replaced the lid instead of letting it fall. "What do you mean this? It seems to me that you are doing this on purpose, trying to put us in danger." Atter brandished the gun at his chest. Lawrence raised his hands in surrender. "Contestant Atter, please remain calm. Listen to me. This coffin poses no danger. did not contestant Zhu Yangyang just say that the Zhu Yangyang found humor in the situation. I did say that because the mural depicted it so. However, murals are merely illustrations, and reality is a different matter altogether. The last king of Chuzi may have flown away in the mural, but who can say for certain whether he has done so in reality? Isn't that right, brother? Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. A sudden jolt of fear and unease struck Lawrence's heart, but just then, Tom tugged at his arm. Captain, look, jewelry. There is a plethora of jewels within the coffin. Jewelry. Upon hearing this, Lawrence dismissed his fears and anxieties, quickly bending down to peer into the coffin, where he indeed spotted a multitude of colorful gems. This was merely what he could see through the triangular opening. Surely, there was much more to be found if the coffin were fully opened. The thought of it sent excitement coursing through him. Lawrence placed his hands back on the coffin lid, forcefully pushing it forward until he had opened it a third of the way. Chapter 75. The death of Lawrence and Tom. In that moment, Lawrence and Tom beheld the scene within the coffin, their eyes dazzled by the myriad of gold and silver treasures, their mouths watering in greed, completely oblivious to the figure lying beneath the jewels. This individual appeared to be around 50 years of age, adorned in splendid golden garments, identical to the attire worn by the last monarch of the Chuzi kingdom depicted in the mural previously seen by Mo Qilin and her companions. It was evident that this individual was indeed the final king of the Chuzi kingdom. Initially, he resembled a living being, flesh and blood, seemingly in a peaceful slumber. However, at that moment, his skin was visibly shriveling and darkening, sprouting white hair. Not only that, but his limbs were also stretching, rapidly increasing in height from over 1 meter to more than 2, and it seemed he continued to grow. Oh God, so much treasure, we're going to be rich. Lawrence leaned over the edge of the coffin, his eyes greedily fixated on the gold and silver within, his face illuminated with a golden glow. Indeed, not just in this lifetime, but even the next we could never exhaust it. Tom, unable to contain himself, leaned further into the coffin, intent on extracting all the riches contained within. At that moment, however, a dark, emaciated hand, covered in white hair and bearing long, sharp nails, the ecstasy on Tom's face froze instantaneously, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth opening as if to utter a word, but his throat had already been severed by that hand, rendering him mute. He could only spurt forth blood before succumbing to silence. Mere moments later, Tom met his end in this manner, his head and arms drooping lifelessly. Ironically, the treasures he so desperately sought fell back into the coffin as his hands dropped. This served as a grim affirmation of the adage, what one takes away must eventually be returned. Soon, that hand withdrew from Tom's neck, trailing a mist of blood. Tom's body, lacking support, succumbed to the inertia of the hand's withdrawal and fell into the coffin. Lawrence remained oblivious to Tom's demise, still laughing and scolding. Well done, Tom, how could you jump into the coffin? Do you wish to claim it all for yourself? As he spoke, he reached out to tug at Tom's arm, attempting to pull him out. However, after a prolonged struggle, with Tom unresponsive and utterly still, Lawrence finally sensed something was amiss and hastily used both hands to roll Tom over. Upon seeing the gaping wounds on Tom's neck, blood pouring forth, he was rendered speechless in horror. Oh no, Lawrence, pale-faced, shook his head, instinctively wanting to flee, yet before he could fully straighten up, that hand rose again, seizing his arm and dragging him into the coffin. This scene left Mo Qilin and her companions momentarily stunned, as did the spectators and the observation team, yet the ordeal was far from over. In the next instant, they all heard, "No, don't bite me, help, Mo Qilin, please save me, don't go, brother." Zhu Yangyang interposed herself before Mo Qilin. "It's too dangerous, none of us know what lies within that coffin. What if you encounter misfortune as well? Indeed, brother, you mustn't go, they brought this upon themselves. We warned them not to open the coffin, yet they insisted, and now they suffer the consequences." Atter also urged Mo Qilin to refrain from intervening. After all, should she fall into peril, he would meet his end as well. The observation team and the audience echoed Zhu Yangyang and Atter's sentiments, wishing for Mo Qilin to remain uninvolved. Their reluctance stemmed not only from a desire to protect her but also from the belief that the two contestants from the kingdom of Zhang were solely motivated by greed, and hence deserved their fate. Furthermore, even if she were to rescue them, it was likely they would find themselves in similar predicaments in the future. Only the spectators from the Kingdom of Zhang expressed profound dissatisfaction, hurling accusations at the Chinese. The leaders of the Kingdom of Zhang were frantically contacting their counterparts in the Kingdom of China, demanding that they instruct Mo Qilin to intervene. However, both the Chinese audience and their leaders remained indifferent, further infuriating. In the desert, beneath the palace, Mo Qilin, gazing at Zhu Yangyang and at her who obstructed her, hesitated, her lips moving before ultimately relinquishing her grip on the hilt of the black golden ancient blade, retracting. Thus, it was not that she lacked the desire to rescue them, but rather that Zhu Yangyang and at her forbade her to do so. Moreover, often her brother too wished to save others, yet ultimately he would heed the words of Xie Wu or Fatty, forsaking the act of rescue. Like her brother, she too acted in accordance with circumstances, yet this could not be deemed a breach of her character. Beep, similarity in role-playing has increased, current similarity 50, reward of 25 martial power points from Qilin. One indicated she had received a martial power reward, while the other hinted at a hidden reward. However, before she could inquire about the nature of the hidden reward, Lawrence's scream pierced the air once more. This time, his cry was particularly harrowing, but after just 2 utterances, he fell silent. What followed was a series of ominous creaking sounds. Asher, trembling with fear, murmured, What is that noise? It sounds like something is gnawing on bones. Zhu Yangyang replied, uncertainty lacing her tone. At that moment, Mo Qilin suddenly noticed the coffin lid beginning to tremble, her expression sharpening as she shouted a single word, Run. Zhu Yangyang and Asher, not daring to hesitate, hurried towards the brick wall, yet as they neared the wall, Mo Qilin heard a rush of wind behind them, something hurtling towards them. Without a second thought, she pulled Zhu Yangyang and Asher to the side as they all dropped down. Bang! In that instant, the object skimmed past them, crashing into the brick wall with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble. Many dry corpses lost their balance and toppled over, stirring up a cloud of dust. What was that just now? Uncertain. Zhu Yangyang and Asher instinctively looked up at the brick wall, gasping in unison. What had just flown towards them was indeed the coffin lid. Their eyes widened in horror, a chill running down their spines. Thankfully, her brother had pulled them away in time, otherwise, the coffin lid would not simply have lodged itself between the bricks, blocking the wall's opening, but would have cleaved them in two. Most importantly, why had the coffin lid suddenly launched towards them? Zhu Yangyang and Asher exchanged glances, both beset by an incredulous conjecture, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Then, stiffly, they turned their heads toward the coffin. They beheld 2 emaciated black hands, covered in dense white hair and adorned with long nails, emerging from within the coffin, slamming down on either side with a resounding thud. Chapter 76, The White-Haired Drought Demon. Then, a similarly desiccated head, cloaked in white hair, emerged from the coffin, rising higher and higher until its full form was revealed. It was a humanoid monstrosity, towering at least 3 meters tall, garbed in tattered golden attire that barely concealed its vital parts. The exposed areas of its body, much like its head and hands, were also shrouded in white hair, dark and withered, exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, the creature stood within the coffin, its body moving slowly, and the audience was likewise filled with dread. Wow, this is a zombie. It's truly as terrifying as the ones depicted in horror films. No, I believe it is even more fearsome than the zombies in movies. At the very least, the ones in films aren't this tall. I must inquire, how could it be so towering? Was the king of Chuzi always this height, or did he grow taller upon Just look at his clothing, it is obviously much too short. As a king, how could he possibly wear ill-fitting garments? Goodness, to have increased in height after thousands of years of death. It is quite astonishing. But the pressing issue we should be discussing is the fact that this king of Chuzi did not attain immortality. What is there to discuss? I have long believed he did not achieve immortality. Not only do I share this view with brother and the esteemed members of the observation team, but I also do not believe that humans can ascend to immortality, even if it were possible. A tyrant like the king of Chuzi, who treated life with contempt, would never be worthy of such a fate. Indeed, the deities we are familiar with gained their status through self-sacrifice to save the masses. Unlike this king of Chuzi, who sacrificed lives for his own ascension. If he had truly become immortal, it would be utterly absurd. Har har, splendid. Now we, the ordinary folk, can rest assured that we need not fear becoming living sacrifices for the powerful. Indeed, when the mural depicting the last king of Chuzi attaining immortality was unveiled, many wealthy and influential individuals around the globe were tempted by the prospect of immortality. However, upon witnessing the king's current state, transformed into a grotesque being, they regrettably abandoned their aspirations for ascension. Commander Li also exhaled in relief. After all, the fact that the last king of Chuzi had not become immortal signified that it is a transformation of the corpse. Zhu Yangyang responded. So, this is what your esteemed masters in Huagua refer to as a zombie. Asher looked at her. Zhu Yangyang nodded, yes, although zombie is merely a colloquial and cinematic term. I am uncertain of the specific designation for the king of Chuzi's current form. Mo Qilin interjected, it is known as the white-haired dread demon. Dread demon. Zhu Yangyang. This revelation stunned not only Zhu Yangyang, but also the audience and the observation team. Wait, is not the dread demon a figure from myth? Mr. Liu expressed his confusion. Professor Lin explained, there are two interpretations. One refers to the mythological dread demon, also known as the female dread demon, daughter of the Yellow Emperor, the goddess of fire, whose very presence scorches the earth. The other is the folkloric dread demon, which transforms from a deceased human, gender undetermined, with an uncorrupted corpse, infested by white hair, and is the harbinger of drought. It is said that when a drought appears in a region, it is due to the birth of a drought demon, which must be discovered and burned to resolve the drought. This king of Chuzi's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the folkloric dread demon, which is why I speculated it might be one. However, as I have never encountered a drought demon, I refrained from voicing my conjecture. Yet now, with player Mo Qilin's confirmation, I harbor concerns about what. The others in the observation team turned to him. Professor Lin furrowed his brow. I fear that player Mo Qilin and the others may be unable to vanquish this drought demon, for it differs. According to folklore, while the drought demon may move sluggishly and awkwardly, it is filled with potent toxins. Should any wounds appear on its exterior, poisonous gas will swiftly emanate from them, and any living being, human, animal, or plant, coming into contact will inevitably perish. What? If that is the case, then player Mo Qilin and the others cannot employ any weapons. Commander Li's expression darkened. Professor Lin sighed, indeed, which is why I assert that they may struggle. The audience was equally distressed, deeply worried for Mo Qilin and her companions. In the desert, beneath the palace, Asher, having overheard the conversation between Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang, asked in a daze, Brother, Yin. Zhu Yangyang was still reeling from shock. Consequently, Asher was compelled to gaze once more at the drought demon within the coffin, and to his horror, he realized, oh my God, it has noticed us. The drought demon, just as Zhu Yangyang and Asher struggled to breathe under its stare, the drought demon suddenly opened its mouth, inhaling deeply, and then stepped out of the coffin, moving toward them with its two stiff legs. With each step, the ground was scorched, leaving behind black footprints that emitted wisps of white smoke, a testament to the demon's searing temperature. Damn it, this creature is approaching us. Watch me shoot it dead. Asher abruptly sprang to his feet, seizing the rifle at his chest, aiming it at the drought demon. Mo Qilin reached out to restrain him. Do not fire. Yes, the drought demon's body is laden with toxins. If you shoot, the gas will spread. Do you wish for us to be poisoned to death? Zhu Yangyang exclaimed loudly. Asher was taken aback. What, this creature is toxic as well? Zhu Yangyang nodded. Zhu Yangyang opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Thud, thud, thud. thud, the drought demon drew ever closer. Mo Qilin and her companions could discern its features more clearly now. Its face was not only coated in white hair but also wrinkled, pockmarked, and grotesquely knotted, entirely devoid of human semblance. Moreover, its mouth was smeared with blood and flesh, evidently that of Tom and Lawrence. Many audience members fainted from fear. As for Zhu Yangyang and Atter, they could hardly be blamed. Had they not been gripping their thighs tightly, they too might have succumbed to unconsciousness. After all, humanoid monsters, especially those of a demonic nature, are far more visually terrifying than their animalistic counterparts. Otherwise, why do so many people shy away from horror films? Chapter 77, The Overconfident Atter. It's over, we're doomed. Atter trembled like a leaf, tears streaming down his face. Zhu Yangyang bit her lip. Little brother, this drought demon is exceptionally formidable. You won't be able to handle it. How about this, Atter, and I will distract the demon to buy you some time. You, being the strongest, can remove the coffin lid from the brick wall. Perhaps we might yet escape from here. We're supposed to distract this monster, Atter exclaimed in panic. What kind of joke is that? We can't even fire a gun. We're just unarmed ordinary people. How can we hold off this creature? We can do it. The drought demon is slow. As long as we keep maneuvering around it, we can momentarily delay it. This is our only option if you want to survive. Zhu Yangyang spoke coldly. The observation team and the audience nodded in agreement, endorsing her words. Atter gritted his teeth. Damn it, a man must act. Zhu Yangyang's expression softened as she turned to Mo Qilin. Little brother, I'm counting on you. With that, she took a deep breath and, alongside Atter, rushed towards the drought demon, one on each side. Mo Qilin's lips moved as if to call them back, but it was too late. He sighed, deciding to follow their lead. After casting a glance at Zhu Yangyang and Atter, he turned towards the brick wall. Meanwhile, Zhu Yangyang and Atter flanked the drought demon, albeit carefully maintaining a distance of over a meter. Atter positioned himself behind the demon while Zhu Yangyang stood in front. Monster, stop right there. Can you hear me? Atter shouted at the drought demon, gripping the butt of his rifle and striking the demon's back as if it were a club. The drought demon exhaled, surprisingly halting its movements and slowly turning around, seemingly curious about who dared to strike it. Observing this, Zhu Yangyang mimicked Atter's actions, delivering a blow to the demon's arm. Hey, ugly, turn back. The drought demon obediently turned back again. Atter struck its back once more. What are you turning around for? There are no beauties ahead, damn you, Zhu Yangyang cursed furiously while also landing a blow on the demon. The audience and the observation team watched in disbelief as the two, who had previously been terrified, now engaged in a bickering match while striking the demon. Truly remarkable. Thus, Atter and Zhu Yangyang continued their back and forth, making the drought demon spin in circles. Bewildered and unsure of what to do, the audience pondered how, if the demon still possessed even a shred of its former consciousness. However, once people find success in a task, it is easy for them to become overconfident. Seeing the drought demon reduced to a pitiful state by himself and Zhu Yangyang, Atter's fear dissipated entirely, and he felt emboldened to try something bolder. Rolling up his sleeves, he said to Zhu Yangyang, Yanzi, move aside, let me show this creature something serious. What are you planning? Don't do anything rash, Zhu Yangyang warned, her brow furrowing. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Atter waved his hand dismissively, then with a loud ADA, he kicked out forcefully at the demon's back. Not only did the demon remain standing, but it didn't even budge an inch. Instead, Atter found himself doubled over, clutching his foot in pain, hopping around while howling in agony. What an idiot, Zhu Yangyang cursed again, but then her expression changed to one of urgency. Run, what? Atter turned around just in time to see the drought demon's skeletal, dark, and bony arm swinging towards him. Atter screamed as the arm struck his shoulder, sending him flying into a pile of corpses with a loud crash. Atter, Zhu Yangyang cried out, but then felt a shadow looming overhead. Instinctively, she looked up to find the drought demon lowering its head, its terrifying face staring directly at her, its blood-red eyes fixed ominously upon her. Zhu Yangyang was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. The drought demon exhaled again, extending its claw toward Zhu Yangyang. The audience was in a state of panic. Run, yes, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and flee, it'll be too late if you don't. It's all that Atter's fault, we had the demon distracted, and then he goes and does something foolish, putting us all at risk. Exactly, if Zhu Yangyang dies, the next time I see anyone from Baiyang, I'll strike them down. The observation team was equally displeased with Atter's earlier actions, their faces darkened with concern for Zhu Yangyang. Just then, the demon's claw was nearly upon Zhu Yangyang. Zhu Yangyang screamed, terrified, and squeezed her eyes shut. Hearing her scream, Mo Qilin's expression shifted slightly. He threw the coffin lid to the ground and dashed towards her like a bolt of lightning. Just as the demon's claw was about to pierce Zhu Yangyang's head, Mo Qilin appeared in front of her, slapping the demon's claw aside with a swift motion, then kicking it hard in the body. Bang! The drought demon was sent sprawling, sliding several meters across the ground before colliding with a heap of corpses, burying itself beneath them. Zhu Yangyang, not feeling any pain, cautiously opened her eyes to find Mo Qilin standing protectively in front of her. She quickly crawled towards him, wrapping her arms around his legs, sobbing, "Wow, little brother, you finally came, I was almost dead, woo, let go." Mo Qilin looked down at Zhu Yangyang, who clung to him like a koala, his brow furrowing slightly. "No, I won't let go." Zhu Yangyang shook her head vigorously, tightening her grip around his legs. Mo Qilin, speechless, pursed his lips. The audience and observation team let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Zhu Yangyang was saved. In critical moments, one must rely on Mo Qilin. Meanwhile, the drought demon, buried beneath the corpses, began to stir again, its claws pushing away the decaying bodies as it rose to its feet, advancing once more towards Mo Qilin and Zhu Yangyang. Mo Qilin narrowed his eyes, placing his right hand atop Zhu Yangyang's head and pushing her aside, causing her to topple onto the ground. Go deal with it. With those 3 words, he charged towards the drought demon. Zhu Yangyang shouted from the ground, "Little brother, be careful, don't let the demon get any wounds. If the poison escapes, you'll be the first to suffer." Mo Qilin didn't respond. Once he reached the drought demon, he unsheathed the ancient black gold dagger, still encased in its scabbard. Then, gripping the hilt, he thrust the dagger, scabbard and all, directly at the drought demon. Chapter 78, The Demise of the Drought Demon. Of course, she did not plunge the ancient black gold blade into the body of the drought demon. Instead, she pressed the blade firmly against its form. The drought demon was unable to advance, resorting to using its 2 claws to attempt to seize Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin leaned back slightly, evading its claws, while one hand firmly gripped the hilt of her blade to maintain her stance, and with the other, she seized the opportunity to grasp the wrist of one of its claws. The drought demon exuded an intense heat. Had a mere mortal been touched, they would certainly have suffered severe burns. However, the moment Mo Qilin grasped its wrist, the blood of the Qilin within her surged, shielding her from harm. Yet, her own body temperature soared, becoming exceedingly hot, particularly on her left side, where, without doubt, the Qilin tattoo had reappeared. Nevertheless, Mo Qilin paid little heed to this. After firmly grasping the drought demon's wrist, she twisted with force. Creak, the sound of bone fracturing echoed. Thus, Mo Qilin had successfully twisted off one of the drought demon's arms. Lacking thought and consciousness, the drought demon felt no pain. Thus, even with one arm rendered useless, the other continued its instinctual assault on Mo Qilin. Releasing the drought demon's wrist, its severed arm fell limply, devoid of movement. Mo Qilin then turned her gaze to the drought demon's other arm and, employing the same technique, twisted that one off as well. Now, both of the drought demon's arms lay incapacitated, yet its head persistently lunged forward, attempting to bite Mo Qilin. With her fingers blade, she relinquished her grip on the hilt of the black gold blade, using her palm to brace it instead, forcefully pushing the hilt forward. Thud, 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 the drought demon staggered backward. In that moment, as she thrust the hilt forward, Mo Qilin regripped it with her fingers, leaping high into the air, performing a front flip over the drought demon's head. As the drought demon regained its balance, she landed deftly behind it. Sensing her presence at its back, the drought demon attempted to turn, yet, Mo Qilin would not allow it. After performing a flourish with the black gold blade, she once more pressed the tip, encased in its scabbard, against its shoulder, forcibly redirecting it. Next, Mo Qilin lifted her foot and kicked the drought demon in the hollow of its right knee, causing it to kneel with a thud. The drought demon pushed upward, striving to rise. Yet, as before, Mo Qilin would not permit it. With another kick to its other knee, the drought demon was firmly kneeling. At that moment, Mo Qilin pressed one hand against its shoulder and placed a foot on its back, propelling herself upward, spinning around in front of it to return to its back, kneeling upon its shoulder. Subsequently, she clamped her thighs around the drought demon's head, securing it in place. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qilin forcefully twisted her waist. Creak, another sound of bone snapping reverberated. Mo Qilin had rotated nearly 180 degrees, using a scissor kick to brutally snap the drought demon's neck. From the moment she saved Zhu Yangyang to confronting the drought demon, and finally to this moment of breaking its neck, the entire process took no more than 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, Zhu Yangyang had just managed to retrieve Atter from the pile of corpses. Atter felt as though his entire body was about to come apart, wincing in pain. Zhu Yangyang scolded him for his misfortune. Atter, aware of his fault, dared not retort. Zhu Yangyang grasped his arm, attempting to help him up, yet, he, as if struck by a revelation, Zhu Yangyang turned to look, just in time to witness Mo Qilin twisting the drought demon's neck. The creature trembled violently twice before the red light in its eyes faded into darkness. Of course, Mo Qilin, kneeling on its shoulder, could not see this. She could only sense the absence of resistance from the drought demon. Realizing it had perished, grasping the black gold blade, she spread her arms wide, gently pushing off with her toes from the drought demon's back, straightening herself in midair, and finally landing steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, the drought demon collapsed face down with a thud, motionless. Boom, a thunderclap suddenly resounded. Atter, startled, jumped. What now? Zhu Yangyang, however, laughed excitedly. It's thunder, it's going to rain. Legend has it that when the drought demon dies, the heavens will weep. It's true. Atter's eyes sparkled. So, does this mean the monster is dead? Yes, it was slain by that guy. Zhu Yangyang beamed, nodding repeatedly. As if to validate her words, the announcement screen of the national survival game materialized. Announcement: Chinese contestant Mo Qilin has slain the level 8 white-haired drought demon, earning 1,000 points and a personal reward of 20 rations. Boom, the global audience was left in astonishment. What the hell? Level 8, this is an level 8 beast. Correction, upstairs, this is not just a beast, it's a drought demon, also known as a zombie or zongzer. Regardless of whether it's a beast or not, I'm simply astounded by its level. Level 8, mind you, the highest level any contestant has encountered thus far in this round of the national survival game was only level 5, the long-legged female monster that Jiu Jufu and her companions faced. Yet now, the guy encountered an level 8 drought demon, 3 levels higher. What of level 8? It was still resolved by that guy in 2 or 3 minutes, and he didn't even wield a weapon throughout. Exactly, that scissor kick that broke the drought demon's neck was incredibly cool, absolutely. I'm utterly mesmerized by his charm. Am I the only one who thinks Mo Qilin seems even more formidable than before? No, I feel the same way. She handled that meerkat beast with far less ease. The observation team was also in discussion. Indeed, Mo Qilin has grown stronger. I can see it clearly. Her strength, movements, and speed have all improved significantly. As the king of special forces, Zhu Yangyang had the most authority to comment on this. Commander Li nodded in agreement. It's not surprising, she has been battling various beasts, so her growth is to be expected. True, yet I'm still astonished at how swiftly she dispatched the drought demon, Professor Zhang remarked. Indeed, and we previously speculated that even she might struggle against this drought demon, yet she swiftly proved us wrong. Professor Lin also smiled, who could argue otherwise. Not only did she effortlessly defeat the drought demon, but she also left it without a single wound, alleviating any concerns about toxic gas being released. Truly remarkable. Thus, I am beginning to suspect that there seems to be nothing she cannot accomplish, Mr. Liu added. In that moment, the observation team and the audience gazed upon Mo Qilin on the screen, their faces brimming with pride. Incredible that you resolved the drought demon so swiftly, Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, rushing to Mo Qilin's side while supporting Atter. Atter hurriedly nodded, yes, I'm in awe of you. Mo Qilin paid no heed to their flattery, instead shouldering the black gold blade once more. Chapter 79. The eerie dark green Zhu Yangyang and Atter were unperturbed by her silence, accustomed as they were to it. By the way, the drought demon is extremely hot, just a meter away. I could feel the heat radiating from it. You came into contact with it, haven't been burned, have you? Zhu Yangyang inquired with concern. Mo Qilin shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Zhu Yangyang, still uneasy, scrutinized her, and upon noticing the dark bruises on the left side of her neck and collarbone, her pupils dilated. After all, Mo Qilin was not only the ace of the team but also a beacon of hope for Huoguo. For them, anyone could be injured, but not her, hence, her injury was undoubtedly a grave matter. Yanzi, where is little brother hurt, and how severe is it? Atter squeezed in closer. Mo Qilin adjusted the brim of her hat. I am not injured. She did not comprehend why they believed her to be hurt. You say you're not injured, yet your neck and collarbone are bruised. Zhu Yangyang exclaimed, frustrated. Had she not been worried and looked at her more closely, she might never have discovered the injury. Was she planning to remain silent and bear it alone? Really, I saw it too. It must have been inflicted by that creature. I will fetch the first aid kit. Quickly. Zhu Yangyang urged. Millimeter HM. Atter quickly replied, limping off towards the place where he had left his backpack. Mo Qilin touched her neck and collarbone, suddenly enlightened. So that was it, her body temperature had not yet fully normalized. They had mistaken part of her Qilin tattoo for bruises. No wonder they thought she was injured. Mo Qilin found it somewhat amusing but had no intention of clarifying. Firstly, she was not one to volunteer explanations, and secondly, they would likely not believe her. After all, a miraculous tattoo like the Qilin, which only appeared in response to heat, did not exist in reality. Furthermore, her temperature had nearly returned to normal, indicating that the Qilin tattoo had also faded substantially. Before long, they would undoubtedly realize that she was indeed uninjured. Just then, Atter returned with the first aid kit in hand. Yanzi, here. I will tend to your injury. Mo Qilin cast a deep glance at her before sitting down. Zhu Yangyang felt a bit strange under that gaze. What did the look mean? Somewhat puzzled, Zhu Yangyang did not dwell on it and took out a cotton ball from the kit, spraying it with it. However, when she pulled down Mo Qilin's collar, she froze in disbelief. Did I see that incorrectly? After rubbing her eyes in self-doubt, she looked again at Mo Qilin's neck and collarbone, which appeared pristine, smooth, and delicate. Gone were the dark bruises she had previously seen. Just now, there were several large bruises. How did they just vanish? Exactly. I know martial artists have strong self-healing abilities, but it shouldn't be this impressive. How long has it been? Well, could it be that they weren't bruises but dirt? After all, little brother said she wasn't injured, and right after Zhu Yangyang pointed out the bruises, she touched her neck and collarbone. Perhaps she wiped off the dirt then. Impossible. What kind of dirt is dark green? Besides, as you noted, she just touched it. How could such a heavy discoloration be cleaned off so easily? I think differently. I believe it is neither dirt nor bruises. This dark green mark isn't new. I saw it before when she dealt with the meerkat beast in the tunnel. It disappeared quickly, and at the time, I thought I must have seen it wrong. Yes, I saw it too. Wow, from what you're saying, this dark green mark on little brother's neck appeared. What could it be? No one knew. The observation team was equally perplexed. I am now concerned that this might be harmful to Mo Qilin. Commander Li furrowed his brow. Professor Zhao shook his head. I don't believe First, Mo Qilin knows she isn't injured, so when she noticed the strange mark on her body, she would surely pay attention, yet, as we all saw, she did not seem to care, indicating she was aware from the beginning that this dark green mark would appear, and thus it must not pose any threat to her. Old Zhao is right, Professor Lin concurred. Moreover, I took a screenshot to examine closely. The dark green mark has very distinct curves, likely the edge of some pattern. A pattern, a tattoo. Mr. Liu instinctively thought of tattoos, as he had quite a few himself. Professor Zhang added, but I believe, given Mo Qilin's character, she will certainly refrain from answering. That is true, the observation team chuckled, seeing that Mo Qilin was unharmed. They felt reassured. In the desert, beneath the palace. Zhu Yangyang continued to question reality. How strange, where did it go? Could it be that I imagined it? Impossible. I saw it too. We can't both have imagined it, can we? Atter countered. Zhu Yangyang thought that was plausible, otherwise, she had no explanation for the situation. Subsequently, she looked at the cotton ball in her hand and chuckled. It seems it won't be of any use. Mo Qilin adjusted the collar of her hoodie. Shall we wait a while before leaving? Soon. Zhu Yangyang placed the first aid kit back into Atter's bag and turned to Mo Qilin once more. Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. Chapter 80. Departing from the ruins of Chutzi Kingdom. Very well, my brother, you should take a rest. Atter and I will pack up the military rations from the rewards of the national survival game. Zhu Yangyang returned to her side and, along with, simultaneously, Atter did not forget to remind her, and we must not forget Lawrence and Tom. Although they have perished, we can still take their equipment and provisions. You are absolutely right, we must not squander what we have. Zhu Yangyang praised him. After the two had finished packing the rations, they made their way toward the coffin, gazing at the lifeless forms of Lawrence, whose head had been bitten off by the drought demon, and Tom, who had been impaled through the neck. Atter shook his head. Who told them to be so greedy? Did they not consider the futility of amassing wealth here, which they cannot carry out? Zhu Yangyang scoffed. The audience nodded in agreement. Indeed, the deaths of these two men were not unjust. The young man had clearly stated that the coffin should not be opened, and the observation team had sent messages warning that a zombie resided within. Both Lawrence and Tom had heard and seen this, yet they chose to defy the warnings and met their doom. Whose fault could it be? By the way, they were the last contestants from John Nation. What would be the consequence for John Nation now that they have perished? Zhu Yangyang asked Atter while pinching her nose as she retrieved Lawrence's bag from the coffin. Atter was also busy with Tom's bag. I believe it is a colossal tsunami. Their death startled me. I didn't pay close attention. Zhu Yangyang nodded, indicating her understanding. Before long, the two had thoroughly scavenged Lawrence and Tom's equipment. Observing the two bulging bags, Atter's face radiated with joy. This was all thanks to the young man. However, while he rejoiced, Jiyu Baozhu and her three companions were far from pleased. The contestants from various nations, witnessing Mo Qilin slaying yet another exotic beast and claiming a new reward, had grown desensitized to her accomplishments. Only Jiyu Baozhu and her companions remained envious and uncomfortable. The more formidable Mo Qilin became, the more their own inadequacies were laid bare. After all, she was but one person, perhaps accompanied by a single teammate from Bayang Nation, while they were. Yet, the points they had accrued from slaying exotic beasts paled in comparison to even a fraction of her score, let alone that of her Bayang teammate. How could they find solace or balance in such a situation? Most critically, at the onset of this national survival game, they had confidently asserted that she would falter alone, ultimately crying out for their assistance. Given her lack of weapons and equipment, surviving independently in this game seemed impossible. But reality had delivered a harsh slap. Not only had she not begged for their help, but she had also thrived, continuously slaying exotic beasts, accumulating points, and reaping rewards. Was this not a stark reminder of how ludicrous their initial assumptions had been and how shallow their understanding of her capabilities? Thus, witnessing her vanquish yet another level 8 exotic beast, their chagrin was palpable. To make matters worse, it began to rain. Jiyu Baozhu and her companions were drenched, resembling a bunch of soggy chickens as they hurried forward. While running, Jiyu Baozhu caught sight of something and exclaimed joyfully, pointing ahead, "Brother Hanchuan, third brother, it seems there is a ruin up ahead, let us seek shelter from the rain there." "A ruin? Fool, if it is, then we might just find the fire source pearl." I have always been puzzled about how those contestants knew about the ruins of Qiuzi and Molan Kingdom in this national survival game and how they deduced that the fire source pearl could be found within them, Jiyu Jing remarked, furrowing his brows. I inquired with several it seems their leaders informed them, likely based on the deductions made by our nation's observation team, Fu Hanchuan replied solemnly. What, our nation's observation team deduced this? What? The Jiyu and Fu family members observing from a distance echoed his sentiments. Indeed, why keep such clues from their own contestants? What kind of nation was that? The members of the observation team wore grim expressions. Inform them, throughout their journey, it had been nothing but schemes and deception. What purpose would sharing such clues serve? Moreover, had they not claimed that the nation was untrustworthy? The audience also found Jiyu Baozhu and her companions. Simultaneously, they fervently hoped that the four would not cross paths with Mo Qilin, for they were unworthy of her presence. Naturally, Jiyu Baozhu and her companions were oblivious to this. Fu Hanchuan urged, "All right, enough of this chatter, let us swiftly seek refuge in the ruins." The four quickened their pace, however. At that moment, a series of splashes echoed from behind them. Yet, before long, Jiyu Jing halted. "This is not good, there are more ahead." "Not just ahead, there are also flanking us on both sides," Fu Lingyu and Jiyu Baozhu echoed, their voices laced with panic and fear. "This is troublesome. We are surrounded by these lizards. We can only fight them now," Fu Hanchuan said, gripping his gun tightly, clearly anxious. "With so many lizards constantly emerging from the ground, how can we possibly fight them all?" Jiyu Jing shouted in despair. "We may not be, otherwise we will face a gruesome fate." Fu Hanchuan retorted, his expression grave. Jiyu Jing fell silent. Thus, the four positioned themselves back to back, concentrating their firepower on the advancing lizards. Meanwhile, Zhu Yangyang and Atter were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Even Mo Qilin's eating pace had noticeably quickened, reflecting her contentment with this reward. The rain has ceased. After finishing their meal, Zhu Yangyang, without a hint of doubt, immediately slung her backpack over her shoulder. "All right, let us set off." "Let us go." Atter also donned his bag, raising his fist in a gesture of determination before being the first to step beyond the brick wall. Zhu Yangyang followed closely, with Mo Qilin bringing up the rear. The three made their way back through the passage, soon arriving at the location where they had encountered the meerkat exotic beast before. The meerkat remained sprawled on the ground, still alive, though it appeared to be nearing its end, its eyelids drooping heavily. This signaled that they needed to depart quickly, otherwise, once the meerkat succumbed, Without hesitation, they exchanged glances and quickened their pace, soon reaching the previously collapsed passage. However, rather than climbing up, they opted for a different route since the other passage was the exit, rendering any ascent unnecessary. But after walking for half an hour, Atter, observing the situation ahead, suddenly wilted, "Brother Yangyang, there's no path ahead again."